In her previous life, Ling Huaizhi, defiled and disfigured by her aunt and cousin, lived a life on the run. After her execution, she was reborn. Ling Huaizhi became like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, ready to exact vengeance upon all her so-called family. Yet, all of this was witnessed by Pei Guanchen, a man with a broken leg. Everyone believed that Ling Huaizhi, an illiterate woman whose only attribute was her beauty, was destined for a tragic fate without a peaceful end. Everyone also believed that Pei Guanchen, crippled and unable to speak, was doomed to spend his life struggling in the mire. However, both the illiterate and the disabled stood together at a university graduation ceremony. Meeting at the pinnacle, they proved everyone wrong. Chapter 1, Rebirth at 18. Ling Huaizhi, female, 45 years old, from Mianqing, was sentenced to death by firing squad for the murder of her father Ling Huaizhi, mother Zhao Shouhua, brother. A total of 13 people. The evidence against Ling Huaizhi for intentional homicide is irrefutable. Bang, a gunshot rang out, and Ling Huaizhi's gaze fell upon a cluster of wildflowers swaying in the breeze not far away. The purple blossoms trembled as if echoing the playful dance of childhood days when she held her mother's hand, tiptoeing over similar flowers. Back then, the sun was warm, and the wind was gentle, but why did everything change so drastically? Huaihua, you lazy girl, it's already late morning, and you still haven't gotten up to prepare breakfast? Came the sharp rebuke. I've had the worst luck marrying into your family, having to care for the elderly and the young, and now even supporting an outsider who contributes nothing. Why don't your parents take responsibility instead of dumping this burden on us? Ling Huaizhi struggled to open her heavy eyelids, only to be greeted by the sight of a bamboo-thatched roof. Looking down, she saw chicken droppings scattered across the floor and burlap sacks filled with bran piled up nearby. She glanced at her hands, once fair skin now permanently stained from years of farming, handling pig fodder, and chopping cypress branches. However, there were no scars resembling those left by knife wounds or burns from cigarette butts. The scolding continued outside. Aunt Zhang Gaifen's shrill voice never ceased. Ling Huaizhi rose shakily from the ground, pulling open the dilapidated door, stepping out through the chicken coop. The mist of a May morning, slightly damp, moistened her nasal passages that had dried up after being hit by her aunt. Bang, a mountain of dirty laundry and a basin were thrown before Ling Huaizhi. After preparing breakfast, wash all these clothes, weed the vegetable garden, harvest the wheat on the sunny slope, collect some pig fodder along the way, remember to bring back the dried cypress branches in the afternoon. In a daze, Ling Huaizhi entered the kitchen, scooped up water with a gourd ladle, and drank deeply. The water filled her stomach, giving her a sense of fullness. Pressing her hand to her chest where the bullet had struck, she felt the lingering vibration. Yet here she was, truly alive again. What a miraculous world. Picking up a mirror framed in bright red plastic with a celebrity picture behind it, Ling Huaizhi observed her youthful yet mature face reflected back at her. It was 1987, 8 years since she'd been sent to live with her maternal grandparents in the countryside. 18 years old, in the prime of youth. Eligible for marriage, capable of working in factories to earn money, and vulnerable to the lecherous gazes hidden in the shadows. As she began cooking, a man's foul breath tickled her neck as he embraced her from behind. Such beauty, more enchanting than Lady Daji, Zhao Maochai's hands roamed freely over her body. If you agree to be mine, my mother will no longer beat you, Xiaoqing and Xiaochui won't dare bully you. His patience wore thin, unwilling to wait any longer. Ling Huaizhi stiffened, taking a deep breath, suppressing her rage, her fingers gripping the knife turned white. Splitting a sweet potato in two, she pushed him away, turning with a wooden expression. I am destined for hardship, unloved by both parents. If you truly care for me, take me away. Zhao Maochai first looked surprised, then delighted. You're willing to come with me? After discussing plans for Guangzhou, Ling Huaizhi insisted they leave in the evening instead of the morning, using the excuse of gathering firewood halfway up the mountain. I'll meet you at the sinkhole, just remember to bring money. With a sinister glint in her eyes, she firmly planted the kitchen knife on the cutting board. Having endured too much darkness, she was determined to reclaim her life. Chapter 2, The Neglected Flower in the Countryside. With narrowed eyes, Zhao Maochai lecherously scrutinized Ling Huaizhi, his gaze undressing her. Since the day this cousin arrived, he had incessantly fantasized about this moment, and now, his desires were finally within reach. He swallowed, his mouth parched, a certain part of him throbbing with anticipation. As he reached out to embrace Ling Huaizhi, she evaded his grasp. From her basket, she produced a glass bottle, offering it to him. Cousin, the grass is prickly. Disrobe first, and I shall lay your clothes on the ground. This is sweetened water I prepared this morning, take a few sips. Good. Good. Zhao Maochai's eyes gleamed with avarice. Without a second glance, he twisted open the bottle and gulped it down in one go. The Thunder Mountain was vast and tall. And he had been climbing for so long that he was parched. After finishing the water, he hummed a tune, the feeling in his heart indescribably delightful. Whoosh! A whistling sound cut through the air. Zhao Maokai suddenly felt a chill on his back, followed by a sharp pain. Ling Huaizhi, you dare to injure me. Crack. Zhao Maokai seemed to hear the sound of his shin bone fracturing. Even worse, his body was weak and limp, and he couldn't even stand. Ling Huaizhi, you poisoned me? Just you wait, I'll kill you. You whore ridden by 1,000 men, I'll defile you. Then sell you to an old bachelor in the mountains, making your life worse than a dog's. Bang! A sharp pain shot through his waist. And his arms were already limp. Ling Huaizhi's eyes were fierce, like those of a mountain wolf, her hatred like a breached dam, threatening to drown him completely. Zhao Maotsai's eyes were filled with terror. In that instant, he finally felt fear. Ling Huaizhi genuinely intended to kill him. Huaihua, no. Huaihua, I am your cousin. He cried out. Suddenly, the sky rumbled ominously, drowning out Zhao Maotsai's anguished wails. The strength Ling Huaizhi had cultivated through years of labor came into play at that moment. She advanced step by step, her voice hoarse with intensity. Cousin? Huh. I have pleaded with you more than once, yet have you ever shown me mercy? Cousin. I am sorry. I am sorry. It was my fault. Zhao Maotsai's final scream gradually faded into the depths of the chasm. Ling Huaizhi tidied herself up and swiftly descended the mountain. Upon reaching the midpoint, she shouldered the firewood, and large raindrops began to fall. She gasped for breath. Gazing at the overcast sky, the air heavy with the impending storm. The fierce wind stirred the leaves, and the rain pattered among the foliage. The rainfall alleviated the oppressive atmosphere, bringing a refreshing coolness. Whistling a cheerful tune, she traversed the slippery mountain path, her spirits brighter than ever. Ling Huaizhi's family was relatively well off, her father served in the police force, and her mother was a teacher. Growing up in a dual-income household, she had experienced happiness. However, tragedy struck when her mother traveled to Yangqing to assist her aunt with a supply run and encountered a robbery along the way, resulting in her aunt's death while trying to save her. Upon her mother's return, she was consumed by guilt for her aunt's demise. Burdened with remorse, she brought her aunt's 2 children to the city for care. With the addition of more children, her mother found it increasingly difficult to manage, ultimately sending her back to her grandmother's home. Xiaolu, once your brother and sister are a bit older and your parents can manage, we will bring you back, alright? Entrusting her faith in her mother, for she was the apple of her eye, she believed her mother would never willingly forsake her beloved treasure for long. Days bled into weeks, and weeks into years, her initial anticipation gradually eroded, leaving her in a state of numb resignation. Her parents, too, appeared to have relegated to oblivion the existence of their biological daughter languishing in the countryside. The disdain of her maternal grandmother and the vituperation of her aunt were endurable trials. What she found truly abhorrent were the lecherous gazes of her cousin, Zhao Maokai, and her uncle, Zhao Wenbing, which clung to her like loathsome flies. One day, her cousin, Zhao Xiaozui, impulsively invited her to attend a film screening. In the rural expanse where they resided, cinematic experiences were a rare indulgence, gracing the village only a handful of times each year. The screening was held in an open threshing ground, where the village's denizens, young and old, congregated en masse. Huaihua, I need to relieve myself, would you accompany me? Zhao Xiaozui implored. As dusk descended, the threshing ground was enveloped by haystacks and woodlands, and it was customary for the girls to seek solace in numbers when nature called. Ling Huaizhi acquiesced and followed Zhao Xiaozui into the thicket of haystacks. Huaihua, aren't you going to relieve yourself? Zhao Xiaozui inquired, crouching down. Ling Huaizhi pondered for a moment, reasoning that since she was already there, she might as well take advantage of the opportunity, lest she be left alone and unable to venture out on her own. No sooner had she squatted down than Zhao Xiaozui darted away. While Ling Huaizhi was still reeling in astonishment, a hand clamped over her mouth, and she was dragged deeper into the woods. Uncle, it was my sister who lured her here, I should have the first turn. Nonsense, I am your uncle. And I insist on going first. I refuse to inherit your cast-offs. Their dispute raged for some time, culminating in Zhao Wenbing's promise to bestow 20 yuan upon Zhao Maokai in exchange for the privilege of seniority. Ling Huaizhi was oblivious to the passage of that fateful night, a night in which all her vitality and aspirations were pulverized. Once the devil had unlocked the floodgates of desire, there was no closing them. Zhao Maokai and Zhao Wenbing, under various pretexts and guises, spirited her away from under the noses of the Zhao family. Subsequently, they exploited her in the flesh trade. When the crackdown came, the Zhao uncle and nephew, along with her, were apprehended. The police station notified her maternal aunt and grandmother, who, instead of offering solace, berated her as a harlot, an enchantress who seduced men. They argued that had she not been so alluring, 2 promising young men would not have erred. Zhao Shouhua, her long-absent mother, arrived and delivered a barrage of slaps across her face, lamenting, "How could I have given birth to such a vile creature? You shameless hussy! Unable to control your own loins, you dared to ensnare your uncle and cousin. You have utterly disgraced the Zhao family." Her biological father, Ling Huaizhi, was consumed by utter disappointment. "Your father is a public security officer, and yet you engage in such debasing acts, tarnishing the reputation of the Ling family ancestors for 18 generations. What sins have I, Ling Huaizhi, committed to beget such a brazen and shameless wretch?" She became the infamous harlot of the entire county. Zhao Shouhua sold her to a pig butcher for a mere 300 yuan. The pig butcher, of ill temper, would, upon indulging in alcohol, launch into tirades, branding her a strumpet and lamenting that marrying her had forever robbed him of his dignity. He seared her with cigarette butts, bit her, and used sewing needles to inscribe the word slut repeatedly upon her body. In utter despair, she was then sold by the pig butcher to a bachelor for 50 yuan and confined within a room. In her desperation, she descended into utter madness. "You madwoman! If you dare, I will not let you off lightly." She extracted a cigarette from the butcher's tobacco case, ignited it, and offered it as a libation to the heavens. "If the divinities are indifferent to the suffering of the insignificant, and no one will deliver me, then I shall deliver myself." "Insane! You're insane!" he shrieked wildly. She tilted her head back, imbibed a mouthful of liquor, and sprayed it upon the gleaming butcher's blade. "You speak truly. I am unhinged." Ling Huaizhi, recollecting her past existence, entered the courtyard amidst a torrential downpour. Zhao Wenbing approached with a handkerchief. "Good heavens, Huaihua! You're drenched to the bone. Here, let uncle dry you off." Chapter 3, The Ill-Fated Cabbage, dwelling in the cowshed Ling Huaizhi, bearing firewood on her back, passed by Zhao Wenbing when she suddenly lost her footing, tumbling directly toward him. The jagged thorns, accompanying Ling Huaizhi's fall, became embedded in Zhao Wenbing's face. "Aya!" Zhao Wenbing clutched his face, thorns having pierced his eyes. Zhao, the old woman, emerged upon hearing the commotion, beholding her son clutching his eyes, his face awash in blood. She seized a nearby sickle and lunged toward Ling Huaizhi. "You little harlot, are you blind? You dare injure your uncle? I'll cleave you in two today, lest you turn the world upside down." Zhao Wenjin, the eldest son, returning with a plowshare on his shoulder, restrained his mother. "Mother, let us speak reasonably. Huaihua is but a child. Why strike the girl?" The old woman was incensed. Look how she has blinded Wenbing's eyes." Ling Huaizhi cowered to one side. "Eldest uncle, I did not. It was younger uncle who approached suddenly, and I merely stumbled. He was impaled by the firewood." Zhao Wenjin, disliking his younger brother's idleness, had always regarded him unfavorably. "At your advanced age, how could firewood possibly inflict such an injury? It seems to me that you are simply attempting to shirk your responsibilities and feign an excuse." The elderly Mrs. Zhao, with maternal solicitude for her youngest son, interjected. "Why do you berate him so? Can't you see that he's bleeding? Wenbing has yet to take a wife. And if his eyes were to be impaired or his face disfigured, would you bear the responsibility for his remaining a bachelor?" As she uttered these words, she cast a malevolent glare in Ling Huaizhi's direction, adding, "Should my Wenbing be unable to find a wife, you shall be offered in marriage to your uncle." Zhao Wenbing entertained the notion of suggesting that such an exchange would be unnecessary, and that Ling Huaizhi could be given to him directly. However, the pain in his eye was excruciating, and with his mother present, he dared not voice his thoughts. Zhang Guifan, indifferent to her brother-in-law's plight, having toiled throughout the day, merely sought respite for her weary back. "Why do you linger? Are you waiting for me to prepare your meal and feed it to you?" Ling Huaizhi, crestfallen and tearful, retreated to the kitchen. In the evening, as she prepared noodles, she surreptitiously tossed a small handful of aconite into the pot. Once the water reached a boil and she began to add the noodles, she retrieved the aconite and discarded it into the stove. Zhao Wenjian, holding his bowl of noodles, noticed that Ling Huaizhi's bowl contained a mixture of sweet potatoes and bran, typically reserved for swine, and felt a lump forming in his throat. Huaizhi, our family is not so impoverished that we cannot afford to share. Henceforth, you shall partake in noodles during the evenings as well. The bran, with its rough texture, proved difficult to swallow. Ling Huaizhi took a bite of sweet potato, followed by a swig of cold water, and endeavored to force the bran down. There's no need, uncle. I simply prefer sweet potatoes. Zhang Guifan retorted with derision, it is easy for you to speak without experiencing the hardship. Our family is not lacking in provisions? There are 14 mouths to feed in this household, and she alone possesses an urban residency without land. A city dweller, intent on pilfering sustenance from our very mouths. You are truly a benevolent soul, harboring sympathy for a city person while being a rural resident. Zhao Wenjian opened his mouth, intending to mention that his sister and brother-in-law contributed a considerable sum to the family each year. Otherwise, given the frugal nature of both his mother and his wife, how could they have afforded to keep Ling Huaizhi for so many years? However, upon realizing that this money had been spent on their own children while their own child was left to eat pig feed, he hesitated to voice his thoughts. Xiao Cui, let Huaihua sleep with you tonight. With such heavy rain, the chicken coop is flooded and uninhabitable. Reminded of this, Zhao Wenjian felt a deep discomfort in his heart. How could a mere 200 yuan a year result in the child living in a chicken coop and eating pig feed? At that moment, Zhao Wenbing's pain had subsided, and he chuckled, my room is spacious, why not let Huaihua sleep with me? His unabashed gaze made even Zhao Wenjian, who rarely concerned himself with household affairs, sense something amiss. Be quiet. At your age, don't you know what to say and what not to? Have you no sense? Zhao old lady angrily smashed a bowl over Ling Huaizhi's head, exclaiming, shameless wretch. Trying to seduce your own uncle, are you lacking in men? Mother. Zhao Wenjian retorted furiously, how can you speak like that? Huaihua is still a child. A child, you say? Zhao old lady scoffed, glancing disdainfully, look at her figure. What young girl looks like her? Bah, shameless little harlot. Ling Huaizhi remained as indifferent as ever, rising to tidy up the kitchenware. Zhao Xiaochui, who was sulking over her meal, glanced at her own flat chest and huffed, mother was right, she is a wretch, growing up with the intention of seducing men. Mother. Why hasn't he, my second brother, come back? Dinner is almost over, Zhao Xiaochui finally remembered, noticing the absence of her second brother, Zhao Maokai. Zhang Guifan exclaimed in exasperation, what a reckless fool. If he insists on going to Yangqing to work, let him be. It's better for him to perish out there and spare me the endless worries. Zhao Wenjian slammed his palm against the table, questioning, did you give him money again? Zhang Guifan rose indignantly, what can he do out there without money? I am his mother, unlike those who merely give birth and neglect their offspring, discarding their burdens for others to bear. Zhao Wenjian's expression darkened, you always give him money, but has he ever used it wisely? How much did you give him this time? Anger radiated from the man, and Zhang Guifan felt a twinge of fear, just 70 yuan. 70 yuan? Is that all? Have you forgotten how impoverished we are? Zhao Xiaozui, however, did not allow Ling Hailu to enter the house, stating, the chicken coop has been flooded. But there's still the cattle shed. You'll have to figure it out yourself. You're filthy and infested with lice, I refuse to sleep with you. The cattle shed was similarly inundated, and Ling Hailu leaned against the straw, squinting until midnight, listening to the thunder crackle ominously, shaking the very structure of the shed. The torrential rain poured relentlessly, while the Zhao family, exhausted from their day's toil, succumbed to slumber. It was only then that Ling Hailu rose, traversing the stone wall of the shed, and climbed to the eaves, forcefully striking the already decaying rafters above. With a powerful kick against the earthen wall, a thunderous crash ensued as the entire structure collapsed. A piercing scream erupted from within the house, ah! Zhao Laotai's wail echoed. Alarmed by the unsettling noise, Zhao Wenjian hurriedly lit an oil lamp. With bovine companion in tow, Ling Huailu awaited in the courtyard. Uncle, she cried, hasten to succor grandmother, the house has collapsed. Guifan. Wenbing, arise and lend assistance. The neighboring villagers, roused by the commotion, swiftly arrived to offer their aid. After the collective effort of removing shattered tiles, decayed rafters, and mud, Zhao was discovered unconscious. Convey her to the infirmary with haste. The Zhao family expeditiously transported the elderly woman to the township clinic. With no senior family members present, Zhao Xiaocui had absconded early in the morning to frolic. Huaihua, attend to the tidying of the residence, I shall venture into the fields. Wang Feng, the eldest cousin's wife, carrying her child and provisions, also sought to avail herself of the opportunity to return to her maternal home. With the house now devoid of inhabitants, Ling Huaizhi rummaged as she tidied, dislodging a stone slab beneath Zhao's bed and unearthing a small jar. From within, she retrieved a wooden box, which she promptly breached with a screwdriver. Inside, she beheld a wad of currency ensconced in plastic wrap, alongside a jade bracelet, its hue as vivid as arterial blood. Ling Huaizhi caressed the blood-red jade bracelet. Is this the treasure that Ling Yujiao so assiduously seeks? Chapter 4, Zhang Guifan disciplines her daughter-in-law. Ling Yujiao is the eldest daughter of Aunt Zhao Xuehua, surpassing Ling Huaizhi in age by a year. Aunts Zhao Xuehua and Zhao Shouhua are twin sisters, their bond forged in childhood. The Zhao family's circumstances were favorable. The patriarch had once been a private school teacher, emphasizing education for his daughters, all of whom attended school. Zhao Xuehua, blessed with beauty but disinclined towards academia, married a prominent figure early on. Initially, she enjoyed several years of ease, but fortune shifted, and the once influential figure was reported and met his demise, leaving his widow and children to grapple with hardship. In the wake of the reform and opening up policy, the ambitious Zhao Xuehua joined the wave of entrepreneurs heading south to start a business. Blessed with beauty and a silver tongue, her business flourished. As things became overwhelming, she enlisted the help of her sister, Zhao Shouhua, to assist with procuring goods in Guangzhou. It was during one of these sourcing trips that tragedy struck, and Zhao Xuehua met her untimely demise far from home. Zhao Shouhua returned with her sister's ashes, vowing to raise her sister's children as her own, ensuring they would never want for anything. True to her word, she treated her sister's son and daughter as if they were her own flesh and blood. Her niece, Zhou Yujiao, changed her surname to Ling, becoming Ling Yujiao, and openly addressed her aunt and uncle as mom and dad. The family was so affectionate that no one could tell they weren't biologically related. Everything that was once hers was gradually taken over by Ling Yujiao, and her presence in the family home slowly faded. Now that fate had granted her a second chance, she was determined to reclaim what was rightfully hers, and seize everything that belonged to Ling Yujiao, setting aside any ties of kinship. Ling Huaizhi fastened the bracelet around her wrist and continued searching through her belongings. Inadvertently, she grazed her arm on a nail, and as she raised her hand, a bead of blood seeped into the blood jade bracelet, causing the entire piece to vanish in an instant. Subsequently, she found herself in a peculiar place. It was a small courtyard, with a pristine, humble thatched cottage standing before a blossoming peach tree. Despite being early summer, with the early peaches nearing ripeness, the tree was still in bloom. Falling blossoms created a picturesque scene. The courtyard also featured a well, and upon closer inspection, Ling Huaizhi discovered it contained water. Could it be that fate, in recognition of her previous life's misfortunes, had bestowed upon her this divine sanctuary? Ling Huaizhi sat cross-legged on the steps of the thatched cottage, elated as she counted the money she had extracted from Zhao Maokai, as well as what she had unearthed from beneath the late Zhao Laotai. Zhang Guifan had surprisingly bestowed upon Zhao Maokai a sum of 310 yuan. Truly a generous gesture from a mother. As for the savings of Zhao Laotai, the total, combining both sizable amounts and scattered coins, astonishingly amounted to 853.5 yuan. It seemed that Zhao Shouhua was rather neglectful towards her daughter, yet she had not been lacking in filial piety towards her mother, Zhao Laotai. With such a treasure trove at her disposal, Ling Huaizhi freely rummaged through the premises for valuable items, even pilfering eggs from the chicken coop. This flurry of activity consumed the better part of the day. In her previous life, the house had also collapsed, but on that fateful night, it was not Zhao Laotai who was crushed beneath the debris, but rather she herself, who was asleep in the cattle shed, injured by falling tiles. She had to endure the pain while preparing meals and doing laundry for the family, resulting in a permanently weakened arm that had become misshapen. In this life, she had orchestrated the house's early collapse. When the Zhao family returned, she had tidied up the kitchen. "How long has it been? Are you still not done?" Zhang Guifan exclaimed, exasperated by the disorder. She scolded her eldest daughter-in-law, "Did you not assist in the cleanup?" The eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Feng, recoiled slightly, saying, "I did help. But Huaihua claimed to have a headache and was slow in her work, otherwise, we would have finished this task long ago." Ling Huaizhi cast a frosty glance at Wang Feng, her disdain for the Zhao family palpable. From the eldest to the youngest. Even the mice in their holes were thoroughly corrupt. Zhang Guifan, her anger boiling over with no outlet, was incensed by the lingering existence of the old woman, who, even with a broken leg, required hospitalization and incurred expenses. Unable to contain her frustration, she seized a nearby bamboo stick, poised to strike Ling Huaizhi. Ling Huaizhi cried bitterly, "Cousin, you took the cured meat and peanuts back to your mother's home. I dare not inform Aunt about it. Why do you lie and say I am idle? Aunt, I have been working all along. It is cousin who took Jinbao back to her maternal home. If you do not believe me, ask Jinbao." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guifan cast a sharp glance at Wang Feng and hurried to the main room. Noticing the 2 pieces of cured meat missing from the beam, she disregarded her grandson and began striking Wang Feng with the bamboo stick. "You wicked woman. After I've been away for half the day, you dare to pilfer from your mother's house. If I do not punish you today, I shall not bear the surname Zhang." Cousin Zhao Maotian, with a grim expression, inquired of his young son Jinbao, "Jinbao, did your mother go to your grandmother's?" The 5-year-old Jinbao replied with a sulky adding, "Mother even took the candy that great-grandma gave me to give to cousin Juzi. I dislike her." Jinbao was the cherished darling of the Zhao family, and even Zhao Xiaozui and Zhao Maocheng, the younger couple, had to yield to him. He was selfish and possessive, unwilling to share his candies with anyone. Zhao Maotian's countenance darkened ominously as he pushed past Zhang Guifan and seized Wang Feng by the hair, violently slamming her against the door. "You audacious woman! How dare you steal from my home to give to your family? I command you to steal." Wang Feng's head was bloodied from the impact, and she cried out in anguish. Ling Huaizhi, lurking nearby, felt no pity for Wang Feng. Suddenly, another shriek echoed through the room as Zhang Guifan emerged holding a tin box of biscuits. "Where is my money? Where is my money?" Ling Huaizhi hid behind Zhao Wenzhen, exclaiming, "I am unaware. After finishing my chores this morning, I rushed to the fields to harvest wheat. If you, Aunt, do not believe me, merely glance at the wheat in the main room. All of it was gathered by me. In the afternoon, I went to fetch water from the well and tend to the cattle, and upon my return, I resumed my tasks. So busy that I scarcely had time to sip water." Zhang Guifan harbored no suspicions towards Ling Huaizhi, viewing her as a timid girl who would not dare to act boldly, even if given 100 chances. Moreover, Ling Huaizhi had no place to conceal stolen money within the Zhao household. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she turned to Wang Feng, exclaiming, "You wretched creature! You have grown audacious enough to steal my money." Zhao Maotian, seething with anger, had veins bulging on his forehead as he grasped Wang Feng by the neck, demanding, "Speak. Did you take money from my family to give to your own?" Zhao Jinbao, feeling out of sorts today, could not shake off thoughts of the peanut candy. It was indeed her who took it. "I witnessed her shoving things into my grandmother's pocket behind the house." Zhao Maotian's fury surged, and he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, causing Wang Feng to roll on the ground in distress. Had the neighbors not arrived swiftly, she might have faced grave consequences. Ling Huaizhi met Wang Feng's resentful gaze without an ounce of remorse. Wang Feng had unjustly accused her of theft in her attempts to pilfer from her family. Following that incident, she had not hesitated to promote her own reputation. Returning from a day of play, Zhao Xiaozui approached Ling Huaizhi and whispered, "Huaihua, was it truly my sister-in-law who stole those items?" Ling Huaizhi turned her head, instantly noticing the red marks on her neck. "Where have you been?" Chapter 5, the willful cousin Zhao Xiaozui's expression shifted to one of unease. She twisted her braided hair and muttered, "Wasn't I going to fetch grass for the pigs? Otherwise, did you bring back the grass from the pig pen?" Ling Huaizhi smiled gently but remained silent. Of course, it was she who had collected the grass from the pig pen. Zhang Guifan raised her daughter like a precious heiress, fearing that the harsh sun might darken her complexion or that labor might roughen her delicate hands. She was entirely unwilling to have her work, all for the sake of one day marrying Zhao Xiaozui off to the city. Upon hearing that her daughter had gone to fetch grass for the pigs, Zhang Guifan angrily struck Ling Huaizhi with the broom she held, exclaiming, "You little rascal! After I've been away for half a day, you dare to boss around your sister. You think you're something special, don't you? Just look at yourself. How can you compare to our Cui Cui?" Zhao Wenzhen interjected grumpily, "After running around all day, the house is a complete mess, and you don't feel tired? Hurry up and tidy up, we need to rest." Tomorrow, Xiaozue is going to the hospital to bring back your uncle, and your grandmother needs someone to attend to her. With her grandmother having broken her leg, she required someone to assist her with her needs. Zhao Xiaozue tossed her braid back defiantly. I refuse to tend to her. I don't want to be stuck with her foul odor. Dad. Could you call my uncle and aunt to ask about the job they were supposed to find for me in the provincial city? Zhao Wenjian glanced at Ling Huaizhi. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, what nonsense are you talking? Jobs in the city aren't that easy to find, even your sister Huaihua hasn't secured one yet. With the daughter being here, shouldn't they prioritize her job search first? Zhao Xiaozue disdainfully glanced at Ling Huaizhi. Her? She hasn't even graduated from elementary school and dares to seek employment? Ling Huaizhi tightened her grip on the kitchen knife, still not having completed her 5th grade curriculum. She had been sent back to her hometown in Mianbei, under the pretense that it would facilitate her education. Upon her return, Zhao Wenjian entered the kitchen, rolling a cigarette, and said to Ling Huaizhi, Huaihua, do not heed your sister's nonsense, she speaks without restraint. If your parents had jobs, they would undoubtedly prioritize you. Ling Huaizhi deftly scooped pig feed into the trough and replied, Uncle, rest assured, I understand. Both you and Auntie treat me well. Even if my parents were to give their jobs to my cousin, it is only right. In a previous life, she might have harbored hopes. But having experienced their cold indifference firsthand, she could no longer believe such hollow words. Zhao Wenjian sighed, your parents, alas, they have their own difficulties. Ling Huaizhi lowered her gaze, her eyelids casting a shadow over the resentment brewing within her. Difficulties? Indeed. She vowed to make their lives even more arduous than before. With the entire family unwilling to care for old lady Zhao, it fell upon Ling Huaizhi, the silent workhorse, to shoulder the burden. Ling Huaizhi had ventured into the city alongside Zhao Tiankai, the clever boy from her village. His name suited him well, reflecting his sharp wit, however. His fate was as unfortunate as his childhood nickname, Dog Boy, for both had been raised in hardship. Dog Boy's mother had gone to work early alongside his father, toiling tirelessly to make ends meet, eventually succumbing to exhaustion and illness. Dogwa's uncle obstructed medical care for Dogwa's mother at the hospital entrance, asserting that an outsider should not deplete the family's resources and burden everyone. Dogwa's mother tearfully acquiesced, declaring that she would forego treatment, prioritizing her son's education and future marriage, unwilling to leave him with debt. Even before Dogwa's mother had passed, Wang Jianfen, a widow from a neighboring village, had already moved into Dogwa's home with her children. In Dogwa's presence, Wang Jianfen inquired, why hasn't your mother died yet? What kind of decent person burdens others like this? An early death would liberate everyone. Wouldn't we all be relieved once she's gone? Lying in bed and needing 4 drips every day costs money. I think this mother is cruel, knowing she can't be cured, yet clinging to life, deliberately tormenting her husband and child. Dogwa's mother, filled with resentment and anger, sought revenge in her final act, hanging herself in her home. Dogwa, she vowed, I died in this house, and I will watch that wicked woman every day. If she dares to mistreat you, I will haunt her at night. However, reality proved that the living hold sway over the dead. Wang Jianfen disregarded Dogwa's mother entirely, continuing her verbal abuse and resorting to fire tongs instead of gentler means of discipline. Dogwa swore vengeance, promising to throw his stepmother into the pond to rot, like hemp, when he grew up. Even in his vow of revenge, the child dared not speak boldly. If Ling Huaizhi wanted to leave Zhao family village, he needed a companion. And that ally was Dogwa Zhao Tiankai, with whom he shared a life-or-death bond. Zhao, in a gesture of goodwill, proffered a handful of small bills to Ling, stating, I've inquired, and there's a daily bus from the village to the county. From there, you can transfer to the city. A round-trip ticket should cost around 5 yuan. Once you find your parents, everything will be all right. He felt compelled to assist Ling, as she had once saved his sister, and he couldn't bear to see her mistreated. Ling, however, declined the money, pushing it back towards him. Keep it, she insisted, I won't be returning just yet. I'm going to the clinic, and Zhao will be there. So I might need your help with something. She was in no hurry to return to the city. The true inferno wasn't Zhao family village, but rather the Ling household in the city. Compared to Zhang and Zhao, Zhao was far more ruthless and insidious, concealing her malice beneath a facade of maternal benevolence, making it difficult to find fault with her. In her previous life, Ling had suffered precisely because she was unaware of Zhao's true nature, which led to a series of tragic events. Besides, she had scores to settle in Zhao family village and couldn't simply leave. Zhao responded urgently, but you're already 18. For the past 2 years, they were wary of the village chief and didn't dare to marry you off overtly. But now it's different. You're of age. And they might just turn around and marry you off to that coal mine owner's dim-witted son. Ling shook her head, don't worry. The coal mine owner's son won't want me. That family was nouveau riche, and the couple were kind-hearted enough to know the Zhao family's moral character. They wouldn't want to marry into such a family. Have you taken care of the things I asked you to do? Ling was thinking of the movie she watched in her previous life, where she was violated by Zhao and his uncle. In this life, Ling intended to prepare in advance. Rest assured that fellow San Lu has recently been quite enamored with your cousin, surely he will come around soon. Ling Huaizhi smirked. Realizing why Zhao Xiaochui yearned to escape daily, it was evidently to rendezvous with San Lu. She recalled Zhao Wenbing's gaze, which resembled that of a fly. You will come to the health clinic tomorrow and keep an eye on Zhao Wenbing for me. At the entrance of the clinic, Zhao Wenbing fixed a hostile stare upon Ling Huaizhi. Hua Hua, have you taken a liking to that wretched fellow Go Hua? Chapter 6, The Malicious Gynecologist. Absolutely not. Ling Huaizhi replied, lowering her head as she passed by him and made her way directly to the ward. Zhao Wenbing reached out to grasp her. You listen here. However, his swift hand missed Ling Huaizhi and instead landed upon another woman's backside. The woman retaliated with a sharp slap across his face. Perverted scoundrel. What are you trying to do? Let me remind you that this is a rural health clinic, not some secluded grove in the countryside. If you seek to take advantage, don't even think of doing so on me. Do you wish to endanger your life? This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the elderly Zhao matriarch, who, despite her fractured leg, had ventured out to relieve herself. Upon seeing her youngest son being wronged, she momentarily forgot her own plight and lunged at the woman. You vile, old hag. Do you not consider your age before you lay blame upon my son? Let me inform you, my son-in-law is a police officer in the provincial capital, and my daughter is a teacher. Do not presume my family is without worth. The woman in question was Zhang Yulian, the only gynecologist in the clinic, who, despite her husband working at the county hydroelectric station, always dressed in a fashionable manner. Unable to tolerate any insinuation regarding her age or appearance. With a forceful shove, she toppled old Mrs. Zhao, exclaiming, Aha! No wonder that little beast dared to grope me. Like mother, like son. Provincial police? Even if you brought the municipal party committee secretary, I wouldn't be intimidated. You're just a country bumpkin trying to scare me. Old Mrs. Zhao, having just had her leg set, suffered a dislocated bone from the fall. Ouch, ouch. Everyone, come and see. The doctor in this hospital is beating people to death. At that moment, the hospital's director arrived, stating, Madam, Dr. Zhang has worked in our hospital for many years. Her character and competence are well known. You can't blame others for your own failure to discipline your son. The patients, all seeking favors from the doctors and director, would not echo the words of old Mrs. Zhao and her son, and instead condemned them. Old sister, you're already at an advanced age, can't you find peace even in the hospital? Trying to extort the doctor is inappropriate, don't you think? That boy doesn't seem like an honest person. His eyes were glued to that pretty girl. I think he's probably not a good person. Indeed. I share a room with her and overheard the mother and son discussing marrying off their granddaughter to a wealthy city dweller, lamenting that they couldn't sell her to more families. Ling Huailu kept her distance, recognizing Zhang Yulian at first glance. The woman had a mole beneath her lower eyelid, leaving an indelible memory. In her past life, she was violated by Zhao Wenbing and Zhao Maokai, and later became pregnant. The two brought her to the hospital for an abortion, and she begged Zhang Yulian to report the crime and save her life. Instead of offering succor, Zhang Yulian's countenance was filled with derision as she said, at such a tender age, instead of cultivating virtue, you consort with men and bear illegitimate offspring. Who is to blame but yourself? I have seen many women like you, so morally lax, willing to spread their legs for anyone. You deserve such a fate. Her words, laced with such venom, nearly caused her to faint. Was she complicit in her own violation? Driven by personal animus, Zhang Yulian administered no anesthesia during the surgery, excising her uterus in a manner so brutal that she teetered on the brink of death. Discarding the organ into a refuse bin, she said, You should be thanking me. I've removed your uterus, so now you can frolic as you please, seducing as many men as you desire without fear of consequence. A woman of your ilk, peddling herself. Seeks only pleasure and ease in earning money, does she not? Ling Huaizhi lay upon the frigid hospital floor, the blood staining her trousers, encasing her heart in a layer of ice. Once recovered, she discovered that Zhang Yulian's audacity stemmed from an illicit affair with the hospital director. Seeking retribution, Ling Huaizhi cunningly incited Zhao Maokai to pilfer from Zhang Yulian's home, exposing their clandestine relationship. The director, under the guise of punishing theft, had Zhao Maokai imprisoned. Once the scandal erupted, Zhang Yulian was compelled to divorce, becoming the laughingstock of Fengming Township. In this life, Zhang Yulian had not wronged her. Yet Ling Huaizhi could not abide such a person remaining in the hospital. The woman's heart was simply too venomous. In her ambition to transfer to the county hospital, she had exploited her position as a doctor, surreptitiously deceiving girls from her relatives' families into procuring relationships, causing untold harm. Ling Huaizhi, discerning that the tumult had reached its zenith, feigned discovery and rushed over, exclaiming, "Grandmother, what has happened to you? Oh my, I hope your leg isn't injured again. Doctor, doctor. I implore you to attend to my grandmother swiftly." Zhang Yulian lifted her foot to leave but paused, glancing down at Ling Huaizhi, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. This young girl possessed an overly beguiling charm, she must surely be of dubious character. Old Lady Zhao, in pain, pinched Ling Huaizhi's arm, exclaiming, "Wretched creature! Where have you been? Didn't you see me being mistreated?" Tears streamed down Ling Huaizhi's cheeks as she stammered, "Grandmother, it is my fault. I went to fetch water for you, intending to help you bathe, but I had no idea." An elderly woman nearby could no longer bear the scene and pulled Zhao's hand away, saying, Now, do not go too far. Your granddaughter has just arrived. Changing your sheets and fetching hot water. She is far more useful than your son, who only knows how to eat and sleep. Although she is not your blood, you should not show such blatant favoritism. Old Lady Zhao believed that Ling Huaizhi had intentionally complained to tarnish her son's reputation and shot a fierce glare at the girl. That wretched child. I shall settle the score with her later. The doctor arrived and went through the motions again, properly adjusting the splint on the elderly lady. "Madam, you must not move about recklessly, if you shift your bones, you may never heal properly." As Ling Huaizhi stepped out to dispose of the trash, she passed by the delivery room and heard the continuous cries of a laboring woman inside. Zhang Yulian, holding a porcelain basin, scolded, "Call your mother. When you were enjoying yourself with that man, did you ever consider today's consequences? What a shameless creature, now you know pain, don't you? If you keep screaming, you will be thrown out, go home and let the midwife assist you." The cries of the new mother gradually diminished, transforming into suppressed sobs. The man at the door rubbed his hands anxiously, his face betraying distress as he paced back and forth, hesitant to inquire about the situation. Zhang Yulian emerged to fetch some water, coincidentally encountering Ling Huaizhi, who had just returned from disposing of the trash. "Come here, young lady." Zhang Yulian beckoned Ling Huaizhi into her office. "It seems your grandmother has caused you some distress." As she spoke, she rummaged through her drawer, producing a handful of sweets for Ling Huaizhi. With keen eyes, the young girl noticed a stack of money hidden beneath the candy bag. She lowered her gaze, twisting her hands together, her voice barely a whisper, "Dr. Zhang, my grandmother forbids me from eating others' food." Without hesitation, Zhang Yulian pressed the sweets into her hands. "This is from an older sister, what are you afraid of? If your grandmother dares to complain, I shall scold her." Ling Huaizhi's eyes immediately welled with tears, and she hurriedly wiped them away with her sleeve. Zhang Yulian observed the dirt-stained fabric with barely concealed disdain. Yet the sight of the girl's fair complexion and delicate form beneath her floral blouse softened her expression into a smile. "Why are you crying? Did the candy offend you?" Chapter 7, Zhang Yulian schemes. Ling Huaizhi wept more sorrowfully. "I cannot call you sister, I do not deserve it. Dr. Zhang, no one has ever given me candy. No one has ever treated me so kindly." Zhang Yulian's smile widened, she understood that this innocent girl from the countryside, often oppressed and bullied by her elders, was easily swayed. "My dear, I pity you, your uncle is not a good man, and a beautiful girl like you is bound to suffer." Ling Huaizhi seemed to have found a confidant to share her troubles with. "Sister Zhang, you have no idea. My uncle always takes advantage of moments when no one is around to touch me here and there. I'm so scared. But neither my grandmother nor my aunt cares about me." Zhang Yulian's eyes filled with disdain. "He still dares to lay a hand on you? Who told you to have such a seductive face? Are you not deliberately trying to entice men? Shameless wretch. It is precisely because of these cunning vixens that men become fickle-hearted. Just like my initial suitor, he left me simply because someone more beautiful caught his eye. Little sister. I have an idea that can not only help you escape from your uncle's household but also allow you to become a city dweller. Would you be willing? Ling Huaizhi blinked her large, watery eyes. Really, is that truly possible? But if my grandmother and uncle find out, they will come looking for you. Sister Zhang. I cannot implicate you, perhaps it's best to let it go. Zhang Yulian grasped her hand. What are you afraid of? You may fear them, but I do not. Rest assured, if they dare to bully you in the future, just come to my office for some fun. And I guarantee they won't dare to bother you. If that little wretch were sent to Secretary Zhang, then her transfer to the county hospital would. Her fingers grazed Ling Huaizhi's delicate skin, and a wave of intense jealousy surged within her. How could this wretched girl be so fair and tender? Despite toiling under the sun in the countryside every day? When Ling Huaizhi returned, she was pulled aside by Zhao Wenbing to the back wall of the health clinic. Where did you run off to? Were you deliberately avoiding me? Ling Huaizhi, trembling with trepidation, exclaimed, No, uncle, I haven't tea. Then why have you been so hard to find? Zhao Wenbing inquired. Dr. Zhang called me over to speak. What did she want from you? Zhao Wenbing harbored a disdain for Zhang Yulian, for this woman had dared to slander him. Ling Huaizhi hesitated. She said she wanted to take me as her godsister and even offered me some candy. As she spoke, she fished out some candy from her pocket. Zhao Wenbing's eyes widened upon seeing the exquisite shrimp candy, and he questioned, Why is she being so generous towards you? Ling Huaizhi lowered her gaze. I don't know. She gave me a lot and even told me to go to her office if I wanted more. Zhao Wenbing tossed a piece of candy into his mouth. Then you should go and get some more. No. Ling Huaizhi vigorously shook her head. There's a lot of money in her drawer, so much money. If it goes missing, I wouldn't know how to explain. A lot of money? So much money? Zhao Wenbing's interest was piqued. Where is it kept? I can't say. Ling Huaizhi darted away. Zhao Wenbing bit down on the candy, pondering. In such a tiny place, didn't she mention it was in the drawer? This girl is truly foolish. That night, everyone in the ward was asleep. Ling Huaizhi sat on the floor, dozing off. Grandma Zhao forbade her from getting too close to the bed, insisting that half of it be left for her younger son to sleep. She had suggested that Wenbing return home, but her younger son, being dutiful, refused to leave, insisting on staying with her. Amidst the stillness, Zhao Wenbing stealthily slipped out. Ling Huaizhi's eyes flickered, and she proceeded to inject some of the tranquilizer she had stolen from Zhang Yulian's office into the 4-bag. In this era, the quality of medical care is dismal, particularly in rural clinics. Even if the elderly woman were to pass away unexpectedly, it is unlikely that anyone would discern the cause of her demise. However, if she were to die now, it would merely benefit that throng of dutiful offspring and virtuous grandchildren. The old woman succumbed to a deep slumber. Ling Huaizhi discreetly slipped out of the ward, carrying soiled laundry to the washroom, and subsequently made her way to the back window of Zhang Yulian's office. She observed Zhao Wenbing extracting money from the drawer and stowing it away in his pocket. Before Zhao Wenbing could exit, the office door swung open once more. Director Ding. Why are you still at work so late? It was Zhang Yulian's voice, imbued with a hint of charm, a stark contrast to her earlier cold demeanor. Director Ding pressed Zhang Yulian against the desk, stating, If Dr. Zhang hasn't clocked out, how could I possibly leave? Besides, old Lin works overtime every day. I must pay my respects to his family. Zhang Yulian laughed playfully. Why bring up that deceased ghost? She tilted her head back, her hair cascading over the desk, brushing against Zhao Wenbing's face. By the faint moonlight filtering in, Ling Huaizhi could discern Director Ding's rotund belly. Sister Yulian, tell me. Between me and your old Lin, who is more formidable? The desk creaked as it swayed, mirroring Zhang Yulian's movements. Old Ding, in terms of prowess, it must be. It must be you. You are even more formidable than King Zhou. Beneath the desk, Zhao Wenbing could scarcely fathom the unexpected turn of events. As he pilfered money, he stumbled upon such an intimate affair, silently praying for their swift conclusion so he could make his escape. Damn it! That woman's cries were utterly unbearable, utterly oblivious to the patients in the ward. There were movements from above, and Zhao Wenbing was in a state of torment. In that moment, thoughts of Ling Huaizhi resurfaced in his mind. Old Ding, last time when you went to the county to see Secretary Zhang. What did you say about my job transfer? Director Ding, panting heavily, replied, why are you so anxious? You know very well that old Zhang has an eye for women. Just look at the two you recommended last time, truly lacking in appeal. Zhang Yulian interjected urgently, old Ding, I have encountered someone promising. You remember that woman from this morning, the grandmother's granddaughter? Did you see her? Director Ding clearly recalled Ling Huaizhi, and his irritation flared even more. Well, she is just slightly inferior to you. Zhang Yulian cursed inwardly, you insufferable man. Just mentioning her gets you all worked up, and yet you dare to say such things. How about we offer her to Secretary Zhang? That way, your job will be secure. Outside the window, Ling Huaizhi listened to their lewd banter and silently sprinkled some pepper. Just as their conversation was about to reach a fever pitch, Zhao Wenbing's nose, already irritated by Zhang Yulian's hair, could no longer withstand it. With the introduction of pepper, he erupted into a thunderous sneeze. This single sneeze startled the two above remarkably. Before the reservoir's gate had even opened, a silent overflow had already begun. Zhang Yulian forcefully shoved Director Ding aside, disregarding her attire, and swiftly yanked the light cord. Chapter 8, The Praying Mantis Catches the Cicada. While the yellow bird awaits. You lecher. How did you end up here? Zhao Wenbing felt the panic and unease of a thief caught red-handed. However, when his gaze inevitably fell upon Zhang Yulian, he found himself inexplicably unafraid. He reached out and pinched Zhang Yulian, exclaiming, you call me a rogue? The real rogues are you. Director Ding, I have met your wife, she is the accountant at the health clinic, but she doesn't resemble this at all. Damn it. Why should I be afraid? I am not the one caught in the act, it is the adulterers who should be trembling in fear. Besides, every family has someone. My brother-in-law is in public security. Zhang Yulian, accustomed to being domineering, could not tolerate Zhao Wenbing's audacity and immediately slapped him. You thieving rogue, dare you threaten me? She reached to grab Zhao Wenbing's hair, declaring, you've got some nerve, I swear I will deal with you today. Zhao Wenbing was no ordinary country boy. He was the youngest in his family, spoiled by his grandmother and siblings from a young age. After Zhao Xiuhua married into the provincial capital, she often took him out to broaden his horizons. His audacity far exceeded what Director Ding and Zhang Yulian could have anticipated. He retaliated with a slap across Zhang Yulian's face, you foul woman, think you're tough? Caught in the act, and you still dare to act so brazenly? Do you believe I won't step outside and shout, ruining both of your livelihoods? Seeing that this young man was proving difficult to handle, Director Ding sighed. Young man. Just tell me what you want. Your elderly lady is still hospitalized, isn't she? How about this, I will cover her hospital fees. And you can pretend this incident never happened, alright? At this moment, Zhao Wenbing was seething with anger. He cast an insidious glance at Zhang Yulian, and chuckled, ding ding. It's said that those who witness the find are entitled to a share. You can't expect me to go without even a sip of the broth while you feast on the meat. You. Zhang Yulian flared up. Just who do you think you are, daring to? Dr. Zhang. Ding Ding interjected, giving her a meaningful look. The young comrade isn't feeling well. As a doctor, you should examine him. Zhang Yulian gritted her teeth in anger. Old Ding, you. Zhao Wenbing playfully flicked Zhang Yulian. Dr. Zhang, I'm feeling rather unwell. Please. Would you take a look? Since you're already in this predicament, it's just a minor inconvenience, isn't it? Ding Ding cleared his throat. Well, Dr. Zhang, you're busy. I'll take my leave first. With that, he hastily adjusted his trousers, darted out the door, leaving Zhang Yulian seething with rage. She wanted to scream, but feared being overheard in the stillness of the night. You scoundrel, if you dare lay a hand on me, I'll. Zhao Wenbing, never one to be intimidated, retorted, what will you do? Dr. Zhang, my lips are sealed, but you must offer some recompense, mustn't you? If the benefits are insufficient, I can't guarantee I won't spread rumors. In that case. Zhang Yulian had never endured such humiliation, and was consumed by a homicidal rage. Ling Hualu, lurking outside the window, bitterly regretted not having a camera, for he would have loved to expose these two to the true meaning of social demise. Zhao Wenbing. in his supreme arrogance, simply fell asleep on the cot in Jean Yulian's office, even helping himself to the 2 bottles of liquor Jean Yulian had intended as gifts. Jean Yulian, her heart filled with vexation, dared not linger at the hospital. Ignoring the expectant mother who arrived in the middle of the night, she went straight home. As Ling Huaizhi observed her departure, she stealthily returned to Jean Yulian's office and discreetly retrieved the money from Zhao Wenbing. Having accomplished this task, she resumed her duties in the laundry room. At the break of dawn, the elderly woman in the adjacent hospital bed extolled Ling Huaizhi in the presence of old lady Zhao, remarking, "Your granddaughter is truly remarkable. She tirelessly labors even late into the night to wash your clothes. I can see she possesses a diligent spirit, always engaged in meaningful tasks. Tell me, has your granddaughter been promised to anyone? Such a beautiful and industrious young lady is indeed a rare find." Old lady Zhao responded with a wary expression. "What are you implying? My granddaughter is destined to marry into the city, do not even entertain such thoughts." Zhao Shouhua had previously advised her, emphasizing that Ling Huaizhi, with her striking beauty, should not be hastily promised to anyone. It would be more fitting for her to wed someone who could contribute to the family's endeavors. After all, how else could she have maintained control over Zhao Maokai for so many years? The neighbor merely clicked her tongue in disdain, thinking, marrying into the city? She truly believes that beauty alone will elevate her to the status of a phoenix. Meanwhile, Zhao Wenbing, having indulged in drink, slept soundly in Zhang Yulian's office throughout the night. He groggily appeared in the hospital room the following day, immediately seizing a bun from before old lady Zhao and devouring it. With concern for her younger son, she urged, "Since Huaihua is here to care for me, you should return home. You won't eat well or sleep properly here, and it pains me to see you like this." Zhao Wenbing, however, was resolute. "I will not leave. I must attend to you, dear mother. Only when you recover will I find peace of mind." He felt he had discovered a hen that laid golden eggs and was determined to remain by her side. He observed with clarity that Zhang Yulian, in her capacity as a midwife, would solicit a 20 yuan gratuity for each delivery, augmenting this with her regular wages, being the sole gynecologist in the township. Her monthly income invariably exceeded 1,000 yuan. Zhao Wenbing resolved to impose upon Zhang Yulian, having partaken of his morning repast with languor, and mindful of the funds in his possession, he contemplated acquiring some finer garments in town. Upon entering the emporium, he gestured expansively, essaying a plethora of styles. The corpulent proprietress, under the impression that she had encountered a simpleton, addressed him effusively as dear brother, with excessive cordiality. However, upon preparing to remit payment, Zhao Wenbing discerned that not only the funds purloined from Zhang Yulian, but also the personal cash of several dozen yuan, had vanished entirely. A sudden chill of apprehension washed over him. Given his meticulous nature, a mere misplacement was improbable. Ergo, the sole remaining hypothesis was that Zhang Yulian, the perfidious shrew, had surreptitiously returned the prior evening and, capitalizing on his inebriated state, had pilfered his funds. Concurrently, Zhang Yulian was in conference with Director Ding, stating, "Regardless of the method you employ, this man must be removed. To dare take liberties with her, exploit her resources, and then refuse to depart. Zhang Yulian has witnessed a vast array of individuals, yet such an audacious scoundrel is unprecedented in her experience." Director Ding expressed concern. Such a substantial individual cannot be easily made to disappear. Zhang Yulian scoffed, "What difficulty is there? I perceive him to be fond of spirits, should he partake, I shall not hesitate to end his life." Director Ding, averse to complications, demurred, "Let us observe the situation initially, in the event that he..." Before he could complete his utterance, Zhao Wenbing stormed into the room, seizing Zhang Yulian by the hair and delivering 2 resounding slaps to her face. "How dare you? You scoundrel, steal my money!" Zhao Wenbing's face contorted with rage. "Return my money, it must be returned." Zhang Yulian was truly on the brink of madness. He had stolen her money, taken advantage of her, and even consumed the wine she had gifted to others. Now that her money was missing, he had the audacity to come back to her. Was there no justice left in this world? Director Ding hurriedly interjected, "Let us speak calmly. It's merely a matter of money. Here's the plan, Xiao Zhao, this afternoon, Dr. Zhang and I need to meet someone. Why don't you accompany us? We can all go out for a meal, and upon our return, you will have your money. Will you join us?" Chapter 9, Seeking money from Mother. Zhao Wenbing's eyes darted with realization. He had witnessed it yesterday. Regardless of whether those women were giving birth or other patients were undergoing surgery, it was customary to slip red envelopes to the director and the doctors. The audacity. They claimed it was merely a meal, but it was undoubtedly a ruse to gather benefits. Why would he agree to go? Zhang Yulian then asked Ling Huaizhi, Xiao Lu. Are you going to the reservoir for some fun? Ling Huaizhi shook her head. I cannot go, I must take care of my grandmother. Zhang Yulian considered that her primary focus today was to address Zhao Wenbing, so there was no urgency with Ling Huaizhi. Just as the group departed, Ling Huaizhi approached Zhao Tiankai and handed him 50 yuan. Dogwa, treat Salve and the others to a day at the reservoir. And keep an eye on Zhao Wenbing and his crew. Zhao Tiankai was taken aback. Where did you get this money? 50 yuan was not a trivial amount. Given the Zhao family's miserly nature, it was impossible for them to part with such funds for Ling Huaizhi. Without batting an eye, Ling Huaizhi replied. I found it in the water room yesterday. Don't concern yourself with it for now, I have important matters to attend to. She recounted the discovery Zhao Wenbing had made regarding the dean's illicit affair. They will undoubtedly seek to silence Zhao Wenbing. Take Salver and the others with you to bear witness. Should they attempt a fatal assault, instruct Salver and the others to remain uninvolved. Zhao Tiankai. Familiar with the dean's reputation, and under the misapprehension that Ling Huaizhi had also been subjected to his harassment, gritted his teeth and vowed, rest assured. I will keep a close watch on that cur. Ling Huaizhi turned to return to the ward, but as she approached the entrance, she was met with the vituperative voice of Zhao's grandmother, that wretched girl. Always disappearing without a trace, gallivanting off who knows where. The elderly woman in the adjacent bed could not bear to listen. Old sister, do not speak so harshly. Your granddaughter is still family. That child is never idle. Why do you berate her so cruelly? Zhao's grandmother glared, I will scold, I will scold. What can you do about it? If you have the means, purchase her for your own family. The neighboring woman sighed, turned over, and fell silent. Ling Huaizhi entered, carrying a hot water bottle. Grandmother, regarding your leg injury. Should we not inform my parents? The Zhao family would never relinquish such an opportunity to extract money. Alas, Zhao Shouhua's money was not so easily obtained. Zhao Wenzhen, possessing some semblance of dignity, was reluctant to broach the subject. Zhang Guifan, as the elder sister-in-law, lacked sufficient influence. Thus, it fell to Zhao's grandmother, as the mother, to initiate contact. Zhao's grandmother paused, realizing her oversight. Indeed, how could I have forgotten to call my eldest daughter? You go and telephone your mother. Ling Huaizhi twisted the hem of her garment. I have no money. Zhao's grandmother glared. If you have no money, why not sweeten your words and beseech someone? Everything requires money, I might as well go myself. Regardless of her scolding, Ling Huaizhi remained unmoved. Unable to find alternatives due to her immobility, old Madame Zhao relied solely on Ling Huaizhi. Frustrated, she retrieved a crumpled 1 yuan note from her pants pocket, instructing her to save it and not to spend the remainder, but rather to bring it back and ask her mother for more money. Ling Huaizhi accepted the money and made her way to the only shop in the street with a telephone, dialing the Ling family's number. Who is this? The voice on the other end was languid, as if just awakening from slumber. Ling Huaizhi twisted the phone cord, her eyes ablaze with resentment. Biting down hard on her lower lip, she took a deep breath. Mom, it's me, Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu? There was a pause on the other end, followed by a soft chuckle after a moment. What prompted you to call your mother, Xiao Lu? Do you miss me? I've already told your father that we would bring you back during the summer vacation. It's just that things are so hectic at home. Your cousin is preparing for the college entrance examination this year, and your father has been extremely busy with work changes. Then there's also your younger brother. Ling Huaizhi gazed at the blinding sunlight outside the small shop, its brightness painfully piercing her eyes. In her previous life, she never understood why her biological mother, Zhao Shouhua, treated her with such disdain. Many years later, when she was orchestrating the demise of Ling Yujiao, she finally uncovered the secret Zhao Shouhua had long feared she would unveil. Mom. She interrupted Zhao Shouhua's rambling. The house back home has collapsed. And Grandma has a broken leg and is hospitalized. She has asked you to send her 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? Zhao Shouhua, interrupted mid-sentence, expressed her displeasure, her voice rising in volume. Xiao Lu, do you know that we have 3 children at home? Mom, Grandma said if you don't give her money, don't blame her for not showing you respect. Ling Huailu's tone was timid, her eyes filled with a chilling intensity. Zhao Shouhua had cast her aside to the countryside because of that phone call. So, did Grandma Zhao, her biological mother, know Zhao Shouhua's secret? Indeed. There was a momentary pause on the other end. Time seemed to drag on, and after a while, Zhao Shouhua's voice, laced with resentment, came through. Don't listen to her nonsense, your grandmother is old, and her mind has become muddled. Ling Huailu's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. Mom. Grandma said if you don't behave, she will call my dad, and it won't just be a matter of 1,000 yuan. Mom. What on earth is going on? Grandma's words are so harsh. On the line, Zhao Shouhua's breathing quickened slightly. What could it possibly be? Just some trivial matters from before my marriage. At her age, she can't distinguish right from wrong and treats her own daughter like an enemy. Fine, after all. She is my mother, what can I do? Her tone was tinged with helplessness and seething anger. Ling Huailu sensed her intention to hang up and hurriedly said, Mom. I miss you. I miss you so much. Her voice quivered with emotion, and her longing seemed to traverse the 200 kilometers, reaching Zhao Shouhua's ears. Xiao Lu. Your mother misses you too. Don't worry, I will come to pick you up this summer. Really? Really? Ling Huailu also believed it to be true, after all. When the pig is fattened, it can be weighed and sold for a good price. After finishing the call, Ling Huailu went to the meat processing factory a few miles away from the township. Outside the meat processing factory, she found a secluded spot, entered the dimension, changed into old Zhao's clothes, and made her face dirty, even blackening her teeth with charcoal sticks prepared in the dimension. She wrapped a floral headscarf around her head and walked to the security section of the meat processing factory, tremblingly taking out 5 yuan for the old man in the security section. Big brother, can you help me buy some coarse salt? The coarse salt in the meat processing factory, which is actually nitrite, is used as a food additive. The authorities have been educating the public that the stuff is industrial salt and can cause poisoning if consumed in large quantities. However, the cost-conscious people don't care, thinking, poisoning? Then why are you using it in the public sector? People often come to buy cheap salt in private. And the old man in the security section often takes advantage of his position to make some extra money. The old man, fanning a cattail fan, glanced at Ling Huailu. I say, sister, the authorities have said that this stuff can cause poisoning if you eat too much. Ling Huailu chuckled foolishly. Brother. I'm buying it to feed the pigs. The old man didn't say anything else, anyway, he had made it clear. And he wouldn't be responsible if someone died from eating it. How much do you want? Chapter 10. The ill-intentioned cousin Ling Huailu returned to the hospital with 5 pounds of coarse salt and took out the food she had bought along the way. She took out the remaining 2 cents from her pocket and handed it over. Old Zhao snatched the money and scolded, what kind of phone call is so expensive? Costing a whole yuan? Don't you know to speak faster? Ling Huailu lowered her head, murmuring, my mother, she was unwilling to give, claiming she had no money. I begged for quite some time before she finally agreed to provide 200. Old Lady Zhao was once again inclined to smash her bowl. That wretched creature. My leg is broken, and she only offers 200? Just wait. If she does not properly provide the money this time, I will not let her off easily. While tidying the bedding, Ling Huailu's gaze flickered. It was evident that old Lady Zhao held a significant leverage over Zhao Shouhua. However, this leverage was deeply entrenched. And even in her past life, when she had caused Zhao Shouhua's demise, she had not been privy to the true nature of the secret. In the afternoon, Zhao Wenzhen arrived with several relatives. Mother, let us check out of the hospital. Staying here costs at least 5 yuan a day, a burden that I cannot bear. We can recuperate at home, there is no need to waste money and effort in the hospital. Old Lady Zhao was reluctant to leave. Have I not prepared my room? Zhao Wengen's expression darkened, his head still dusted with wheat chaff. Mother, this is the busy farming season, I cannot spare the time to tidy your room. For now. Squeeze in with Xiao Chui, and once the harvest is complete, I will arrange for someone to renovate your house. Old Lady Zhao turned away. Call your sister and have her send me money. Zhao Wenzhen exchanged a glance with Ling Huailu, and the two exited the ward. Did you not call your mother? He inquired. She knows best, in such matters, she would not hesitate to ask for money. Ling Huailu kept her head down. I did call. Mother said she would give 200, but grandmother is unwilling. Zhao Wenzhen sighed. All right. Let us not speak of this matter again. By the way, where is your uncle? Ling Huailu looked perplexed. I do not know. Unbeknownst to him. He wondered how Zhao Kai and his cohorts were faring. Zhao Wenzhen, accompanied by several kinsmen, was about to depart with old Madame Zhao upon a sedan chair when Zhao Wenbing unexpectedly returned, drenched yet visibly elated. In stark contrast, Ding Ding and Zhang Yulian wore expressions that betrayed a forced gaiety, tinged with palpable dejection. Zhang Yulian, beckoning Ling Huailu, addressed Zhao Wenzhen. I am particularly fond of your niece. I would be delighted to have her as my adopted sister. Before Zhao Wenzhen could respond, Zhao Wenbing interjected with a grin, excellent. Huaihua, you must address her as elder sister forthwith. His excursion with Ding Ding had broadened his horizons, despite his unfortunate tumble into the water, from which he narrowly escaped. Ling Huailu glanced timidly at Zhao Wenzhen, who, pleased at the prospect of having an acquaintance within the hospital, remarked, it is an honor for our family that Dr. Zhang favors you and wishes to adopt you as her sister. He surmised that her fondness for his niece was merely a passing fancy. Zhang Yulian's spirits lifted somewhat. Then it is settled. Little Lu, remember to visit your elder sister often. Zhao Wenbing, with a lecherous glint in his eyes, chimed in, rest assured. I shall frequently bring Huaihua to see Dr. Zhang. Zhang Yulian cast a disapproving glare at Zhao Wenbing, yet she was satisfied with Ling Huailu's demeanor. For she deemed such a timid and comely maiden easily manipulated. As for Zhao Wenbing, upon returning home, Ling Huailu encountered Zhao Kai in the fields as she went to carry wheat. Zhao Kai lamented. I witnessed it clearly, Zhang Yulian and that dean intended to drown Zhao Wenbing, that bastard. They were unaware that the cunning little creature was remarkably adept in the water. Surfacing after a while, infuriating the two men to the point of turning their faces a shade of green. Yet, the foolish Zhao Wenbing appeared oblivious to their lethal intentions. As he spoke, he intended to return the money to Ling Huaiyu, who insisted he keep it, saying, you should hold on to it. Little Taoya is still young. And your stepmother will undoubtedly deprive her of proper meals. Buy some food discreetly and stash it away to ease her hunger. Taoya, the younger sister of Zhao Tiankai, was merely 8 years old, resembling a fledgling chick. Living under the watchful eye of Wang Jianfen was akin to the plight of a servant in the old society. Often going hungry, poorly clothed, and enduring beatings and scoldings. Had it not been for his sister, Zhao Tiankai would have fled long ago. But you. Zhao Tiankai contemplated procuring some food for Taoya, yet he recognized that Ling Huaiyu also faced hardships. Ling Huaiyu shook her head, signaling him not to worry about her. Have you noticed how Zhang Yulian wishes to eliminate Zhao Wenbing? Did San Luer and the others perceive it? No. This remark left Zhao Tiankai feeling quite distressed. He lamented the waste of 3 yuan spent treating San Luer and others to soda. He resolved to keep them dangling, as their utility would eventually manifest. Upon returning home, the responsibility of cooking naturally fell once again upon Ling Huaiyu. She continued to prepare noodles for the Zhao family while she herself picked sweet potato chunks from the pig feed. Having seen enough, Zhao Wenzhen fell silent. That night, they still lodged in the cow shed, and Ling Huaiyu contemplated that once Zhao Wenbing was dealt with, it would be time to move to the city. For the sweltering summer heat and swarms of mosquitoes rendered the shed unbearable. Soon, the Zhao family would likely suffer from poor health as well. In the stillness of the night, Ling Huailu entered the pocket dimension, settling down in the thatched cottage to take stock of her recent acquisitions. She simmered the pork ribs she had purchased from the township market in a pot, and the savory aroma wafting from the stove made her mouth water. She couldn't recall the last time she had savored meat. She retrieved her coffer and sat by the hearth, counting her money. She had obtained 310 yuan from Zhao Maokai, 853. 5 yuan from the old lady, 217 yuan she had pilfered from her maternal uncle's wife, Zhang Guifen's room. And 550 yuan from Zhang Yulian at the hospital. In the blink of an eye, she had become a small-time millionaire with nearly 2,000 yuan. As Ling Huailu gnawed on a rib, she contemplated how to abscond with the 1,000 yuan remittance that Zhao Xiaohua had sent to the old lady. Without arousing suspicion. Before Ling Huailu could even devise a plan to retrieve the remittance slip, Zhao Xiaochui came to find her. Huaihua. Tomorrow is Grandpa Wang's 70th birthday, and they're showing a film at the threshing ground. Are you going? Ling Huailu's face lit up with anticipation. But she dejectedly shook her head. I need to work while it's cool in the evening. My aunt won't let me. Don't worry. If you want to go, I can take you. Zhao Xiaochui declared triumphantly. Really? Just tell me if you want to go or not. Yes. As darkness fell, Zhao Xiaochui announced her intention to watch the film, inevitably incurring a scolding from Zhang Guifan. The film Romance on Lushan Mountain was quite popular among the youth. And the older generation enjoyed it as well, as it was a rare treat to watch a film in the countryside at that time. Halfway through the film, Zhao Xiaochui tugged at Ling Huailu's sleeve. Huaihua, come with me to relieve ourselves. Ling Huailu's gaze flickered as she fixed her eyes on her cousin. Cousin. The woods are too dark. Perhaps it would be more convenient to wait until we return home after the show? Zhao Xiaocui demurred. Hurry up, I'm about to burst. In the flickering light of the film projection, Ling Huailu's expression became indistinct. Must you go now? Can't you hold it a little longer? Zhao Xiaocui, grasping her wrist, dragged her into the inky blackness of the woods, devoid of any light. As she ventured ahead, a glint of excitement sparkled in Zhao Xiaocui's eyes. She felt a slight sting on her wrist, but paid it no mind. All right, this spot will do. Zhao Xiaocui squatted down. Aren't you going to relieve yourself? Since her rebirth, Ling Huailu had possessed heightened senses. Amidst the cacophony of the film's soundtrack, she discerned the subtle sound of someone treading on the verdant grass. Approaching their location, accompanied by hurried, excited breaths, she slowly lowered herself, her eyes reflecting a faint, eerie glow in the darkness. Upon seeing her squat, Zhao Xiaocui was overjoyed and darted away. Behind her, Ling Huailu's eyes gleamed in the darkness, her gaze as sharp as a honed blade. Zhao Xiaocui. When you committed such deeds for money, did your conscience not prick you? Nay, she would feel no remorse, but rather revel in her descent into the abyss, never to be redeemed. Alas, fortune seemed to have abandoned her this time. Ah! Zhao Xiaocui seemed to have tripped over something, a sharp pain coursing through her ankle. Enduring the throbbing pain, she found herself incapable of even the slightest movement forward. Ling Huailu approached her with deliberate slowness, inquiring, Sister Xiaocui, why have you ceased your flight? In her previous existence, she had endured countless episodes of escape and capture. Darkness, a source of both terror and a surge of adrenaline, heightening one's perception of danger. Now, peril was encroaching step by step. Why? Huaihua. Zhao Xiaocui exclaimed, a mixture of alarm and dread, yet failing to fully grasp the gravity of the situation. She sensed an unsettling aura surrounding Ling Huailu this evening, as if possessed by some malevolent entity. Huaihua, I've twisted my ankle. Could you possibly give me a piggyback ride? Ling Huailu drew near, her voice a chilling whisper, Sister Xiaocui. You are far too heavy for me to carry. The cinematic performance is drawing to a close. If you tarry, I shall proceed without you. He he. Her laughter echoed through the darkness, imbued with an inexplicable eeriness. Zhao Xiaocui watched helplessly as she receded into the distance, longing to call out to her. Yet the sound emanating from her throat was no more than a faint buzz. Ling Huaihua, how dare you treat me in such a manner? When I return home, I shall have my mother and brother beat you to a pulp. Zhao Xiaocui's fury raged within her, yet she was soon consumed by terror. Someone had entered the woods and was advancing in her direction. Uncle. Overcome with dread, the words she uttered were barely discernible. Huaihua, you are mine this evening. Ha ha ha. Zhao Xiaocui detected the scent of alcohol on Zhao Wenbing's breath, and tears welled up in her eyes. Uncle. Please desist. It is I, Xiaocui. Alas. Her pleas went unheard. The gentle moonlight cascaded through the trees, illuminating Zhao Wenbing's lecherous and exhilarated visage, yet failing to reveal the glimmer of tears upon Zhao Xiaocui's face. In a moment of critical tension, he was suddenly struck with a forceful kick to the back, causing him to shudder in pain. How dare you meddle with my beloved? Out of nowhere, San Elvier appeared, accompanied by a companion, seizing Zhao Wenbing and mercilessly assaulting him with kicks and blows. Damn it! Had I not heard whispers of Zhao Xiaocui cavorting in the woods, I would never have believed such a thing. Zhao Wenbing, suffering excruciating pain in his chest and abdomen, found himself unable to call for help. At that moment, Zhao Xiaocui finally regained her composure, crying out, San Elvier, I. The pale moonlight illuminated her tear-streaked face amidst the chaos, igniting San Elvier's fury. He delivered a vicious kick to Zhao Wenbing and commanded his accomplice, drag this bastard away. As his subordinate took Zhao Wenbing aside, San Elvier crouched down and slapped Zhao Xiaocui across the face, exclaiming, Wretched girl. How could you betray me and cavort with another in the woods? Speak. Who was that scoundrel? Overwhelmed by her recent terror, Zhao Xiaozui struggled to comprehend the situation. The man who had once treated her with kindness, gifting her hair ornaments, sweets, and secretly providing her with dresses, had suddenly morphed into a stranger. San Elvier glared at Zhao Xiaozui with a malevolent gaze, spitting in disdain. Damn it, since it has come to this, I shall not allow that bastard to take advantage. The woods echoed once more with Zhao Xiaozui's helpless sobs. Concealed within the spatial dimension, Ling Huaizhi observed a scene reminiscent of her past life's torment. Albeit with different actors. She reappeared among the crowd, unnoticed. Zhao Dan, the village chief's daughter, recognized Ling Huaizhi. Why aren't you with your cousin? Ling Huaizhi. Her gaze fixed on the film, responded, she just stepped out. I couldn't find her and was worried about returning alone, so I wanted to stay with you, Sister Dan. Zhao Dan, a high school graduate who didn't make it to university after a year of retaking exams, was now at the age of considering marriage. She held a disdain for the Zhao Xiaozui family, who, despite relying on Ling Huaizhi's parents for their livelihood, treated the young girl like a beast of burden. I'll take you home later. Your cousin has been associating with Sanliver recently, and that fellow is a scoundrel. Stay away from him. Sanliver, who lost his father early, had a widowed mother and 3 older sisters. He was spoiled by his family from a young age. Aside from his slicked-back hair and glib tongue, he was worthless, just like Zhao Wenbing, engaging in petty theft and mischief all day long. The villagers looked down on him. And only Zhao Xiaozui, with her addled mind, would associate with him. Ling Huaizhi was born beautiful. And if it weren't for Zhao Dan's father being the village secretary and a close relative of the Zhao family, preventing them from engaging in such transactional marriages, Ling Huaizhi would have likely been sold off by the Zhao family for money long ago. Zhao Dan took Ling Huaizhi back to the village. When they arrived at the Zhao's residence, Zhao Wenzhen was still weaving bamboo baskets by the moonlight. Huaihua, why didn't Xiaozui come back with you? Ling Huaizhi whispered, halfway through the movie, Sister Xiaozui said she needed to relieve herself and didn't want me to follow. After that, I didn't see her anymore. Zhao Dan couldn't resist adding, Uncle Wenzhen, keep an eye on Xiao Chui. Lately, she's been associating with Sanner. Everyone in our village knows what kind of person he is. Zhao Wenzhen paused in his bamboo strip weaving, his expression darkening. When did this start? Zhao Dan immediately regretted speaking. As her mother had cautioned her against interfering in matters concerning old Zhao's family, I saw them sharing fried dough twists at the March Temple Fair. Zhao Wenzhen retrieved his cigarette case. I understand. Dan, you should head back early. Zhao Dan departed, and Ling Huaizhi began tidying the bamboo strips and pieces in the yard. Zhao Wenzhen exhaled smoke. Huaihua. Do you know if your sister has been seeing Sanner? Ling Huaizhi shook her head. Uncle, Xiao Chui doesn't like me following her around. At that moment, Zhang Guifan returned. She glanced around, asking, where's Xiao Chui? The movie ended ages ago. Why hasn't she returned? Zhao Wenzhen rose, brushing bamboo shavings from his clothes. Huaihua, go check if your grandmother needs assistance. Xiao Chui's mother. Come with me to look for Xiao Chui. Zhang Guifan cast a sidelong glance at Ling Huaizhi. Weren't they together? Why didn't they return together? Did you intentionally abandon your sister? Zhao Wenzhen scolded. Xiao Chui is a year older than Huaizhi, and her legs belong to her. If she wants to run off, how could Huaizhi possibly stop her? Zhang Guifan couldn't bear Zhao Wenzhen's protectiveness of his niece. Zhao Wenzhen, why are you yelling at me? Who is your daughter, anyway? You're always at odds with me for the sake of an outsider. How can your heart be so biased? Chapter 12, Has my cousin seen a ghost? Amidst the acrimonious dispute between the couple, Zhao Xiaozui returned on her own, hobbling with an awkward gait. Zhang Guifan, with a belly full of pent-up anger, lashed out. Where in the world have you been? Why are you walking like that? Zhao Xiaozui, enduring the pain, replied, I fell into a ditch. Zhang Guifan berated her further, with such a bright moon, you still managed to fall into a ditch. Are your eyes covered by your pants? Where's Xiaocheng? It's the dead of night, why hasn't he returned yet? One by one, you're all so vexing, you won't be content until you've driven your old mother to her grave. Inside the house, Ling Huaizhi, hearing Zhang Guifan's incessant scolding, turned Zhao Laotai over. Zhao Laotai, with drooping eyelids, mumbled, tomorrow. Go to the village and ask Wenchang if your mother has remitted the money. Yes, Ling Huaizhi replied, holding a basin to collect her excrement. As she exited the room, she collided with Zhao Xiaozui, and urine from the basin splashed onto Zhao Xiaozui. Disregarding her disgust, Zhao Xiaozue, with a contorted face, demanded, Where? Where did you go? Ling Huaizhi looked bewildered. Sister, what are you talking about? After relieving myself, I returned with you. You said you had something to attend to and didn't want to come back with me, so I went to find Sister Dandan and we returned home together. Zhao Xiaozue's eyes widened. You're saying I went out with you? Ling Huaizhi affirmed, yes, you and I went out together. And we even ran into Gua by the drying ground. If you don't believe me, go ask Gua. Zhao Xiaozue's body trembled, and she leaned against a pillar for support. That's a lie. You clearly abandoned me and said you wouldn't wait for me. Ling Huaizhi regarded her with incredulity. Sister, what preposterous things are you saying? How could I possibly speak to you in such a manner? The woods were so dark, how could I abandon you alone? We emerged from the woods together, encountering not only Gua but also Aunt Shouyun and Sister Lanhua. If you doubt me, you may inquire of them. Zhao Xiaozue, witnessing her unwavering conviction and fearless demeanor, recalled her sudden paralysis and Ling Huaizhi's unsettling expression, causing her to shudder involuntarily. She remembered tales of a woman in red who had hanged herself near the drying ground. After liberation, to suppress the haunting, the village held meetings and film screenings there, hoping to use the large crowds and abundant yang energy to quell the presence. Could it be that last night, she had truly encountered a specter? The thought prompted her to glare fiercely at Ling Huaizhi, blaming her for the ordeal she had suffered. She entered her room, crestfallen, and muffled sobs followed. Ling Huaizhi curled her lips into a subtle smile. Gua was in league with her, and as for Aunt Shouyun, that notorious gossip, she would embellish stories regardless. Zhao Xiaozue would certainly not dare to question her. And Zhao Lanhua, with whom Zhao Xiaozue had once competed for a suitor, resulting in a bitter feud, would naturally be avoided. Having evaded the calamity of her past life, Ling Huaizhi slept soundly through the night. Before dawn, Zhao old woman's voice echoed like a soul-summoning cry, Is everyone in this family dead? I need to relieve myself. Huaihua. You dead girl, get up. Ling Huaizhi feigned deafness, leading the old ox to the foot of the mountain. She then went to the fields to gather a basket of cowpeas before leisurely returning home. Bearing a chamber pot and disheveled hair, Zhang Guifan interrogated Ling Huailu, Where have you been so early in the morning? Ling Huailu, clutching a basket of string beans, replied softly, I went to graze the cattle and gather beans for breakfast. Unable to vent her frustration on Ling Huailu, Zhang Guifan turned her attention to Zhao Xiaozue's door, banging on it as she shouted, Lazy girl, why are you still in bed at this hour? Do you think you're an invalid, waiting for someone to cater to your every need? This entire family depends on me to work myself to death. Would you be satisfied only when I collapse and your father brings home a stepmother? These days were consumed with harvesting wheat, planting sweet potato seedlings, and sowing peanuts. Zhang Guifan toiled relentlessly, her resentment growing at the thought of her second son, Zhao Wengue, and his family enjoying a comfortable life in the city, shielded from the sun and rain. The door was flung open by Zhao Xiaozue, her eyes swollen. All you ever do is order me around. Is Zhao Maocheng crippled? Can't he do any work? Zhao Maocheng emerged from the house, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Sister, be reasonable. I need to study. I can't let this interfere with my education. Zhao Xiaozue, leaning against the doorframe, retorted, School is out for the harvest season. Yet you use studying as an excuse to sleep near the school. Don't think I don't know. Zhang Guifan grabbed a broom and began striking Zhao Maocheng. School's out. And you can't even help with the chores? Are you deliberately trying to exhaust me to death? Ling Huailu stoked the fire in the stove, prepared a simple bran dumpling soup, and, after stirring it briefly, carried a basket to the vegetable garden behind the house. Aunt Shouyun, with a basket on her back and a sickle in hand, inquired of Ling Huaiyu, Has your great-aunt been scolding again? Ling Huaiyu replied with a soft hum, bowing her head to cut wild lettuce vines from the ground to feed the piglets. Aunt Shouyun, aware of Ling Huaiyu's reserved nature and her reluctance to speak, did not await her response and continued, Your great-aunt, despite living a life better than most, seems to relish in constant bickering and scolding. It is fortunate that your great-uncle is a man of integrity, otherwise, I fear someone might well have silenced her tongue. You, dear child, are quite unfortunate. What was your mother thinking? She brings home a child from the city to enjoy the finer things in life, only to send you back here to serve as a maid. TSK. Alas, it seems I cannot converse with you, my taciturn little gourd. I must seize the moment before the sun rises and hasten to harvest the wheat. Ling Huaizhi pretended not to hear. At merely 18 years of age, she bore the weight of a soul aged 45, no longer the naive girl of her past life who would be moved to tears by mere words. One learns that in this world, apart from oneself, no one is truly dependable. Today, the chores of cooking and washing dishes did not fall to Ling Huaizhi. They were shouldered by Zhao Xiaozue, not out of pity for Ling Huaizhi, but because the latter was expected to labor in the fields. Zhao Xiaozue, apprehensive of the sun's glare, was reluctant to toil outdoors. Ling Huaizhi carried a hefty bundle of wheat home, and before she could quench her thirst, she heard old lady Zhao calling out, Wenbing, are you back? Chapter 13, Zhao Shouhua's ungratefulness. Ling Huaizhi wiped her brow as she entered the house. Grandmother. It is I, my uncle has not yet returned. Reclining against the headboard, the elder Mrs. Zhao berated, that good-for-nothing. Always gallivanting about, never knowing where he's off to. Come here, I have something to tell you. Go to the village and see if the remittance slip has arrived. If it has, go to town and withdraw the money. But don't let your maternal uncle and his family know. Ling Huaizhi wasn't surprised by the elder Mrs. Zhao's intentions. After all, the old woman had always been selfish and stingy, preferring to let her own children starve during famine years rather than skimp on her own meals. It was said that before the twins Zhao Shouhua and Zhao Shuihua, there had been a son and a daughter who had starved to death. The adults had nothing to eat, let alone them. This was the elder Mrs. Zhao's emotionless recollection many years later. To her, the death of 2 children was less distressing than the loss of 2 chickens or piglets. Ling Huaizhi braved the blazing sun to head towards the village branch. Secretary Zhao Wenchang, wearing a straw hat and carrying a bag, emerged from the office. I was just about to take this to your house, but you've come yourself. He rummaged through the bag and produced the elder Mrs. Zhao's remittance slip. Your mother is quite filial, sending 1,000 yuan in one go. Zhao Shouhua had always been a legend in Zhao family village. When the elder Mr. Zhao was alive, all of the children attended school. Later, after the elder Mr. Zhao passed away, the old woman was incapable of managing the household. The little fortune that the elder Mr. Zhao had accumulated was swindled away by her family, and naturally, she could no longer afford to send the children to school. Zhao Shouhua refused to accept this. If she wasn't allowed to go to school, she would study on her own, noting down anything she didn't understand and seeking guidance from teachers in the township on market days. It was through this tenacity that she managed to pass the entrance exam for a secondary vocational school for teachers, completing her studies with the support of several elders in the village. Fortuitously, she once saved an elderly lady from heatstroke during her studies, only to later discover that this lady was a venerable professor from the provincial capital. Through their ensuing acquaintance, the elderly woman grew fond of the diligent young girl, adopting Zhao Shouhua as her own goddaughter. Owing to the professor's influence, Zhao Shouhua secured a teaching position at an elementary school in the provincial city upon graduation. Subsequently, she obtained her professional teaching credentials for junior high and was transferred to the esteemed provincial third middle school. Even her partner, Ling Wenhai, was introduced to her by this benevolent elder. Zhao Shouhua thrived, elevating her brother, Zhao Wengue, who then pursued higher education and found employment at the County Grain Bureau, marrying a woman from the city. Thus, their family transcended rural life, acquiring urban residency and enjoying public grain allocations. The reason Zhao old lady commanded respect in Zhao village was primarily due to her children, Zhao Shouhua and Zhao Wengue. Ling Huaizhi received the remittance slip, her demeanor shy as she remarked, Uncle Wenchang, my grandmother insists that my mother's financial assistance must remain unknown to my uncle and aunt. If anyone inquires, please state that my mother sent only 200 yuan. Uncle Wenchang, if it becomes known that the sum is 1,000, my grandmother will suspect I have let something slip, and then. The frail young girl, clutching the remittance slip, looked nervously at Zhao Wenchang. Being from the same team and living less than 300 meters apart, Zhao Wenchang was well aware of the nature of Zhao old lady. He sighed, do not worry. This remittance slip will remain unseen, and I shall not divulge it to anyone. Ling Huaizhi exhaled in relief, thank you, Uncle Wenchang. Zhao Wenchang glanced up at the sky. The sun was scorching. Why not wait until tomorrow to collect the money in the countryside? Ling Huaizhi shook her head, the morning is cool and pleasant. I must go to the fields. Zhao Wenchang inwardly cursed Zhao Laotai for her lack of humanity. She was clearly living off her eldest daughter while tormenting her granddaughter as if she were less than human. Fortunately, in this era, There were no identity cards or facial recognition devices. Ling Huaizhi, clutching the remittance slip, made her way to the Rural Credit Cooperative, where she awkwardly forged Zhao Laohai's signature and secured a sum of 1,000 yuan. She withdrew 800 yuan, stowed it away in her storage box, and proceeded to the market to purchase 2 pig trotters and 5 pounds of ribs, along with some rice, flour, oil, and spices to store. This storage space was truly a magical realm, preserving items in their original state, thus eliminating any concerns of spoilage or decay. After some contemplation, Ling Huaizhi ventured to the farmer's market to acquire 2 sets of fresh clothing and a pair of sandals, along with a strikingly designed red dress. She planned to visit the city soon and could not bear to wear her current soiled attire. Exiting the market, she was en route to the health clinic when she encountered San Luer and his mother around the corner. San Luer's mother had spent the first half of her life without bearing sons, enduring disdain and maltreatment from men and in-laws, only to give birth to this youngest son in her 40s. This child became her pride and joy, elevating her status and allowing her to stand tall, as she cherished San Luer, fearing he might come to harm or suffer indignities. Alas, their fortune was short-lived. When San Luer was 6 or 7, his father passed away, leaving him in the care of his mother and 3 sisters. This overindulgence led to his becoming a lazy and gluttonous young man. San Luer, his mother advised, that girl from Li family ditch may have slightly slanted eyes and a few pockmarks, but she is healthy and robust, and with a generous backside. She is sure to bear sons. Our family is not well off, marrying such a girl would ensure stability. Once you've settled down and started a family, and I'm resting beneath the earth, I'll be able to face your father and grandparents with a clear conscience. Wearing a flamboyant shirt and with one hand casually in his pocket, Sal retorted with impatience, you never speak the truth. A few pockmarks? Her face is a veritable lunar landscape, so cratered that even mosquitoes would lose their footing. And broad hips? All she is a chest and a posterior, and she's shorter than a broom. How dare you suggest she's a match for me? He wouldn't even consider Zhao Xiaozui. Why would he be interested in a girl like that? Sal's mother dabbed at her tears. She may not be worthy of you, but we can't even afford a proper bride price. What kind of girl can we possibly bring into this house? And stop pining after Zhang Guifen's daughter. That girl is indolent and a glutton, not fit for married life. Besides, that old crone from the Zhao family looks down her nose at us, and she's determined to marry her granddaughter off to the city. She'd never approve of our family. Sal sneered inwardly. In the past, he might have thought the Zhao family considered themselves above him, especially since they had 2 urban residency permits and could easily find Zhao Xiaozui a job. He only flattered her because she had relatives in the city. But now, she was nothing more than damaged goods. Last night, after the movie ended, as he was hastily adjusting his trousers, his little brother told him that the scoundrel who had gotten there before him was none other than Zhao Wenbing, uncle and niece. Salve nearly vomited in disgust. But her cousin. Salve stroked his chin thoughtfully. Why hadn't he considered this before? He had been so preoccupied with Zhao Xiaozui that he had overlooked Ling Huaizhi. Ling Huaizhi, having overheard a few words, departed with the intention of procuring medicine from Zhang Yulian at the hospital. As I approached the entrance, I caught sight of Zhang Yulian and Zhao Wenbing standing beneath a yellow corner tree. Ling Huaizhi paused her steps and discreetly concealed herself behind a nearby haystack. I overheard Zhang Yulian, her voice laced with impatience, exclaim, Zhao Wenbing, you took over 500 yuan from me, what more do you want? Chapter 14, Zhang Yulian harms her own niece Zhao Wenbing, with a playful grin, inched closer to her, Sister Yulian, let us not dwell on the past. I'm in need of a bit of money these days, could you lend me 200 yuan? 200? Zhang Yulian's teeth clenched in anger. Her monthly salary amounted to merely 118 yuan, and here he was, demanding more than a month's worth of her earnings. Did he think she was a money tree? No. You've already taken all my money last time. Taken? Zhao Wenbing's tone shifted abruptly. Sister Yulian, if you refuse to have a civil conversation, don't blame me for going to your man and revealing the blemish on your backside. You. Zhang Yulian's lips quivered with rage. Her life had been smooth sailing until she became entangled with this scoundrel. Not a single day had passed in peace since. Don't go too far. Zhao Wenbing pinched her waist, saying, Sister Yulian, rest assured, I am not the kind of person who merely asks for money without offering something in return. You saw my niece, didn't you? With her looks, I dare say there is no one else like her in your village, let alone the county. I can offer her to you, and you can do with her as you please. What do you say? After all, he will be her first man. Who she chooses thereafter is of no concern to him. Concealed behind the haystack, Ling Huaizhi maintained an unruffled composure. Her prior existence having acquainted her with the true nature of Zhao Wenbing, thus precluding any astonishment at his mercantile treatment of her. Zhang Yulian, upon conjuring the visage and figure of Ling Huaizhi, experienced a considerable abatement of her ire. Is it not purported that her parents are denizens of the city? By what authority, as her uncle, do you presume to dictate her fate? Zhao Wenbing, with insouciant assurance, avowed, rest assured. My elder sister long ago ceased to concern herself with her well-being. Should you secure a propitious domicile, feel free to proceed accordingly. As for my mother, I shall undertake to assuage her. Zhang Yulian, in that instant, conceived a stratagem. In that event, convey her hither to the subsequent rendezvous. Once her employment in the county materializes, the reprobate Zhao Wenbing shall be consigned to the discretion of Director Ding. Zhang Yulian dispensed 200 yuan to Zhao Wenbing and, suppressing her vexation, returned to the hospital, where, beneath the arboreal canopy near the entrance, Ling Huaizhi awaited her. Little LV, what brings you here? Ling Huaizhi, in a subdued tone, responded, Sister Zhang, my maternal grandmother bid me procure some medication. Zhang Yulian, observing her flushed countenance and contemplating the affairs of the county, promptly declared. Come, let us converse in my office. By virtue of her affiliation with Director Ding, Zhang Yulian procured the requisite pharmaceuticals with ease, and before long, she had assembled the entirety of Ling Huaizhi's medicinal needs. Ling Huaizhi, clutching the remedies provided by Zhang Yulian, hesitated, seemingly beset by trepidation. Zhang Yulian, unable to countenance her timorous demeanor, urged, Speak freely, what troubles you? What is there that you dare not confide in me? Ling Huaizhi, with palpable trepidation, inquired, Sister Zhang, did my maternal uncle, did he cause you any vexation? My maternal uncle, he is consumed by the desire to espouse a city bride, relying on her largesse for his sustenance. Sister Zhang is so kind-hearted, I fear for her. Zhang Yulian's heart was filled with resentment. It seemed that Zhao Wenbing could not be allowed to remain, otherwise, he would surely become a future threat. As the two conversed, suddenly a girl of around 16 or 17 burst in, kneeling before Zhang Yulian, Aunt, please save me, I am with child. Zhang Yulian abruptly yanked the girl aside, You come to me every day asking for money, do you think my wealth is as abundant as the wind? I told you all. She dragged the young girl into the adjacent delivery room. However, Ling Huaizhi had exceptional hearing and could discern every word clearly. Aunt, it was you who took me to see that man. He hurt me, and now I'm so scared. The girl sobbed, her fears palpable. Ling Huaizhi's nails dug into her palm. This was the girl whom Zhang Yulian had sold. If Zhang Yulian were to perform surgery on this girl, she would likely meet the same grim fate as she had in her past life, being brutally deprived of her womb. After pondering, she recalled that Zhang Yulian had an elder sister working at the supply and marketing cooperative. Ling Huaizhi ventured outside, found a child, and gave him 50 cents to fetch Zhang Yulian's sister. Upon hearing that a patient's family member was in distress, Zhang Yulian's sister hurried to the hospital, neglecting her duties. The couple rushed into the delivery room, drenched in sweat, only to witness Zhang Yulian pinning her sister's daughter on Zhang Yulian's elder sister, infuriated, stepped forward and slapped Zhang Yulian across the face. Third sister, what on earth are you doing? Observing the troubling situation, her brother-in-law hurried outside to summon their son, instructing him to swiftly inform the eldest sister and her husband to rush to the hospital. Coincidentally, the eldest sister and her husband were at the market that day, purchasing fertilizer. Burdened with heavy sacks, they paused to rest against a stone pillar when the boy caught up with them. Surprised by her nephew's sudden appearance, Zhang Dajia fanned herself with a catalpa leaf and exclaimed, Wow, what brings you here? The boy, breathless and drenched in sweat, replied, Aunt, my dad sent me to find you. He said Fang Jia has had an incident at the hospital and urged you to hurry. Upon hearing this news, the couple's hearts sank at the thought of their daughter being in trouble at the hospital. Zhang Dajia's husband supported the burden on his back and said to his wife, You go ahead to the hospital, I'll find someone passing by to help carry the fertilizer back. At this moment, Zhang Dajia cast aside her concerns for the fertilizer, dropping her load and sprinting after the boy towards the clinic. She ran until her abdomen ached and her lungs felt as if they might burst before reaching the health center. No sooner had she caught her breath than she heard her second sister's piercing voice berating, Zhang Yulian, Fenger is your own niece. How could you endanger her like this? Are you even human? Zhang Dajia's heart raced as she gathered her remaining strength and dashed into the delivery room. Ling Huaizhi, upon noticing Zhang Dajia's arrival, discreetly tucked away several small medicine bottles she had found in Zhang Yulian's office, cast a glance towards the delivery room, and departed for home. That evening, Zhao Wenbing returned. His face bruised and battered, yet his spirits were inexplicably high. In a rare gesture, he bought meat for the family and a pink shirt for Ling Huaizhi. Come. My dear niece, I have acquired a new garment for you. I implore you to don it and present yourself to your uncle. He winked at Ling Huigreen, exuding an unsettling and repulsive demeanor. Ling Huigreen ignored him, carrying the swill bucket toward the pig pen. Zhao Wenbing attempted to follow, but Zhao Wenzhen halted him, exclaiming, these past days, as the family harvests wheat, even Mao Qingdu comprehends the necessity of assisting at home. Where have you been wandering? At that moment, Zhao Xiaozui returned from the fields, laden with wheat. Upon beholding Zhao Wenbing, she involuntarily trembled. Her footing faltered, and she tumbled to the ground, wheat and all. Zhang Guifan berated her from behind, day in and day out, you cannot even traverse a path properly. I know not what you are capable of achieving. A maidservant's physique with a lady's aspirations. If you are averse to labor, seek out your aunt in the city. Ling Huigreen advanced to assist Zhao Xiaozui. But she was vehemently rebuffed. Depart. I desire not your benevolence. Were it not for Ling Huigreen's abrupt departure, she would not have been subjected to such humiliation. Zhao Xiaozui recalled the loathing she felt when Sandler rose and adjusted his trousers, her eyes brimming with tears. In the dead of night, Zhao Wenbing stealthily crept into the cowshed. Chapter 15, Zhao Wenbing is haunted by the woman in red. The instant he neared the cowshed, Ling Huigreen was fully alert. Concealed within her dimension, she watched with icy detachment as he advanced, step by step, toward the pile of straw where she slept. He had imbibed some wine with his elder brother that evening, and in the depths of the night, he was restless and unable to sleep. His mind was consumed by the exquisite sensations of the previous night, oblivious to the fact that he was in his own home. He arose and made his way toward the cowshed. Huigreen, he whispered, his hand groping through the straw. Eh? Where is she? Zhao Wenbing was taken aback, and a surge of anger welled up within him. Could this little harlot have eloped with Sandler? Last night, the forest was shrouded in obscurity. Yet he discerned the unmistakable sounds of the three donkeys. Goodness! Ling Huai's seemingly innocent demeanor belied a clandestine alliance with the three donkeys. It appeared that his supposedly upright facade was merely a fade. The lingering ache in his waist, a remnant of the kicks from the three donkeys, fueled Zhao Wenbing's ire, prompting him to rise and seek out the three donkeys' abode. Little did he know, as he turned around, he was rendered utterly petrified. Before him stood a woman, clad entirely in crimson, her disheveled hair framing a pallid face, her gaze fixated upon him with an unsettling intensity. The moon on the 8th night was not particularly luminous, and the dim light in the cattle shed rendered the shadows before him ethereal and shifting. New groom, new groom. The woman in red intoned, her voice a haunting whisper, you professed your affection for me last night. Though her words floated in the air, they pierced through Zhao Wenbing's consciousness with alarming clarity. A chill ascended from his feet to the crown of his head. Could it be that he had encountered a specter? Engaging his courage, he lunged toward the woman in red. The old adage proclaimed that all phantoms and spirits were mere relics of feudal superstition, and he dismissed the notion of true apparitions. Yet, in the instant he lunged, the woman in red vanished before him. As he frantically searched the vicinity, a sudden breath of cold air brushed past his ear. New groom. Ah! Zhao Wenbing was utterly consumed by terror, stumbling and dashing outward, colliding headlong with the old yellow ox, which he had inadvertently roused from its slumber. The ox, irritated by the disturbance, instinctively shoved him away, sending Zhao Wenbing flying through the air. Ah! Zhao Wenbing's voice was piercingly sharp, resonating with an unsettling clarity in the stillness of the night, rousing even the two neighboring households. Zhao Wenzhen emerged, flashlight in hand, to find the old cow in the barn restlessly tugging at its tether, while his brother, Zhao Wenbing, writhed on the ground outside, clutching his abdomen and moaning in agony. He rushed forward, fifth brother, what has happened to you? Zhao Xiaozui also stepped out of her room, only to hear Zhao Wenbing muttering, the ghostly woman in red has come. The mention of the woman in red made Zhao Xiaozui's knees weaken. Could it be that last night she truly encountered the specter? The commotion had awakened the entire household, including Ling Huaizhi, who emerged from the chicken coop. Zhao Xiaozui turned to Ling Huaizhi. Did you not sleep in the barn tonight? Ling Huaizhi replied softly, I fashioned a partition with bamboo in the chicken coop. It is far more comfortable than the barn. Zhao Wenchang, draped in a coat, approached. Wenjian, what is amiss? The woman in red has come. Zhao Wenbing stammered, his mind clouded. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenchang's wife gasped, slapping her thigh, goodness, I've always said that the drying yard is unclean. The woman in red appears to ensnare souls from time to time. That boy must have encountered her after watching a movie last night. Be silent. Zhao Wenchang, as the village leader, would not allow such nonsense from his wife. However, another woman from a neighboring household firmly believed the tale, indeed, many years ago. The elders witnessed it firsthand. Her daughter-in-law chimed in, yes, when I was a child, I heard the elders speak of how the woman in red died an unjust death. Her story is true. Rumor has it that the woman in red was betrothed, but her groom absconded on their wedding night. Her in-laws blamed her ill fate, claiming she couldn't even keep a man, and forced her to marry an old bachelor in the clan. In a fit of anger, the woman in red hanged herself by the threshing ground. As the crowd grew, the murmur of discussion swelled, all speaking of the woman in red seeking a living soul. Granny Zhao, leaning on her cane, emerged from the house and called to Zhang Guifan, eldest daughter-in-law, You must go to Yulong Township and invite the He Immortal to come and see Wenbing. Zhang Guifan retorted, exasperated, have you even looked at the time? I'm exhausted after a day's work, my bones are about to fall apart, and you want me to walk over 10 miles to invite an immortal? I'm afraid I'll ascend to heaven before I even bring her back. Granny Zhao sat on the threshold, wailing, you heartless wretch. You deliberately want to see my Wenbing left unattended, to harm him, to get my old Zhao family's property, isn't it? Eldest son. Look at the kind of wife you've married, she's deliberately trying to see your brother die. Zhao Wenjian, unable to bear his mother's cries, found a kinsman to accompany him and went to invite the He Immortal from the neighboring township overnight. The He Immortal had been busy harvesting wheat these past few days, and was so tired that she didn't even want to turn over in bed at night, but she insisted on 30 yuan before she would make the trip. Your son has been fancied by the woman in red, who wants to lure him away to be her groom. It's fortunate that you encountered me. If it had been anyone else, your boy would have left with the woman in red tonight. The He Immortal drew talismans, divined with rice, and sprinkled water. After a series of actions, she dissolved the talisman in water and had Zhao Wenbing drink it down. She also instructed the Zhao family to prepare incense, candles, and paper money, and to burn them at the threshing ground. She muttered and chanted for a long time before returning. Very well. I have assured the woman in red that she will seek another companion and cease pursuing your son. Old Mrs. Zhao expressed her deepest gratitude to He Shangu. Then turned to Ling Huailu and instructed, prepare a light porridge for your uncle, adding a few slices of cured meat to nourish him. Ling Huailu, as usual, laced the porridge with her concoction and served it to Zhao Wenbing. Zhao Wenbing was bedridden for 5 days, and upon recovery, he had visibly lost weight. Mother, I feel a disconcerting palpitation, a distressing unease in my heart, he said, furrowing his brow as he clutched his chest. Old Mrs. Zhao dismissed his concerns. You were merely frightened by the woman in red. Once your vital energy is restored, you will recover. Ling Huailu mused that the effects of her concoction on the Zhao family were nearing completion. She had no desire to continue serving as their drudge and yearned to return to the city. Grandmother, perhaps we should have my uncle examined at the clinic? Zhao Wenbing glanced at Ling Huailu, recalling his promise to Zhang Yulian, which was now a week overdue. Old Mrs. Zhao reluctantly retrieved 50 yuan from beneath her bamboo mat and gave it to Zhao Wenbing. Go and get yourself checked at the clinic. She possessed little maternal affection for her children, but she held a deep fondness for this late-in-life son. Zhao Wenbing insisted on taking Ling Huailu along, claiming that with his adopted sister present, Zhang Yulian would be more inclined to assist, which provoked another tirade from Zhang Guifan. Zhao Wenbing attempted to make advances toward Ling Huailu on the way, but they found the road unusually crowded with people attending the market. Aunt Shouyun, upon learning of their destination, pulled Ling Huailu aside and whispered, be cautious of that Dr. Zhang. I've heard rumors that she was the cause of death of someone recently. Ling Huailu feigned innocence. Auntie, what happened to Dr. Zhang? Chapter 16, Zhang Yulian's actions lead to niece's demise. Aunt Xiuyun glanced around furtively, lowering her voice as she spoke. Huaihua, I'm telling you this in confidence, and you mustn't breathe a word of it to anyone. Yes, Aunt, rest assured. Ling Huaizhi quickly assured her. Aunt Xiuyun whispered. Rumor has it that she used her eldest sister's daughter to curry favor with a leader in the county. The young girl was taken advantage of by the leader. The girl, foolishly, kept all her grievances to herself, afraid to speak up. Some time ago, she found herself with child, but dared not tell her parents. And went to Zhang Yulian. That black-hearted wretch, I don't know what she did, but she caused the girl to hemorrhage severely. Her eldest sister found out about this and, along with her second sister, went to the clinic, beat Zhang Yulian, and made her pay 800 yuan to settle the matter. The other day at noon, that girl went to the river to wash clothes, and somehow, she plunged into the river and never resurfaced. The sun blazed brightly upon the earth, causing the crops along the road to droop listlessly. Ling Huaizhi's hands and feet were ice-cold, and a chill gathered in her heart, bringing tears to her eyes. There was truly no justice in this world. In her previous life, that young girl had been forced to abort by Zhang Yulian, who then used the incident to blackmail her, forcing her to accompany others. After getting married, her husband learned of this and beat and berated her constantly, driving the girl to despair, and she ultimately drank pesticide. In this life, she thought that informing the girl's parents in advance would help her escape the tragic fate of her previous life. Unexpectedly, she could not escape death. A living, breathing human life, ultimately worth a mere 800 yuan. Aunt Xiuyun continued to gossip, musing, come to think of it, it's understandable. That girl's reputation was ruined. So her family wouldn't have tolerated her. Death was a clean break, bringing her peace. Otherwise, marrying into another family would have meant a life of torment. That Zhang is truly despicable. I heard his mother passed away early, and his elder sister raised him single-handedly to finance his education. His sister endured countless beatings and scoldings from her husband and in-laws. Now that he's successful, he tramples on his own niece. What a scoundrel. Ling Huaizhi lowered her head, sweat stinging her eyes. Oh, little Huaizhi is here. Zhang Yulian had been waiting for Ling Huaizhi for a long time. Seeing her now, she was more affectionate than she would have been with her own daughter. The incident of her elder and second sisters beating her had spread. Now, many women preferred to find midwives in the countryside for childbirth rather than come to her. Ding ding, that scoundrel, had also begun to distance himself from her, unwilling to associate with her. Zhang Yulian was so anxious that blisters formed on her lips, and she was eager to be transferred to the county seat. Huaizhi, stay at my house tonight. I want to have a good chat with you. Ling Huaizhi clutched her clothes, glancing at Zhao Wenbing. But my aunt is waiting for me to cook dinner, and we're harvesting wheat tomorrow. Zhao Wenbing quickly interjected, don't worry, I'll take care of your aunt's needs. She doesn't need you to worry. Turning to Zhang, he added, since you've invited Huaizhi, you wouldn't mind having me too, would you? Unexpectedly, Zhang Yulian didn't lose her temper this time. Instead, she said gently, all right, if your niece is at my house alone, your family probably won't feel at ease. With an uncle like you around, no one would dare to gossip. Zhang Yulian escorted the two back to her abode, thoughtfully providing Ling Huaizhi with a dress. Go and freshen up, with your sister here, don't stand on ceremony. Consider this your own home. Ling Huaizhi's eyes welled up with emotion. Sister Zhang, how can you be so kind to me? This is the first time I've worn a new dress. Sob sob. Zhang Yulian patted her back with maternal affection. Silly girl, what's there to cry about? As long as you heed your older sister's words, I assure you, you'll have new clothes to wear every day. Ling Huaizhi entered Zhang Yulian's lavatory, meticulously cleansing herself for the first time. In truth, she could bathe within her dimension. But in a place like the Zhao household, being a bit unkempt and unattractive was to her advantage. When she emerged from her ablutions, adorned in the pristine dress, Zhao Wenbing was visibly smitten. Zhang Yulian was even more gratified. She was confident that someone like this could certainly captivate Secretary Zhang. Come, let's dine. Zhao Wenbing swallowed hard. Sister Zhang, wouldn't it be better to have some wine with the dishes? Zhang Yulian suppressed her inner revulsion. All right, I'll fetch the wine. Before they had even commenced imbibing, Ding Ding arrived. Oh, am I intruding? I've arrived just in time for dinner. Zhang Yulian responded with a smile. As the old adage goes, it's better to arrive at the right time than too early. Please, take a seat. Ding Ding's gaze fell upon Ling Huaizhi. This is my sworn sister, Zhang Yulian declared, her eyes conveying a stern warning to Ding Ding, indicating that she was not to be trifled with. Director Ding chuckled. Ah, my dear girl, you are indeed fortunate to have someone like Dr. Zhang as your sister. Come, Xiao Zhao, let us indulge in some wine. He took the initiative to pour a drink for Zhao Wenbing, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Indeed, having grasped the leverage over this scandalous couple, life could not be more delightful. Ling Huaizhi mustered her courage and addressed the trio, Sister Zhang, Director Ding, Uncle Xiao. Being the youngest at this table, allow me to pour the drinks for you. Director Ding squinted his eyes in pleasure. Had it not been for Zhang Yulian's intention to utilize the young lady, he would have certainly pursued her himself. Zhang Yulian was also quite satisfied. Her niece was rather dull, merely focused on eating when in company, and remained unresponsive during more intimate moments, which was quite disappointing. This girl not only possessed beauty but also knew how to navigate social situations. With a little refinement, her future would be even brighter. Ling Huaizhi diligently poured drinks for the three, and soon they all began to feel the effects of intoxication. Director Ding wrapped his arm around Zhao Wenbing's shoulder. Xiao Zhao, I know a wonderful place, would you care to join me for some fun? Ling Huaizhi, busy with her meal, cast a fleeting glance but remained silent. Zhao Wenbing, his tongue heavy with drink, stammered, Director Ding has invited me, so I will definitely go. Zhang Yulian's face broke into a smug smile. Go ahead, your Director Ding will not treat you poorly. Ling Huaizhi became even more enthusiastic in pouring drinks. Director Ding waved his hand. No. We cannot drink anymore. I still need to take Xiao Zhao out. As the wine took hold of him, his hand accidentally knocked over a bottle, spilling its contents across the table, prompting Ling Huaizhi to hurriedly stand and tidy up. As she took out the trash, she caught a glimpse of Zhang Yulian peering into the neighbor's house. Young lady, what relation are you to her? Ling Huaizhi, with her head bowed, spoke in a voice as faint as a whisper. I am her godsister. I invited Ding Ding and my uncle over for a visit, as she said it would pave the way for a promising future. The neighbor's eyes gleamed with curiosity as she grasped Ling Huaizhi's hand. Is old Ding also present? Ling Huaizhi instinctively responded with a soft affirmation, then quickly added, Sister, please do not tell anyone. My godsister forbids anyone from mentioning that Ding Ding visited. The neighbor chuckled knowingly. Very well, I shall keep it to myself. In the dead of night, the door of Zhang Yulian's house was suddenly kicked open. Accompanied by the furious shrieks of an elderly woman, Zhang Yulian, you shameless wretch. Chapter 17, Zhang Yulian's infidelity. 3. The old woman's thunderous cries echoed through the night, rousing everyone in the courtyard from their slumber. The neighbor, who had been attentively observing the commotion, opened her door and tiptoed to peer inside. What she saw made her face flush with embarrassment. How scandalous. On the bamboo mat, Ding Ding was embracing one of Zhang Yulian's legs, while Zhao Wenbing was nestled closely behind her, an undeniably inappropriate scene. The elderly woman shouted again. Yet the three remained in a stupor, unaware. I will strike you down, you shameless creature. You brought disgrace upon my family. Enraged, the old woman seized a nearby feather duster and swung it at the trio. Ling Huaizhi, hidden downstairs, listened to the chaos above, her eyes filled with malice, contemplating how the concoction meant for breeding pigs might bring great amusement. Nestled within the confines of the two-story family compound resided an enclave of educators, physicians, and functionaries from the supply and marketing cooperative and grain depot. Any disturbance would be difficult to conceal. The old woman's outcry reverberated through the courtyard, rousing those who had already retired for the night. Zhang Yulian had always held her husband in disdain, considering him inept and lacking ambition. Consequently, she harbored similar feelings toward his parents and rarely associated with them. After her eldest son began attending boarding school in junior high, she sent her younger daughter back to her hometown, preferring the unencumbered life of living alone in the countryside. The old woman, having painstakingly supported her son's ascent to a white-collar position, had yet to savor a moment of respite, instead finding herself burdened with childcare and subjected to her daughter-in-law's scorn, which filled her with pent-up resentment. Today, news had reached her that Zhang Yulian's husband had returned home to find his wife engaging in infidelity. He was said to be on the verge of beating her to death, barricading the door to prevent anyone from intervening. Upon hearing this, The old woman was consumed by a mixture of anger and resentment. She was infuriated by her son's lack of assertiveness in handling his wife and filled with animosity toward Zhang Yulian, whom she deemed a shameless harlot intent on ruining her son's life. In an attempt to prevent her son from incurring a murder charge, the old woman hastily gathered her 2 younger sons and 3 nephews and descended upon the scene, hoping to intervene. However, upon opening the door, she was confronted with such a spectacle that her blood rushed to her head, nearly causing her demise. The 2 younger brothers and the old woman's nephews were equally incensed. Some resorted to physical violence, while others seized ropes, and within moments, the 3 individuals were bound and trussed up. Amidst tears and lamentations, the old woman cried out, "Second son, go and fetch your brother. We cannot keep this woman, not even if she were an angel." The elderly woman's youngest son seized a shoe sole and began to strike at a few individuals, exclaiming, "Shameless wretches! My brother braves the elements outside, enduring wind and sun, merely to earn a few extra coins, scaling even the tallest utility poles. And you dare to betray him, donning a green hat for him? I shall put an end to your treachery." In the entire residential compound, only the poultry vendor possessed a television, and at that moment, he was fanning himself and accommodating a crowd on small stools to watch the Oolong Mountain bandit suppression. The spectators were engrossed, their teeth clenched in anger, when a swift-footed lad rushed in, shouting, "Old Wang's daughter-in-law is having an affair, caught red-handed by her mother-in-law, and she has done it twice." "What? Old Wang's daughter-in-law? Having an affair, and not just once, but twice?" The crowd gasped in disbelief. "I told you that woman was no good, but you wouldn't listen. I heard that she has been involved with old Ding for quite some time. That fool from old Ding's family doesn't know what sort of character men possess." Yet he remained silent. The throng abandoned the television, jamming the corridor of Zhang Yulian's residence to the point where even exiting proved difficult. Seeing the situation escalate, Ling Huaizhi rushed to the police station to report the incident. "Police, please hurry. Dr. Zhang is on the brink of being beaten to death. If you delay, it may cost a life." Upon hearing that a life was at stake, the police were alarmed. Had the 3-year crackdown just concluded, and already someone was flouting the law? Station Chief Wang Dabiao, noted for his exceptional performance during the crackdown, had received word from higher-ups suggesting that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should be promoted to the county bureau. He is a veteran who has transitioned to Yutei Township, embodying an innate sense of vigorous justice characteristic of his era. Yet he is far from being rigid, rather, he possesses a certain natural astuteness. Consequently, Wang Dabiao has thrived in Yutei Township over the years, and the local law and order have significantly improved due to his influence. At the very least, he does not tolerate activities such as coercive marriages or forced transactions. As a result, Ling Huaizhi has been able to live safely in the Zhao family until the age of 18. This evening, Wang Dabiao had just resolved a dispute at the outskirts of a field that nearly turned deadly. By the time he returned, it was quite late, and he decided to forego going home, opting instead to sleep in his office. Ling Huaizhi arrived just in time. He was still engrossed in writing a work summary without a moment's rest. "Do not rush, my dear girl," he encouraged, "take your time and explain what transpired." As they walked towards the family quarters, he inquired about the situation. With anxiety, Ling Huaizhi recounted, "Dr. Zhang has recognized me as his godsister and wishes to take me to the city for an outing. He even invited Director Ding over for a visit. While they were drinking inside, I finished tidying up the dishes and went downstairs to dispose of the garbage. On my way, I decided to wash some dirty clothes by the well. Little did I know, before I could finish, Dr. Zhang's mother-in-law arrived. She barged in with several men, shouting accusations, accusing Dr. Zhang of infidelity. The young girl, feeling embarrassed and anxious at the mention of such scandalous claims, was visibly unsettled. Wang Dabiao instinctively touched the gun at his waist, cursing under his breath. It seemed that his wife's suspicions had proven to be true. Previously, when he had visited the hospital for constipation relief, the woman named Zhang had been overly attentive to him, which had aroused his wife's discontent, as she believed that the woman harbored ulterior motives to seduce him. He had even remarked to his wife, "Why do you always assume everyone is trying to seduce someone? She's a physician, what's wrong with her showing concern for a patient? Is that against the law?" His wife had retorted, incensed, "You constantly boast about your keen eye, claiming you can spot criminals with unfailing accuracy. That woman's wantonness is practically etched on her face, yet you can't discern even a trace of it. I wonder what your eyes are good for. The couple had bickered for days over this. Eventually, he had to eat humble pie and apologize to his wife before the matter was laid to rest. However, he remained unconvinced in his heart, but as a man, he felt it unnecessary to quibble with a woman over such things. Make way. Everyone, stand aside. Chief Wang is here. Wang Dabiao was a well-known figure in the area. Upon seeing him arrive, people quickly cleared a path. Wang Dabiao squeezed through the crowd and, upon seeing the three bound individuals, exclaimed, "Damn it. His wife was right. These three are truly an eyesore. What in the world is going on here?" Wang Dabiao stood akimbo at the entrance, gazing at the trio's exposed skin. The old woman wept copiously. "Chief Wang, you must seek justice for my eldest son. This harlot is inhuman, engaging in infidelity within our own home. And with two men at once. She has utterly disgraced the Wang family. How are my son and grandson supposed to face anyone in the future?" Amidst the commotion, another person barged in, seized Zhang Yulian by the hair, and slapped her repeatedly. "You shameless hussy. You dare to seduce my man." Chapter 18, Zhao old lady's leg breaks yet again. While reporting the incident, Ling Wei also remembered to notify Ding Ding's wife. Ding Ding habitually wears a genial smile when in public, projecting the image of an affable man. However, his true disposition at home is quite contrary. He is prone to striking his wife and children at the slightest provocation. Despite being gainfully employed, Ding Ding's wife is relegated to the role of a subservient domestic, akin to an indentured servant of bygone eras, toiling tirelessly without receiving an iota of respect. The old matriarch initially protested vehemently, but upon the arrival of the police, she was seized by trepidation and remorse. She was fearful that airing the family's dirty laundry would bring shame upon her son and grandson. "Desist at once," Wang Daji thundered, his voice halting the commotion. He then instructed his officers, release them, have them dress, and escort them to the precinct for detention. Upon hearing this, Ding Ding's wife became frantic. "Officer Wang, please, you mustn't arrest my husband. He was seduced by this harlot, he bears no culpability." Wang Daji paid her no heed. Such flagrant immorality was only tolerated due to the current leniency in policy. In previous years, such licentious behavior would have been met with capital punishment. Zhang Yulian and the other two were taken into custody. Ling Huaizhi, having enjoyed a restful slumber within her pocket dimension, sliced the small pumpkins from the Zhao family's field into thin strips, minced some pork, and prepared several steamers of buns, which she stored in her dimension. After satiating her appetite, she finally made her way home. "Grandmother, uncle, disaster has struck. Little uncle has been apprehended by the police," she exclaimed, her voice resonating throughout the vicinity, reaching the ears of the neighboring households and those returning from their morning labor in the fields. In Ling Huaizhi's absence, Zhang Guifan had been incessantly berating the household until she finally roused Zhao Xiaozui to prepare breakfast. It was past 10 a.m. when the Zhao family finally commenced their morning meal. Ling Huaizhi's voice rendered the Zhao family unable to eat. Zhao Wenzhen set down his bowl, inquiring, "What is happening? Didn't your uncle take you to visit Dr. Zhang?" Ling Huaizhi wiped away her tears, saying, "Last night, my uncle accompanied Dr. Zhang and Director Ding for drinks and a meal while I washed their clothes by the well downstairs. Before I finished, I overheard someone upstairs saying that Dr. Zhang is having an affair, and it involves my uncle and Director Ding. What should we do?" "Uncle. My uncle and Director Ding have been taken to the police station." Zhang Guifan, standing nearby, gleefully interjected, "I told you. Spending all day idling about would lead to trouble sooner or later, and you indulged them. Now they are in the police station for their reckless behavior, surely they will face sentencing." Zhao Wenzhen, in a fit of anger, hurled a bowl of congee at Zhang Guifan, exclaiming, "That is my own brother. You take pleasure in his misfortune, don't you?" The freshly cooked congee was scalding hot, and in the early summer heat, it caused Zhang Guifan to jump about in discomfort. Enraged, she retaliated by grabbing a bowl of rice and throwing it at Zhao Wenzhen. However, he dodged, and it instead struck Zhao Laotai, who had hurried out upon hearing of her youngest son's troubles. "Oh, my back." Zhao Laotai fell heavily, her previously injured leg-esque condition uncertain, as she landed painfully on the threshold, grimacing in agony and unable to rise. The couple was too engrossed in their quarrel to notice Zhao Laotai's plight. Zhao Xiaozui, witnessing the chaos, hurried into the kitchen to eat the eggs her mother had saved for Zhao Maoqing. As for Zhao Maoqing, he remained sound asleep, oblivious to the turmoil around him. Grandma. Uncle, aunt, please stop fighting. Grandma has fallen. Ling Huaizhi exclaimed in a flurry, inadvertently placing pressure on the injured leg of old lady Zhao. A cry of anguish escaped the elderly woman, and she promptly lost consciousness. Village chief Zhao Wenchang, sensing something amiss at the Zhao household, hastily abandoned his wheat and rushed over. Brother Wenjian, kindly articulate your concerns. The elder matriarch has fainted, and yet you remain preoccupied with quarrels. It was only then that Zhao Wenjian noticed the gravity of the situation, and an unsettling anxiety began to swell within him. This year had been fraught with calamities. The house had collapsed, his mother had broken her leg, and now Zhao Wenbing had been apprehended. One misfortune after another. There seemed to be no respite. Wenchang, I implore you to head to the police station and inquire about Wenbing's situation. Mao Tian. Swiftly find someone to take your grandmother to the clinic. Zhang Guifan interjected. Take her to the clinic? Do we even have the funds for hospitalization? She retorted. Xiao Zui. Go fetch your uncle Wen Kai, he can apply some ointment for her. Zhao Shouhua had sent a remittance home, albeit a meager 200, which her grandmother clutched tightly. Much to Zhang Guifan's discontent. Zhao Wenjian furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent. The family's finances were dwindling. Especially with the need to support the youngest son's education, which was not an insignificant expense. His mother, despite having money at hand, seemed oblivious to the family's struggles. With no intention of taking old lady Zhao to the hospital, Zhao Wenjian accompanied Zhao Wenchang to the village police station. Zhang Guifan, unconcerned with the elder's fate, left a sharp instruction to her youngest son, keep an eye on your grandmother, do not let her pass away in the house. She then turned and departed with her eldest son and Ling Huaizhi to tend to the fields. The village broadcast forewarned of impending rain, casting a shadow over the unharvested wheat. The thought of the crop, the fruit of half a year's labor, being ruined by the rain was agonizing. As she scythed through the wheat, she berated Ling Huaizhi, you heed her call without a second thought. What is she to you? Your mother? Your father? You're simply eager to indulge in her hospitality, shirking your responsibilities at home. Ungrateful wretch. Your uncle and I have toiled relentlessly to provide for you all these years. Yet you feast at others' tables without so much as bringing back scraps. Even a dog wags its tail in gratitude, but you're utterly useless. When you marry, you'll only remember your own mother, forgetting the aunt who raised you. Ling Huaizhi, wielding her sickle, methodically gathered the wheat. Beads of perspiration trickling from her brow into her eyes. Such reproaches had become so commonplace that they no longer stirred any emotion within her. Ouch. Whether it was from skipping breakfast or from the altercation with Zhao Wenjian, Zhang Guifan abruptly collapsed to the ground, clutching her chest in agony. Ouch, my chest. It hurts so much. I can barely breathe. She massaged her chest incessantly, feeling a sharp, intermittent pain as if someone were tugging at her heartstrings. Wang Fang tentatively touched her own chest, experiencing a similar discomfort of late, but dared not voice it, fearing her mother-in-law's accusations of feigning illness to avoid work. Zhao Maotian, binding the wheat, retorted with ill-concealed annoyance, Mom, you're still relatively young. You're not planning to become like Grandma, expecting your son to provide for you and shirking your duties. Are you? Zhang Guifan was incensed. Despite her evident distress, her son accused her of pretense. What a wretched fate. After several individuals had finished harvesting the wheat in the field, they all carried the produce back home. The hour had long surpassed lunchtime, nearing 3 in the afternoon. Upon glancing into the kitchen, which was devoid of warmth and activity, it became evident that Zhao Xiaozui, the barefoot doctor, had yet to return. Zhang Guifan erupted in a fit of rage. Where has that wretched girl gone in the middle of the day? Huaijia, hurry and summon a doctor, lest we delay your grandmother's treatment. Zhang Guifan entered the house only to find the elderly Zhao still unconscious, prompting her to hasten Ling Huaizhi to fetch a physician. After all, Zhao Wenjian was quite filial towards his mother. Should he return to find such a situation, it would undoubtedly lead to violence. As Ling Huaizhi traversed the rural path, she pondered that Uncle Wen Kai was part of the 5th team. Even if he did not take the shortcut, the journey along the main road should take no longer than half an hour. Logically, he should have already returned with the doctor. Yet, the absence of Zhao Xiaozui for a considerable time raised her concerns. While contemplating this, she took a shortcut over the hill and, upon descending, heard voices emanating from the nearby sorghum field. Third brother Lu, I beg you, spare me. If my parents find out. The voice sounded unmistakably like Zhao Xiaozui's. Ling Huaizhi, no longer in a hurry, quietly approached to eavesdrop. In the sorghum field, third brother Lu sat with his shirt off, smoking, while on the other side, the village's notorious old bachelor, Old Wang, was holding Zhao Xiaozui, spouting vile language. Damn it, today I finally understand what it means to be a real man. Third brother Lu's nephew, I owe you my gratitude. With a nonchalant demeanor, San Luer exhaled a smoke ring and remarked, why thank me? $50, not a cent less. If you dare to shortchange me, I'll have you locked up for taking advantage of my wife, and you can munch on peanuts in prison. Old Wang trembled with excitement. 50 it is. San Luer, if you can persuade her to bear me a son, I would gladly part with 500. San Luer scoffed. You don't even know where the 50 came from, and you're talking about 500? Do you even have that kind of money? If you truly did, it wouldn't be out of the question. Zhao Xiaozui wept despondently. San Luer, you scoundrel. How can you treat me this way? San Luer retorted. From the day you betrayed me, you should have known what to expect. Old Wang shivered again, and under San Luer's insistence, he pulled up his trousers and fished out a crumpled handful of bills, tossing them to San Luer. Nephew, take your time to ponder over the matter of the child. Your uncle will surely find the funds. Having said this, Old Wang, still unsatisfied, pinched Zhao Xiaozui before making his way out of the sorghum field. Ling Huaizhi gazed at Old Wang's retreating figure, memories of her past life flooding back. In her previous existence, Zhao Wenbing and Zhao Maokai, an uncle-nephew duo, treated her as a mere object for trade and favors, with Old Wang being one of them. Orphaned and a solitary figure, Old Wang was shunned by the villagers for his petty thefts. The moment Zhao Wenbing appeared before Old Wang with Ling Huaizhi in tow, offering a high price of 100, Old Wang's greed was palpable. Ling Huaizhi touched her arm, feeling the lingering pain from where Old Wang had bitten her. Upon inadvertently discovering the truth, Zhao Xiaozui mirthfully observed the spectacle, exclaiming, Huaihua, your capabilities are truly remarkable. Even someone like Lao Wang has taken a liking to you. You ought to express gratitude towards my brother and his kin, otherwise, where would such good fortune come your way? Racked with injuries inflicted by Lao Wang, Ling Huaizhi implored Zhao Xiaozui to contact her mother. Zhao Xiaozui retorted with derision, having committed such a disgraceful act, how dare you consider contacting your family? Were I in your position, I would sooner seek solace in a pond, finding respite in death. Not only did she refuse to assist with the call, but she also exploited the situation, demanding a share of the profits each time Zhao Wenbing and his nephew prostituted Ling Huaizhi. Now, she was destined to savor the bitter fruits of her past transgressions. In the sorghum fields, Salver addressed Zhao Xiaozui, stating, I might consider sparing you. But isn't your cousin still without a suitor? Entice her to me. Ling Huaizhi possessed greater beauty than Zhao Xiaozui, and her parents hailed from the city. If he were to wed Ling Huaizhi, would he ever have to worry about his future prospects? Zhao Xiaozui lamented, Salver, you unconscionable wretch. I have been defiled by you. Yet you still harbor desires for her? Salver scoffed, defiled by me, you say? You were violated by Zhao Wenbing, you disgusting creature. Truly, charity begins at home. Uncle and niece engaging in such acts. I shall leave my words here, should you refuse to deliver your cousin to me. I shall ensure that the entire village hears of the sordid affairs between you and your uncle. If you comply, we shall all be a family once I marry your cousin, and the matter shall be forgotten. Prostrate on the ground, Zhao Xiaozui wept inconsolably for a considerable time before finally, through gritted teeth, she relented, very well, you may have Ling Huaihua. But you must pledge to me that you will not divulge my affairs to anyone. Sandler tossed her clothes, assuring her, rest assured, my word is my bond. A chilling shadow veiled Ling Huaizhi's eyes as she observed Zhao Xiaozui, who remained as venomous and witless as in their past lives. Her envy and discontent driving her to wish for Zhao Xiaozui's utter ruin. How absurd, she mused, for someone abandoned by her parents to possess anything worthy of her envy. Sandler, assisting the limping Zhao Xiaozui, suggested, you've exhausted yourself today. Rest at my place before returning home. Only after the pair had departed did Ling Huaizhi hasten towards Zhao Wenbing's residence. Upon arriving with the barefoot Dr. Zhao Wenkai, she overheard Zhao Xiaozui conversing with Zhao Wenzhen. Uncle Wenkai was out attending to patients, and I waited an eternity without seeing him. Zhao Wenzhen, his face stern, regarded Zhao Wenkai, who had already reached the courtyard's edge. Did you truly not see your uncle Wen Kai? Zhao Xiaozui retorted, Father, I speak the truth. Why do you persist in disbelieving me? I waited at Uncle Wencai's house for 3 hours, yet he did not return, so I came back alone. Zhao Wenkai, now standing at the foot of the steps, interjected. Brother Wenjian, I was threshing wheat at home today and did not leave at all. Zhao Wenjian struck Zhao Xiaozui across the face, exclaiming. Since when did you learn to fabricate such falsehoods, uttering not a single truth? Your grandmother lay unconscious for the better part of the day. And while the family toiled in the fields, you were out frolicking instead of returning home to fetch a physician. How old are you now? Can you not strive to be more sensible? Zhao Xiaozui staggered several steps from the force of the slap, and upon turning her head, she caught sight of Ling Huaizhi trailing behind Zhao Wenkai. Instantly, a surge of hatred ignited within her eyes. It was this wretched woman. Why did she choose to return just now? No sooner had she arrived home than Ling Huaizhi brought the doctor back with her. Was this not a deliberate attempt to undermine her? Are you enjoying the sight of my humiliation? She bellowed at Ling Huaizhi. The latter feigned ignorance, proceeding to boil water in the house, assisting Zhao Wenkai in attending to the elderly matriarch. Zhao Wenkai shook his head in dismay. While his niece from the Zhao family was a decent person, it seemed that Zhao Wengan's biological daughter had been raised to be worthless. Previously, his wife had contemplated introducing a suitor for Zhao Xiaozui, but he resolved to dissuade her from that notion before it led to an ill-fated alliance. After securing the matriarch's leg and administering medication, Zhao Wenkai offered a few words of advice before shouldering his medical bag and departing. Zhao Laotai groaned as she took her medicine, finally inquiring of Zhao Wenjian, eldest son, what news do you have regarding your brother? Chapter 20, The torment of Zhao Laotai. Zhao Wengan's expression shifted dramatically, and he squatted silently in the corner, smoking without uttering a word. Zhao Laotai, anxious, pressed him, speak. What has happened to your brother? After a prolonged silence, Zhao Wenjian finally responded, the old Wang family is causing quite a stir. Director Ding has someone at home. At worst, he will face fines and lose his job, but as for Wen Bing, he is likely facing imprisonment. Zhao Laotai was rendered speechless, and after a moment, she began to weep bitterly, exclaiming, eldest son, we cannot allow your brother to go to prison. He is yet to start a family or marry. We cannot let this ruin him. Zhao Wenjian, tugging at his hair in despair, lamented, what can we do? We have no one to rely on. Ling Huaizhi interjected. Uncle, our family is not without resources. My father is in the Provincial Public Security Bureau. If you call him, he surely can help. It seemed rather dull for Zhao Wenbing to be alone at the police station. Family unity was paramount, and in times of trouble, everyone ought to lend a hand. Zhao Laotai clapped her hands, Huaihua is right. Your brother-in-law is also with the Public Security Bureau in the provincial city, he can certainly assist. Quickly call your sister and have them both come back. Zhao Wenjian glanced at Ling Huaizhi. Reluctant to contact his sister and brother-in-law over a trivial matter concerning his younger sibling. The second sister had maintained a decent relationship with the family until that fateful year when the younger sister passed away. Since then, she had distanced herself from the family, preferring not to return or even make a phone call. Asking her brother-in-law for help felt like a blow to his pride. Ling Huaizhi shrank back, Uncle, my mother. She ignores me, she won't listen to what I say. Zhao Laotai cast a disdainful glance at Ling Huaizhi, retorting, what are you looking at her for? She's just an ineffectual girl. This matter requires you to make the call. Tell her that if she refuses to help Wen Bing, she shouldn't blame me for turning against her as her mother. Ling Huaizhi was taken aback, suspecting that the old lady had some leverage over Zhao Xiaohua. If she disobeyed, the old lady would certainly deal with her. Zhao Wenjian stood up, all right, I will call the village tomorrow. Huaihua, you stay with your grandmother tonight. If she feels unwell, be sure to call your aunt. Ling Huaizhi obediently replied, Uncle, you can rest assured, I will take good care of grandmother. The agrarian season was in full swing, leaving the family utterly exhausted. Compounding their fatigue, a series of misfortunes had befallen them. After supper, the entire household collapsed into slumber without even washing their faces. Ling Hualu, having fed the pigs, passed by Zhao Xiaozui's room and overheard her stifled sobs. A subtle smile played on her lips. So, the tears have already begun? Life is far from simple, the most trying times are yet to come. As the night deepened, a heavy rain commenced, just as the village broadcast had predicted. Ling Hualu, wrapped in her garments, slumped in a chair, her feet propped up on a stool. attempting to doze off. Hualu, Hualu. You wretched girl, stop sleeping and get up at once. I need water. Zhao, the old woman, lying in bed, poked Ling Hualu with a bamboo pole from the bedside. Throughout the night, the old woman had summoned Ling Hualu countless times, depriving her of even a moment's rest. She estimated that it was now 2 or 3 in the morning, when everyone should be asleep. She rose and stood before Zhao, staring directly at her. Zhao, who had slept excessively during the day, was wide awake at night. You wretched girl, why are you glaring at me? Have you grown bold? Didn't you hear me say I want water? Ling Hualu slapped her across the face. I heard you. All night. It's been either I need to defecate or I need to urinate. Now you want water, and soon you'll want someone to massage your legs. No wonder my aunt calls you a senile old hag. You're nothing but a burden. She harbored no affection for this maternal grandmother. When she returned as a child, Zhao Xiuhua doted on her, cherishing her daughter dearly. Madame Zhao could not bear the sight of her, a mere girl, destined to belong to another family sooner or later. What good would it do to treat her well? You should heed your mother's advice, take advantage of your youth, and bear a son early. Then your in-laws would not look down upon you. At that time, Madame Zhao appeared to treat her granddaughter well in public, but behind closed doors. She did not hesitate to pinch her, compelling her to share snacks and cookies with Zhao Mao and his brothers. After Zhao Xiuhua passed away, Zhao Xiuhua underwent a drastic transformation, sending her daughter back to the countryside. Madame Zhao's treatment of Ling Huaizhi became utterly unmasked. It was either beating or scolding, devoid of any elder's affection. As Ling Huaizhi recalled her past life, the hatred surged within her heart. Recalling how this wretched old woman had married her off to a violent butcher, she could hardly contain her desire to end her life. Gripping Madame Zhao's thigh with all her might, she twisted it fiercely. You have always claimed that women are worthless, yet you are a woman yourself, a worthless wretch. You old hag, what purpose do you serve in this world? Why not just die? Ling Huaizhi seemed to transform into a different person, leaving Madame Zhao bewildered. You. Have you lost your mind? How dare you strike me? Just wait, I will summon someone to beat you to death for your ingratitude. Wen Zhen. Ling Huaizhi struck her face once more. Call for help, go ahead. I want to see if those so-called dutiful sons and virtuous grandsons will truly come to your aid. She continued to claw and strike, her fierce demeanor frightening Madame Zhao. Wen Zhen, Mao Tian, come quickly. This wretched girl has gone mad, she wants to kill me. Unfortunately, despite her hoarse cries echoing in the air, only the sound of the gentle rain and wind could be heard outside. No one came to her rescue. The elderly Mrs. Zhao was finally overcome with dread. Huaihua, you mustn't do this. I am your maternal grandmother. Disrespecting elders will bring down divine retribution upon you. Ling Huaizhi, completely unconcerned, gripped her throat, replying, if the heavens had eyes, they would strike you down first. What have I to fear? Mrs. Zhao was tormented by her, filled with terror and her legs still throbbing. Only when Ling Huaizhi drowsed off did she breathe a sigh of relief, hoping to rest her eyes as well. But just as she began to drift off, Ling Huaizhi slapped her awake. Why are you sleeping? Weren't you unable to sleep? Then stay awake for me. They continued in this manner until dawn. Ling Huaizhi went out to prepare breakfast, and Mrs. Zhao, unable to resist the onslaught of sleepiness, finally succumbed. Zhao Wenzhen, carrying his hoe, came over to check on them. Your grandmother hasn't woken up yet? No, she was complaining about her leg hurting all night and couldn't sleep. She only fell asleep just before daybreak. Uncle, shouldn't we take Grandma to the clinic? Ling Huaizhi asked with a concerned expression. Zhao Wenzhen didn't respond to the suggestion. The family truly didn't have any extra money. You stay home today and take care of your grandmother. Since he intended to call his second daughter and her husband back, he couldn't allow Ling Huaizhi to overexert herself, lest his second daughter feel that he, as an uncle, was neglecting his niece. Zhao Wenzhen wanted to maintain the semblance of respect. However, Zhao Xiaocui didn't understand Zhao Wengen's good intentions. Dad, I have to go out and work. Why doesn't she? She had been relentlessly tormented by Sanliver and Lao Wang the previous day, and she still felt a burning pain down below. She really didn't want to go to the fields. Moreover, her father had had a major argument with her mother over the doctor's visit yesterday, forcing her to work in the fields today. Zhao Wengen's face darkened. Where did you go yesterday? Chapter 21, Grandma Zhao's concealed secret. Zhao Xiaocui was instantly rendered speechless. Grandma Zhao was roused from her slumber, not gently, but by having her hair yanked. Get up and relieve yourself. She opened her eyes to find Ling Huaizhi standing menacingly before her. With a trembling lip, she howled, Wenjen, come quickly. I'm being beaten to death. Ling Huaizhi remained unfazed, merely staring her down. Grandma Zhao wailed for some time before realizing that her cries elicited no response from within the house. And a sense of dread began to creep in. You dare strike me? I'll tell your mother. Ling Huaizhi scoffed. Oh, how devoted my mother is. Not even returning for a glimpse in 4 or 5 years. You truly overestimate your significance. Grandma Zhao faltered. Zhao Shouhua used to be quite dutiful, returning home with her husband and daughter every year for the New Year celebrations. However, since Zhao Shuihua's passing, Zhao Shouhua had ceased her visits. Her financial contributions had also diminished. At times, Grandma Zhao pondered whether Zhao Shouhua would offer her a single penny if she weren't privy to certain matters. Ling Huaizhi pushed the chamber pot towards her. Use your crutch to relieve yourself. Don't expect me to assist you with your excrement. The old woman still had the use of one leg. If her younger son were attending to her, he would tolerate her eating, drinking, and doing anything else. But with Ling Huaizhi in charge, she would have to soil the bed. And if you dare do that, believe me, I'll force you to consume it. Grandma Zhao was unaware of what had possessed Ling Huaizhi, but having learned her lesson the previous night, she knew that her granddaughter was capable of carrying out such a threat. With her lame leg, she supported herself against the edge of the bed to relieve herself, refraining from causing any further trouble. She reclined back onto the bed, her tone softening. Huaihua, could you please bring me something to eat? Ling Huailu presented her with a bowl of bran dumplings. The elderly Zhao was not particularly pleased. Can't you prepare some plain rice porridge for me? And it would be ideal if you could slice some cured meat, but alas, your eldest daughter-in-law has locked away all the meat, so I am unable to do so. A dry bowl of food, devoid of any broth, nearly choked Zhao Laotai. I wish to have some soup. Ling Huailu smiled with feigned warmth. Grandmother, you seem incapable of enjoying a good life, don't you? Others wish for dry food, why must you persist in wanting soup? Zhao Laotai swallowed 3 bran dumplings but could eat no more. Frustrated, she kept her eyes open, hoping to complain to her son upon his return. However, after a sleepless night and only a brief nap in the morning, she now felt both full and drowsy. Ling Huailu had no intention of allowing her to sleep. And just as Zhao Laotai began to doze off, she was roused once more. By the time Zhao Wenjen returned from the fields, she had fallen asleep again, worn down by the day's trials. Zhang Guifan, while gathering wheat in the house, scolded, she truly enjoys the blessings of being an elder. After a hearty meal, all she knows is to sleep, lying in bed with nothing to do. She could at least mend a shoe sole or stitch up some clothes to ease the burden on the family. Zhao Wenjen, having labored all day and endured some grievances from his second sister, felt rather uncomfortable. How is your grandmother today? Ling Huailu brought out some foot-soaking water. She has been complaining about her leg pain, and even threw her food on the floor, cursing uncle and aunt for being unfilial, unwilling to spend money to send her to the hospital. She even struck me and declared she didn't require my service, preferring little Chui to attend to her. Let my sister-in-law care for her, I have no desire to serve her. Zhao Xiaocui, averse to working in the fields, was equally disinclined to attend to Zhao, the old lady. Exhausted from her day, she collapsed onto the bed, unwilling to move. Wang Feng, however, was willing to attend to Zhao, the old lady, considering that, despite her meddlesome nature, she could at least avoid the sun in the fields. Unfortunately, Zhao Wenjen, anticipating his sister's return in a few days, didn't want his sister and brother-in-law to think Ling Hualu was having a difficult time in the Zhao household. Well, your maternal grandmother is getting on in years, and her temper is bound to flare up. As the younger one, you should be more understanding. Taking care of the elderly is an act of filial piety, a good deed, and your maternal grandmother won't mistreat you in the future. Yes, Ling Hualu responded, aggrieved, instinctively rubbing her arm. Zhao Wenjen, seeing this, knew she must have been struck by his mother. With a sigh, he feigned ignorance. Taking care of your maternal grandmother isn't easy, you should get some rest. Zhao Xiaocui, feeling unwell, called out to Ling Hualu, what are you sleeping for? I'm exhausted from the day. Hualu, fetch me some water to wash my feet. Zhao Wenjen grabbed a broom from the side and hurled it at her. Just because you are a country bumpkin, you really regard yourself as a city lady, even asking Hualu to fetch you water to wash your feet. Why don't you go up to heaven? From now on, do your own chores and don't you dare ask Hualu to wash your clothes or tidy up the house. He was hoping that this time, when his younger sister returned, she could take Zhao Xiaozui to the city, preferably to arrange a decent marriage there in the future. No matter how little they doted on Ling Hualu, she was still their biological daughter. If she ordered their daughter around like that, his second sister might not say anything. But would her husband be pleased? Zhang Guifan felt discontented with her husband for scolding their daughter. However, upon recalling the matters her husband had previously discussed with her, she chose to remain silent. Zhao Xiaozui, noticing that her parents did not speak up for her but instead sided with Ling Huaizhi, was overwhelmed with sorrow. Especially after enduring bullying from that scoundrel San Luer. Unable to contain her emotions, she rushed back to her room in tears without even washing her feet. Ling Huaizhi attended to Zhao Wenzhen and his wife as they retired for the night before finally entering the room of old lady Zhao. The elderly woman, snoring loudly, was suddenly jolted awake by a sharp pain in her foot. Startled, she opened her eyes to find Ling Huaizhi staring at her with a sinister gaze. "Grandmother. What delightful dream were you having? You seem so amused, perhaps I could join in your happiness?" Old lady Zhao, having endured a full day and night, was genuinely fearful of her granddaughter. Memories of the last visit from Yishangu flooded her mind, where she was warned that her younger son had been approached by a woman in red. Seeing Ling Huaizhi's current demeanor, she couldn't help but wonder if she had also fallen under some malevolent influence. After all, this girl, who typically dared not utter a word, had suddenly transformed into a different person altogether. "Oh, Great Spirit, spare me. I have never committed any heinous acts in my life, seek another target, not me." Old lady Zhao, unable to maintain eye contact with Ling Huaizhi, buried her face in her hands and wept. Ling Huaizhi feigned possession, asking, "Then tell me, Great Spirit, what has your daughter done that you are too frightened to reveal?" "My daughter? What has she done?" Old lady Zhao questioned, bewildered. Ling Huaizhi struck her foot with a willow branch, insisting, "You refuse to speak? If you remain silent, I shall ensure your soul is taken away." Old lady Zhao trembled in fright, exclaiming, "I remember now, she is." Before she could finish her sentence, a cacophony of barking dogs was heard, followed by the thunderous roar of motorcycles. Ling Huigreen then heard Zhao Wenzhen rising to open the door. The moment old lady Zhao caught wind of the commotion, she abruptly fell silent. Frustrated, Ling Huigreen put away her willow branches and opened the door, eager to see who had disrupted her plans. Upon stepping outside, she was left utterly speechless. Before her stood the long-deceased couple, Zhao Shouhua and her husband, vividly alive once more. Zhao Shouhua tossed her wavy hair and descended from the red motorcycle, saying, "Wayflower, you are still a child, do you not recognize your mother?" Chapter 22, Parents Have Arrived. Wayflower. Ling Huigreen detested this pet name, as it was bestowed upon her by the Zhao family. In her memories, her mother never called her Wayflower but always tenderly referred to her as Little Green, "My precious Little Green." Her mother recounted that when she was born, the long-dormant old locust tree outside suddenly sprouted fresh buds and branches. Thus, she was named Ling Green, symbolizing her vigorous spirit. Her mother shared that she had endured the woes of gender bias and the tribulations of growing up in a family with many sisters. So her Little Green was a singular child, cherished with unparalleled affection, regardless of her grandmother's and maternal grandmother's scolding. In those times, they resolutely refused to consider having a second child. Everything seemed blissful, akin to a fairy tale. How could it have changed so drastically? Ling Huigreen's eyes grew misty as she gazed at the approaching woman under the dim yellow light. The word mother churned in her throat. Yet she found herself unable to utter it. She could not obliterate from her memory the moment in her past life when she saw Zhao Shouhua, tearfully calling out "Mom," and rushing to embrace her, only to be met with Zhao Shouhua's rigid frame and the undisguised loathing in her eyes. Why would her own mother harbor such animosity towards her? Ling Wenhai parked his motorcycle and approached with a smile. "Xiao Lu, my child, don't you recognize your parents?" Ling Huailu heard herself choked with emotion. It is not that the daughter does not recognize her parents, but rather that the father has not seen his daughter for 5 years. An awkward expression flickered across Ling Wenhai's face. Ling Huailu had been sent to the countryside 8 years prior, and they had only returned once 5 years ago, never to return again. In those 5 years, Ling Huailu had blossomed from a young girl into a graceful young woman. At that moment, a sense of regret washed over him. It wasn't as if the family was struggling to make ends meet. Why had they abandoned their own daughter in the countryside for so many years? Zhao Shouhua, pulling Ling Huaizhi closer, chided, "My child, are you blaming your parents? Have you not considered how difficult it is for your father and I to raise 3 children, your brother, your sister, and your younger brother? You used to be the most considerate of your mother, why can't you think more about my burdens?" A flicker of irony danced in Ling Huaizhi's eyes. She had almost forgotten about Ling Yulong, the little son Zhao Shouhua had given birth to in her old age, the year after she was sent to the countryside. He was the crown prince of the Ling family, and also the unfortunate soul who met an early demise in her previous life. Zhao Shouhua, with no time for pleasantries with Ling Huaizhi, hurried into the house. "Mom, I'm back. My brother said you hurt your leg, how are you?" As she spoke, she handed Zhang Guifan 2 cans of malted milk and a few bags of white sugar. Zhang Guifan smiled warmly. "Oh, dear sister-in-law. Why on earth are you bringing anything when returning to your maternal home? Sister, brother-in-law, have you had dinner yet? If not, I shall prepare something for you right away. Huaihua, hurry and tidy up your room so your parents can rest." Ling Huaizhi twisted her fingers nervously. "Aunt, I sleep in the chicken coop. It's far too cramped for my parents to stretch out comfortably." Ling Wenhai's expression darkened immediately. After all, Ling Huaizhi was his own daughter. With so many children at home, they had sent her to the countryside for a bit of respite. Yet, despite their support each year, how could they allow the child to sleep in a chicken coop? What would that say about him, the esteemed section chief Ling? Zhang Guifan's smile faltered, and she chuckled awkwardly. "Child, what nonsense are you spouting? Haven't you always shared a room with your cousin, Xiaocui? Never mind, since when being isn't here. Why don't you tidy up your uncle's room for your parents to sleep in? Xiaocui, go assist Huaihua with the chores." Zhao Xiaocui lingered beside Zhao Shouhua, pretending not to hear. "Second aunt, now that you and uncle have bought a motorcycle, you must be making a fortune, right?" Zhao Shouhua tossed her hair dismissively. "Oh, my dear, your uncle and I are merely employees, how much can we earn? The motorcycle was a second-hand purchase. It looks fine, but it's just a fuel-guzzling behemoth. I spend over 100 each month just to keep it running." Zhao Laotai, who had been about to voice her grievances, suddenly felt a pang of unfairness. This daughter was becoming increasingly unreasonable, preferring to squander over 100 on a metal contraption rather than spare a little for her own mother. "Last time, when I asked her for money due to my broken leg, she readily gave me 200. This time, after traveling a great distance, she was easily satisfied with just 2 cans of malt extract and several bags of sugar. After years of diligent care. Is this her way of showing filial piety as she ages?" Zhao Xiaocui nestled affectionately against Zhao Shouhua and said, "Aunt, I've heard that the provincial city is vast and bustling. They say that people there eat fine white flour daily and wear high-quality fabric. Even the elderly ladies dance in the park. Is that true? I envy my cousin's Red Army brother and Jiao Jiao, who grew up and studied in the city. I have yet to see what the city is really like." She realized that she could no longer remain in the countryside. In recent days, it became evident to her that Sam Luer was a heartless individual, unyielding in extracting money from her. If things continued this way, trouble was inevitable. She must venture into the city. Why should her cousins be allowed to thrive there while she could not? Zhao Shouhua understood her niece's aspirations well. Noticing her expression of envy, she casually remarked, "If you're not going to school, why don't you come with me to the city for a few days?" Zhao Xiaocui's heart soared with joy. "Aunt, really, is it truly possible?" "Of course." Zhao Shouhua chuckled. "You think I would deceive you?" Seeing Zhao Xiaocui engrossed in conversation with Zhao Shouhua, Zhao Laotai waved her hand. "You go outside, I need to talk with your aunt." Before she could utter another word, Zhao Shouhua stood and said, "I think I hear Wencheng coming. Mother, it's getting late, you should rest first while I greet Wencheng." A pungent odor of excrement permeated the room, nearly suffocating her. Having endured this for an extended period, she felt she could no longer bear it. Any further delay would induce nausea. Shouhua, please do not leave. I have more to say." Zhao Laotai was in a state of desperation, watching helplessly as her daughter crossed the threshold. Her urgency was palpable, almost compelling her to rise and pursue Zhao Shouhua, but as she attempted to move, she was met with intense pain in her back and legs. "Grandmother, why isn't my mother talking to you anymore?" Ling Huaizhi had entered unnoticed, arms crossed. gazing down with a somber expression. Old age truly is a pitiful condition. Outside, a lively crowd surrounds Zhao Shouhua. Yet not a soul remembers that there lies an elderly mother confined to her bed. Zhao Laotai's fingers trembled with indignation. Do not revel in your triumph. Your parents have returned, and your days of ease are about to come to an end. Ling Huaizhi bent closer, whispering, You are mistaken, my fortunate days are just beginning. They have come to escort me back to the city, while you, alas, will remain in your lamentable state. Zhao Laotai's legs were beyond recovery. And while Zhao Wengen's patience was uncertain, it was clear that Zhang Guifan would create a scene over this situation. After exchanging pleasantries for a considerable time, Zhao Shouhua sought to return to her room only to realize there was no place to rest. Huaihua, did you not tidy up for mother? Chapter 23, The daughter is too petty. Ling Huaizhi timidly replied, The bedding and sheets are in aunt's room. She did not say anything. And I did not dare to move. Ling Wenhai was quite vexed by his daughter's ungraceful demeanor. He furrowed his brow and said, Huaihua, you are already 18 years old, and our family does not lack for your sustenance. Where did you acquire this timid and parochial demeanor? Before you were sent back to the countryside, you were a cheerful, bright, studious, talented, and sweet-tongued young girl, beloved by all. How, in the blink of an eye, have you become so utterly presentable? If people were to discover that you are the daughter of Ling Wenhai, I would be utterly disgraced. Ling Huailu became increasingly uneasy upon hearing this, standing there like a prisoner awaiting interrogation, unsure of what she had done wrong. Zhao Shouhua tugged at her husband, All right. She has only just returned. Why are you saying all of this? Huaihua, go find your maternal uncle's wife and bring over 2 quilts. Ling Huailu remained still, on the verge of tears. Ling Wenhai harbored resentment toward his wife's elder brother and his spouse. 200 yuan each year. These country folk could not save even 100 yuan in a year. Was this how they treated his daughter? Second aunt, uncle, let me tidy up for you. Zhao Xiaocui embraced the quilts, squeezed past Ling Huailu, and entered the house to arrange things. Ling Huailu glanced at her parents, then at Zhao Xiaocui. Her eyes glistening with tears, but she said nothing, silently heading toward the chicken coop. Ling Wenhai stepped forward, and in the dim light, he saw the small space partitioned off in the chicken coop, nearly causing his lungs to explode with rage. You sleep here? He said in a deep, angry voice. Ling Huailu shuddered in fright, her eyes brimming with tears. Not really. Before, there was still the cowshed to live in, but later. My younger uncle saw a woman in red in the cowshed. I was afraid, so I dared not go there anymore. Dad, please don't be angry. Or else when you and Mom leave, I will be beaten. She trembled, her voice barely above a whisper as she pleaded, casting anxious glances around her, fearful of being overheard. Ling Wenhai, having served in the police force for many years, despite holding a clerical position, had heard numerous accounts of rural folk mistreating young girls. In the past, he had dismissed such tales with a mere chuckle, believing that in such a vast world, there was no shortage of misfortune. And there were far too many pitiable souls for him to extend his compassion. Yet now, with his own daughter subjected to such treatment, how could he not feel a surge of anger? Passing by, Zhang Guifan immediately sensed the gravity of the situation and hurriedly pulled Ling Huailu aside. Child, it was just a playful quarrel with your sister, you can't possibly be holding a grudge over that, can you? Enough of this. It's your sister who is at fault. As your aunt, I apologize on her behalf. Please, don't be so stubborn. Just go back to your room and get some sleep, alright? Ling Wenhai's expression shifted once more. Was it truly acceptable to administer such harsh treatment just because of a trivial spat between young ladies? Ling Huailu wiped her tears in silence, her gaze drifting toward Zhao Xiaocui, who was conversing amiably with Zhao Shouhua. Sister, may I sleep in your room tonight? Of course not, Zhao Xiaocui began. But as soon as she met Zhang Guifan's fierce glare, she swallowed her words, finishing with, Who is stopping you from sleeping there? Ling Huailu broke into a smile, gratitude illuminating her face. Thank you, father. Thank you, aunt. Thank you, sister Xiaocui. I'm going to bed now. For a moment, Ling Wenhai found it difficult to discern who was being deceitful. After all, the child's expression of gratitude did not seem feigned. While Zhao Xiaocui looked decidedly unwell, Ling Huailu then made her way directly into her room to sleep. Shaking his head, Ling Huaizhi was about to discuss their daughter with his wife when Zhao Xiaozui erupted. Don't you dare touch my quilt or sleep in my bed. What do you think you're doing? I told you to go back to your henhouse. You reek of chicken droppings. Who would want to sleep with you? Enraged, Ling Huaizhi stepped forward to argue, realizing his initial suspicion was correct. This family was truly making his daughter sleep in the chicken coop. Inside the house, Ling Huaizhi locked the door, slapped Zhao Xiaozui across the face, and then kicked her in the abdomen. Sleep if you want, but I'm going to bed. Zhao Xiaozui clutched her face, incredulous that Ling Huaizhi dared to hit her. How could she? How dare she? Ling Huaizhi lay down on the bed. If you had any sense, you'd realize that my parents are still my parents. If we return to the city and I'm not around, we'll bully you to death. Zhao Xiaozui recalled a few years ago when her second aunt brought Ling Huaizhi back, who strutted around like a proud rooster. The memory was still painful. Humph. So what? Even if Ling Huaizhi dislikes me, would she treat you any better? She couldn't stand Ling Huaizhi, and she equally resented the idea of Ling Huaizhi living a good life. If your aunt and uncle truly cared for you, they wouldn't have left you in the countryside for so many years. Ling Huaizhi glanced at her. You don't understand a thing. City people care most about appearances. Do you think they wanted me to suffer in the countryside? It was all an act for the Chen family. They wanted the Chen family to know that they treated Ling Huaizhi and her brother better than their own daughter. So the Chen family couldn't compete with them for grandchildren. It was all about maintaining a favorable reputation. Zhao Xiaozui arose and exclaimed, descend from there at once. This is my bed. Do not presume that the presence of your parents will deter me from striking you. Ling Huaizhi retorted with disdain, indeed, you wouldn't dare. Have you not observed your mother's subservient demeanor towards mine, as if she were a mere domestic? Apprehensive of displeasing my parents lest they rescind their invitation for you to the city? I advise you to exercise restraint and avoid causing a spectacle that might incur my father's displeasure towards your entire family. Zhao Xiaozui, no longer a mere child, possessed a clear understanding of the prevailing circumstances. Suppressing her seething anger, she inwardly vowed to defer her retaliation against Ling Huaizhi until she had relocated to the city, at which point her mother could administer a thorough thrashing. As she perched upon the edge of the bed, Ling Huaizhi delivered a swift kick, sending her sprawling. My apologies. Dear cousin, she feigned. I am a restless sleeper and fear I might inadvertently kick you during the night. Perhaps you should seek repose in another chamber. You. Zhao Xiaozui began, poised to engage in a physical altercation, when Zhang Guifan rapped upon the window. Xiaozui, dawn is nigh. Retire to your slumber at once. Zhao Xiaozui bit her lip, refraining from further confrontation with Ling Huaizhi. Within Zhao Wenbing's abode, Zhao Shouhua cast a disdainful glance, lamenting, a family of utter incompetence. Incapable of self-improvement. Despite the annual contribution of 200 yuan, their circumstances remain unchanged, their existence mired in squalor. Ling Huaizhi echoed her sentiments, expressing his disgust. After all these years, the walls remain constructed of earth and clods, the ground uneven and riddled with potholes, and even the tidied bedding exudes a sense of uncleanliness. My mother-in-law is preoccupied with lavishing attention upon her natal family, and my wife's elder brother is utterly devoid of competence. Despite 2 members of their household receiving state stipends, they have managed to reduce their lives to this state of disarray. Had it not been for Professor Huang's intervention, I would never have deigned to consider a rustic girl like Zhao Shouhua. Shouhua, haven't you noticed a considerable alteration in Huaihua's disposition compared to former times? Ling Huaizhi, with his hands interlaced behind his head, broached the subject of their daughter with his wife. Chapter 24, Ling Huaizhi's myriad tasks. Zhao Shouhua, unable to find repose, felt as though unseen insects were crawling upon her bed. She contemplated visiting the township police station the following day to extricate Zhao Wenbing. According to her own inclinations, she would have preferred to leave Zhao Wenbing to his fate. However, as a teacher in the city, wedded to a man in law enforcement, she felt compelled to act, lest she lose face before her family and be held in low esteem by the villagers. It is an unavoidable predicament. We were unable to care for all our children, and Huaihua perished while saving me, leaving behind 2 children. As their aunt, I cannot simply disregard them. It is also Huaihua's recalcitrant nature, despite sending her to the countryside. With the advent of the household responsibility system, no family lacks sustenance. My elder brother is honest and kind-hearted, he would not mistreat her. Logically, she should be living a decent life. The old home is blessed with picturesque scenery, is it not more nurturing than the city? With such favorable conditions, consider. Upon seeing our daughter today, it was as if she harbored resentment towards us. Alas, she assumes her parents lead an opulent life in the city. Unaware of our arduous existence, why is it that this child, now grown, cannot comprehend and empathize with our situation? Ling Huaizhi concurred. He and his wife's combined monthly income barely reached 300 yuan, which had to sustain 3 children and provide for the elderly. Allocating 200 yuan annually to Ling Huaizhi was already a considerable sacrifice. Why did the child still blame her parents? Upon reflecting upon the burdens of gratitude, Chen Hongjun, my sister-in-law's son, has reached the age of 22 and finds himself ensnared in an endless cycle of repeating his studies. As he approaches the age when one traditionally seeks a spouse, one cannot help but wonder about the financial implications of wedding arrangements and dowries. Furthermore, my niece Ling Huaizhi has also been repeating her studies for 2 years without securing a place in a college. My wife insists that, unlike boys, girls possess no inherent physical strength. Thus, it is imperative for her to attain a university education. It remains uncertain whether the siblings will succeed in their examinations this year. Should they fail, will they be compelled to repeat their studies yet again? Then there is the younger son, a child born to me in my later years, whom I cherish dearly. He is merely 9 years old, yet the demands of child-rearing today are vastly different from those of the past. It is essential that he develops a range of skills, including chess, table tennis, calligraphy, and piano. Moreover, I find myself in a position that has remained stagnant for 5 years, at just over 40. I cannot resign myself to a life of perpetual mediocrity as a mere junior official. My mind is a tumult of thoughts, preventing me from finding solace in sleep. Drowsily, I overhear voices outside. Hurry, Huaihua, before dawn breaks, fetch some pig fodder and while you're at it, bring back some wheat straw. Remember to drive the ducks into the wheat fields, perhaps we can glean some wheat ears. Then I hear my daughter's soft voice, Aunt, I still need to prepare breakfast. Shouldn't we send Xiao Zui to herd the ducks? Zhang Guifan responds with displeasure. When asked to do some chores, why do you have so much to say? Quickly. Bring back the pig fodder first before you think of breakfast. Ling Huaizhi adds, Aunt, how should we prepare breakfast this morning? As they prepared the sauerkraut porridge, a long silence enveloped the atmosphere until Ling Huaizhi finally heard Zhang Guifan express her displeasure. We shall not make dumplings today, instead, let us add more rice and cook it thicker. Ling Huaizhi inquired further, should we stir in some cornmeal? Zhang Guifan raised her voice, why must you ask about everything? Have you only just begun to cook? You have always been the one to prepare our meals, is this truly necessary? It was absurd. After merely bringing back 2 jars of malt extract, did she expect her to prepare chickens and ducks, lavish feasts of fish and meat? Zhang Guifan felt no obligation to treat Ling Huaizhi with any courtesy simply because her sister-in-law had returned. After all, even her own mother did not favor Ling Huaizhi. One could hardly expect her aunt to show any compassion. She would continue to give orders as usual, for in a few days, her sister-in-law and her husband would depart. Ling Huaizhi could no longer endure the scene and kicked Zhao Shouhua. Let me sleep a little longer. Zhao Shouhua murmured, turning over to resume her slumber. After a night of travel, how could she not be exhausted? Unable to rouse his wife, Ling Huaizhi resigned himself to rising alone. Upon getting up and not finding his daughter, he saw Wang Feng emerging with a hoe and inquired, Xiaofeng, where has Ling Huaizhi gone? Wang Feng, her hair in disarray and eyes still crusted with sleep, had yet to fully awaken. She lazily gestured towards the field not far behind the house. There she is, tending to the wheat straw. Just as Ling Huaizhi intended to head to the field in search of Ling Huaizhi, he paused and turned back to ask Wang Feng. And what of Xiao Zui? At this, Wang Feng seemed to awaken fully, regarding Ling Huaizhi as though he were jesting. Uncle, surely you jest. Which day does Xiao Zui not sleep until the sun is high in the sky? She understood that her parents-in-law intended to send Xiao Zui to the city. Why should that be? Everyone is going to the city, while she is left with a heap of chores at home. Are they deliberately trying to exhaust her? Ling Wenhui's expression darkened as he ventured into the fields amidst the early morning mist, only to discover Ling Huaizhi struggling to rise under the weight of a large bundle of wheat straw. Her petite frame was dwarfed by the mass she carried, and despite several attempts, she could not get up. Ling Wenhui hurried over. Huaihua, step aside, let me carry it. Ling Huaiyu's eyes brimmed with gratitude, and she immediately turned teary-eyed, her voice thick with emotion. Dad, why are you here? No need, I can manage, it's too heavy for you. Ling Wenhui thought to himself that if his daughter, a young girl, could carry it, surely he, a grown man, could as well. However, to his embarrassment, he found it exceedingly heavy. A glimmer of sarcasm flickered in Ling Huaizhi's eyes. Dad, just let me do it, I'm used to it. You can just give me a hand. With his assistance, Ling Huaizhi shakily hoisted the straw onto her back, leaning on a wooden stick as she stood upright and wobbled her way home. Ling Wenhui, following behind, noticed the many patches on his daughter's faded blue trousers, now drenched in dew. A lump formed in his throat. Huaihua, do you work like this every day? Ling Huaizhi, breathless yet unfazed, replied, Dad, what's the big deal? Isn't it common for country kids to work? Uncle and aunt have it hard enough raising several children, adding one more to feed, like me. Would be unreasonable if I didn't help out. Ling Wenhui felt a pang of bitterness as he recalled his siblings, Ling Yuqiao, who barely lifted a finger at home. There were times when the meals prepared did not suit their taste, compelling them to spend money dining out, let alone engaging in any labor. He glanced at his own daughter, pondering the kind of life she was enduring. For the first time, he felt dissatisfaction towards his wife's decision to leave their daughter in the countryside as a means of repaying a debt of gratitude. Yet we send money to your uncle every year, Ling Huaizhi defended. Father, life is not easy for those in the countryside. Earning money is not as convenient as it is in the city. 200 yuan is not a small sum, but grandmother is getting older, and she requires medication that incurs expenses. Father, please walk carefully, don't get your shoes and socks wet. As the father and daughter conversed, they entered the courtyard, only to be met with Zhao Shouhua's furious roar. Ling Huaizhi, how have I raised you? You dare to show disrespect to the elderly and even strike your grandmother behind my back. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Chapter 25, You are not my biological mother. The timid Ling Huaizhi trembled at the sound of her outburst, losing her balance and collapsing, along with the heavy straw, onto the ground of the courtyard. She was frail and found herself unable to rise beneath the weight of the straw. Observing his daughter's pitiful state, Ling Wenhui's anger surged. Zhao Shouhua, are you blind? Huaihua is such an honest child, how could she possibly commit such an act against the elderly? Zhao Shouhua, incensed by his defense of Ling Huaizhi, retorted, she wouldn't dare? Just look at how she pretends to be so obedient and industrious now, while in reality, she is exceedingly lazy behind closed doors. My mother is of advanced age, would she falsely accuse her? Upon hearing this, Aunt Shouyun, who was passing by, couldn't help but interject, Shouhua, I must say, your Huaihua is far from being a lazy girl. If you doubt it, inquire around the village. She carries water, tills the land, tends to the livestock, and even cooks for the entire family and washes their clothes. If you're going to accuse someone of laziness, it certainly isn't Huaihua. She's such a wonderful child. The man behind her nudged her, retorting, why must you chatter so much nonsense? It's their family's affair, why do you have to meddle? Shouhua, pay no mind to my wife's blathering. His own wife was simply too garrulous. Couldn't she discern that the current Zhao Shouhua was not the same as the Zhao Shouhua of yesteryear? In the initial years after commencing her career, Zhao Shouhua would return to her hometown annually, bestowing gifts upon the villagers who had once assisted her and inquiring after the well-being of the village elders. She would lend a hand in resolving any difficulties she could. But observe Zhao Shouhua now, fearful that her hometown compatriots might take advantage of her in the slightest. Her words carried the haughty superiority of a city dweller, and she would retreat several paces when speaking, as if afraid of being touched by others. Her disdainful expression was hardly lost on the villagers. If the couple genuinely cared for their daughter, they would return during festivals and holidays. Would the Zhao family dare to treat Ling Huaizhi in such a manner? If the parents themselves show no concern, how can they expect others to care? What are they thinking? Upon hearing Aunt Shouyun's words, Ling Wenhui felt an even deeper sense of remorse. He assisted Ling Huaizhi in removing the straps and helped her to her feet. Old Madame Zhao, enduring the ache in her back, emerged from the house, leaning on her cane for support. Wenhui, take this girl away. My Zhao family cannot afford to keep her. Indeed formidable. She has subjected this old woman to both pinching and striking, and furthermore, she deprives me of slumber at night. In all my years, I have never encountered a junior as ruthless as she. Zhao Shouhua, with a grave countenance, inquired, Ling Huaihua, tell me, is what your grandmother says true? Ling Wenhui also turned his gaze towards Ling Huel. Huaihua, be honest, have you mistreated the elderly? Ling Huo remained prostrate on the ground, weeping silently. Zhao Xiaocui, roused by the commotion, emerged with drowsy eyes and promptly exclaimed upon hearing the accusations, "Yes, yes, yes. She struck me last night and forbade me from sleeping in the bed. Second aunt, uncle, now that you're here, you must discipline this wretched girl properly. Her audacity knows no bounds." Upon hearing Zhao Xiaocui's words, Ling Huaizhi couldn't help but cast a glance in her direction, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. He had distinctly heard Zhao Xiaocui preventing Ling Huo from sleeping in the bed the previous night, so how had the narrative now shifted to Ling Huo mistreating Zhao Xiaocui? Moreover, the dilapidated cotton wadding in the chicken coop bore all the hallmarks of long-term occupancy. His daughter was evidently the abused and downtrodden one. So how had she ended up being accused of mistreating others? He couldn't help but exclaim, "Huaihua, in front of your mother and me, tell the truth. Did you commit those acts?" In his heart, he was reluctant to believe that Ling Huo was capable of such actions. As the young girl in his memories was so sensible and well-behaved. Ling Huo suddenly rose, rushed into the main room, and retrieved a bottle of pesticide. "Yes. I am responsible for all of it. I am indolent and gluttonous, I am disrespectful to the elderly, I am insatiably greedy, and I deserve to die. Mother. I merely wish to ask one question. What have I done wrong all these years to warrant being abandoned in the countryside for 8 long years, 8 years? 8 long years. While your family enjoys harmonious bliss, have you ever thought of me, toiling away in the countryside? If I were to perish, would you bother to search for a train station to discard my body, or perhaps toss me into a small creek? Who would care about my existence? Forcing me to endure a life that feels neither human nor spectral, existing beneath the Zhao family's contempt." These words had long been trapped within me. Unspoken in my previous life, but this time, I must voice them. I refused to endure the disdain that marked my past existence. Ling Huaizhi was taken aback by Ling Huilu's audacity. "Huilu, what are you doing? Put that bottle down immediately." Zhao Xiaohua, however, pointed an accusing finger at Ling Huilu. Unleashing a torrent of vitriol, "Drink it. I dare you to drink it. After years apart, you've truly grown bold enough to threaten your elders with death? I bore and raised you, do I owe you anything? Let me tell you, I've seen countless tricks like yours. If you think you can intimidate me, think again. Go ahead, drink it, for today I shall witness how you intend to meet your end. If you dare to die, I shall not hesitate to arrange your funeral." Holding the pesticide bottle, Ling Huilu suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face. "You are not my mother, you cannot be my true mother. A true mother would never treat her daughter this way, would never abandon her for nearly a decade only to confront her with death upon their reunion." She knelt heavily upon the ground, bowing her head repeatedly, "Father, mother. You brought me into this world, and I bear the weight of sin. Yet, after all these years with the Zhao family, I should have repaid my debts." She rolled up her sleeves, revealing the scars and bruises on her arms and legs. "If these wounds are insufficient to clear my debts, then upon my death, you may scatter my ashes." Having uttered those words, she unscrewed the cap, poised to ingest the medication. Desist. A figure suddenly descended from behind, dislodging the vial. Its pungent and offensive aroma permeating the air. Zhao Kai, cradling Ling Huai, implored, "Fetch water forthwith, that she may rinse her mouth." Zhao Wencheng and Zhao Wenzhen, arriving fortuitously, assisted in irrigating Ling Huai's mouth. Zhao Xiaohua continued her tirade, "Eldest brother, release her, she merely feigns this for the sake of appearances. Had she a genuine desire for demise, she would have sought a secluded locale. Instead, she brandishes the vial here, posturing and inviting ridicule." Zhao Dan, arriving at that moment and overhearing these pronouncements, found her ire irrepressible. "Little Lu is correct, you are assuredly not her biological mother. No true mother would subject her own daughter to such treatment. Nor are you a stepmother, for you lack even the pretense of one, who would, at the very least, maintain a fayade. You, however, are determined to drive her to her doom." Zhao Dan was beside herself with indignation, for little Lu was a most well-behaved maiden. At this hour, coinciding with the morning repast, several elders from the brigade had arrived. One elder intoned, "Xiaohua, you have undergone a transformation. Throughout the village, Huaihua is renowned for her diligence, competence, and understanding. How can you treat your own daughter thus? Indeed, should you accuse anyone of indolence or filial impiety, it cannot be Huaihua. During your mother's sojourn in the hospital, it was Huaihua who attended to her every need, tending to her excrement and urine. How, then? Is she deemed unfilial? Chapter 26, Zhao Old Lady, she is wronged. It appears that the origins of this Huaihua are questionable, for otherwise Zhao Shouhua would not have disregarded this daughter upon the arrival of her son. It's conceivable that she's not truly a daughter of the Ling family, otherwise how could her own parents perpetrate such an act? Furthermore, the two children from the Chen family were raised in the Ling household. Yet they claim they cannot provide for their own daughter. Who would believe that? Zhao Shouhua is a well-known figure in the village, and upon her return, many gathered to witness the spectacle. Ling Huaizhi, hearing the various discussions, alternated between pallor and flush. He, too, couldn't comprehend why his wife was acting as if possessed, treating their daughter in such a manner, especially since she had previously shown such affection for her. Zhao Wenzhen was equally perplexed by his sister's madness. Shouhua, why are you pressuring Huaihua? Zhao Shouhua, feeling somewhat humiliated by the public scrutiny, retorted irritably, Mother said Huaihua struck her, am I not to trust my own mother? Zhao Wenzhen was exasperated by the old woman, feeling she was adding to the chaos. Mother, please speak with conscience. Huaihua is such a docile child. How could she possibly hit you, scold you, or deprive you of food? If you were truly beaten and starved, would you possess such a healthy complexion? The old Madame Zhao, equally incensed, raised her hand to the heavens and swore, she truly struck me, even pinching my thighs and neck. If you don't believe me, look. Zhao Wenchang's wife peered closely, then shook her head, Shouhua, I see no evidence of any beating on your mother's person. See for yourself. Zhao Shouhua hastily pulled open Zhao Old Madame's collar and raised her trouser legs. The old flesh was loose but relatively fair, with no visible signs of pinching. Zhao Dan, with her forthright nature, grasped Ling Huaizhi's arm, third aunt-in-law, take a good look and see what marks from being beaten actually look like, this is what they are. The villagers gazed upon the appalling, age-old scars adorning Ling Huaizhi's body, their expressions a tapestry of complexity as they turned towards the Zhao family. The kind of existence Ling Huaizhi endured in the Zhao household was no secret to them. How could the old woman brazenly fabricate such falsehoods and cast aspersions upon such a docile child? Zhao Wengen's gaze faltered, for he was indeed aware of the beatings Ling Huaizhi had suffered. Yet, what could he do? With such a large family, there were bound to be inextricable disputes. He was too weary to even speak most days, let alone mediate their affairs. Old Mrs. Zhao stamped her crutch, yearning to tear into Ling Huaizhi. That wretched girl truly attempted to poison me. I know not how she did it, but she left not a single mark. Wretched girl. If you dare to act, then own up to it. Speak, did you lay a hand on me? Ling Huaizhi, her eyes filled with desolation, turned to Ling Huaizhi and Zhao Shouhua, father, mother. I am a person who, in life, has no one to support me, and in death, no one to care for me. If anything goes missing in the Zhao household, surely it was I who stole it. If Jinbao suffers a scrape or a bruise, surely it was I who failed to watch over the child properly. If the chickens or ducks run astray, surely it was I who was not attentive enough. There are too many things I have not done well, and one more will make little difference. If you believe I struck the elder, then I confess, I struck her. I nearly killed my own maternal grandmother. Mother, is this to your satisfaction? Father, you are involved in this field, you may as well send me to the police station. I suspect that even imprisonment would be more comfortable than this life, where I need not consume swill and endure beatings and scoldings day in and day out, with no end in sight. She collapsed to the ground, a mere girl in her teens, exuding an inescapable aura of death, like a forsaken, solitary old woman. Consuming swill? Ling Huaizhi's expression was exceedingly grim. He contributed 200 yuan annually to the Zhao family, yet Ling Huaizhi was relegated to consuming swill. Zhao Shouhua, her face darkened, retorted, you speak nonsense. Before her words could fully escape her lips, Zhao Shaozui interjected, Ling Huaihua, do not unjustly accuse others. It was you who claimed to relish pig feed, who preferred gnawing on sweet potatoes, and found noodles upsetting to your stomach. It is you who desired pig feed. Why should you blame us for not providing you with sustenance? Ling Huaizhi felt a pang of bitterness in his heart as he staggered to kneel before Ling Huaizhi, asking, Huaihua, tell daddy, do you truly eat pig feed at the Zhao household? Zhang Guifan, who had toiled in the field since dawn, returned home to find the yard bustling with people. Upon hearing Ling Huaizhi's inquiry, the pent-up frustration that had accumulated over the years erupted. What of eating pig feed? At least the old Zhao family provides her with food, allowing her to survive. You too, indifferent and neglectful, abandoned your child in my care for nearly a decade. And now you dare to criticize the quality of our provisions? If it is unsatisfactory, why not take her back? How eloquent your words are, yet you contribute nothing. Merely perched high above, admonishing others. Does the Zhao family owe the Ling family something? Or has the Ling family been completely extinguished, unable to support a girl, necessitating her being sent to the old Zhao household? These words had been bottled up within her for many years. Her younger sister had passed away, and her 2 children were taken to the city. The second brother, Zhao Wengui, found his footing through the second sister and became a city dweller. The 5th brother, Zhao Wenbing, was merely a glutton, inept at any task, leaving nothing but exasperation in his wake. At home, he was a source of utter frustration, offering no hope whatsoever. She herself had 4 children, her second son was unmarried, and her 4th child was still in school. For many years, the responsibility of caring for the elderly and tending to the fields has fallen solely on their family. Has it been easy for her? Ling Huaizhi harbors a deep-seated resentment as well. Sister-in-law, what are you talking about? While you indeed care for Huaihua, do we not contribute 200 yuan each year? Even if we consider the 200 yuan from 7 or 8 years ago, it is still a significant amount today. After receiving such a sum, you treat my daughter as if she were a beast of burden, feeding her scraps fit only for pigs. Is this how one should conduct themselves? If word got out that Ling Huaizhi's daughter was fed like a pig, would he be able to show his face in public again? No wonder children of similar age to Ling Yujiao appear to be much taller. Just look at this one, she hardly resembles an 18-year-old woman. Zhang Guifan, already filled with indignation, became even more incensed at the mention of the 200 yuan. Ignoring her husband's attempts to restrain her, she pointed an accusing finger at old lady Zhao and exclaimed, 200 yuan? Ask her, inquire of this old hag if, over the years, she has ever contributed 20 yuan towards the household. Sister, you are so clever, showing filial piety to the elders and taking care of your own family. Yet the reputation is all yours while the burden of raising the children falls upon us, and we have done so for many years. When my daughter marries and brings back a bride price, will I, as her aunt, receive even a penny? Zhao Shouhua turned to her mother and said, Mother, I give you money every year, and I have never skimped on honoring you during festivals. How can you hoard the money and refuse to let big brother and sister-in-law spend it? Old lady Zhao wiped her tears away with her waistband and lamented, second child. Wenbing isn't married yet. At my age, if I don't save a little for him, who will he rely on in the future? The villagers were momentarily rendered speechless. The old woman's actions seemed excessively selfish. Zhang Guifan, however, would not concede. Old lady, you should have some self-respect. Is it really for Zhao Wenbing that you are saving? Over the years, the funds contributed by my younger sister and Wengui amount to a considerable sum, at least 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, if not more. Today, in front of my sister, you ought to present that money for everyone to see. Grandma Zhao, wiping her tears, lamented, why do you ask me for money? At my age that money. Chapter 27, You must rescue my son. The money I had. It was stolen during the last collapse. Stolen? Zhang Guifan scoffed, just the other day, your nephew quietly came over and left with quite a few belongings. Now you claim the money was stolen? Grandma Zhao was genuinely at a loss for words, her money had indeed been taken. The subsequent funds had also been given to her nephew, but considering her family's dire situation, should she not assist her nephew as an aunt? Ling Huaizhi began to understand that the family's finances had been covertly funneled to support her maternal relatives. No wonder Zhao Shouhua insisted on sending Ling Huaizhi back to the Zhao household, claiming that returning to the Ling family was not without oversight, while she stubbornly maintained that her biological mother would care for her. It appeared she was utilizing her daughter's name to indirectly support her family. Throughout these years, not a single penny had been spent on her daughter, even her brother-in-law and sister-in-law had not benefited, which explained the deep-seated resentment. Ling Huaizhi helped Ling Huaizhi to her feet and said, Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, you have nurtured Huaihua for many years, consider it a favor owed by me, Ling Huaizhi. I shall certainly repay this kindness in the future. Huaihua is my daughter, and today I shall take her away, you need not worry about her anymore. That's not acceptable. Madame Zhao urged anxiously, son-in-law, you cannot solely attend to that wretched girl and neglect Wenbing, whether she returns to the city or not. It hardly matters after all these years. Huaizhi, being an official in the provincial capital, surely the villagers hold you in awe. You must first see to it that Wenbing is freed. Ling Huaizhi, stifling laughter in his irritation, realized for the first time the audacity of his mother-in-law. You have both a son and a daughter, do you truly require my intervention? He retorted. Zhao Shouhua, you may handle your family's affairs as you wish. I shall only concern myself with my daughter. The matters of others are beyond my purview. With that, he attempted to take Ling Huaizhi away. Suddenly, Zhao Xiaozui dashed over and clasped Ling Huaizhi's leg tightly. Uncle, you previously stated that you owed my parents a favor, and you promised to repay it. So now, will you take me to the city? She could not bear to remain in the countryside, witnessing Zhao Wenbing and the third donkey would drive her to madness. Ling Huaizhi's fury surged within him. What nonsense was this? They had bullied his daughter to such an extent, and now they had the audacity to demand favors? Ling Huaizhi whispered, Father, please take Sister Xiaozui along. After all, Uncle has treated me well, and we do owe their family a debt of gratitude. Zhao Wenyan's expression was a mixture of emotions. Ling Huaizhi's antics had embarrassed the Zhao family, and he harbored a grudge against her. Yet, in this moment, as Ling Huaizhi expressed her desire to bring Zhao Xiaozui to the city, he recognized her as a child who understood gratitude. Ling Huaizhi was reluctant to take Zhao Xiaozui. His own 2 children had been raised out of a life-saving obligation, and there was a bond of affection there. What does this amount to? Bullying his daughter. A lazy sloth who only arose after a long morning slumber. What purpose does he have in taking her away? Dad. Ling Huailu cried out once more. What Grandma did has nothing to do with Sister Xiaochui. Indeed, indeed. Zhao Xiaochui gazed at Ling Huailu with unprecedented fondness. Uncle. I grew up alongside Huaihua, our bond is quite strong. Without me by her side, she may feel quite lost. Ling Huaizhi scrutinized Zhao Xiaochui. Yearning to inquire how she could be so shameless, mere moments ago, she was lamenting how Ling Huailu had struck her, yet now she spoke of their amicable relationship. Zhao Dan articulated his thoughts aloud, you should have some dignity. You bully little Lu every day and yet claim to have a good relationship with her. Dandan. Zhao Dan's mother scolded, what nonsense are you spouting? Regardless of the circumstances, it is still a matter for the Zhao family, it has nothing to do with Zhao Dan. Ling Huaizhi, feeling helpless, acquiesced to the plan of taking Zhao Xiaochui into the city. Ling Huailu expressed her gratitude, thank you, Dad. In the provincial capital, the household included Chen Hongjun, the Ling siblings, and a little tyrant named Ling Yulong. What a delightful addition a lazy Zhao Xiaochui would make. Ling Huaizhi, accompanied by the 2 young ladies, addressed Zhao Shouhua, since you've already taken leave, there's no rush to return to the city. We shall handle Wenbing's matters first before returning. Absolutely not. Zhao old lady, leaning on her cane and suppressing her pain, approached, you cannot leave. You must go to the police station and retrieve my Wenbing. If you do not bring him back, I shall pay a visit to your workplace and reveal the disobedient and unfilial acts you and your spouse have committed. As she spoke, her gaze darted towards Zhao Shouhua. Zhao Shouhua hurriedly approached Ling Huaizhi, urging him, Huaizhi, we are all family. Wenbing is young and naive, having fallen victim to malevolence. As his brother-in-law, how can you turn a blind eye? Ling Huaizhi felt that his wife, with the passage of time, had become increasingly unclear in her judgments. In her youth, had such a situation arisen, she would have undoubtedly refrained from involvement, even commending the authorities for their actions. Yet now, she was imploring him to exploit his position to extricate that scoundrel, Zhao Wenbing. Zhao Wenzhen chimed in, Huaizhi, please do us this favor. As his brother-in-law, you cannot just stand idly by while Wenbing faces imprisonment. Zhao Wencheng, puffing on his cigarette, added, indeed, Huaizhi, Wenbing has been reckless in the past. But this time he will surely learn his lesson and refrain from such folly in the future. We are all part of the same clan, sharing the Zhao surname. If one of us turns out to be a rogue, it will tarnish our family's reputation in future matrimonial alliances. Ling Huaizhi, feeling cornered by the insistence of those around him, reluctantly acquiesced to their request. Huaijia, let us depart. Father, wait a moment, I need to gather my clothes. Ling Huaigu said as she dashed into the chicken coop, emerging with several garments that bore countless patches, their original colors indiscernible. The onlookers exchanged glances. For in recent years of household contracting, life had improved significantly, and every family would ensure their children had new clothes for the new year. It was evident that none of Ling Huaigu's garments were newly made for her, they were merely hand-me-downs from family members. Ling Wenhai's expression darkened as he snatched the clothes from Ling Huaigu's hands and tossed them into the biogas pit at the edge of the courtyard. Ling Huaigu, distressed, attempted to reclaim them, exclaiming, "Father, what are you doing? These are my only clothes." Her sorrowful demeanor pierced Ling Wenhai's paternal heart. "Worry not, my dear. Once we reach the city, I shall buy you new ones." Ling Huailu stamped her foot in frustration. "Dad, how can you do this? We must manage our finances carefully. With so many people in the household and only you and Mom earning, it's tough for you both. If I spend less, wouldn't it ease your burden?" Ling Wenhai's eyes brimmed with tears. His daughter was still the kind-hearted and sensible girl he knew. Reflecting on the finer clothes discarded by Ling Yujiao, he felt a pang of guilt, questioning his worth as a father. Upon hearing that Ling Wenhai intended to buy clothes for Ling Huailu, Zhao Xiaocui, in a huff, decided not to bring any clothes at all. Zhao Shouhua's expression darkened as she passed by Ling Huailu, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Look at you trying to play the good person while making a mockery of your family, turning into a laughingstock for the entire village. Are you pleased with yourself?" Ling Huailu lowered her head, shrinking back like a timid quail. When they reached the town, Ling Wenhai handed Ling Huailu 50 yuan to purchase clothes while he and Zhao Shouhua headed to the police station. No sooner had he departed than Zhao Xiaocui approached Ling Huailu, demanding, "Give me the money." Ling Huailu, uninterested in her antics, turned towards the center of the street. Zhao Xiaocui chased her to the back street, blocking her path. "Ling Yujiao despises you. If you don't give me the money, I won't help you when she bullies you." Ling Huailu stuffed the money into her pocket and replied, "Zhao Xiaocui, I have parents now. Don't forget. I was the one who asked my dad to bring you along. If you keep this up, he'll surely decide against taking you to the city." Zhao Xiaocui, taken aback, glanced around and noticed that the two individuals were standing behind the oil mill, completely out of sight. A smug expression crossed her face. "Humph. There's no one around now, and your father isn't here either. What makes you so formidable? Hurry up and give me the money." Ling Huaigreen chuckled, suddenly gripping her hair and forcefully driving her knee into her abdomen, causing Zhao Xiaocui to double over in pain, unable to rise. "You just said it yourself. No one can see us here. Why are you still so arrogant?" She pinned Zhao Xiaocui's head down, shoving it toward the machine used for grinding rapeseeds. "Zhao Xiaocui, before you even make it to the city, you're already plotting to curry favor with Ling Yujiao to harm me. Do you think that because I am an orphan in the Zhao family, I will be bullied? Once I return home, do you think I will still be mistreated? Furthermore, you, a shameless wretch, are bullied by Zhao Wenbing and the 3 donkeys, not even sparing old Wang. Zhao Xiaocui, tell me. If my parents were to learn that you are such a promiscuous and unscrupulous person, would they still take you to the city? If you don't go to the city, are you planning to bear old Wang's child? Heaven forbid, if Uncle Da discovers this, will he not kill you?" The pain from her head colliding with the machine was excruciating, yet it paled in comparison to the fear that gripped Zhao Xiaocui's heart. "Ling Weiflower, you're talking nonsense. I didn't." Ling Huaigreen released her and leaned closer, whispering into her ear, "Zhao Xiaocui, if I were you, I would learn to keep my tail between my legs and align myself with me, instead of scheming to please Ling Yujiao in the city. You know her temper. If she discovers your sordid affairs, fearing for her reputation, how do you think she will treat you? Certainly. If your wooden brain cannot grasp this nuance and insists on serving Ling Yujiao, then I must ensure I extract my due recompense first." Zhao Xiaocui collapsed onto the ground, unable to restrain her sobs. She had believed that escaping from the village would render her troubles forgotten, yet unexpectedly, she found herself under Ling Huaiyu's control once more. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "Ling Huaihua, on the day we went to the movies in the woods, it was you." "Yes. I was always there," Ling Huaiyu stated without reservation. "Zhao Xiaocui, you accepted 10 yuan from Zhao Wenbing to deceive me. For a mere 10 yuan. You could so callously ruin my life, yet you still dare to speak of sisterhood? How utterly shameless." Zhao Xiaocui clenched her fists, her gaze darkening. "You were there all along, watching me being bullied. Ling Huaihua, how could you be so heartless?" The thought that Ling Huaiyu could have spared her from such calamities, yet chose to turn a blind eye, filled her with a burning desire to consume Ling Huaiyu alive. Ling Huaiyu met her gaze and pronounced each word deliberately. "Zhao Xiaocui, you accepted 10 yuan from Zhao Wenbing to deceive me. For the sake of that paltry sum. You could destroy my entire existence, and yet you dare to speak of sisterly affection? How can you bear to show your face? Driven back by her words. Zhao Xiaozue hesitated before voicing her final question, that night why could I not move? Ling Huaizhi's expression turned grave, because I offered my soul as a sacrifice to the woman in red. I am destined to live only until the age of 30, thereafter. My lifespan belongs to her. Therefore, whatever I do, she will assist me. Otherwise, do you think Zhao Wenbing stumbled upon the woman in red by mere chance? Startled, Zhao Xiaozue emitted a shriek and attempted to flee, only to be seized by Ling Huailu. Trying to escape? Ling Huailu questioned. Going to inform my parents? Despite my assertions of your impaired cognitive faculties, you remain unconvinced. Do you genuinely believe they would credit such a tale? Heed my words, Zhao Xiaozue. Henceforth, you shall serve as the most devoted acolyte of the woman in red. Fail to comply, and I shall permit her to seize control of your corporeal form. The habitually domineering Zhao Xiaozue was genuinely petrified at this juncture. She knelt before Ling Huailu, trembling, and implored, Huaihua, spare me. It was my uncle and elder brother who sought to harm you, I have never wronged you. Ling Huailu reveled in her trepidation, acknowledging the efficacy of the woman in red moniker. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Wenhai and Zhao Shouhua returned from the police station. Noticing Ling Huailu adorned in a floral blouse with a blue and white pattern, paired with blue denim trousers, and her feet shod in cloth shoes that revealed her toes. They then observed Zhao Xiaozue, whose formerly disheveled hair had been meticulously arranged, her braids adorned with silk ribbons. She was clad in a verdant dress and wore heeled plastic sandals. Given that he had not provided Zhao Xiaozue with funds, it was evident that Ling Huailu had financed this ensemble. This child, despite the Zhao family's treatment of her, could still extend such kindness to Zhao Xiaozue. A testament to her virtuous nature. Ling Wenhai furrowed his brow and inquired of Ling Huailu, why did you not purchase shoes for yourself? Ling Huailu responded with a bashful smile, the shoes I am wearing are still in good condition. Once I return home, I shall mend them. And they will last for another 2 months. It would be a pity to discard them. Zhao Shouhua, standing nearby, scoffed. I find it hard to believe that your aunt and uncle would neglect to make shoes for you. In response to her mother's ridicule, Ling Huaiyu remained unfazed, asserting, I don't need my aunt to do it, I can manage on my own. Zhao Xiaozue quickly interjected, indeed, Huaihua makes shoes splendidly, second aunt. Once she crafts a pair for you, you'll surely understand. After giving her a good scolding, Ling Huaiyu frightened her with tales of the woman in red. And subsequently took her shopping for clothes, allowing her to choose what she liked. For reasons unknown, Zhao Xiaozue suddenly found herself less irked by Ling Huaiyu. Perhaps there was truth in Ling Huaiyu's words, Ling Yujiao had a fierce temperament, one not to be trifled with, after all. Ling Huaiyu was the biological child of Ling Wenhai, and standing by her side felt just. Zhao Shouhua, with impatience, exclaimed, enough. Who would want to wear shoes made by you? They are utterly unfashionable, everyone in the city wears leather shoes. Hurry up and eat. We are on the verge of starvation. Having failed to retrieve Zhao Wenbing, her mood was far from pleasant. Zhao Wenbing's situation was not progressing smoothly, entangled in messy relationships. And the 3 of them involved were a prime example of this. Ling Wenhai sought to cultivate a friendship with Wang Dabiao, hoping that his position within the provincial bureau would persuade Wang Dabiao to grant him a favor. However, Wang Dabiao was a slippery character, demanding a guarantee from Ling Wenhai before he would consider releasing him. Ling Wenhai, valuing his reputation, would never allow anyone to hold leverage over him, leading to a stalemate. Ling Huaiyu quietly inquired of Ling Wenhai, Father, what has become of the doctor, Zhang, who entered with uncle? Ling Wenhai, suppressing his frustration, sternly admonished, what business do you, a young girl, have in such matters? Twisting her fingers, Ling Huailu lamented, back then, Dr. Zhang insisted on taking me as her godsister and even wanted to take me to the county town to meet some leaders, saying she would arrange a job for me. Now that she's in this state, I wonder about my job. Chapter 29, a harsh mother. Ling Wenhai's face darkened instantly. He had spent the entire morning at the police station, engaging in conversation with Wang Dabiao, and had learned quite a bit about Zhang Yulian. This woman was even more ruthless than the old landlords of the past. She would take naive village girls to the city under the guise of introducing them to jobs, but in reality, she was pimping them out, ruining countless lives. She was no life-saving doctor, but rather an old madam from the old society disguised as a doctor. He gritted his teeth and asked Ling Huaizhi, "Where did she take you?" Seeing his anger, Ling Huaizhi felt uneasy for a moment. "She originally planned to take me to the county these days, saying she had found me a job at a food station. The day my uncle took me to her house was also for this matter. But then she had an accident, so..." Ling Huaizhi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhang Yulian had an accident, otherwise, if Ling Huaizhi had been taken to such a place, he probably wouldn't be able to acknowledge her as his daughter. Don't believe everything people say in the future. There aren't that many jobs out there. If there really were jobs, wouldn't she want to take care of her own relatives first? Zhao Shouhua chimed in, scolding. "Why are you so short-sighted? She's just a gynecologist who delivers babies. You just followed her when she said she had a job. It's like all the years of schooling we provided you went to waste. You're so old, yet you haven't made any progress. You're not making things easy for us at all." Ling Huaizhi remained silent in the face of the berating directed at his wife, as he, too, felt that Ling Huaizhi could benefit from some admonishment. He believed that a girl's excessive beauty could sometimes invite misfortune upon her family. As the meal was served, Ling Huaizhi rose to serve rice to Ling Huaizhi and Zhao Shouhua. Zhao Shouhua cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "Are we not capable of serving ourselves? Why do you rush to serve us rice, as if you were a mere waitress? If your father's colleagues were to witness this, they would surely mock our lack of etiquette." Ling Huaizhi, visibly flustered, awkwardly placed the rice ladle down and returned to her seat. Zhao Shouhua continued her tirade. "Now that you've already started serving, you cease at a mere word? Devoid of any discretion, you've grown to such an age without learning to adapt." Ling Huaizhi, caught in a quandary, neither standing nor sitting, stood there with tears welling up in her eyes. I'll go wash my hands," she stammered, before retreating to the rear of the establishment. Ling Huaizhi addressed Zhao Shouhua, "As parents, we haven't adequately taught her. The child grew up in the countryside, and her actions may lack refinement. We can gradually guide her. Why must you scold her at the dinner table?" Zhao Shouhua, incensed, slammed her chopsticks down. "Do you think I enjoy scolding her? She is the child I carried for 10 months and painstakingly brought into this world. Do I not desire her future well-being? But look at her, she's reached the age where she'll soon be betrothed, yet she knows nothing beyond working in the fields and tending to livestock. What kind of respectable family will she be able to marry into? It is only because I am her own mother that I bother to say these things. Would I deign to speak such words to anyone else?" Engrossed in her meal, Zhao Xiaozue mused that her mother's scolding, though sometimes loud, was ultimately an expression of affection compared to her aunt's temperament. She wondered if her decision to accompany her aunt to the city was wise, given the latter's disposition. Ling Huaizhi emerged from the backyard, her eyes reddened, indicating a bout of intense weeping. Zhao Xiaozue pondered if the absence of the woman in red had reverted her to her former timorous self. Zhao Shouhua tapped Ling Huaizhi's hand with her chopsticks, inquiring about the cause of her tears and lamenting that she couldn't discipline her own daughter. In the kitchen of the small restaurant, the proprietress whispered to her husband, questioning whether Ling Huaizhi was truly Zhao Shouhua's biological daughter, given the latter's harsh demeanor. The husband, occupied with scrubbing the wok, dismissed her idle speculation. After the meal, Ling Huaizhi and his wife escorted Ling Huaizhi and Zhao Xiaozue to the police station. Ling Huaizhi instructed them to remain there while he spoke with Wang Dabiao. Zhao Xiaozue, unnerved by the setting, sat with her head lowered, fearing exposure for her own indiscretions. Ling Huaizhi, noticing Ling Huaizhi's prolonged absence, ventured into a young man's office, addressing him as Brother Liu and inquiring if he remembered her. Lu Ji's face flushed slightly upon seeing Ling Huaizhi. "How could I forget? You are from Dogwa's village." Lu Ji and Zhao Tiankai are indirectly related. They visited the village previously to connect with relatives, and Ling Huaizhi has seen them. That night, when Ling Huaizhi came to report the case, the first person she sought out was Lu Ji. Ling Huaizhi whispered to Lu Ji, "What is the situation regarding Zhang Yulian?" Lu Ji glanced outside and replied quietly, "Our director said, given the stringent crackdowns of the past 2 years, she is destined for imprisonment. However, if she has influential connections, it's likely nothing will happen to her, and she may even return to work at the hospital." Ling Huaizhi bit her lip in disbelief. She has committed so many heinous acts, will she really be let off so easily? Lu Ji shared her sentiment, "It seems unjust. But I've heard that the county bureau called the director about her case. Frankly, it merely amounts to moral depravity. The standards have shifted over the years. If her husband does not pursue the matter, there's little anyone can do. Ling Huaizhi pondered this logic. What is her husband's stance now? Lu Zhi's expression was one of exasperation. He pleaded with the director to release her, claiming she is wronged, asserting that she has suffered this time and will surely live well with him afterwards. Her mother-in-law was infuriated, nearly fainting, berating her son for being spineless, and threatening to sever their mother-son relationship. Ling Huaizhi was astonished. She hadn't anticipated such a reaction from Zhang Yulian's husband. And what of Director Ding? Lu Zhi's demeanor shifted to one of disdain. He has some connections and, being a man, will not press the issue too hard. Though I doubt he will retain his position. Ling Huaizhi believed that such an outcome for Director Ding was only fitting. It seemed that Zhang Yulian had a protective shield above her, unwilling to make matters too embarrassing, and thus felt compelled to secure her release. It wasn't until the afternoon that Ling Huaizhi emerged from the police station with Zhao Wenbing. Zhao Shouhua admonished her brother, saying, after this, I kindly ask you to behave yourself and refrain from causing further trouble. If there is a next time, do not expect me to bail you out. Zhao Wenbing hung his head low, but a glance at Ling Huaizhi instantly brightened his eyes. Huaihua, have you missed your uncle these past few days? Ling Huaizhi instinctively hid behind Ling Huaizhi, unable to confront Zhao Wenbing. Ling Huaizhi felt a pang of anxiety. His professional instinct suggested that his daughter was avoiding Zhao Wenbing. Had this scoundrel bullied her in private? Zhao Shouhua scolded, are you mute? Your uncle is greeting you. Chapter 30, Ling Huaizhi's outburst recognizing his daughter's fear. Ling Huaizhi snapped, what greeting? The last bus is about to leave, so hurry up. Zhao Wenbing, seeing that they intended to take Ling Huaizhi away, hurriedly interjected, second sister. Second brother-in-law, Huaihua is doing just fine in the countryside. Why would you bring her to the city? Your house is barely big enough as it is, with 3 children. It's already cramped. How will Huaihua fit in? If you ask me, brother-in-law, you shouldn't take her back, just let her stay in the countryside. And I will take good care of her. Having been threatened by Ling Huaizhi with medicine that morning, Zhao Shouhua found her equally displeasing at this moment. Old Ling. Wenbing is right, our house is small, adding 2 more people is simply unfeasible. Perhaps it would be best to let Huaihua remain in the countryside? Unexpectedly, Ling Huaizhi did not agree this time. If you cannot accommodate, let Chen Hongjun return to the Chen family. I have raised the children of the Chen family for so many years, while my own daughter has been left in the countryside. Have I not fulfilled my obligations to the Chen family? Initially, Zhao Shouhua had hoped that Chen Hongjun would also adopt the Ling surname, but Ling Huaizhi was unwilling. And the Chen family was equally discontent. They had no objection to their granddaughter changing her surname, but why should their grandson follow suit? Due to Zhao Shouhua's life-saving grace, Ling Huaizhi had taken care of the Chen family's children for so long, and he believed he had done enough. Furthermore, he had other intentions for bringing Ling Huaizhi back. This time, he would not heed Zhao Shouhua's words under any circumstances. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shouhua's eyes reddened as if she had undergone a transformation. Old Ling, what are you saying? If it weren't for Shouhua saving my life, I would have perished long ago. The old couple of the Chen family are biased. If I do not care for Hongjun, wouldn't he that be deliberately pushing them to their demise? Ling Huaizhi had grown weary of such sentiments. You may repay your gratitude as you wish, but my daughter must return to the city. I cannot allow Ling Huaizhi's name to be tarnished by having her live in a chicken coop and eat pig food. Indeed, indeed. Zhao Xiaozue quickly interjected, Uncle, you must take Huaihua to the city, otherwise, my grandmother will marry her off to the foolish son of a coal boss. At that moment, she deeply felt that she and Ling Huaizhi were in the same boat. The second aunt mentioned that the house was overcrowded. If Ling Huaizhi could not return, how could she enter the city? Zhao Wenbing glared at Zhao Xiaozue, attempting to persuade Ling Huaizhi to change her mind. Huaihua, come back with me. I assure you that your grandmother will no longer dare to make you work and will allow you to enjoy delicious food and wear new clothes. Ling Huaizhi concealed herself behind Ling Huaizhi, clutching his collar as she cried out, leave me alone. I refuse to return with you. You are deceiving me. You have no intention of allowing me to lead a good life. You wish to use me to bear a child for Lao Wang in order to swindle money. Her outburst left Zhao Wenbing and Zhao Xiaozue in a state of shock, bewildered by her sudden mention of Lao Wang. Ling Huaizhi's expression darkened. Who is Lao Wang? What do you mean by bearing a child? Ling Huaizhi pointed at Zhao Wenbing. He took 50 yuan from Lao Wang, intending for me to bear a child for him. Promising that once I have a son, he would give Lao Wang 500 yuan. Father, I implore you, take me away. I would rather scoop dung or sweep the streets in the city than return to the countryside. My grandmother wants to use me as a bargaining chip for a betrothal gift, and my uncle wishes to sell me to an old bachelor. If you hadn't returned unexpectedly, I truly wouldn't know how to survive. Zhao Wenbing was taken aback by Ling Huaizhi's distortion of the truth. He had yet to savor the fruits of his own actions. How could he possibly offer her to Lao Wang? Ling Huaizhi, what nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever been involved with Lao Wang? Zhao Shouhua attempted to strike Ling Huaizhi, exclaiming, "You ungrateful girl. Eating your grandmother's food and yet slandering your uncle in such a manner, has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Step aside. If I do not discipline you today, I shall no longer be your mother. You choose to emulate the worst of behaviors and dare to tarnish your uncle's reputation. Is this something a person can do?" Ling Wenhai hesitated. Despite Zhao Wenbing's erratic behavior, it seemed implausible that he would harm his own niece. Moreover, as her father, was it conceivable that he would possess the audacity to endanger his own daughter? Suddenly, Zhao Xiaozui stepped forward. "Uncle, Huaihua is not fabricating stories. My younger uncle indeed accepted money from Lao Wang. He is far from a virtuous person. The majority of grandma's money went to her maiden family, and a considerable portion ended up in my younger uncle's possession. He has repeatedly told the villagers that you never cared for Huaihua and had abandoned her long ago. Therefore, he alone has the authority to decide whom Huaihua will marry and what kind of life she will lead." Her heart pounded like a drum. Lao Wang, 500 yuan. To bear a son, each word pierced her heart like a sharp blade, leaving her on edge. Ling Huaizhi was subtly warning her that if she dared to disobey, she would be sent back to the countryside with Zhao Wenbing. Zhao Xiaozui was unwilling to relive the nightmarish sorghum fields. With tearful eyes, Ling Huaizhi questioned Ling Wenhua, "Dad, is what Xiaozui is saying true? Do you and Mom really not want me anymore?" Ling Wenhua's expression turned grim. It couldn't be said that he had deep affection for this daughter. After all, he had always desired a son. In her earlier years, Zhao Shouhua had been inexplicably stubborn about not having one. Later, she realized that to have a son, Ling Huaizhi would have to be sent back to the countryside. To which he readily agreed. Compared to a son, a daughter was simply insignificant. But now that he needed his daughter, he had to maintain appearances and avoid seeming too heartless. Nonsense. How could Dad not want you? You are Mom and Dad's only daughter. Don't listen to those gossiping people. Zhao Wenbing was infuriated to the point of explosion. He rushed forward to strike Zhao Xiaozui. "You little bitch. You bully Huaihua every day, making her wash your clothes, cook your meals, and clean your house, treating her like a little servant. And now you dare to smear me with your filth?" Zhao Xiaozui screamed, retreating behind Zhao Shouhua. "Second aunt, help." Zhao Shouhua was caught off guard, receiving a punch from Zhao Wenbing that left her teeth rattling with pain. "Stop it." Ling Wenhai pulled Zhao Wenbing aside, delivering 2 sharp slaps across his face. "You ungrateful wretch. Just moments ago, I rescued you, and now you dare to lay hands on your sister. You deserve to rot in jail and undergo proper reform." Zhao Wenbing, clutching his face, glared menacingly at Ling Huaizhi and Zhao Xiaozui, licking his teeth. "All right. Just you wait." Ling Wenhai snapped, "What are you staring at? If you don't leave now, it will be dark." Not a single member of the Zhao family was decent. Zhao Xiaozui trailed closely behind Ling Huaizhi, shrinking her neck like a timid quail, having come to realize that this was merely a fade concealing darkness within. Ling Huaizhi glanced in the direction Zhao Wenbing had departed, chuckling softly. Did he truly dare to seek out Zhang Yulian, fearing his demise wasn't swift enough? At 5 in the morning, after several rides, the quartet finally arrived at the police compound where Ling Wenhai resided, carrying woven bags. Zhao Shouhua cautioned as they walked. "Once we get home, behave yourself. The city is not like the countryside, don't embarrass me and your father." After knocking for what felt like an eternity, the door creaked open, revealing Ling Yujiao, bleary-eyed, peering at the visitors. "Mom, who are all these people?" Chapter 31, My place at home has disappeared. Upon hearing the word mom, Zhao Xiaozui was utterly astonished, while Ling Huaizhi remained unfazed. Having endured countless such scenes in her past life, Her heart was like a tranquil lake, unfazed by the emotional display of maternal affection between Ling Huaizhi and Zhao Xiuhua, unable to stir even the slightest ripple within her. Encountering such a spectacle for the first time, Zhao Xiaozui was profoundly affected. What does Ling Huaizhi call second aunt? She mused. She calls her mom. She actually calls her mom. Zhao Xiaozui yearned for a reaction from Ling Huaizhi. Can't you see that your niece has usurped your mother and occupied your room? Shouldn't you be indignant, anguished? And raise a ruckus? At the very least, let a vengeful spirit possess you and terrify Ling Huaizhi to death. Zhao Xiaozui's mind teemed with chaotic thoughts as she eagerly awaited Ling Huaizhi's response. Ling Huaizhi, as if sensing her expectations, stirred into action. She approached Ling Huaizhi with her head bowed, her voice barely audible. Sister Huaizhi. Are you lacking sustenance? Why is your voice so faint? Zhao Xiuhua's temper flared anew. You consumed 3 bowls of rice at noon, yet you can't muster the strength to address someone properly. Are you harboring resentment towards me or your sister? Let me tell you, Ling Huaizhi, although Hongjun and Huaizhi were born to your aunt, she sacrificed herself to save me. In this household, they are akin to my own children. If you dare. Enough. Ling Huaizhi, weary from his labors, slumped onto the sofa. Have you been consuming explosives these past few days? You're lashing out at everyone. It's almost dawn, why aren't you preparing a meal? I need to leave for work soon. Ling Huaizhi finally snapped out of her reverie. Ling Huaizhi has returned? What does she intend to accomplish? Is she here to vie for mom and dad's affection? Reclaim her room, or perhaps even steal my boyfriend? After 8 years of living in the city, Ling Huaizhi had transformed from a homeless orphan into the mistress of this household. She felt no obligation to Ling Huaizhi. If anyone was in debt, it was second aunt who owed her and her brother. Why should she defer to Ling Huaizhi? Having come to terms with everything, Ling Huaizhi tossed her hair and declared. I haven't fully awakened, I wish to sleep a little longer. Ling Huaizhi called out to her, you are about to take the college entrance examination. Are you not going to rise and review? Ling Huaizhi paused momentarily, asserting, what is there to review? I have been studying for 2 years, rest assured, father. This year will be fine. Zhao Xiuhua interjected, all right, go take a nap, rejuvenate yourself so that you can absorb the lessons in class. Ling Huaizhi and Zhao Xiaozui stood in the living room holding woven bags, resembling unexpected vagabonds, unsure of what to do. Zhao Xiuhua, with a disapproving glance, urged. Hurry up and tidy up. Ling Huaizhi fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. Mother, which room shall I occupy? Zhao Xiuhua began her familiar tirade. I told you not to bring them back, you insisted on doing so. Look at this cramped space, how do you propose we arrange it? Ling Huaizhi rubbed his temples. Let Yulong and Hongjun share a room, they can stay in Yulong's room. That won't do. Zhao Xiuhua quickly countered, Hongjun is about to take the college entrance exam. And Yulong is still young, sharing a room will undoubtedly be disruptive. Ling Huaizhi slammed his palm on the coffee table, exams. How many years have they been taking them? Chen Hongjun has been repeating for 4 years, what more do you expect from him? Zhao Xiuhua. Do you think my money grows on trees? For that life-saving favor, do you expect me, Ling Huaizhi, to serve the Chen family for a lifetime? As Ling Huaizhi's anger flared, Zhao Xiuhua fell silent. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke, what are you angry about? I haven't said anything. The Red Army is set for this year. With my younger sister gone, he is her only son. As his aunt, I must concern myself with his future. You two go to Huaizhi's room, I will have someone bring over a bunk bed for you to place against the wall. Ling Huaizhi sighed with relief and, accompanied by Zhao Xiaozui, headed towards Ling Huaizhi's room. Upon pushing the door, they discovered it was locked. Dad, I suspect Sister Huaizhi is asleep. Let me prepare a meal for you first. Mom, is the rice and flour still in the same place? I will cook for Dad. Zhao Xiuhua huffed lightly, in such a tiny space, where could the rice and flour possibly go? Ling Huaizhi entered the kitchen, opened the cupboard, and found the rice bag haphazardly stuffed in a corner, along with an assortment of beans and dried vegetables carelessly scattered everywhere. She furrowed her brow. Her mother had always been fastidious about cleanliness and organization, never leaving things in such disarray. She cracked 2 eggs, sliced a tomato, and prepared noodle soup for Ling Huaizhi and his wife. Zhao Xiaozui felt awkward in the living room and had no choice but to enter the kitchen to assist. Huaihua. How is it that Chen Huaizhi is so formidable? She dares to throw a tantrum at you without considering whose territory this is. Ling Huaizhi cast her a sidelong glance. Half smiling, Sister Xiaozue, think carefully about who you get close to and who you are friendly with. Zhao Xiaozue was momentarily taken aback. What was the point of such a comment? Rest assured, Huaihua, we grew up together, I am certainly on your side. Ling Wenhai, feeling both exhausted and hungry, took a few bites of the noodles and sipped the soup, suddenly realizing that this daughter of his was not entirely without merit. Given her culinary skills, it is unnecessary to mention the useless Ling Yujiao, she surpasses Zhao Shouhua by a considerable margin. Indeed, the ability to cook, do laundry, and attend to others suffices. Ling Yujiao rises from bed without even washing her face and immediately begins to eat. Ling Wenhai furrows his brow, no matter how well she is raised. She cannot shed that ingrained bad habit. Zhao Shouhua pats Ling Yujiao on the shoulder, admonishing her. Didn't I tell you to wash your face and brush your teeth first? As she speaks, she calls out to Ling Yulong, Yulong, Yulong. It's time to get up. The sun is shining on your little bottom, if you don't rise soon, you'll be late. 9-year-old Ling Yulong, still groggy from sleep, groans loudly. Upon opening his eyes and seeing so many people in the room, he exclaims, who are these country bumpkins? Ling Wenhai slams his chopsticks down, admonishing, do you have no manners? What do you mean by country bumpkin? This is your sister and your cousin. Ling Yulong clings to Ling Yujiao, declaring, the only sister I acknowledge is Sister Yujiao, I don't recognize any others. Mother, hurry and send them away. Those who come from the countryside are like pigs, they'll impoverish our family. Ling Wenhai glares at Zhao Shouhua, is this how you raise our son? He is not a mere individual entrepreneur, he holds a respectable position at his workplace. What is the point of raising a fool who is neither scholarly nor capable of physical prowess? Zhao Shouhua is truly perplexing. In the past, she managed Ling Huaizhi splendidly, and everyone praised her for raising a clever and polite child. However, after a trip to Yangqing and the passing of Zhao Shuihua, it seems Zhao Shouhua has lost her spirit, and nothing she does now compares to before. Once a commendable middle school teacher, she now wanders through her days and a days, receiving multiple reprimands from the principal, ultimately relegating her to teaching elementary school. It was precisely because she was as if her soul had been lost, incapable of accomplishing anything, that Ling Wei was sent back to her hometown. Later, after having a son, Zhao Shouhua seemed to have regained some vitality, but her demeanor was never quite the same as before, and she spoiled her son terribly. Ling Wenhai also doted on his son, but being from the countryside, he deeply understood the principle that spoiling a child is akin to ruining them. And he genuinely did not want his son to be spoiled. While he was still lecturing his son, they heard Ling Yujiao's shrill cry, "Get out! Who allowed you two hicks into my room?" Chapter 32, the residing cousin is furious. Accompanying her roar, an enamel mug was hurled, striking Ling Wenhai squarely on the bridge of his nose, causing him to gasp in pain. Ling Wei, disregarding her grievances with Ling Yujiao, rushed forward, "Dad, are you all right? Let me get you a hot towel to compress it." Zhao Shouhua, having changed her clothes and preparing for work, emerged and slapped Ling Wei's arm, "I should never have brought you back. Ever since you returned, you've been causing trouble. Everything was fine at home. But since you came back, it's been endless. Jiao Jiao, don't be afraid, Mom is here, she won't dare to bully you." Mom. Ling Wenhai kicked the wash basin in front of him far away, sending it crashing against Chen Hongjuan's door with a loud bang. "She calls you Mom every day. Do you really think you're her mother? Endless residing, sacrificing our own daughter, Zhao Shouhua, I'm telling you, I've had enough of this life. If she's obedient, she can stay here, if not, she can get back to the Chen family. Whether Zhao Shuihua saves you or not has nothing to do with me. I've raised them both for almost 10 years, that's enough." As the couple were arguing vehemently, Chen Hongjun slammed the door open. "If you're displeased, voice it directly. I'll return to the Chen household, I have no desire to be someone's adopted son. I do, in fact, possess a family," Chen Hongjun exclaimed, making as if to depart. At 22 years of age, he was of the age when most were marrying, procreating, and employed, yet he remained in high school, a source of ridicule for Ling Wenhai. Ling Wenhai had never treated his own nephews with the same favor he showed Chen Hongjun and Ling Yujiao. Seeing him dare to challenge him, he pointed towards the entrance and bellowed, "Then leave. And don't you dare return. I have sons of my own, I don't need you as a son. Damn it. Out of gratitude to Zhao Xiuhua, I've gone to great lengths to treat you too well, and now people suspect I'm having an affair with my sister-in-law. Chen Hongjun. Of short stature, barely exceeding 170 centimeters, with a face marred by greasy bumps and a robust physique, stood there like a fleshy mound. He retorted, his neck craned. I'll leave then. 30 years hence, fortunes may change. Don't presume that I'll rely on you, Ling Huaizhi, for the rest of my days. Zhao Xiuhua hastily restrained him, child. Your uncle merely spoke out of concern. Why must you hold a grudge? Ling Wei also interjected, advising Ling Huaizhi, father, please don't argue because of me. My sister Xiaozui and I have just arrived. If you send my cousin away, what will people think? They'll assume I can't tolerate him. It's all right, father, go to work. If Yu Jiao doesn't want to share a room with us, we can set up a bed in the living room. Once I find employment, I'll move out. Zhao Xiuhua retorted acrimoniously, you dare to speak? If not for you, would your cousin be threatening to run away from home? Mother, I didn't mean to. With tears tracing verdant paths on her cheeks, Ling Huaizhi entreated, I shall seek lodging elsewhere forthwith. However, my concern lies with little Cui, who is new to the city. I am uneasy about her venturing out alone. Mother, for the sake of my maternal uncle and aunt, might you permit little Cui to remain for a few days? At that moment, Zhao little Cui harbored peculiar thoughts. Marveling at the seemingly inexhaustible reservoir of tears Ling Huaizhi possessed, as if a conduit were plumbed directly to her eyes. She remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis of being cast out. Ling Huaizhi scoffed, directing his gaze towards Ling Jade Dainty, mark my words. Should you dare to let my little green sleep on the floor, you shall return to the old Qin household. Ling Huaizhi. Zhao Xiuhua retorted indignantly. You are crossing the line. Dainty has been with us for years, addressing you as father for nearly a decade. How can you utter such cruel words? She has addressed me as father for nearly a decade? Ling Huaizhi, with hands on hips, rebuked Zhao Xiuhua, has your mind become addled? Little Green is my own flesh and blood, my biological offspring. Can she be equated with one who tenaciously clings and utters father? In the coming days, he was to receive guests at their abode. Should they witness a bed laid out in the living room, occupied by his own daughter, what would they surmise? While Zhao Xiuhua might bear the shame, he could not. Unable to endure her uncle-in-law's affront, Ling Jade Dainty fled in tears, leaving her satchel behind. Ling Jade Dragon stamped his foot in frustration, Mother, I shall be late. Zhao Xiuhua, with no time to placate Qin Crimson Army, urged, Crimson Army. Be obedient and attend school. I shall speak with you later. Upon finishing her words, she turned sharply and glared fiercely at Ling Huailu, admonishing. You better behave yourself at home and refrain from rummaging through things. Do not bring those unpleasant habits from the countryside to the city. Ling Huaizhi surveyed the chaotic scene within the room, feeling a surge of annoyance. He stepped inside, retrieved a wallet, and extracted 5 large bills. Pausing for a moment before handing Ling Huailu an additional 50. Do not hesitate to spend a little, buy yourself some clothes, and do not forget the clam oil, snowflake cream, and hair oil. A young lady should adorn herself attractively. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Zhao Xiaochui, adding, You need not purchase anything just yet. Once your uncle receives his salary, he will take you shopping with your aunt. Zhao Xiaochui, who had initially felt a tinge of disappointment, instantly brightened at these words. She proudly lifted her chin towards Ling Huailu, signaling, See. My uncle will take me to shop later. Ling Huailu accepted the money, preparing to follow Ling Huaizhi out. However, Ling Huaizhi noticed her pale complexion and remarked, You are not working today, you should rest and regain your strength. What is the rush to go out so early? Ling Huailu awkwardly forced a smile, responding, There is no one at home, and I am unaccustomed to the solitude. I prefer to go out and see if I can find a job to earn some money, alleviating some burden from my parents. Ling Huaizhi, being of considerable age, easily discerned the young girl's intentions. She was apprehensive about Zhao Xiuhua returning and confronting her regarding her alleged misdeeds. With a stern expression, he cautioned. Your mother means well, do not let any anger linger between you two. It is essential for young women to remain open and connected with their families, once married. They should not treat their families as strangers. Ling Huai's green eyes were once again rimmed with red. I didn't have a falling out with my mother. She occupies my thoughts day and night. Yet, it seems she despises me. The notion of a mother harboring disdain for her own child was unbearable. And Ling Huai felt a wave of indignation that threatened to bring her to tears. Her resolute effort to stifle her emotions tugged at Ling Wenhai's heartstrings. It's all right. Your mother is struggling to cope with your aunt's situation at the moment. I will speak with her. Now, why don't you and Xiaochui take a stroll? As Zhao Xiaocui saw Ling Wenhai's figure disappear around the corner on his bicycle, she could not help but express her dissatisfaction. Ling Huaihua, are you foolish? After a long night, instead of resting at home, you come out looking for trouble? With your lack of education and connections, how do you expect to find anything to do? Ling Huai ignored her, producing a neatly folded bag and gesturing towards the street on the left. You go that way. And I will head in the opposite direction. Cardboard, bottles, cans, wires, and plastic bags can all fetch a price. We can meet back here in the afternoon to sell whatever we find. Upon hearing that they might actually earn money, Zhao Xiaozui's fatigue seemed to vanish. Can we really sell it? Yes, and if not, I will cover your share. Ling Huai dismissed Zhao Xiaozui and changed her clothes in a public restroom before rushing back to the residential building. Chapter 33, The home was burgled. It was early morning. Bustling with people buying groceries, heading to work, or attending school, the residential complex was alive with activity, and no one had the time to notice Ling Huai. As she climbed the stairs, she avoided her neighbors, using a wire to pry open her door. During her years of evasion, she had lived like a rat in the sewers, enduring all sorts of hardships. For a time, she had been captured by a criminal gang, forced to practice thievery daily, under the threat of dire consequences if she failed to improve her skills. With unblinking verdant eyes, Ling Huailu bore witness to the excruciating torment of two children as their flesh was seared away by scalding oil. Their heartrending cries would haunt her future nightmares. For her refusal to pilfer from a bedridden elder, her fingers were once broken, and she was confined for a week without a drop of water. The misery of her past existence fueled an unquenchable animosity towards the Zhao family, making retribution an inevitability. Ling Huailu entered, donning self-made shoe covers and gloves, concealing every strand of hair. Having grown up with her father, the head of the Public Security Bureau's archives, she had absorbed countless crime stories. Her own experience was honed by ceaseless escapes and concealments in her previous life. Thoroughly disguised, Ling Huailu proceeded to Ling Yujiao's room, where she dragged out a chest from under the bed. Unlocking it, she rummaged through its contents, finding cloth coupons, sugar coupons, and, surprisingly, tobacco coupons. Ling Huailu was perplexed as to how Ling Yujiao came to possess such items. Aha, were these love letters from male classmates? Ling Huailu retrieved a small notebook from her dimension, meticulously recording the names of those who had penned affections for Ling Yujiao. Further exploration revealed Ling Yujiao's own missives. To my esteemed classmate, Song Chaohui, greetings. I trust you are well in your university endeavors? Lately. Ling Huailu skimmed through the letter, discerning Ling Yujiao's deep affection for Song Chaohui. Casting the letter aside, she unearthed Ling Yujiao's pocket money, a meager sum of 30-odd yuan. It was evident that Ling Yujiao was not one to hoard funds, preferring to indulge in gastronomic pleasures and lavish expenditures. Accumulating wealth was simply not in her nature. She relinquished the room of Ling Yujiao and turned her attention to the quarters of Zhao Shouhua and Ling Wenhai. After a thorough search, she discovered 2,000 yuan concealed within a coat in Zhao Shouhua's wardrobe. Ling Hailu speculated that this money must have been hidden from Ling Wenhai. Before she could meticulously search the room further, the sound of someone opening the door reached her ears. Ling Hailu promptly concealed herself. To her astonishment, Chen Hongjun, who had been clamoring to return to the Chen family that morning, had returned. He headed straight for Zhao Shouhua and her husband's room. It seemed they were indeed kindred spirits. Ling Hailu slipped stealthily through the slightly ajar door and evaded detection as she exited the residential building. She sought a public restroom to change her attire, emerging boldly thereafter. She sought a secluded food stall, indulged in a hearty meal, and took refuge in her space for a delightful nap. When the sun began to set, she awakened and sought out an elderly woman collecting scrap. For the price of 1 yuan, she purchased a collection of newspapers and aluminum cans. She then waited at the intersection for Zhao Xiaozui. Zhao Xiaozui approached, drenched in sweat, initially believing she had made a significant haul. However, upon seeing Ling Hailu, she was momentarily taken aback. Where did you gather so many newspapers? I was fortunate. A family was moving, and I stripped them from the windows. Ling Hailu replied, clutching the recyclables. Come, I'll take you to sell these. She guided Zhao Xiaozui through a labyrinthine route for quite some time before arriving at a recycling station. 55 cents, 83 cents. The elderly man collecting scrap, displaying a weary demeanor, weighed the items and retrieved crumpled bills and coins from his pocket. As he turned, he noticed the young girl gazing at him with tearful eyes. He hardened his heart, stating, "This is the market price. If you wish to sell, then sell. If not, go elsewhere. Not a single cent more can I offer." Tears streamed uncontrollably down Ling Huailu's cheeks. "Old Ji, after 2 decades of separation, you still lead such a wretched life." Old Ji, Ji Zhongyuan, once a scion of a prestigious family of traditional Chinese medicine, had studied abroad and practiced medicine, only to be betrayed by his wife and children. Ultimately forced to scavenge in a place like Ling Huaizhi. Despite having no familial ties to her, he had saved her life on multiple occasions. Yet this good man was driven to despair by his son's greed for inheritance, leading to his untimely demise. Seeing the girl weeping consolably, old Ji, who had vowed to mind his own business, could no longer bear it and reluctantly produced 5 cents. "I've already given you more than enough, don't push your luck." Surely, this foolish girl couldn't he discern that he had been shortchanged. His conscience was clear, for the newspaper was clearly dampened, and he had barely weighed 2 taels. That's enough. Zhao Xiaozui took the money and pulled Ling Huailu away. "What are you doing? If you wish to put on a show before my second aunt and the others, I won't hold it against you. But really, a mere scrap dealer and for just a few cents, you weep so heartily, don't you have any shame?" Ling Huailu sat by the roadside, taking a considerable time to compose herself. "Are you hungry?" Zhao Xiaozui retorted, "Can one not be?" "Unfortunately, I barely had half a bowl of noodles this morning before that madwoman Ling Yujiao knocked it over. Since morning, I haven't eaten anything. Do you think I'm not starving? Let us go, I'll treat you to a meal." Ling Huailu rose. In 1987, the individual economy had already begun to flourish, with many vendors pushing carts to set up stalls along the roadside to engage in commerce. Ling Huailu found a small stall and requested 3 meat buns and 2 bowls of noodles from the proprietress. Zhao Xiaozui glanced at the 3 buns. "You're taking 3, how are we supposed to share?" Ling Huaiyu picked up a bun and pushed the remaining ones towards her. "Eat, you've had a tiring day, but we cannot return just yet. Ling Yujiao is bound to cause trouble today, going back would only serve as an outlet for her frustrations." Zhao Xiaozui, after consuming another bun, felt considerably uplifted. The dread induced by the 3 donkeys gradually dissipating, and she began to contemplate how to deal with Ling Huaiyu. "Just follow my lead. If she bullies you in the future, I will undoubtedly stand by your side." Ling Huaiyu dismissed the matter lightly. Ling Wenhai, who was not one to rise early without profit, surely had other plans when he brought her back. All she needed to do was observe the unfolding events. "Let us go, while it's still light, and gather some scrap." As the 2 returned home carrying a hefty bag of recyclables, they had yet to ascend the stairs when they heard Zhao Shouhua's sharp reprimands echoing from the hallway. "I told you not to bring her back, look at her. Raised in the countryside, her hands are not clean. She steals even from her own home. Years of wages gone, how will this family survive?" A crowd had gathered at the entrance. In these times, living in the same corridor and sharing a restroom meant that everyone was aware of each other's troubles. Some attempted to counsel Zhao Shouhua. "Teacher Zhao, that child, Xiaolu, has just returned. It is not certain she is the culprit. Could it be that you misplaced it? Perhaps you should search again?" Zhao Shouhua, wiping her tears, replied, "I've turned the house upside down. My money, as well as Jiao Jiao's pocket money, has vanished. That heartless girl even stole her sister's allowance." Ling Huaiyu squeezed through the crowd, asking, "Mom, what has happened?" Chapter 34, Zhao Xiaozui's betrayal. Zhao Shouhua's gaze was fierce, as if she intended to devour someone. She rushed forward and seized Ling Hailv, delivering a sharp slap, demanding, "Where is the money? Where have you taken my money?" Ling Yujiao also charged in, rifling through Ling Hailv's pockets. "Mom, it was her who took the money. Look, there's still 100 left from what was spent." "No. This money is from Dad," Ling Hailv cried, covering her face in distress. Zhao Shouhua's fury intensified. "Is it really from your father? Does he have money to squander? He gave you 50 yesterday and another 100 today. Do you think his money grows on trees? Hand over all the money right now." Neighbors intervened, urging, "Teacher Zhao, the child has just returned. Why not discuss the matter calmly instead of resorting to violence? Others chimed in, addressing Ling Huaizhi, Xiao LV, if you have taken the money, you should give it to your mother. It's not easy for her to raise so many children, you must be more considerate. Ling Huaizhi burst into tears, exclaiming, Mom, I truly did not take it. If you don't believe me, ask Sister Xiaozue, she saw Dad give me the money this morning. I spent the entire day outside collecting scrap for money. Just ask the aunties, several of them saw me with the kids. Immediately, someone responded, indeed. I saw her leave with that girl this morning while taking my child to kindergarten. Yes. This afternoon on Fuyuan Street. I saw Xiao LV rummaging through the trash behind a restaurant. Rummaging through trash? The daughter of teacher Zhao and section chief Ling, digging through garbage behind a tavern? The gazes of those nearby had shifted perceptibly. Tales abounded of doting parents favoring their eldest or youngest sons, or perhaps a beloved nephew. But such blatant favoritism towards one's own nephew was a novelty. Zhao Shouhua, seemingly impervious to the entreaties of the crowd, instead turned her attention to Zhao Xiaozue. Tell me, was that money truly a gift from your uncle? Zhao Xiaozue hesitated, lost in thought, and stood there vacantly, neither affirming nor denying the statement. Ling Huaizhi, unable to contain herself, tugged at her sleeve. Xiaozue, speak. Dad gave me the money this morning, you were there in the house. Zhao Xiaozue shrugged off her hand, why are you pulling at me? Your uncle giving you money, I wasn't paying attention. Who knows if the money you have was truly from him? Despite claiming they were going out to buy clothes, Ling Huaizhi hadn't purchased a single garment for her. Instead dragging her along to scavenge for scrap all day, leaving her reeking with unpleasant odors. You dare to lie. Zhao Shouhua, as if discovering an outlet for her pent-up frustration, brandished a feather duster and pointed it at Ling Huaizhi, hand over the money this instant. If you don't, I'll send you to the police station. I didn't take it. Ling Huaizhi wailed, shaking her head, I keep saying I didn't take it, why won't you believe me? You trust your nephew, you trust your niece, but why can't you trust me? If it's the police station you want, then let's go to the police station. I'll report it myself. Ling Huaizhi pushed through the throng of people, rushed downstairs, and sprinted towards the nearest police station. The surrounding neighbors were dumbfounded. They had witnessed people filing reports, but never someone reporting themselves for arrest. Could it be that the child was truly being wronged? Ling Huaizhi rushed into the police station, exclaiming, Greetings, comrades. I reside in the nearby police family compound. My home has been burglarized, and I estimate the loss to be several thousand. My father is Director Ling of the Provincial Archives Department. Could you kindly accompany me? Upon seeing the young girl with tear-filled eyes, the officers initially assumed that the burglar had engaged in a violent confrontation with the residents. However, upon closer inspection, they noticed the bruises adorning her face. Given that the incident occurred in the family compound of Director Ling, it was imperative to address the matter swiftly. The captain personally led a team to the Ling residence. As Ling Huaizhi returned to the family compound with the officers, Ling Wenhai was coincidentally returning home from work. Zhao Shouhua was in the midst of lamenting. What kind of person is she? She comes home and steals our money, clearing out our savings and even the pocket money that Jiao had saved. Not only did she take the money, but she also stole my jewelry and the rice and flour from the kitchen. Is this even human? Ling Wenhai seethed with frustration. Where is Ling Huaizhi? His mind was a whirlpool of grievances. Just a few days prior, he had taken leave to retrieve Zhao Wenbing from the countryside, exhausting himself until dawn before returning home. Not having even a moment to rest, he had immediately headed to work, where he encountered an elderly woman on his bicycle who insisted he give her 5 yuan. To compound matters, a mishap had occurred at the courthouse, leading to the wrong materials being submitted. The litigation officer, Old Yu, quarreled with him, asserting that the documents he provided had not been verified, thus placing the blame on their archives department. After a lengthy dispute with no resolution, the director had decreed a punishment of 50 strokes for both parties, docking half a month's salary and assigning them to write a self-critique. Ling Wenhai's pent-up frustration was indescribable. As the head of the archives department, was he destined to be perpetually subservient and subjected to indignities? It seemed increasingly urgent to seek a change in position. Consumed by anger, Ling Wenhai returned home, utterly exhausted, only to be met by the incessant nagging of Zhao Shouhua which pierced his ears. The money is gone, taken by Ling Huaizhi. That wretched girl. I thought she was innocent, yet here she is, with her hands unclean. If word gets out, how can the daughter of Section Chief Ling show her face in public? She's fled. Ling Yujiao, unable to tolerate Ling Huaizhi, wished nothing more than her demise. The moment my mother mentioned the stolen money, she ran off in guilt. Old Feng, their neighbor, could no longer bear the scene and interjected, Jiao, speak with some integrity. Where would little Lu run? She went to file a report. File a report? Ling Yujiao scoffed, just wait and see. I bet the moment she steps out, she will never return. Jiao Shouhua, anxious, urged, Old Ling. You must find someone to stop that girl, we cannot allow her to abscond with all our savings. Ling Wenhai turned to Zhao Xiaozue, did you not accompany her today? Fearful of attracting trouble, Zhao Xiaozue hastily distanced herself from Ling Huaizhi. I don't know, I was out collecting recyclables today. Ling Wenhai shot her a disdainful look, you left the house together this morning. How can you claim ignorance of her actions? Trembling, Zhao Xiaozue replied. She asked me to go down one street while she took another. We were apart until we met again after the sun had set. Jiao Shouhua, displeased with Ling Wenhai's attitude, retorted, your daughter has erred, why must you be harsh on Xiaozue? I told you from the outset that after so many years in the countryside, she must have picked up a lot of bad habits, but you simply wouldn't believe me. Now, wouldn't you know it, the house has been cleaned out of money, rice, flour, and oil. How are we supposed to manage from now on? Ling Yulong roared at Ling Wenhai, it's all your fault. You're the one who brought the thief back. Now there's nothing left to eat in the house. Ling Wenhai, facing the neighbors, felt his face burning with shame, and he was even more distressed about the lost money. That wretched girl, if she dares to come back. Dad. Before Ling Wenhai could figure out how to find her and how to deal with Ling Huaizhi had already arrived with people. Dad. The house has been robbed. This is a matter for the police. Captain Yan is very experienced in theft cases. With him on the case, we'll surely be able to catch the thief. Ling Wenhai felt as if someone had grabbed him by the neck. After a long while, he managed to choke out. You went to the police? Ling Huaizhi replied matter-of-factly, of course. All the neighbors heard. I went to report it. Ling Wenhai looked at Zhao Shouhua and Ling Yujiao. Then you're saying she ran off? Ling Yujiao retorted stubbornly, who knows if she's crying thief when she's the real culprit. Deliberately finding some people from outside to pretend to be police officers to fool everyone. Captain Yan, with a stern expression, produced his identification card. Section Chief Ling. This is my identification. I believe you saw me at the provincial bureau meeting some time ago. Ling Wenhai wouldn't even bother looking at the identification card. He glared at Ling Yujiao. Couldn't she think before speaking? Who is Yan Jin? Her maternal grandfather was once a general, and although he has since retired, his reputation remains as illustrious as ever. Her uncles are no ordinary men either. Her uncle by marriage is the director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau, Pei Guanchen, who happens to be Ling Wenhai's immediate superior. With such a well-established lineage spanning 3 generations, what could possibly bring them to a humble police station? It is merely an endeavor to align their credentials with grassroots experience for future promotions. Xiao Yan, do not hold it against her. The family is going through a bit of trouble. I kindly ask for your assistance in looking into this matter. Yan Jin dismissed the well-meaning neighbors surrounding her and entered the house to begin collecting evidence. By the time she finished her investigation, it was already past 9 in the evening. The corridor remained bustling with people, who, instead of hurrying home to prepare dinner, lingered to witness the unfolding drama. The perpetrator is described as a male, approximately 170 centimeters tall, with a stocky build, familiar with the layout of the house. Ling Ke, think carefully. Do you recognize anyone like that? In this day and age, people are quite enthusiastic, upon hearing a description of a medium-sized man. The crowd began to recall if they had ever encountered such an individual. It's a male, and he is familiar with the house, so it surely cannot be Xiao LV. Whispered Wang, the neighbor from across the hall. Old Mrs. Feng interjected, it definitely cannot be Xiao LV. To speak frankly, it's been nearly 10 years since Xiao LV left. When Yulong was born, teacher Zhao renovated the house entirely, replacing everything. Even if Xiao LV were sharp-witted, he would have no knowledge of the new arrangements. Indeed. I observe that the old Ling family simply harbors an unfounded dislike for Xiao LV. This should not be the case. Despite the common preference for sons, daughters are cherished. especially when children are few. As the saying goes, a daughter is a treasure. Feng Xiaohong, the outspoken daughter of the Feng family, blurted out. It seems to me that teacher Zhao is bewitched, doting on Ling Yujiao while treating sister Xiao as if she were not her own daughter at all. Old Mrs. Feng slapped her daughter on the back, scolding, "You dare to say anything, you little rascal. Have you finished your homework? Hurry home and get to it." Stung by the reprimand, Feng Xiaohong dared not utter another word and scurried home to do her homework. The surrounding onlookers exchanged knowing glances. They were not blind to what even a child could see. The Lings, if not under some enchantment, must have suffered some mental affliction to treat their daughter so unjustly. Ling Huaizhi, overhearing the murmurs, felt a pang of unease. Could he have misjudged his daughter? Ling Wei stood meekly by, silent and aggrieved. The interrogation commenced with sternness. "Comrade Ling, at what time did you leave home this morning?" "Around 7:30 a.m. My father had to go to work. And my cousin and I left with him. After leaving, my cousin and I went to collect recyclables, and we reunited around 5 p.m. to sell them at the recycling station at the intersection of Fuyuan Road." Ling Wei recounted the timeline with precision. The surrounding gazes shifted, now laden with curiosity. Ling Huaizhi and Zhao Shouhua both earned decent wages, making them one of the more well-to-do families in the building. Even with several children, they should not have to resort to sending their child to collect recyclables. Zhao Shouhua hissed, "Didn't you say your father gave you money? That you would opt to scavenge for refuse instead of purchasing garments is perplexing. Are you deliberately inviting censure and gossip upon your parents and me?" Ling Huaizhi was displeased. Fearing that Ling Huai, having returned from the countryside, would be unpresentable in her attire. He had generously provided her with 100 yuan to acquire new clothes and improve her appearance. Yet, she chose to collect scraps. It seemed that her rural upbringing had left her unsophisticated, unable to appreciate the value of the money she was given. Ling Huai, clutching her hem, murmured, "There are many mouths to feed at home. Mom and Dad must support my cousin's studies and care for Yulong. Earning money is difficult, and I simply wanted to contribute to the household. I apologize if I have embarrassed you." "Embarrassed? Nonsense." Old Feng's wife interjected. "Chairman Mao proclaimed that labor is honorable. The child is thoughtful, understanding the importance of saving money for her family. Is that not commendable? Must she emulate those who are extravagant and competitive to be considered accomplished?" Wang, the grandmother who lives diagonally across the street, nodded in agreement. Indeed, these days, people have forgotten the hardships of the famine years. Now that they can afford to eat their fill. In my opinion, old Ling's daughter is truly virtuous. Despite being relegated to the countryside for so many years, she harbors no resentment or negativity. Instead, she seeks ways to economize for her family. What a remarkable child. Humph. Observe those two residing in the Ling household. Despite their advanced age, they continue to retake their exams. After so many years, they have yet to achieve any distinction. The collective voices of the crowd left Ling Huaizhi and his wife discomfited. Despite the disdain often directed towards cleaning workers and rural folk, in this era that venerates labor, such sentiments are no longer casually expressed. A few years ago, one would have likely faced repercussions for such remarks. With a stiffened expression, he turned to Captain Yan and inquired, "Captain Yan, what do you think about this matter?" However, Yan raised his hand to interrupt his question and continued addressing the neighbor in the corridor. "At what time did you return home? Have you encountered any strangers in the residential area?" The individual being questioned was the elderly Mrs. Liu from next door. Cradling a snotty child, she pondered carefully. "All the residents in our building are employees from the same unit. Although we have a diverse mix, it is unlikely that a stranger could evade the watchful eyes of the doorman, old Tao. I have not seen any strangers. But I did catch a glimpse of Chen Hongjun from his family when I returned from the market." Zhao Shouhua quickly interjected, "You are mistaken. My Hongjun left early in the morning. How could he possibly be at home?" Mrs. Liu, unable to tolerate such words, thrust the snotty child into her daughter-in-law's arms and retorted, "Do you take me for a mere triviality? How dare you raise your voice at me? If you ask me, it is quite possible that your dear nephew pilfered it himself, and you insist on placing the blame on your own daughter. Your bias is boundless. I have never encountered such a mother." Infuriated, Zhao Shouhua was about to confront her, but was restrained by Ling Huaizhi. Meanwhile, old Huang's wife, standing by the staircase, exclaimed, indeed, it was Chen Hongjun. I was carrying my elderly mother-in-law downstairs to bask in the sun when I happened to run into him. The Huang family had an elderly matriarch in her 70s who was partially paralyzed, along with 3 children, which left the daughter-in-law unable to work. Thus she remained at home to care for both the children and the elderly. Upon hearing Mrs. Huang's words, the elderly women in the courtyard began to assert that they had indeed seen Chen Hongjun. Chapter 36, Where has Chen Hongjun gone? Impossible. Zhao Shouhua vehemently argued, it cannot be Hongjun, Ling, you watched him grow up, how could he possibly steal money from his own home? Ling Huaizhi harbored less trust in Chen Hongjun than Zhao Shouhua, so many people claim to have seen him, are you suggesting that the money simply vanished into thin air? Zhao Shouhua pointed at Ling Huaizhi, it cannot be Hongjun's doing. For so many years, he has been honest and has never engaged in wrongdoing. How is it that as soon as this wretched girl returns, he suddenly resorts to stealing from home? In my opinion, it is undoubtedly this wretched girl who has pilfered the money and is deliberately framing Hongjun. Xiao Yan, conduct a thorough investigation, if necessary. Take this wretched girl back to the police station. She will surely crack and confess. Yan frowned, he had encountered many cases. But he had never witnessed such unreasonable behavior from a victim, who insisted on shifting the blame onto another. Ling Huaizhi tearfully exclaimed, Mother. If it is too hard for you to accept that cousin stole the money, then let me take the blame. I admit it, I am the one who stole it. And it has nothing to do with cousin. Captain Yan, just take me away to prison. Father, consider me dead in the countryside. You can forget you ever had a daughter. Nonsense. Ling Huaizhi scolded angrily, your mother has lost her senses because of your cousin, why are you adding to the chaos? Captain Yan, do you believe this little thief a worthless nephew-in-law, or a beautiful biological daughter? Ling Huaizhi knew without a doubt which choice he would make. It is strictly forbidden to record the neighbors' statements one by one. Raising his head, he said, the suspect is indeed Chen Hongjun. Now we just need to find him and verify what happened. Ling Huaizhi hurriedly asked Ling Yujiao, where is your brother? Ling Yujiao said with a dark face, how would I know? The 2 siblings have never gotten along well since they were young. Ling Yujiao is even better at pleasing Zhao Shouhua and his wife, calling them mom and dad affectionately. This made Chen Hongjun very dissatisfied. He was clearly from the Chen family, so why change his surname to Ling and call them mom and dad? He believed that his sister had forgotten her ancestors and had no backbone. He looked down on Ling Yujiao and was jealous that she was favored by Ling Huaizhi and his wife, and that her food, drink, and pocket money were more generous than his. Ling Huaizhi's anger rose again, he and you are both in the 3rd year of high school. And the classes are next to each other, how could you not know? Ling Yujiao retorted, he is so old, can I keep an eye on him every day? Don't I need to go to class and study? Zhao Shouhua complained, what are you yelling at Jiao Jiao for? The college entrance examination is coming soon. And she is busy reviewing. How can she have time to pay attention to these things? Captain Yan, we won't bother you. We will solve this matter ourselves. Ling Huaizhi sneered, if it was her, she should be beaten, but if it was Chen Hongjun, they would solve it themselves now? Yan Jin raised his eyebrows and looked sharply at Zhao Shouhua, Teacher Zhao, are you planning to protect the thief? Zhao Shouhua's face was unnatural, they are all children of the family. Taking money without telling the adults is not a big deal. Let's just let it go. Let it go? Ling Huaizhi bit her lip. Yes, letting it go is actually pretty good. It's just that I don't know if Ling Huaizhi can accept that the family is being stolen from every now and then. Before Ling Huaizhi could react, Mrs. Fong, who lived in the same corridor, expressed her displeasure. Her daughter-in-law was also a teacher, and at that time, she had sought connections to secure a position for her daughter-in-law at a prestigious primary school in the city center, where the salary was substantial and the location convenient for managing household affairs. However, to her dismay, the arrangement was thwarted at the last moment by Zhao Shouhua, a middle school teacher. Mrs. Fong harbored a deep resentment towards Zhao Shouhua, blaming her for her daughter-in-law's current position at a suburban school, where she returned home only once a week in a rush. How could one, being a competent middle school teacher, covet a position meant for primary education without inciting animosity? Zhao, you speak so lightly of the matter. In our courtyard, it was not uncommon for items to go missing. Today it was a handful of peanuts. Tomorrow a pair of shoes, and the day after that, clothes left out to dry were stolen. The losses were minimal and of little monetary value, yet the frustration lingered. And we did not wish to trouble the police. We endured in silence. Only now do we realize that the thief was not an outsider but resided within our own building. How infuriating it is that in years past, we wrongfully accused old Tao of neglecting the door, allowing the thief to enter, unaware that the culprit was actually from Director Ling's household. Now that the thief has been caught, you say let it go, but who will compensate us for the losses we have endured over the years? Zhao Shouhua's expression darkened. Mrs. Fong. One must not make unfounded accusations. It remains uncertain whether the money in my house was acquired by the Red Army. On what grounds do you claim that your possessions were stolen by my family? Ling Huaizhi interjected, indeed. My father works at the Public Security Bureau. My mother is a teacher, and my cousin has been brought up with integrity. There is no way we could be involved in theft, such a notion is utterly impossible. Fong Pozi was provoked by these words and took a couple of steps forward to Yan Jin, exclaiming, Comrade, there is a thief in this building. And we are unaware of how many items have been stolen. If he dares to steal today, he will certainly dare to commit murder tomorrow. Comrade, you must apprehend him. Yan Jin could not simply disregard the matter. He closed his notebook and inquired of Ling Huaizhi, Director Ling, do you happen to know the usual haunts of Chen Hongjun? Ling Huaizhi had no knowledge of such details, as Chen Hongjun was not his own son, and he had no reason to be overly concerned. He turned to Zhao Shouhua and asked, where has Hongjun gone? Zhao Shouhua was equally in the dark, responding, where else could he go but school? I suspect he was upset this morning and, in a moment of despair, ran off. Old Ling, do you think something unfortunate has befallen this child? As she spoke, she shot a glare at Ling Huaizhi, blaming her for the trouble, had it not been for this troublesome girl insisting on coming back. Hongjun wouldn't he have left home in anger, creating such a mess for the family? Ling Huaizhi scoffed inwardly, feeling quite exasperated with her aunt's concern for her nephew. Ah. Now that you care, things will be easier. Fong Pozi sneered, ha. You're suddenly concerned for him, yet you've raised such a little thief. Zhao Shouhua retorted sharply. Aunt Fong, mind your words. Who says this incident must involve my Hongjun? Stop your sarcastic remarks. Fong Pozi plopped down on the ground, wailing, oh, heavens. A teacher of the people is shielding a thief, and now we can't even speak out against it. This is truly outrageous. Several families in the same corridor simultaneously expressed their dissatisfaction with Zhao Shouhua and her husband. Ling Ku, he asserted, as an officer of the Public Security Bureau. It is your duty to apprehend thieves and bring them to justice. There is no justification for such leniency. Even if the culprit were a member of your own family, they would still require proper instruction. We toil arduously to earn our money, and we cannot afford to have it pilfered in this manner. Indeed, another voice chimed in. We are all parents here. How can we raise our children with a thief as a neighbor? What kind of influence will that have on them? Ling Huaizhi felt a burning sensation on his face as he roared at Zhao Shouhua, where is Chen Hongjun? Where has Chen Hongjun, the thief, gone? Chapter 37, Chen Hongjun's resentment. At that moment, Chen Hongjun was comfortably ensconced in a small house on Fuyuan Road. Listening to the melodious strains of a Huangmei opera on the radio, a small wine cup clutched in his hand. His other hand rested on his knee, keeping time with the music, as he hummed along contentedly. A young woman, barely 20 years of age, entered the room carrying a dish. Taste this, she offered. My mother sent this young rooster from the countryside. It's at its most tender right now. And these wood ears, my mother gathered them from the mountains. The table was laden with a veritable feast: carrot and chicken stew, stir-fried green beans and peppers with sliced pork, stir-fried wood ears with shredded pork, cold preserved eggs, and peanuts. In an era when many families struggled to afford meat, this was an extravagant display. Chen Hongjun picked up a chicken leg, devouring it with gusto. Tsue. This chicken is delicious, he exclaimed, even better than the chicken my aunt makes. The young woman, Yao Tzuelan, thoughtfully dabbed his lips with a handkerchief. Her voice gentle as she said, My dear, now that you've given me all this money, won't your aunt be displeased when she finds out? Yao Tzuelan is a girl of unfortunate fate. Within less than 6 months of marriage, her rural husband passed away, leaving her to seek refuge in the city with relatives who offered no support. With nowhere to turn, she encountered the truant Chen Hongjun, and through their interactions, they became entwined, living as if they were husband and wife. Chen Hongjun may not possess striking good looks, yet he is generous and never hesitates to part with his money. Yao Tzuelan, possessing beauty and a gentle, charming disposition, captivates Chen Hongjun, a passionate young man who Upon stepping into the realm of affection, finds it impossible to extricate himself. Chen Hongjun, sipping his drink, exclaims, she dares. My mother once thrived in business. And let me tell you, a decade ago, she earned thousands each month, being a millionaire was commonplace. Just think, if my mother were still alive. What would our situation be now? I wouldn't even want to look at a chicken, let alone eat one. Nowadays, when I receive a piece of chicken, it's as if it's a great favor, having to divide it into parts like wings and legs. Zhao Shouhua is utterly ungrateful, the cause of my mother's demise. And treats me poorly. I deserve every bit of money and rice I take from her, even if she were to give me a house, it would be her duty. Seeing his frustration escalate, Yao Zuilan embraced his waist and gently coaxed, do not be angry. She may not care for you, but I do. Once you finish your studies, we shall live well together. Your mother was remarkable, as her own son, you cannot be lacking in potential. Brother Jun, I believe you possess great talent. It's just that these past years, the Ling family has held you back, and fortune has eluded you. In the future, you are destined for success. Chen Hongjun shared a similar sentiment. Every year, I am urged to read, yet what purpose does it serve? My uncle, the coal magnate from his village, is utterly illiterate. Yet he seems to amass wealth effortlessly, as though he is perpetually discovering money. I've even heard that his dog has grown tired of eating meat. Imagine how the humans fare. He has no desire for education. The mere sight of a book induces a headache, and the words and exercises buzz around in his mind like persistent flies, causing considerable annoyance. However, Zhao Shouhua insists that he must study, leading others to remark on how generous his aunt and uncle are, neglecting their own daughter in favor of his education. Humph. It's merely for appearances. What is one daughter worth? If they had real capability, they would send Ling Yulong to the countryside. Yao Zuilan poured him some wine. As for the value of education, I find it rather trivial. My brothers never attended school. Yet they managed to live their lives just fine. Your aunt is a teacher, and your uncle works in public security. Surely, if we were to venture into business or secure a job, it wouldn't be a daunting task. Chen Hongjun contemplated the prospect of business. Having heard that his eldest uncle's son, Mao Kai, had gone south, where gold is said to be in abundance. He had long entertained such thoughts. But Zhao Shouhua had persistently opposed him, which only fueled his frustration. Do you think I could succeed in business? Yao Zuilan fanned him gently with a palm leaf, why not? Brother Jun, you are educated and have connections. If this business endeavor were to fail, that would indeed be surprising. Chen Hongjun felt a surge of confidence, embracing Yao Zuilan and planting a kiss on her cheek. Cui cui. What kind of business do you think would suit me best? Engrossed in a life of mirth, replete with spirits, succulent meats, and alluring company, he remained oblivious to the domestic turmoil brewing in his absence. Zhao Shouhua, keen to avoid exacerbating the situation, found herself at odds with the unrelenting resolve of their neighbors, who were determined to apprehend the thief. While their close acquaintances, the families of Old Feng and Old Wang, refrained from explicitly demanding the thief's capture, their taciturn demeanor spoke volumes. With an unwavering commitment to justice, Yan Jin returned to the station, assembling a team to locate Chen Hongjun. Behind closed doors, Zhao Shouhua unleashed her pent-up frustration, exclaiming, "Are you satisfied now? You've thrown the entire family into disarray. It was a minor matter, yet you insisted on involving the authorities? Are you intent on further humiliating your parents? You're a menace, determined to torment every member of this family." Ling Huaizhi remained silent, diligently tidying the house. Ling Yujiao voiced her displeasure, questioning, "Dad, why did you give her so much money?" Nursing his own simmering anger, Ling Wenhai evaded Ling Yujiao's inquiry, instead demanding of Zhao Shouhua, "How much money did Chen Hongjun steal?" Zhao Shouhua hesitated, stammering, approximately 2,000 yuan. Ling Wenhai, erupting in fury, kicked over a stool, only to strike his toe, causing him to hop in pain. 2,000 yuan? He exclaimed, collapsing onto the sofa to massage his throbbing toe. Zhao Shouhua, I entrust my entire monthly salary to you, in addition to your own earnings. After decades of saving, you possess a mere 2,000 yuan? As a section-level cadre, earning 95 yuan a month before the 1980s, coupled with various allowances and subsidies, his annual income amounted to at least 1,000 yuan. Subsequently, his wages progressively increased. By 1983, his monthly earnings had risen to 159 yuan, and with sundry additional income, his annual earnings approximated 3,000 yuan. This was further augmented by Zhao Shouhua's salary, making them a dual-income household with a considerable annual revenue. After years of diligent saving, he was incredulous that Zhao Shouhua claimed their savings amounted to merely 2,000 yuan. Zhao Shouhua burst into tears, lamenting, "You are truly oblivious to the cost of living. We have several children to feed and clothe, and their education and illnesses necessitate considerable expenditure. That wretched girl in the countryside requires 200 yuan annually. And we must also provide for your parents. Furthermore, your elder siblings frequently visit, never departing without substantial provisions. Now that there is a paucity of funds, you reproach me. But when you generously dispensed money to your family, you remained silent." Ling Huaizhi, while wiping the table, paused. Realizing that Zhao Shouhua had been secretly providing substantial financial assistance to Chen Hongjuan's siblings, otherwise, their savings would not be so meager. However, it seemed improbable that Zhao Shouhua would allocate half of her income to Chen Hongjun. If not, where had the money disappeared? The family's acrimonious dispute persisted until 1 in the morning, at which point Zhao Shouhua gathered her belongings to wash up at the public lavatory. As she disrobed, preparing to bathe, the dimly lit light bulb flickered erratically and abruptly extinguished. Before Zhao Shouhua could react, her hair was violently seized. Chapter 38. Zhao Shouhua assaulted. Before she could utter a scream, her mouth was forcefully gagged with her recently removed soiled underpants. The sudden darkness in the lavatory rendered her vision useless. Her hair was clutched tightly, and her head was brutally slammed against the concrete wall, causing her to become dizzy and disoriented. As fists descended upon her mercilessly, striking her face repeatedly, she felt her teeth loosening under the relentless onslaught. The assailant seemed unwilling to let her succumb to unconsciousness, dragging her from the restroom stall and dousing her under the faucet to regain her senses, only to be brutally tossed onto the floor and kicked in the abdomen. Zhao Shouhua was in excruciating pain, unable to rise. Her vision obscured as she struggled to discern the identity of her attacker. The individual appeared to harbor immense resentment, delivering each blow with unrestrained ferocity as if intent on her demise. Who could it be? Who sought to harm her? Zhao Xiaozue and Ling Huaizhi, nestled on the ground in a drowsy stupor, were startled by the sound of knocking at the door. She nudged Ling Huaizhi, but to no avail. Ling Huaizhi was as unresponsive as a slumbering pig. Faced with no other option, Zhao Xiaozue rose to awaken Ling Yujiao. "Jiao Jiao. It seems someone is knocking at the door." Roused from her slumber, Ling Yujiao retorted irritably, "At this hour, who would be knocking? Are you out of your mind?" The knocking grew increasingly insistent, drawing Ling Yujiao's attention, and even Ling Huaizhi, still in a haze, opened her eyes. "Is someone at the door?" Ling Huaizhi opened the door to find Ling Wenhai already awake, visibly agitated. "Who is it?" he inquired. Having barely slept the previous night due to the theft incident that had kept them awake until after 1. Standing at the threshold was Grandma Wang from across the hall. "Xiao Lu's father, Xiao Lu's mother is in trouble, you must go check on her." The family was bewildered, still caught in the remnants of slumber. Grandma Wang, in a flurry of urgency, exclaimed, "Oh dear, your teacher Zhao has been knocked unconscious in the restroom. You need to go see her at once." "Mom!" Ling Huaizhi screamed, rushing towards the restroom. In the restroom, Zhao Shouhua lay naked on the floor, her hair matted with filth. At the entrance stood 2 women, pinching their noses, too hesitant to approach. Upon witnessing this scene, Ling Wenhai felt no inclination to advance either. What on earth had transpired? Holding a laundry basin, old Huang's wife remarked, "I thought this would be a good time since no one was around to wash clothes. But as soon as I entered, I was met with this." In this corridor, 10 households resided door to door, housing dozens of individuals. With only a single restroom available, daily disputes arose over washing clothes and using the facilities. Some opted for the quiet of the night to do their laundry, avoiding the morning rush when competition for the space intensified. Ling Wenhai conversed with the women, while Ling Huil fetched water and soap to assist Zhao Shouhua. Just as they had begun to clean her up, Zhao Shouhua woke, exclaiming, "It's you. Old Ling, that wretched girl is so malevolent, she wants to kill me." Ling Huil, towel in hand, widened her eyes in disbelief. "Mother, what are you saying?" Ling Wenhai, observing his wife's reaction, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "She was sleeping soundly in her room, how could she possibly come here to harm you?" Old Huang's wife, unable to hold her tongue, interjected, "Indeed, Teacher Zhao. How could you harbor such hatred towards your own daughter? Look at yourself, covered in filth, while your daughter Yujiao has retreated in shame. It is only little green. Unfazed by the dirt, who is here to help you? How can you unjustly accuse her? Ling Huaizhi continued to wipe Zhao Shouhua, gently saying, Mother. Whether you despise or misunderstand me, it matters not. You are injured, and we must first go to the hospital. Shall we? Several women lamented, what a wonderful child. Despite her own mother's treatment, she harbors no resentment. Such is the bond of kinship. Observe the niece, who recoils with disdain. Zhao Shouhua retorted, swatting away a hand. Get away. Who needs your false kindness? Old Ling, believe me, she's the one who struck me. No one else would dare. Ling Huaizhi, crestfallen, extended a towel to Ling Yujiao, who stood behind Ling Huaizhi. Yujiao, elder sister, mother favors you. Would you attend to her needs? Ling Yujiao remained unmoved. Unwilling to assist Zhao Shouhua, even refusing the towel. Ling Huaizhi glared back, incensed. Are you refusing to help? Reluctantly. Ling Yujiao pinched the towel with 2 fingers to assist Zhao Shouhua. However, before she could approach, she was overcome with nausea, retching violently by the sink. Ling Huaizhi gritted his teeth in anger. Xiaozue, you assist your second aunt. Zhao Xiaozue, simmering with resentment, thought, what is this? Ling Huaizhi is prevented from helping. Ling Yujiao refuses, so it falls to me to deal with the filth? Am I not disgusted? Overcome, Zhao Xiaozue also vomited. In the end, Ling Huaizhi cleaned up after Zhao Shouhua. She said, Father, Mother is injured. Perhaps. Return to your room and be silent. Are you not ashamed enough? Ling Huaizhi roared, cutting off Ling Huaizhi's words. The family could not even muster 200 yuan. Fortunately, Ling Huaizhi had not spent the money given to her yesterday morning. Otherwise, the family would be destitute. With payday still 2 weeks away, how would they survive? Ling Huaizhi's gaze lingered on the lithe figure of Ling Huaizhi. And he emitted a protracted sigh. Zhao Shouhua took a leave of absence the following day, her face marred by contusions that rendered her unable to face others. The couple deliberated in hushed tones during the night, pondering the identity of the assailant, yet hesitant to involve the authorities, given Chen Hongjuan's continued absence. To report the incident would only invite further embarrassment. Thus, the matter was reluctantly set aside. Zhao Xiaozue furtively inquired of Ling Huaizhi whether the woman in red was responsible. Ling Huaizhi fixed her with a frigid stare, retorting that regardless of her mother's treatment towards her, no one else had the right to mistreat her. Zhao Xiaozue scoffed, muttering that only a simpleton like Ling Huaizhi would possess such boundless admiration for such a mother. The family tacitly agreed to remain silent on the matter. Yet they could not control the tongues of their neighbors in the building. Old woman Feng was particularly gleeful, asserting that Zhao must have committed some heinous act that provoked divine wrath, leading to her punishment. Otherwise, she argued, how could she have been assaulted out of the blue? In the dead of night when no one was around? She found the circumstances quite peculiar. The elderly Lu, in a subdued tone, mentioned that restrooms are known to harbor negative energy, especially after midnight. She added that the building stood on the site of a former execution ground, and speculated about the possibility of supernatural involvement. The young Mrs. Chen, who was nursing her child, involuntarily rubbed her arms, exclaiming that the old woman's words were unsettling, and questioning the possibility of such an occurrence. The mysterious Feng Posi remarked, I believe the elder sister is correct. Consider this, many have been beheaded in the past. There are ruthless bandits who kill without a second thought, and equally, there are innocent commoners who have met unjust fates. Over the years, how could there be no lingering resentment? With time, it surely must. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's wife felt a chill in her heart and asked, Fang Dinyang, do you think this incident with teacher Zhao was truly caused by a person, or could it have been something else? Of course. It was due to her poor character that she attracted malevolent spirits. Feng Posi replied loudly, prompting Zhao Shouhua, who was stepping outside to discard the garbage, to overhear her. Feng Posi, what nonsensical things are you saying? Dare to repeat that? Chapter 39, Haunting in the lavatory. Feng Posi, who had never seen eye to eye with her, retorted with hands on her hips, I said your character is lacking, and you become possessed by something, otherwise, how is it that all your family members are fine? Yet you find yourself lying in the toilet in the middle of the night? Who knows whether you invited a lover into your home and fell? Or if you were assaulted? Feng Posi's words struck a chord with many. Indeed, if one were to be beaten, why strip them of their clothing, leaving them entirely exposed? This is quite peculiar. Zhao Shouhua, pointing an accusing finger at Feng Pozi, shouted, "You wretched old woman selling your daughter. I have been beaten to such a state, and you still dare to slander me. Perhaps that villain was sent by you. Come, let us go to the police station. I demand justice from the authorities." Feng Pozi had pressured her daughter into marrying a man in his 30s, in exchange for a bride price. In her quest to secure a city-born daughter-in-law, a fact well known in the neighborhood, Zhao Shouhua had often mocked Feng Pozi over this matter, deepening the enmity between the two families. Upon hearing the mention of the police, the old woman collapsed onto the ground, bursting into tears. "Oh dear heavens! The police want to harm me. They intend to take me to the station. My poor life, having never committed a wrong, and yet I am deprived of my daughter-in-law's position. Only to be targeted now. This is the tyranny of authority over the common folk, leaving us with no means to survive." Her voice resonated throughout the courtyard, drawing the attention of many. Several neighbors began to counsel Zhao Shouhua, saying, "Teacher Zhao, you are an educated individual, she is merely an old woman from the countryside. Why engage with her? Indeed, she is of advanced age, and you are still so young. What is there to argue about? Heed the old lady's advice. Let it go. Do not bring trouble upon your family." Zhao Shouhua felt a mix of rage and resentment. After years of living next to this woman, she had never received a moment of kindness from her. The humiliation was almost unbearable. Ling Huaizhi stood quietly by the window, observing Zhao Shouhua, whose face was swollen and bruised, hopping about in anger. A sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Grandma Wang, known for her pragmatic advice, approached and said, "Let us not speak further, we share the same courtyard and hallway, and we will inevitably encounter each other. Let us avoid losing face, as it would make life difficult for us all. Moreover, since the establishment of the state, we have been advised against discussing such matters. We must be cautious with our words, one never knows what might be misconstrued, leading to unnecessary trouble." After a moment of silence, Zhao Shouhua cast a sharp glance at the old woman before retreating upstairs. The old woman spat in her direction, muttering, "Such a misguided creature. Unable to discern between kin and stranger. When her time comes, there will be no one to bury her." Grandma Wang interjected, offering a comforting gesture, There, you'll be all right. It's not such a monumental matter." The young Mrs. Chen, clutching her child tightly, responded with a mournful expression, "It's true, I shouldn't dwell on it. But my heart is filled with trepidation. Just recalling those events makes me hesitant to venture out at night." A few of the elder women exchanged playful glances. Jesting, "What do you have to fear? Isn't young Chen there to protect you? He'd accompany you anywhere, even carry you if need be." Mrs. Chen blushed crimson at their teasing. Upon her return, Zhao Shouhua found Ling Huaizhi diligently tidying the kitchen, meticulously removing every trace of grease from the stove. Zhao Xiaozui, who had initially intended to shirk her duties, hastily rose and feigned tidying the sofa upon Zhao Shouhua's arrival. Zhao Shouhua's resentment towards Ling Huaizhi grew with each passing moment. Yet she struggled to find a pretext for confrontation. The words of the women downstairs echoed in her mind, and she wondered if the series of unfortunate events since Ling Huaizhi's arrival warranted seeking the counsel of a diviner. With that thought, she turned and exited the house, intending to find someone to assess their home. No sooner had she departed than Ling Huaizhi also prepared to leave. Zhao Xiaozui stopped her, inquiring, "Where do you think you're going?" Ling Huaizhi turned her gaze upon her, her eyes devoid of warmth, chillingly cold. Zhao Xiaozui, unnerved by her stare, stammered, "What? What do you intend to do?" Suddenly, Ling Huaizhi seized her hair, delivering 2 sharp slaps before dragging her into the kitchen. Forcing her head towards the lit stove, "Zhao Xiaozui," she hissed, "it seems you have a poor memory. Tell me, shouldn't I refresh it for you? Let me go." Zhao Xiaozui desperately struggled, crying out, "Whale, if you dare harm me, my aunt will never forgive you." Drawing her visage closer, Ling Huaizhi remarked, "Even if she harbors resentment, what recourse does she have? At the end of the day, I am her own flesh and blood. Surely she wouldn't condemn me to imprisonment for the sake of a mere niece. Your situation, however, is markedly different. With a marred face and a sullied reputation, pray tell, Zhao Xiaozui, how will you navigate the vicissitudes of life?" The kettle gurgled, emitting scalding steam that singed the tendrils of hair framing Zhao Xiaozui's face. Recollections of the legend of the woman in scarlet stirred within her, and a palpable fear gripped her heart. Huel, please, release me. I shall never dare to cross you again. I vow, henceforth, I shall stand by your side. Ling Huaizhi hoisted her up and slammed her against the grimy wall. Zhao Xiaozue, how could you be so audacious? To conspire with Ling Yujiao and slandering me, claiming I pilfered the money father bestowed upon me. Your perfidy knows no bounds. How can I possibly place any trust in you? Terrified beyond measure, Zhao Xiaozue perceived a chilling void in Ling Huaizhi's eyes, devoid of all human warmth. Akin to a vengeful spirit from the netherworld intent on claiming a life. I truly won't betray you again, Huel. Believe me, I shall never harm you again. I shall be your loyal friend. Ling Huaizhi tightened her grip around her neck, uttering in a sinister tone, I shall grant you a chance. Clean this hovel until it gleams. Should my mother return, you shall inform her that I have gone out to scavenge for recyclable materials to earn money. Dare to utter a falsehood, and tonight, I shall allow others to witness the wrath of the woman in scarlet. Zhao Xiaozue trembled, stammering, I shall not speak out of turn. Ling Huaizhi departed, procuring a heap of recyclable materials and heading towards Old Ji's scrapyard. Old Ji's expression darkened upon her arrival. I remarked, even if your tears were to inundate my scrapyard today, I would not part with a single additional penny. Ling Huaizhi retorted, as she handed him the scrap. You may calculate as you wish. She discarded the scrap and began tidying up the yard. Old Ji was meticulous in keeping his home immaculate, yet the yard was a chaotic mess, cluttered beyond reason. After weighing the scrap, Old Ji turned around to find Ling Huaizhi diligently packing cardboard for him. Hey! Set that down. I don't require your assistance, no matter how much you do. I shall not compensate you. Old Ji was inherently wary, reluctant to lower his guard easily. Ling Huaizhi, too, had no intention of expecting him to cherish her as he once did in a previous life. She merely wished to exert her utmost effort to ease his burdens. In this lifetime, she sought to avenge her grievances and safeguard her kindness. After leaving the scrap yard, Ling Huaizhi proceeded to the market to purchase vegetables, only to unexpectedly encounter Chen Hongjun walking alongside a woman. Ling Huaizhi's gaze froze. She recognized that woman from her past life. Chapter 40, The Lethal Black Widow, Yao Zuelan. A woman who feigned the demeanor of a fragile and unfortunate widow, yet had brutally slain 5 husbands. The last man's unfortunate demise coincided with a visit from his children, who uncovered her murderous deeds. As the truth unraveled, it became evident that this beautiful, young, and seemingly ill-fated woman was, in fact, a cold-hearted and ruthless widow. Little did she know in her previous life that Yao Zuelan had once been involved with Chen Hongjun. Upon reflection, at this juncture in my previous existence, I was languishing in the countryside, subjected to the tyranny of Zhao Wenbing and his nephew Zhao Maokai, enduring a life of abject misery. It was only 3 years later that I managed to escape the rural confines, remaining completely oblivious to the affairs of the city. My dear Chen Hongjun, what delicacies do you fancy? I shall procure an abundance of them today. Yao Zuelan clasped Chen Hongjun's arm with one hand while carrying a vegetable basket with the other. As she spoke, her eyes tilted upward ever so slightly, her phoenix eyes brimming with allure, and her voice possessed a gentle, honeyed quality that was pleasing to the ear. It was evident that this woman possessed a certain aptitude. For in my previous life, she had managed to ingratiate herself with those older men, driving away their original wives and children, swindling them of their money and property, and even murdering numerous men without anyone discerning her machinations. Chen Hongjun was visibly gratified by Yao Zuelan's flattery. Although Zhao Shouhua treated him like her own son in the Ling household, Ling Wenhai held him in disdain, his gaze filled with contempt. Chen Hongjun was not oblivious to this. Chen Hongjun embraced Yao Zuelan's waist and said, My love, whatever you desire, we shall acquire. Do not fret about the cost, for I possess an abundance of funds. Yao Zuelan giggled coquettishly, My dear Chen Hongjun, you are so kind to me. I know not what virtuous deeds I performed in my past life to deserve such a considerate and affectionate man in this one. Ling Huaizhi mused to herself, wondering how much money he had pilfered to be so generous with his spending. She regretted that she did not have enough time that day to find the money. Ling Huaizhi followed Chen Hongjun and Yao Zuelan back to their residence, then turned and raced to the police station, where she surreptitiously deposited a small slip of paper. After a prolonged search, I finally caught sight of Chen Hongjun's police officer, and my eyes lit up with curiosity. Who has lost this? Why hasn't anyone come forward to report it? I firmly held the note, understanding that the individual likely feared retribution. It was best not to speak of this matter. After all, Ling Huaizhi worked at the police station, and the whistleblower must have been concerned that Zhao Shouhua, being fond of her nephew, would retaliate. Which is why they chose to discreetly drop the note. Upon returning home, Ling Hailu found that Zhao Shouhua had not yet arrived. But the kitchen had been tidied up thoroughly by Zhao Xiaozue, with even the greasy stains on the walls removed. Hua, I have heeded your advice and refrained from engaging in any other activities, Zhao Xiaozue said with a sycophantic expression. Ling Hailu cast a glance at her, choosing silence. She pondered where Zhao Shouhua had gone. Zhao Shouhua had taken 2 buses before finally reaching the outskirts, where she paused outside a fenced courtyard. Who are you? A young woman inside was washing clothes. Zhao Shouhua inquired, is this Ma Dajiang's home? The young woman turned and called into the house, Mom. Someone is looking for you. Moments later, Zhao Shouhua found herself sitting before Ma Dajiang, tears streaming down her face. As a mother myself, how could I not wish for her well? Yet, ever since she returned, calamities have befallen our home, with no respite in sight. I've heard that you possess great abilities. Ma Dajiang, I implore you to take pity on me and help me discern the troubles at home. Ma Dajiang, in her 50s, had graying hair and a stooped posture that made her resemble a woman in her 70s. Her face was lined with wrinkles, and her drooping eyelids made it difficult to discern whether her eyes were open or closed. Now, let us delve into the realm of science. You dismiss these matters as mere superstition. How can a teacher of the people harbor such beliefs? After a prolonged silence, Madame Ma finally spoke. Her voice reminiscent of rusted metal scraping against one another, harsh and grating. Zhao Shouhua's eyes sparkled with recognition. This elderly woman was perceptive enough to discern her profession as an educator, indicating she possessed a modicum of genuine skill, rendering the arduous journey of over an hour to this rural locale worthwhile. Madam, since you are aware of my role as a teacher, you must understand that I have never harmed anyone. Encountering such troubling circumstances without cause is indeed distressing. I implore you to assist me in resolving this matter. Despite Zhao's earnest pleas, Madame Ma remained silent, her gaze averted. In desperation, Zhao Shouhua clenched her teeth and placed a sum of money upon the table. Madam, this is a token of my sincerity. Should you help me find a resolution, I assure you that you will not go unrewarded. Madame Ma stood resolute, clearly unmoved by the monetary offering. Just then, her son returned, a hoe slung across his shoulder, and his eyes immediately fixated on the money laid out on the table. Mother, this person has traveled quite a distance, please extend your assistance. His daughter-in-law chimed in, indeed, mother, it is no small feat for someone to come all this way. A brief visit to discern the situation could alleviate their troubles. You won't know the outcome unless you make the effort. Zhao Shouhua hastily reassured her, Madam, rest assured. Should you choose to help, I will not breathe a word of it, ensuring you remain untroubled. The son poured water for both his mother and Zhao Shouhua, urging, Mother, just go for a visit, there's little to attend to at home. With autumn approaching, our youngest will soon begin school, making things much simpler for you, wouldn't it? A stroll through the city might do us good. After all, if we wish to visit, at least you've had the chance to experience it. Mother Ma lifted her eyelids slightly, casting a glance at her son. He was teasing her about her grandson. With the commencement of school, monetary demands arose. And with the household's meager finances, how could they afford to send the child to school? Alas, children are but a burden. Throughout her life, she had given birth to 4 sons and 2 daughters, yet now only 1 son remained alive. You should return first, I will come over tomorrow morning. Zhao Shouhua was not particularly pleased, her visit was not easy, and she intended to take the old lady back with her. The daughter-in-law promptly signaled to her, Sister, if you wish to return, do so. My mother-in-law is trustworthy, and she will surely come. Tomorrow, I shall personally escort her. The son hastily tucked the money into his pocket. Indeed, my mother is elderly, and I cannot rest easy with her accompanying outsiders. However, it is quite concerning that she still ventures out at her age. Zhao Shouhua quickly interjected, once the matter is settled, I shall give you an additional 100. The son smiled, agreed, tomorrow morning, I will bring my mother over. Zhao Shouhua left in high spirits, while Mother Ma watched her retreating figure. A person stained with blood dares to claim innocence, how ironic. The daughter-in-law, unable to grasp the implication, turned to Mother Ma and asked, "Mother, what are you saying?" Mother Ma continued to let her eyelids droop. "Nothing much, dear, you must keep an eye on Sanzi and the others. Once I am gone, this household will rely entirely on you." The daughter-in-law could not bear such talk. "Mother, what are you saying? Your health is perfectly fine, why speak such disheartening words?" Zhao Shouhua found herself reversing once more, returning to the city. As she approached the residential building, she spotted Yan Jin accompanying Ling Huaizhi. A wave of surprise washed over her. "Old Ling, at this hour, where could you possibly be heading?" Chapter 41, Chen Hongjuan's resentment towards Zhao Shouhua. Ling Huaizhi glared at Zhao Shouhua, his irritation palpable as he observed her unflattering visage. Where was he going? Was it not for your fine nephew? He had gone out on errands earlier, and when Yan Jin called his workplace, there was no answer, thus they had to come to the house in search of him. Zhao Shouhua's heart tightened. "Hongjun, has he been found?" "Comrade Yan, my Hongjun is innocent, isn't he?" Ling Huaizhi shot her a disdainful glance, irritated by her incessant calling of Yan Jin comrade. Did she truly believe herself so capable? Yan Jin was destined for greatness. And even he needed to be treated with respect. How could Zhao Shouhua not perceive the gravity of the situation? Yet, in front of Yan Jin, she was reluctant to voice her thoughts. Yan Jin cleared his throat. "Teacher Zhao, the money, rice, flour, and meat in your home were all acquired by Chen Hongjun. He is currently at the police station, with witnesses confirming that it was indeed Chen Hongjun responsible." Zhao Shouhua still could not accept this reality. She murmured to herself, "It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Hongjun is such an honest boy, how could he commit such an act? With so many items, how could he possibly take them all by himself? Could it be that?" "Enough." Ling Huaizhi interjected sternly, "Your incessant repetition of impossible is futile. Whether he did it or not will be revealed at the police station." Yan Jin was diligent and thorough in his duties, and indeed, there was no denying Chen Hongjuan's culpability. He pilfered not only the staples such as rice, flour, oil, and meat, along with condiments, but also a dozen or so briquettes, which were left unnoticed in the stairwell. Given the sheer volume of goods, it was evident that he could not have transported them alone. He enlisted the aid of a motorized tricycle. Despite the evidence of Chen Hongjuan's transgression, Zhao Shouhua remained incredulous. "Why?" she lamented. "Hongjun, if you needed anything, I would have provided it. How could you resort to theft?" Chen Hongjun, with a disdainful sneer, cast a sidelong glance at her. "How generous you sound," he retorted. "You'd give me anything, would you? Would you bequeath me the house? Would you relinquish your savings?" "You're delusional," she snapped. "Do I not have a son?" Ling Huaizhi, clenching his fists, would have likely struck him were it not for Yan Jin's restraint. Chen Hongjun, unfazed, responded, "Weren't you just proclaiming that you'd give me anything? How is it that the tune changes the moment this man speaks? Zhao Shouhua, remember this, you are indebted to my mother, to my sister and me, to the entire Chen family. You will never be able to repay what you owe. What is taking some of your money? Even if I were to take your life, it would be a debt justly paid. He ought to have been a privileged heir, free from want and with ample funds at his disposal." However, Zhao Shouhua's role in his mother's demise forced him into a life of dependency, alienating him from his paternal relatives and leaving him isolated. In times of adversity, he had no one with whom to confide. Zhao Shouhua, overcome with sorrow, wept, "How can you speak to me in such a manner? Have I not done enough for you and your sister over the years? For your sakes, I have even neglected my own daughter, and you dare to." Ling Huaizhi had no time for pleasantries. "Chen Hongjun, how much money did you pilfer?" Chen Hongjun stated impassively, 5,200 yuan. Zhao Shouhua's countenance underwent an immediate transformation. Ling Huaizhi rose abruptly, seizing Chen Hongjun by the collar. "Where is the money?" "My money?" Chen Hongjun spread his hands, declaring brazenly, "It's gone, all gifted to my girlfriend's family." "Theft, this is outright theft." Ling Huaizhi exclaimed through gritted teeth, "Captain Yan, this money must be recovered." "Damn it." Zhao Shouhua claimed it was a little over 2,000, but he disbelieved her. Now Chen Hongjun admits to 5,200, and he still doesn't believe it. So many years of savings, it's impossible that's all there is. Yan Jin found himself in a difficult position. "Section Chief Ling, this money, it will be irrecoverable." He voluntarily gifted it to Yao Zuelan, and the money has already been delivered to Yao Zuelan's family. Once it's in the hands of rural folk, retrieving it will be exceedingly difficult. Unless, Comrade Chen Hongjun initiates legal proceedings against Yao Zuelan's family. But there is a prerequisite, Chen Hongjuan's act of larceny. If Ling Huaizhi does not pursue the matter, recovering the money from the Yao family will be utterly impossible. Ling Huaizhi's eyes widened, and he gasped for air. Chen Hongjun. Retrieve the money for me. Chen Hongjun tilted his head. Impossible. A man of honor does not reclaim a gift once given. You refuse to retrieve it? Ling Huaizhi would not yield in the slightest this time. If you don't retrieve it, you can rot in jail. 5,000 yuan is sufficient to warrant a criminal sentence. Zhao Shouhua entreated Ling Huaizhi. Old Ling, please reconsider. You cannot allow Hongjun to be incarcerated. He is but a child, still pursuing his education. Imprisoning him would irrevocably ruin his life. Ling Huaizhi retorted with a resounding slap across her face. Get out. If that money is not recovered, you and Ling Yujiao shall both return to the Chen household. Were it not for the ignominy of divorce and the presence of their younger son, Ling Huaizhi would have gladly dissolved their marriage. With such an obtuse woman, he lamented his prospects for a prosperous life. Zhao Shouhua then implored Chen Hongjun, Junior. I beseech you, as your aunt, please retrieve the money. Chen Hongjun scoffed, paying her no heed. With the money in Yao Zuelan's possession, it was as good as in his own hands. 5,000 yuan was no trifling sum. He could not earn such an amount even with a decade of labor. He deemed it worth the gamble. Zhao Shouhua and Ling Huaizhi, both proud individuals, would surely hesitate to escalate the matter. Returning home, seething with anger, Ling Huaizhi was greeted by Ling Yujiao's shrill invective even before entering the house. Ling Huailu. You are nothing but a bastard, with no right to reside in my home. Leave. I demand that you leave. You are not welcome in my house. Their younger son, Ling Yulong, echoed the sentiment. Get out, you country bumpkin. My house does not permit your presence. Subsequently, he heard his daughter's pitiable voice. Long, I am your own sister, who will, in time, earn money to secure a wife and a house for you. Bah. You are not my sister. Yujiao is my true sister. My mother has declared that the closest kin in this world are Hongjun and Yujiao. You are merely a beggar from the countryside, not worthy of being called a sister. Once, Ling Yulong's voice was music to Ling Huaizhi's ears, but now, it was a different tale altogether. In a fit of rage, he kicked the door open and struck Ling Yujiao across the face with a resounding slap. Turning, he glared menacingly at Ling Yulong, demanding, Who is the illegitimate child? Who is your sister? Startled, Ling Yulong momentarily faltered, yet, having been spoiled since childhood, he faced his father's wrath with an unyielding bravado. She is the illegitimate child. As mother says, a calamity of an illegitimate child, and she is forbidden from ever stepping foot in our home. Ling Huaizhi raised his hand to strike Ling Yulong, but was firmly restrained by Ling Huaizhi, who pleaded, Dad, please don't hit him. He's still so young, just a child. He doesn't understand, you can teach him gently. When he grows older, he'll grasp the family situation. You can't punish him because of an outsider. Chapter 42, Ling Huaizhi forces Ling Yujiao to vacate the room. The furious Ling Huaizhi's anger subsided somewhat. After all, they were siblings, and he recognized the protective instinct. He recalled Ling Huaizhi's remark about earning money to marry off his brother and buy a house, which warmed his heart. Realizing that his own flesh and blood was indeed sensible. However, upon glancing at Ling Yujiao, he noticed the hatred in her eyes, a clear sign of a thankless wretch he had raised. Go stay in your brother's room and vacate this space for Xiao and Xiao Cui. Ling Yujiao, spoiled by Zhao Shouhua, could hardly endure such indignation. I refuse. If you want to move, then you move. Ling Huaizhi's fury flared. But he was utterly exhausted from the past few days and chose not to pursue the matter further. Ling Huaizhi interjected, Dad, if Yujiao doesn't want to move, let her be. It doesn't matter where I sleep, I can even sleep on the floor in the living room. Father. Considering my age and the fact that I am no longer in school, could you perhaps assist me in finding employment? I am willing to undertake any task, be it sweeping, domestic service, or laundry. My sole desire is to earn an income and alleviate the financial strain on our household. Such filial piety from his daughter softened Ling Huaizhi's demeanor towards Ling Yujiao, though his patience remained thin. Move your belongings out this instant, he commanded. Ling Yujiao, stamping her foot, retorted tearfully, I refuse to move. Father, you are being unfair. I shall inform my mother. With that, she attempted to flee, confident that any predicament could be resolved upon her aunt's return. Ling Huaizhi was not naive. Over the years in the Ling household, she had transformed from a timid girl into an imperious figure, disregarding her status as a niece. Zhao Xiuhua had always treated her as a biological daughter, ensuring that she received everything Ling Huailu possessed, and even things Ling Huailu did not. Seeing her attempt to escape, Ling Huailu embraced her, imploring Ling Wenhai, "Father, what are you doing? Are you determined to drive Huaizhi away? It is already dark. Should anything untoward occur, mother would be inconsolable. We are family. Why must we bicker over such matters? Sister, offer father an apology, and all will be forgiven. Rest assured, I have no desire to usurp your room. Mother has bestowed it upon you, and no one shall take it away." Zhao Xiaozue, for reasons unknown, abruptly closed the door. Ling Wenhai, upon hearing the phrase "bestowed upon you, and no one shall take it away," felt his anger reignited. He pointed at Ling Huaizhi, declaring, "Move your belongings this instant. Even if you intend to leave, I shall throw your possessions out before you depart." His household had become unruly, his eldest son had stolen from him, and now his second daughter dared to defy him, acting as if she feared no one. Having changed her surname to Ling for quite some time, has she truly begun to consider herself a member of the Ling family? Ling Huaizhi, upon noticing Zhao Xiuhua's absence and unable to withstand Ling Wenhai's insistence, reluctantly resorted to tears while tidying up the house. Ling Huil further urged Ling Wenhai, "Father, wealth is merely an external possession. As long as we are in good health, we can earn money again. After all, Long Long is still young, and you, father, are still quite youthful. Surely, we shall rise in the future. Once I secure a job, our family will unite in diligence, and our lives will undoubtedly flourish. It is all my fault for lacking ability, unable to alleviate the burdens of our parents, otherwise our household would not be in such hardship." Ling Huil's words struck a chord deep within Ling Wenhai. He had long harbored dreams of ascending. The archives department was a neglected sector, and while his title of chief sounded prestigious, the criminal investigations, inspections, and household registration departments held him in disregard. In truth, he had never truly worried about financial matters. As long as he climbed the ranks, what did money matter? He would never be as foolish as Pei Guanchen, who refrained from accepting any monetary gain, ultimately causing harm to his own son. With this thought, he cast another glance at Ling Huilv. Such a wise and understanding daughter should not be confined to the countryside. Had she grown up by his side, marrying into a prominent family would not have been out of reach, and he would not find himself in such a passive situation. Xiaolu, after spending so many years in the countryside, have you ever resented your parents? Ling Huilv met his probing gaze and smiled reassuringly. "Father, what are you saying? How could I ever harbor hatred towards you? It is not easy for a family to be so numerous, and I am well aware of that. Moreover, Auntie indeed sacrificed herself to save my mother. Out of both affection and reason, we cannot neglect Sister Huaizhi. One must learn to be grateful. This is a lesson my mother has instilled in me since childhood." Ling Wenhai nodded. "It's gratifying to know that you appreciate kindness." He was quite pleased with Ling Huaizhi, considering her to be beautiful, sensible, easily managed, and, above all, grateful. Seeing that her father's mood had improved significantly, Ling Huaizhi said, "Dad, take a rest. I'll prepare the meal. Xiaozue, assist Huaizhi in tidying up. Let's not leave things in disarray, or Mom will be displeased when she returns." Zhao Xiaozue furtively glanced at Ling Huaizhi, uncertain whether she genuinely intended to help Ling Huaizhi or merely wanted to evict her from the room. Regardless, she had no desire to sleep on the floor, so she began to move things. By the time Zhao Xiuhua returned, Ling Huaizhi's room had been completely emptied. Ling Wenhai had purchased a bunk bed from a neighbor downstairs and had already set it up in the room. Zhao Xiuhua's expression was somber. "Ling Huaizhi, did you assume the role of mistress of the house in my absence?" Ling Huaizhi replied softly, "No, it was Dad." "Spare me the mention of your father. Are you attempting to wield trivial authority?" Zhao Xiuhua retorted furiously. "Move your belongings out and allow Zhao Zhao to move in." Ling Wenhai, with a towel draped over his shoulder and a toothbrush and enamel mug in hand, returned and questioned, "Zhao Xiuhua, what madness are you spewing now?" Zhao Xiuhua pointed towards the room. "Old Ling, Zhao Zhao is about to take the college entrance examination. How can we allow her to change rooms at this crucial time? Furthermore, if she occupies Hongjun's room, where will Hongjun reside? Ling Huaizhi scoffed. Where will he reside? I care not where he resides, be it a doghouse, a cowshed, a chicken coop, or even a graveyard, it is of no concern to me. Xiao is my own daughter, and it is her rightful place to reside in this home. Should you dare to make her yield to the Chen family again, do not blame me for my lack of leniency towards you. Zhao Shohua gazed at him in disbelief. Old Ling, you have changed. How could you become so cold-hearted? The Red Army and Jiao Jiao have called you dad for nearly a decade. How can you be so devoid of sentiment? Sentiment? Ling Huaizhi replied darkly, if the money is returned, I might consider him a nephew, if not, he shall never set foot in my home for the rest of his life. Zhao Shohua felt a surge of frustration. After Ling Huaizhi left, she spoke at length with Chen Hongjun, who stubbornly preferred imprisonment over reclaiming the money. Yao Zuelan, despite her youth, feigned an innocence that left Zhao Shohua feeling helpless. Ling Huaizhi remained obstinate. What was to be done? With this thought, she shot a fierce glare at Ling Huilu. If she had simply acknowledged the theft, would it not have resolved the issue? Instead, they had to create chaos within the household. That evening, Zhao Xiaozui plopped down onto the bed. Huaijia, my legs hurt. Why don't you sleep on the upper bunk? Ling Huilu cast her a brief glance. Zhao Xiaozui shivered. I think it's better for me to sleep up there. She nimbly climbed up, regretting her choice to place the good mattress on the lower bed while preparing it. Ling Huilu lay on the bed, her consciousness drifting into another realm, recounting the money once more. She contemplated whether to retrieve the funds from Chen Hongjun. Before dawn, Aunt Ma, accompanied by her son, ventured into the city, only to be intercepted the moment they arrived. Chapter 43, Zhao Shohua invites the shaman to her home. Aunt Ma. May I have a word? Early in the morning, Zhao Shohua had sent her family members out, disregarding the need to fetch Chen Hongjun. As she awaited Aunt Ma's return at home, having peered towards the entrance several times, she finally welcomed Mrs. Ma and her son. Come in, Mrs. Ma, let's head upstairs. The residential building had 3 stories, and Zhao Shohua's home was on the 2nd floor. Mrs. Ma, leaning on her cane, slowly followed her into the house. Ling Huaizhi, standing across the street, watched from afar as Zhao Shohua led Mrs. Ma into the courtyard, then turned and headed towards the other end. Upstairs, Mrs. Ma finished the sweet egg soup at a leisurely pace, then took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. Teacher Zhao, I'm not skilled in geomancy, only in face reading. Since your family isn't here, I can't discern anything. Zhao Shohua regretted her decision to send Ling Huaizhi away. Please wait a moment, they'll be back soon. While keeping Mrs. Ma company, she pondered that the old woman was capable, rumored to have once read the face of a high official in her youth, who later achieved great success. Mrs. Ma's health suffered greatly due to her open third eye. Unfortunately, her children were not fortunate enough to benefit from that official's influence. With this in mind, Zhao Shohua went to Old Huang's house, asking Old Huang's wife to help bring back Ling Yulong and Ling Yujiao, while she watched over the elderly and children for Old Huang's wife. As they were neighbors in the same building, Old Huang's wife couldn't refuse her request and went to help fetch the children. Ling Huaizhi, panting, ran to Ling Huaizhi's workplace and bumped into Pei Guanchen, who was returning from an errand. Uncle Pei. Pei Guanchen looked at the young girl, finding her familiar but unable to recall where he had seen her before. You are. Ling Huaizhi smiled sweetly. I'm Xiao from the Ling family. Oh. Pei Guanchen suddenly realized, you are Xiaolu. Ah, they say a girl transforms every 18 years. Had you not mentioned it, I would never have recognized you as Xiaolu. He reminisced, recalling her as a little girl with 2 braids, chasing after. He abruptly halted his speech, a look of bewilderment crossing his features, as if lost in thought. Ling Huilu, lost in her own amusement, remarked, indeed. Nearly a decade has passed, yet Uncle Pei remains as youthful as ever, which is why I recognized you instantly. In her childhood, the Pei family resided in the same compound, their homes neighboring each other, fostering a close relationship. At that time, Pei Guanchen envied Ling Huaizhi's daughter, finding her soft, sweet voice irresistibly charming. However, as Pei Guanchen was promoted and moved away, and Ling Huilu went to the countryside, nearly 10 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. When Ling Huaizhi emerged, he noticed Ling Huilu and Pei Guanchen engaged in cheerful conversation. He was somewhat taken aback, for Pei Guanchen had previously referred to him as a brother, but with changes in their positions, a distance had seemingly developed. To his surprise, They appeared so familiar with one another. Huaizhi is here. Pei Guanchen greeted him. Xiaolu has returned. Why did you not inform me? As her uncle, I should have prepared something suitable for her. Ling Huaizhi quickly replied, Director Pei, you flatter me, children are not so particular. Pei Guanchen chuckled, you two carry on. I shall take my leave for now. Alright, farewell, Uncle Pei. As Ling Huaizhi witnessed Pei Guanchen entering the police station, he pulled Ling Huaizhi aside. What brings you here at this hour? Ling Huaizhi hesitated, her face displaying uncertainty. There's something I don't know whether I should tell Dad. Ling Huaizhi frowned. If there's something to say, then say it plainly. One should be forthright and not beat around the bush. Ling Huaizhi fidgeted with her fingers. Mom brought home an elderly woman, and I find her a bit peculiar. I felt uneasy and thought I should inform Dad. Ling Huaizhi's brow furrowed even deeper. Without uttering a word, he entered the courtyard and retrieved his bicycle. You sit in the back, I'm going home to check things out. He had a lingering sense that something was amiss regarding the household finances. If Chen Hongjun was lying, then Zhao Shouhua must be as well. Where had the money truly gone? The father and daughter returned to the residential compound, now past 11 in the morning. Upon ascending the stairs, they discovered that Ling Yujiao and Ling Yulong had both returned home. Zhao Shouhua looked at Ling Huaizhi in surprise. Why are you back? Shouldn't you be at work at this hour? Ling Huaizhi was equally astonished. Shouldn't he long be at school? Why is he home now? I. Ling Yulong appeared anxious, he disliked attending school. His mother was a teacher, which led to the other children harboring disdain for him. When he excelled academically, they accused him of having an unfair advantage due to his mother's influence. Conversely, when he struggled, they mocked him, saying, How can your mother teach others when she can't even educate her own son? Not only did his classmates shy away from him, but even the teachers seemed to hold him in low regard. He dared not confide in his mother about the disdain others held for him, fearing her wrath might lead her to confront them and incite even greater retaliation. Zhao Shouhua covered for her son, explaining, he is unwell. Likely due to the ruckus last night, who knows what he consumed. His stomach aches, so I brought him home. Ling Yujiao was also at home. Though Ling Huaizhi showed little interest in her situation. Regardless of whether she passed her exams, he had no intention of financing her education any further. In this era, attending university required personal funding, and he questioned why he should bear the costs for a student from the old Chen family. Ling Huaizhi turned to Aunt Ma, inquiring, Who might this lady be? Zhao Shouhua quickly pulled Ling Huaizhi aside, saying, Old Ling, I sense something amiss in our household lately, whether it's theft or physical altercations. I feel the need to seek help. This Aunt Ma is formidable, over a decade ago. When a certain secretary was transferred from a small county to the city amid a significant crackdown, he nearly faced imprisonment. Ultimately, he narrowly escaped to the provincial office. Supposedly due to this elderly woman's guidance. It is said that by altering the secretary's fortune, she sacrificed her own longevity, leading to her health issues over the years. Ling Huaizhi found himself somewhat swayed by her words, yet his professional upbringing prompted him to resist such notions. How could a teacher of the people believe in superstitions? Would it not raise eyebrows if the head of the public security department were found consulting the supernatural? After years of marriage, Zhao Shouhua understood her husband's mindset well. He was merely putting on a brave front, needing to maintain a facade. Old Ling, since she is here, let her take a look, there is little to lose. Wouldn't you agree? After much persuasion from Zhao Shouhua, Ling Huaizhi finally acquiesced. Aunt Ma scrutinized Ling Huaizhi's features, concluding that he was indeed a man of fortune. A fortune bestowed upon him by his daughter. You have a splendid daughter, she remarked. Really? How can that be? The couple responded in unison, ignoring their astonishment. Aunt Ma turned her attention to Ling Yujiao, her brow furrowed in contemplation. This countenance. Chapter 44, Is Ling Hail the Phoenix? Zhao Shouhua felt a surge of hope. Aunt Ma, when this child was born, there was an incessant downpour for several days. Upon her arrival, the rain ceased, and a rainbow graced the sky. Please, tell me, what is her fate? Aunt Ma appeared troubled, gazing at Ling Yujiao for a prolonged moment before slowly uttering. She will bring misfortune to her father, mother, and sisters. Henceforth, it would be prudent to perform more good deeds. Ling Yujiao was immediately incensed. You old hag. What are you saying? she protested. It seemed absurd that while Ling Huaizhi was deemed fortunate, her own fate was marred with such ominous predictions. Aunt Ma, being of considerable age and experience, chose not to engage with the young girl's indignation. However, her son lacked such restraint and pointedly chastised Ling Huaizhi. Whom are you cursing? I wonder what is the matter with your family. I sent my mother here to provide insight, yet you refuse to accept the truth. You only wish to hear flattering words. That is nothing short of deception. Mother, let us depart, there is no need to continue this charade. Ling Huaizhi hastily offered his apologies to Aunt Ma. Aunt, my dear brother, please do not take offense at this little girl. In our household, whether matters are good or bad, you may speak candidly. There is no need for concealment. Rest assured. I can confidently assure you that regardless of what the matron has uttered, once you step beyond this threshold, no one will dare to trouble you. As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Zhao Shouhua, signaling her to retrieve the money. Just as the matron's son had mentioned, if this were truly a fraudulent charlatan, they would merely recite flattering words and engage in deceitful antics, rather than offend the host family. Moreover, Ling Huaizhi cast a sidelong glance at Ling Huaizhi. Indeed, she was a bane to her parents. At this moment, Zhao Shouhua felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that Huaizhi's fate was truly dire? The money was brought forth and placed upon the table. Ling Huaizhi personally poured water for the matron, inviting Ling Huaizhi to sit close by. Matron, please observe my daughter. After scrutinizing Ling Huaizhi's features intently for a considerable time, the matron finally shook her head. She is blessed with the birthright of a phoenix, destined for wealth and nobility. Alas, she has suffered setbacks along her journey, her fate fraught with adversity, diminishing her fortune. Your destinies are intertwined. A daughter of great virtue brings honor to her father, and a father's renown allows his daughter to flourish. Yet, it is lamentable, for ill-intentioned individuals have conspired against her, causing the phoenix to descend into a henhouse. Her fate has been altered, and the path to restoration shall not be an easy one. Ling Huaizhi was taken aback. Then recalled that upon Ling Huaizhi's birth, he had been promoted from a grassroots police officer to the municipal bureau, and within a few years, he had ascended to the rank of section chief. During those years, Zhao Shouhua consistently received accolades as an outstanding teacher and exemplary employee, garnering awards with great ease. Eventually, she was elevated to the position of grade director, overseeing a key class. At that time, many students aspired to join Zhao Shouhua's class, often resorting to connections and gifts. For her class was a gateway for guaranteed admission into prestigious high schools. The couple lived a life of remarkable prosperity, and aside from not having a son, who in the neighborhood did not envy their family? At that time, he did not perceive Pei Guanchen to be significantly better than himself. After all, although Pei Guancheng's son was commendable, his daughter-in-law was truly a matter of great concern. Subsequently, Ling Huaizhi was sent back to the countryside, and Chen Hongjun and his sister were brought to the Ling family. Life at home deteriorated year by year. Not only did their living standards drop, but Zhao Shouhua also lost her job. She went to the central primary school, but even there, she struggled to teach effectively. Now, whenever people heard Zhao Shouhua's class, they would grimace and avoid it. Meanwhile, he remained in this position of chief for nearly a decade without any change. With an increase in family members and a decrease in salary, coupled with more children, Chen Hongjun wore a sullen expression daily, as if someone owed him something. The couple argued incessantly, making their lives anything but peaceful. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that life began to decline right after Ling Huaizhi's departure. Zhao Shouhua, eager to interject, wondered what was wrong with this old woman. Having invited her, shouldn't she be speaking in her favor? Aunt Ma, you wouldn't be. Silence. Ling Huaizhi interrupted Zhao Shouhua and commanded the children in the room, all of you, return to your rooms. Unless I instruct otherwise, do not come out. After saying this, he called out to Ling Huaizhi, stay, little green. Ling Huaizhi's eyes flashed with resentment as she stormed into the room, slamming the door with a thunderous bang. Zhao Xiaozue remained in a daze, pondering whether Ling Huaizhi was destined for greatness. What about her? Ling Huaizhi turned to Zhao Shouhua and said, go, prepare some dishes. Aunt Ma has come from afar, let her have a meal before heading back. In those tumultuous years, the truly capable individuals were all dealt with, leaving behind a cadre of charlatans and deceivers. Genuine talents like Madame Ma are indeed rare gems. Madame Ma waved her hand dismissively, saying, I shall forego the meal. You have ample matters at home that require your attention. Attend to them promptly. Ling Huaizhi increasingly perceived that this elder was indeed remarkable. Madam, could you possibly offer insight into my future? Madame Ma scrutinized him closely, her fingers pinching thoughtfully. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, you shall receive good news. One's life cannot be judged solely by fate, certain things are destined, and pursuing them recklessly may lead to loss. Conversely, those who lack fortune can still alter their destiny through good deeds, thus, fate is not immutable. Ling Huaizhi was elated. Did this imply that he might receive a promotion after the festival? Zhao Shouhua was equally delighted and hurriedly brought forth their younger son, Ling Yulong. Madam, could you please assess this child to see if he has a promising future? Madame Ma shook her head repeatedly at the impudent Ling Yulong. Compared to his daughter, Ling Huaizhi was far more concerned about this son. A daughter's fortune belongs to another family, but a son is one's own. Madam, please enlighten us about his fate. If it is unfavorable, is there a way to remedy it? Madame Ma shook her head once more. I fear my words may be unpalatable, and uttering them could offend. You may not take them well. Let today's matters rest here. Ling Huaizhi and Zhao Shouhua were momentarily taken aback. What did it mean that her words might be unkind? Madame Ma, leaning on her cane, rose to her feet and declared, "It is getting late. I must take my leave. After today, you need not seek me out again. The matters of your family are far too intricate for an old woman like me to unravel." Ling Huaizhi was taken aback. How complex could their family truly be? Upon reflection, he considered that Zhao Shouhua had 2 children at home, while Ling Huaizhi had retreated to the countryside, and now there was another Ling Yulong. Along with the arrival of Zhao Shaozue from the Yu family. With such a multitude, how could matters not become complicated? No. It was imperative to send the outsiders away to prevent them from obstructing his fortune. Curiously, it seemed that those entrenched in the bureaucratic realm were often the most superstitious. Zhao Shouhua wished to persuade Madame Ma to take a look at Ling Yujiao, but Madame Ma appeared resolute. No matter how she pleaded, she would not remain. Zhao Shouhua felt a surge of frustration. What was the meaning of this? The purpose of summoning this old woman was to send Ling Huaizhi away. Yet now she spoke ill of Yujiao's fate. Seeing Madame Ma's unwavering intent to depart, Ling Huaizhi dared not insist further and respectfully escorted her downstairs. Just as the door was about to open, Zhao Shaozue suddenly rushed forward and knelt before Madame Ma, exclaiming, "Grandmother, you are formidable. I beseech you to glimpse into the fate of this unfortunate soul. How shall my life unfold?" Chapter 45, Ling Yujiao's affliction upon her parents and family. To her surprise, upon seeing Zhao Shaozue, Madame Ma recoiled as if confronted with filth, retreating several steps while brandishing her cane. "Keep your distance, do not obstruct my path." Ling Huaizhi, witnessing this, shouted in anger, "Why don't you go away?" Zhao Shaozue's heart sank further. Could it be that Madame Ma discerned something foul within her, prompting such disdain? Bearing her son in tow, Madame Ma exited the residential building with the haste of one fleeing for their life. As Granny Feng returned with her grandson, she happened to witness Ling Huaizhi seeing the mother and son off. She promptly turned and made her way to old Madame Lu's residence. "Old sister, what manner of kin do you reckon came to that household today?" Old Madame Lu, having surreptitiously eavesdropped on gossip all morning, was eager to share. The 2 women settled beside the stove at old Madame Lu's doorstep, with one hand shielding her mouth and her eyes darting about. Old Madame Lu leaned in close to Granny Feng's ear. "From what I gather, it seems they sought a sorceress to divine their fortunes. However, judging by the beaming countenance of Section Chief Ling and the bereaved demeanor of Teacher Zhao, it would seem her nephew's fate is less than auspicious." Granny Feng, her gaze fixed on the Ling household's entrance, clicked her tongue softly. Indeed, this sorceress must possess genuine skill, discerning at a glance that their boy is no good. "I tell you, on one occasion, I espied their eldest son lurking near the public lavatory, surreptitiously watching the young wives bathe." Old Madame Lu slapped her thigh. "Good heavens! I thought I was the only one who witnessed it. Fearing accusations of being a gossiping busybody, I kept it bottled up, never daring to speak of it to anyone." Granny Feng's eyes gleamed with delight, as though she had found kindred spirits. "And then there's their Jiao Jiao. I've seen her on multiple occasions, walking alongside men, engaging in playful shoves and pinches. TSK, were this a few years past, she would have been paraded through the streets as a harlot." Just as the 2 old women were reaching the zenith of their excitement, Ling Huaizhi returned. They promptly clamped their mouths shut, exchanging knowing glances and winks. Ling Huaizhi, in high spirits, paid no heed to the two old women's derision. Upon returning home, he frowned and said, "Jiao Shouhua, send Qin Yujiao back to the old Qin family. I have already raised their child for 10 years, that is quite enough." Jiao Shouhua, who was already seething with anger, exploded at his words. "Ling Huaizhi, are you out of your mind? Have you fallen for the words of a fraud? Yu Jiao has been with us for 10 years without incident. Yet she has only just returned for a few days and trouble has already followed. Don't you find that peculiar?" Ling Huaizhi glanced at her and retorted, "Isn't it you who brought the fraud back?" Jiao Shouhua was left speechless. What exactly was the matter with that old hag? She had paid to bring her here just to let her spout nonsense? A phoenix fate? What a joke. If she truly had a phoenix fate, could she have been bullied like that in her hometown? Madame Ma and her son, Ma Lu, endured a bumpy bus ride until they finally reached the countryside. After disembarking, they walked along the mountain path towards their home. Ma Lu asked Madame Ma, "Mother, is that young lady really of phoenix fate?" While they were entering the city, an old woman had stopped them, revealing not only their destination but also their intentions. "Just follow my instructions, and you shall receive the money owed to you. If you dare to speak out of turn, the matters concerning your late husband will likely resurface." Those were the old woman's ominous words. Ma Lu had never seen his father, as he had passed away at his birth. As for his father's misdeeds, he was even less informed. Madame Ma's expression grew grave. "Why are you asking about such things? Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. From now on, we must refrain from involving ourselves in these affairs. Having preserved your life thus far, I fear I have already offended the heavens. Should you persist in your desire for wealth, you would be trading the life of your son in its stead. Consider carefully whether you value riches or your offspring more." A pall of gloom descended upon the household, a consequence of the matriarch's pronouncements. Ling Yujiao glared daggers at Ling Huaizhi, her eyes burning with resentment. Before the latter's return, her existence had been serene. Although her father had never displayed overt affection, he had remained taciturn. Now, with Ling Huaizhi's reappearance, their funds had been pilfered, her brother incarcerated, and her mother assaulted, plunging the family into disarray. Was the old crone blind? To suggest that she was cursed, that she brought misfortune upon her parents. Utter nonsense. Such pronouncements were relics of a bygone era, steeped in superstitious divination. Ling Huaizhi, too, harbored ill feelings towards Ling Yujiao. Her father had perished within 2 years of her birth, and a decade later, his sister-in-law, Jiao Shuihua, had met her demise. Was this not the epitome of being cursed? In his estimation, Jiao Shuihua had not died saving Jiao Xiuhua, but rather had been felled by the curse emanating from this very daughter. And then there was Chen Hongjun, that scoundrel, who bore all the hallmarks of a reprobate. Jiao Xiuhua, however, vehemently rejected the seer's words. How could her darling be cursed? Jiao Xiaochui, meanwhile, was crestfallen, pondering whether her life was indeed destined to be one of abject misery. Each member of the family harbored their own thoughts, save for Ling Huaizhi, who continued with her routine. To believe in spirits, when she herself was one, reborn with a profound understanding of their destinies. After all, their lives are in their own hands. Ling Huaizhi addressed Ling Huaizhi and Zhao Xiaozue, "Make sure to tidy up the house properly and keep it clean. Xiaolu, take this money and buy yourself 2 decent outfits. In a couple of days, your father will be hosting a dinner at home. We certainly don't want to be the subject of ridicule." He handed 50 yuan to Ling Huaizhi. Jiao Shouhua expressed her dissatisfaction. "Old Ling, there's hardly any money left in this household. She is not without clothes, so why give her money?" Ling Huaizhi scoffed. "No money? Do you not have any awareness of our finances? I have come to a realization, rather than handing out money to outsiders, it is far better to allocate it to my own daughter. At least there is a chance that it will create some value." Jiao Shouhua pushed Ling Yulong slightly. Ling Yulong rushed into Ling Huaizhi's embrace. "Dad, I want money too." Ling Huaizhi fished out 5 yuan for his son, as he favored his youngest child, Ling Yulong, the most. However, recalling Madame Ma's words, he felt a twinge of unease. Could it be that this child was destined for misfortune? Sigh, he must treat Xiaolu a bit better. With a sister blessed with a phoenix's fate looking after him, how could his own fortune be too dire? Ling Yulong, discontent with the 5 yuan, protested, "Dad, You gave that useless girl 50, why do I only get 5? Before Ling Wenhai could admonish his youngest son, Ling Huaizhi quickly offered her money, long. Don't be upset, here, sister's money is for you. As Ling Yulong reached out to take it, Ling Wenhai swatted his hand away. That is meant for your sister, what are you trying to take? Ling Yulong burst into tears, Mom, Dad hit me. Zhao Shouhua busily protected her son, glaring at Ling Huaizhi, and said to Ling Wenhai, Long is still young. Why can't you communicate properly? Why resort to violence? Long, be good, Mama will give you money. Ling Huaizhi cast her gaze down at the money in her hand, pondering Ling Wenhai's sudden kindness towards her. What could his intentions be? Chapter 46, Ling Wenhai and Chen Hongjun engaged in a fight that evening. Ling Wenhai was on duty at work. Zhao Shouhua went to the police station to sign a letter of understanding, bringing Chen Hongjun back with her. Upon his return, Chen Hongjun discovered that his room had been taken over by Ling Yujiao and immediately scowled. Why did you bring me back? Is there even a place for me in this house? Zhao Shouhua, do you want me to sleep in the hallway or outside? Speak up. Don't turn around and play the good cop with Ling Wenhai while I'm left here to witness your little drama. That's quite unamusing. Zhao Shouhua felt a pang of anger in her chest. Day after day, for whom was she doing all this? You silly child, what nonsense are you talking? Is this house yours or not? She turned to Ling Yujiao and said, Jiao, you still have your own room to sleep in. Ling Huaizhi remained still, Mom. She is sleeping in my bed, where am I supposed to sleep? Zhao Shouhua retorted, Isn't there a sofa available? Oh. The next day, before dawn, Ling Wenhai returned home and plopped himself down onto the sofa. Just as he was about to sit, he realized he had landed on someone, startling him greatly. He turned on the light, only to discover it was Ling Huaizhi. Exhausted and irritated, Ling Wenhai exclaimed. Why on earth are you sleeping on the sofa instead of your perfectly good bed? Ling Huaizhi rubbed her eyes and replied, Brother Hongjun is back. And Sister Yujiao took my bed, so I decided to sleep on the sofa. Infuriated beyond measure, Ling Wenhai found Ling Huailu's 8-year sojourn in the rural backwater an unbearable impediment to his advancement. A soothsayer had proclaimed his daughter's destiny as that of a phoenix. Yet Zhao Shouhua dared to mistreat her, jeopardizing his very future. With a thunderous kick, Ling Wenhai burst into Chen Hongjun's room, dragging him from his slumber and delivering a series of violent blows. Ling Huailu shrieked from the doorway, Father, please desist. It matters not where I rest my head. You mustn't strike my cousin. Now emboldened by newfound wealth, Chen Hongjun was not one to suffer injustice. Swiftly retaliating, he landed a forceful punch upon Ling Wenhai's eye socket. Hongjun, you mustn't strike my father. Ling Huailu cried. Mother, come quickly. Hongjun is assaulting my father. Zhao Shouhua had been roused by Ling Wenhai's initial outburst. Yet, the events unfolded with such rapidity that, within mere moments, the two men were locked in a fierce struggle. Hongjun, cease this instant. In her attempt to intervene, Zhao Shouhua stumbled, inadvertently knocking Ling Wenhai to the ground. Chen Hongjun seized the opportunity, delivering several kicks to Ling Wenhai's torso, inadvertently striking Zhao Shouhua's head in the melee. Father! Mother! Ling Huailu screamed, her voice filled with desperation. Unable to separate the combatants, she fled to summon aid from the neighboring residents. As the dawn had yet to fully break, those who had risen early to prepare meals and send their children off to work were busily engaged in their morning ablutions. Upon hearing of the altercation at the Ling residence, several well-meaning young adults rushed to the scene and separated Ling Wenhai and Chen Hongjun. Once the two men were parted, onlookers were astonished to discover the extent of the injuries. Ling Wenhai sported a blackened eye, his shirt was torn at the shoulder, with half of it dangling from his elbow, and his neck bore several prominent scratch marks, with a bloody swelling at the corner of his mouth. The severity of the assault was undeniable. Zhao Shouhua's face, already swollen, now bore fresh injuries, and clumps of her hair had been torn out. Her clothing was stained with blood. Chen Hongjun, being younger, appeared to have sustained only a few minor red marks on his face, with no other visible injuries. Old Granny Wan admonished Chen Hongjun, remarking that regardless of his grievances with his aunt and uncle, they had provided for him for many years, and he should not have struck his elders. Chen Hongjun retorted defiantly, questioning whether he had asked for their care and asserting that he did not need Ling's support. He accused Ling of coveting his mother's wealth and, lacking a son, attempting to use him as a surrogate. He denounced Ling Wenhai as shameless. accusing him of spending his sister-in-law's money while working at the Public Security Bureau, questioning his conscience. Ling Huaizhi, writhing in pain, was incensed by these accusations. He vehemently denied any intention of using Chen Hongjun as a surrogate, asserting that he did not need him to produce offspring in place of a daughter. He further refuted the claim of spending Chen Hongjun's mother's money. The paltry sum your mother eked out, likely through dubious means, barely sufficed to raise the two of you. I've lost count of how much she borrowed from our family, and to this day, the principal remains unpaid. And yet, you dare to speak to me in this manner. Whether Zhao Xuehua's business ventures actually yielded a profit is beyond my knowledge. However, I am acutely aware that, in the beginning, she frequently sought loans from her sister, Zhao Xuehua. Back then, Zhao Xuehua was meticulous in her affairs, maintaining a clear distinction between familial affection and financial matters, meticulously recording each transaction. Zhao Xuehua consistently borrowed but never repaid, accumulating a debt of nearly 1,000 yuan. Even during her most prosperous years, when she claimed to be earning substantial sums, she never returned a single penny. Whenever asked, she would postpone repayment, promising to settle the debt once her business stabilized. This stabilization, however, never materialized before her demise. Alas! With her death, the debt was effectively nullified. Not only is the money irrecoverable, but we are also burdened with the responsibility of raising her children. Were it not for my younger son's sake, I would have long since reached the limits of my patience. Chen Hongjun clenched his fists, his temples throbbing with veins. His eyes wide with fury, a spittle flew from his mouth. You old codger. Now that my mother is gone and cannot refute your claims, you feel entitled to say whatever you please, is that it? My mother earned so much money, why would she need to borrow from you? Have you no shame? You pocketed my mother's money and now have the audacity to accuse her of borrowing from you. I'm telling you. I'm going to report you to the police for profiting from the deceased. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Ling Huaizhi attempted to kick him, but Lao Feng and Xiaochen restrained him firmly. Old Ling, you're advanced in years, why bicker with such a young man? Unable to reach him, Ling Huaizhi, breathless with indignation, bellowed at Zhao Xuehua. Zhao Xuehua, you tell him, did his mother ever borrow money from you? Zhao Xuehua, weeping, turned to strike Chen Hongjun. You ungrateful wretch, after all these years of raising you, how can you spout such nonsense? Your mother's meager savings were long spent on you. Chen Hongjun spat at Zhao Xuehua's face. You constantly claim to treat me like your own son, but how did you treat Ling Yulong, and how have you treated me? If you truly considered me your son, you would give me the money my mother left behind, and this house as well. Ling Yujiao, aghast at the scene unfolding before her, pleaded, brother, please say no more. Amidst the chaos, Ling Huailu slipped away unnoticed. He hastened to the market, sought out a vegetable vendor, and entreated, Aunt Yao, I am Ling Huaizhi's Huailu. Please, deliver a message to my grandmother that there is trouble at home. Enraged beyond measure, Ling Huaizhi roared, get out. Return to your Chen family. He seized Chen Hongjun, attempting to force him towards the door, clinging to Ling Huaizhi's waist. Zhao Xuehua wept copiously, old Ling, you cannot be so merciless. Hongjuan's father passed away early, and Xuehua gave her life to save me. He is right. We are indebted to him. You cannot simply cast him out. Upon Ling Huailu's return, the family strife persisted unabated. Those who were gainfully employed had already departed, unwilling to sacrifice their livelihoods to mediate the Ling family's discord. Only a few elderly individuals, retired from their occupations, remained, offering earnest words of counsel. Ling, you've raised the child for so many years since their mother passed, what's another year or two? We should find a match for him, and once he's settled, he'll have his own life. As his uncle, you've certainly done your part. Indeed, Ling, the child is about to take the college entrance exam. Whatever it is, you should wait until after the exam before you bring it up. We can't have him losing his focus at this critical time. Hongjun, quickly apologize to your uncle. You're all family. Your uncle has raised you and your sister for so many years, it hasn't been easy for him. Look. Your uncle hasn't even been able to take care of his own daughter, all for you and your sister. People have hearts of flesh. We've all seen how your uncle has treated you, so you can't say such hurtful things. Ling Huaizhi also stepped forward to persuade, Dad, Auntie passed away saving Mom. So we can't just abandon our cousins. It doesn't matter if I suffer a bit, as long as the family is harmonious, that's all that matters. My cousins can stay in whichever room they like, I can live anywhere. When I find a job, the house won't be so crowded. The surrounding neighbors sighed. Huelv is so sensible, such a good child, why doesn't her mother appreciate her? Blood is thicker than water. Your own children know how to care for you. Look at Ling Huaizhi, when her aunt was beaten in the toilet the other day. She refused to go near because she thought it was dirty. In the end, it was Huelv who cleaned it up. Old Mrs. Lu gossiped with Granny Fong, those two are ungrateful wretches. I don't know what Zhao is hoping to gain. If it's just for reputation, he could just give them money. Just you wait, raising them like this will only lead to resentment sooner or later. The old woman Fong was delighted to witness the turmoil within the Ling family. Echoing the words of old lady Lu, it is said that one can predict the future by observing a child at the age of 3. Ever since those two children arrived, I have felt a sense of discomfort. You are absolutely right, dear sister. It is only a matter of time before this family is torn apart because of those two little rascals. Inside the house, Chen Hongjun delivered a fierce kick to Ling Huaizhi's leg. As Ling Huaizhi bent over in pain, he seized the opportunity to slip away. He had spent 2 days in the police station, eating who knows what. Upon descending the stairs, he made his way to the bicycle shed, pushing Ling Huaizhi's bicycle towards Yao Zuelan's home. Heavens! How can they be so ruthless, beating you to such a state? Yao Zuelan exclaimed, her heart aching for Chen Hongjun as she prepared water to wash him. I once thought you were wrong for taking their money, but given their brutality, I say it's only right to empty their home. Yao Zuelan's words struck a chord with Chen Hongjun. You are absolutely right. What they owe my mother is nothing short of their entire fortune. It is merely a few thousand yuan. Yet they dragged me to the police station and wouldn't let it go. Resolute, Chen Hongjun decided he must take something with him to find solace. Although he had escaped, Ling Huaizhi was left unable to stand due to the kick, and by noon, his leg had swollen considerably. Ling Huaizhi assisted him in visiting the clinic, where they confirmed that his bones were unbroken, but the muscle swelling would take several days to subside. Upon returning home, he still hoped to push through and go to work, as it was his turn to be on duty that night. However, upon checking the bicycle shed, he discovered that the bicycle was missing. Ling Huaizhi, suspecting foul play, remarked, Dad, I believe Mom must have taken the bike to work. A child playing nearby, sniffling, exclaimed, Ling Bo, the Red Army brother rode away on your family's bike, we all saw it. After working late into the night, he returned home only to encounter a thief, enduring a beating without cause, and now his bicycle was gone. Ling Huaizhi's anger was palpable as he limped upstairs and struck Zhao Shouhua with 2 resounding slaps. Zhao Shouhua cried out, Ling Huaizhi, have you lost your mind? Indeed. I have gone mad, sending my own daughter to the countryside to help raise 2 ungrateful wretches. Ling Huaizhi's roar echoed through the air. Ling Huaizhi quietly tidied up the broken coal briquettes from their morning altercation in the hallway, selecting a few intact pieces to apologize to Mrs. Feng next door. Mrs. Feng, I sincerely apologize for trampling your coal this morning. Please accept these few pieces as compensation. I promise to settle the rest next time, if that is agreeable. Mrs. Feng sighed, you are a good child for remembering this matter. Earlier, Ling Huaizhi and Chen Hongjun had engaged in a fierce scuffle, resulting in not only the coal being crushed but also the kitchenware scattered all over the entrance, with 2 bowls shattered. Mrs. Feng was understandably furious, as her husband was the sole breadwinner, unlike the dual-income household across the way. She contemplated speaking to Zhao Shouhua about it, but was restrained by Mr. Feng. Let it be, they are in the midst of a tumultuous time. Your interference would only exacerbate the situation. Ling Huaizhi compensated the Feng family for the coal, then retrieved a broom to quietly clean the hallway. In a narrow corridor resided a total of 10 households, the space so cramped that many residents placed their belongings at the entrance, rendering the passage barely navigable. Some families even resorted to cooking in the hallway. In a future era, such conditions would undoubtedly violate fire safety regulations, yet at this moment, it was merely a matter of necessity. The chaos erupted due to a domestic quarrel, leaving the area in disarray, and many felt discomfort, though they hesitated to voice their grievances due to the sensitivities of neighborly relations. Ling Huaizhi finished tidying up and entered the room, where she found Ling Huaizhi sprawled on the sofa. Ling Huaizhi remained hidden inside, unwilling to emerge. Zhao Shaozui pretended to busily wipe surfaces in the kitchen, while Zhao Shouhua lay in the inner room, weeping and cursing. What kind of fate is this? When I was with you, Ling Huaizhi, You were merely a lowly patrol officer, earning less than half of what I do in a month. With that meager salary, you expect me to support your family and buy medicine for your mother. What have I said? For all these years, I bore your children, and yet you, ungrateful wretch, dare to strike me. Ling Huaizhi took a long drag from his cigarette, his brow furrowed so tightly it seemed capable of trapping a fly. Ling Huaizhi softly inquired, Dad, what would you like to eat? I can prepare something for you. Ling Huaizhi remained silent. Zhao Shouhua resumed her tirade, my sister sacrificed her life for me. So what if I support my nephew? What is wrong with giving him some money? When you provide funds for your elder brother and sister, and support your nephews and nieces, I have never complained, have I? Ling Huaizhi, you vile creature, just like your deceased mother. Bang! The door, already damaged by a kicked lock, burst open once more. An elderly woman stood menacingly at the entrance, hands on her hips, vociferously demanding, Zhao Shouhua. What has become of Ling Huaizhi's mother? Chapter 48, The Arrival of Old Lady Ling. Mother, what brings you here? Ling Huaizhi exclaimed, nearly rising to his feet, only to be reminded of the sharp pain in his leg. Upon noticing her son's discomfort, the old lady dropped her bundle and rushed to his side. My son. What has happened to you? Ling Huaizhi whispered softly, he was accidentally kicked by that Red Army brother. Old Lady Ling had been standing at the door, overhearing a lengthy tirade in which Zhao Shouhua berated her family, and now she realized that her son had been assaulted by Zhao Shouhua's ungrateful nephew. Such indignation was unbearable. In a fit of fury, she seized the spatula nearby and stormed into the inner room, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Zhao Shouhua. You shameless harlot! You raise those two troublemaking nephews and dare to harm my son? Do you think my children are as brazen as those two scoundrels of yours? No matter how formidable Zhao Shouhua might be, she dared not confront old Lady Ling directly. Her beloved Ling Yujiao cowered in the corner, covering her ears, too frightened to move, lest old Lady Ling turn her wrath upon her. She could not fathom how their once harmonious life had devolved into such chaos. The man she had called uncle for nearly a decade had suddenly transformed, showing them nothing but disdain. No one noticed how the spatula had casually been placed on the coffee table. But Zhao Xiaozue observed it clearly, recalling that it was Ling Huaizhi who had brought the spatula to inquire about her brother's meal and had simply laid it down. A sense of doubt stirred within Zhao Xiaozue. Could it be that the woman in the red dress had informed Ling Huaizhi of old Lady Ling's impending visit? Ling Huaizhi gently supported Ling Huaizhi, saying, Father, please persuade grandmother to stop. If this continues, it could lead to a serious incident that requires a hospital visit. Our family. We are out of money. The last sentence was whispered, yet it still reached the keen ears of elderly Ling wielding her spatula. She pointed at Zhao Shouhua and demanded, out of money? What do you mean by that? Zhao Shouhua, sobbing, dared not speak. Ling Huaizhi quietly revealed, the money at home has been stolen. Elderly Ling turned to glare at her son, you, a division chief at the police station, allowed thieves into our home? Have they been caught? Ling Huaizhi wished to avoid this distressing topic. Elderly Ling then inquired of Ling Huaizhi, so, were the thieves apprehended? Ling Huaizhi, shrinking back, hid behind Ling Huaizhi, stammering, they were caught, but the money cannot be retrieved. Why not? Elderly Ling, a woman who had endured the hardships of war and famine, valued every penny more than her own eyesight, she could not accept the grim reality of irretrievable loss. Ling Huaizhi hesitated, unsure how to articulate the situation. Zhao Xiaozue, without a second thought, interjected, because it was Chen Hongjun who stole it, he gave it all to his partner. He won't ask for it back. No matter how capable uncle may be. Elderly Ling felt a surge of blood rise in her chest. How much was stolen? 5,200. Zhao Xiaozue blurted out, immediately sensing something amiss. Upon meeting the menacing gaze of her second aunt, she belatedly realized that her aunt certainly did not wish for elderly Ling to be aware of this matter. In a paroxysm of remorse, she whirled around to glare at Ling Huaizhi, silently berating the girl for her lack of foresight. Old Madame Ling staggered, clutching the doorframe for support, nearly losing her balance before Ling Huaizhi steadied her. Grandma, what's wrong? Ling Huaizhi, equally alarmed, cried out, Mom, don't scare me. Ling Huaizhi ministered to the old woman, stroking her chest and offering her water. After what seemed an eternity, old Madame Ling regained her composure. She lashed out, striking Ling Huaizhi across the face. Last month, your second brother was gored by a bull, enduring chest pains for over half a month. Yet he couldn't bear to spend a few coins on medicine. Your elder sister, to ensure your university education, faced a dire choice when her eldest child fell gravely ill. The doctor requested a single yuan for an injection, but your sister, steeling her heart, could only watch her child suffer. Listening to his cries throughout the night until his last breath. To provide you with white rice, I carried corn cobs on my back. Walking step by step from our village to the county town, nearly crippling myself, yet I couldn't bring myself to spend those paltry 30 cents on a bus ticket. 5,200 yuan, it could sustain your elder brother, second brother, and elder sister's families for years. Old Madame Ling beat her chest. Her sobs wrenching and inconsolable, as she enumerated Ling Huaizhi's transgressions. Your father passed away early. Your upbringing and education were solely due to the efforts of your elder brother and sister. Over the years, your elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law harbored resentment, but I, as your mother, suppressed it. Now that you've achieved success, you're willing to lavish money on outsiders, allowing them to squander it. Yet you refuse to extend a helping hand to your elder brother and sister. Wenhai, how can your heart be so callous? Ling Wenhai felt a profound sense of unease. In the early years of their marriage, Zhao Shouhua had maintained cordial relations with her husband's uncles, aunts, and elder sister. Though I harbor some dissatisfaction towards Zhao Shouhua's family condition, I have refrained from voicing my concerns, merely expressing my hopes for them to bear another son. However, during that time, Zhao Shouhua was resolute in her refusal to conceive again, and eventually, she did give birth to a son. This change in her attitude towards me and my siblings became evident, as she grew increasingly frugal and would avoid returning home during the New Year festivities whenever possible, resulting in a growing estrangement between her and her two brothers and elder sister over the years. This situation is intolerable, I must reclaim that money. Even if it means confronting the Chen family directly. That money must be returned. Old Madame Ling glared fiercely at Zhao Shouhua, resolute in her decision to not leave until she had retrieved the money. Zhao Shouhua, enduring her pain, dared not utter a word in the presence of the elderly matriarch and instead turned to scold Ling Huaizhi. Why isn't dinner being prepared? Is the whole family to go hungry? Ling Huaizhi stood up to cook, but was abruptly halted by old Madame Ling. Wait. Is there no one left in this household? You expect my granddaughter to serve those two worthless wretches? What kind of obligation do we owe them? You and that little vixen, come out and prepare dinner for me. She pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Xiaocui. Ling Huaizhi felt a twinge of fear. Grandmother, perhaps I should take care of it, Yu Jiao has never done such laborious tasks. Old Madame Ling scoffed, how rare it is, a member of the Chen family stepping onto the Ling family's territory. Only to act like a delicate young lady unaccustomed to toil. Ling Wenhai felt a sense of discontent as well. Aunt Ma had stated that his daughter was destined for greatness, but her association with a lower status family had tarnished his fortunes over the past few years. Xiaocui, go summon Shen Yujiao to join you in preparing the meal. The mere thought that Ling Yujiao shares the same surname with him fills his heart with a nauseating sensation, akin to having swallowed a fly. Zhao Shouhua expresses her discontent. Old Ling, Jiao is on the brink of her college entrance examination. Do not entangle her in the matters of adults. This year, Suddenly, old Madame Ling seizes a nearby bowl of water and hurls it. Exams, exams, exams. You think I, old Ling, have provided for you all these years just to support your college dreams? Dream on. Her resentment swells. The younger generation of the Ling family has never benefited from such privileges, so why should two outsiders get an advantage? Ling Huaizhi gently massages her chest. Grandma, please do not be upset, your health is not well. For now, just stay at home, and later, Dad and I will accompany you to the hospital for a checkup. Upon hearing that the old woman intends to stay, Zhao Shouhua immediately objects. No way. Chapter 49, Old Madame Ling's Reform of Family Values. Old Madame Ling gazes at her son with a sardonic smile. Old Fourth, your wife's nephew can stay, but I cannot? Ling Wenhai hurriedly responds, Mother, what are you saying? You are my dear mother, whether for a day or a lifetime, it is only right that you stay. Zhao Shouhua feels wronged. Old Ling, our home has only a few rooms, it is already cramped enough. Where will we accommodate another elderly lady? Ling Huaizhi attends to old Madame Ling. It's all right, Grandma can sleep in my bed, and I will take the couch. In truth, the Ling family's residence is the largest in the corridor. Other families have no living rooms, their spaces are so congested that merely walking is a challenge. This house originally belonged to Pei Guanchen. Later, after Pei Guanchen received a promotion and relocated, Zhao Shouhua conferred with Ling Huaizhi and, with some additional funds, acquired the property. The residence comprises 3 rooms, with the master bedroom being the largest. Ling Huaizhi partitioned a small area for Ling Yulong, facilitating the couple's care for their son. The remaining 2 rooms have been occupied by the siblings Ling Yujiao and Chen Hongjun, each having 1 room over the years. Grandma Ling, patting Ling Huairu's hand, declared, "You will not be sleeping in the living room. If anyone sleeps there, it shall be them. Zhao Xiaozui will share a bed with that illegitimate child. You will sleep with your grandmother." Grandma Ling is fiercely protective of her family, particularly her son and grandson, showing less affection toward her granddaughter Ling Huairu. However, in her childhood, Ling Huairu's charming demeanor earned her some favor as the youngest grandchild, and that small measure of affection has become especially precious in the presence of outsiders. Ling Huairu hurried to assist Grandma Ling, but a piercing scream echoed from the kitchen. Ah! Upon turning, she beheld flames erupting from the frying pan. Had it not been for Zhao Xiaozui's swift actions, the entire kitchen might have been engulfed. Zhao Shouhua, disregarding her own disarray, rushed toward the kitchen, exclaiming, "Jiao Jiao! Are you all right?" Grandma Ling pointed at Ling Yujiao and questioned her son, "Has this young lady, raised in your household, never stepped into the kitchen to prepare a meal?" Ling Huaizhi, caught in an embarrassing predicament, found himself at a loss for words. Every time he wished for Chen Hongjun and Ling Yujiao to engage in some chores, Zhao Shouhua would interject, reminding him that the children were still young and merely guests in the home, urging him not to be overly harsh lest they feel burdened. As time passed, Ling Huaizhi grew indifferent to the situation. Regardless, since the siblings Ling Yujiao and her brother refused to act, Zhao Shouhua would take it upon herself. If she was willing to do it, so be it, he certainly would not lift a finger. In the kitchen, Ling Yujiao sobbed, "I want to go home. I cannot stay here any longer. This is too much." Zhao Xiaozui pondered, is being asked to prepare a meal truly considered bullying? Old Lady Ling turned to Ling Huailu and commanded, "Go, open the door for her. I want to see whether this mangy dog will actually leave. Do not try to intimidate Zhao Shouhua with your threats, do it for my old age. Zhao Shouhua, if you dare to intervene, you should accompany her to the Chen family. Did you not express your apologies to your sister? I hear there are 2 mud brick houses in her rural hometown. I've been informed that the Chen family has turned them into pigsties. If you wish to assist them in raising their children, I will fund the redemption of those 2 pigsties for you. You need not worry about the household being unattended, with me and Xiaolu around. There is no fear of neglecting the home or cooking for the 2 gentlemen." Ling Yujiao stood there, weeping, yet made no move to leave. Chen Hongjun dared to escape, knowing he had a way back. But what did she possess? The elderly Chen couple cherished their grandson but had little regard for their granddaughter. Should she seek refuge with her uncles, it would only equate to being sold off for a bride price. Zhao Shouhua wiped her tears. "Old lady, have a little humanity. I have been married into the Ling family for 20 years, bearing a son and a daughter, and I have my own salary. I have shown you no small amount of filial piety in the past, how can you utter such heart-wrenching words?" Old Lady Ling, lacking compassion, cast a sidelong glance and retorted, "You mentioned the past, indeed, you were dutiful then, and I treated you well in return. In contrast to others, where mothers-in-law frequently intrude, unable to bear the sight of their daughters-in-law living comfortably, I must ask you to reflect, during the years of my marriage to Wenhai, how many times have I visited your household? When you gave birth to Xiao Lu, I yearned for a grandchild, yet you were reluctant to bear one. Did I ever create a fuss over this during those years? Subsequently, you took in your sister's child into our home. I, mindful of our family's principles, urged Wenhai to tolerate this situation. However, what truly vexes me is your decision to send my granddaughter to the countryside for the sake of another family's child. How can it be that our daughter, bearing the surname Ling, is expected to yield to one of the Chen family?" The matriarch was never pleased with this arrangement either. Despite her lack of affection for her granddaughter, she could not allow a child from another family to intrude upon our household. Matters of lineage must be respected. Why should those of the Ling surname yield to those of the Chen? At that time, Ling Wenhai, elated by the birth of his son, persuaded his mother to acquiesce to Zhao Shouhua. Yet, as the years progressed, Zhao Shouhua's actions grew increasingly outrageous, resulting in the Ling siblings distancing themselves from Ling Wenhai. A development that the matriarch found intolerable. Thus, upon hearing of troubles within her son's household, She hastily packed a few garments and rushed to the city without changing her clothes. Zhao Xiuhua wept, lamenting that her sister had perished for her sake and that she owed her a debt, thus feeling compelled to care for her sister's children. The matriarch, in a fit of rage, struck her thigh and rebuked, stating that the debt was yours to settle. As a member of the Ling family, I owe you nothing. You should repay this debt yourself and cease using my son and granddaughter as pawns in your schemes. In recent days, she had heard distressing reports that her granddaughter was living in the Zhao family's countryside, subsisting on scraps meant for pigs and residing in a chicken coop, treated like a servant by the Zhao family. Upon initially hearing the account, she was mortified by the egregious shame. How utterly disgraceful. The esteemed daughter of the public security section chief reduced to consuming swill fit for swine, how had her son risen to such a position? Ling Huaizhi was taken aback that his mother had caught wind of these matters. He glared at Ling Huaizhi, demanding, why would you relay such things to your grandmother? The elder Mrs. Ling scoffed, why are you berating her? She wasn't the source of this information. Did the Zhao family truly believe their actions would remain concealed? Your sister-in-law's family has a daughter who married into their village and is intimately acquainted with their affairs. Ling Huaizhi, if you dare compel my granddaughter to serve others again, I shall desecrate your father's grave and demand an explanation for his utter failure in raising his son. Ling Huaizhi immediately cowered, with the matriarch holding court. Zhao Xiuhua and Ling Yujiao dared not cause trouble, and even Ling Yulong became more docile. For a brief period, the household seemed to revert to its former tranquility. As for Qin Hongjun, only Zhao Xiuhua spared him a thought. Ling Huaizhi mused that a venerable elder was essential to maintaining order within the family. Ling Huaizhi attended to the elder Mrs. Ling with utmost care, and the old woman grew increasingly fond of her granddaughter. Your father was in a difficult position back then. The elder Mrs. Ling confided in Ling Huaizhi. Whomever you harbor resentment toward, do not direct it at your father. Ling Huaizhi lowered her gaze and nodded, grandmother, I understand. Once the bruises on Zhao Xiuhua's face had faded and Ling Huaizhi's leg had gradually healed, he brought home an elderly woman of similar age to the elder Mrs. Ling. Mother, this is Aunt Sue, our former neighbor. Do you remember her? Chapter 50, Grandma Sue's visit reveals an agenda. Oh, the elder Mrs. Ling drawled, Are you the mother of young Pei? Sporting a head of silver hair yet appearing more youthful than old Madame Ling, the impeccably graceful old Madame Sue chuckled amiably. Old sister, your memory is truly remarkable. After only a few encounters, you still remember me. Old Madame Ling clasped old Madame Sue's hand affectionately, exclaiming, Oh. My dear younger sister, I might forget anyone else, but never you. Back when you resided in this courtyard, you were the very flower of this place. So many years have passed, and while I've aged considerably, you remain as radiant as ever, not showing your age in the slightest. It's truly the blessing of accomplished children that keeps one's spirits high and youthful, unlike me, burdened with the worries of those who lack understanding. Come, come. My dear younger sister, please be seated. Zile, quickly pour tea for your Grandma Sue. Old Madame Sue settled down with refined poise, subtly surveying the furnishings of the room. This house, after all, once belonged to her son. Ling Huaizhi presented the tea to old Madame Sue, saying, Grandma Sue, please have some tea. Ah, so this is Zile? Old Madame Sue set down her teacup and took Ling Huaizhi's hand, examining it. Oh my, it's been so long, our little Zile has blossomed into a young woman. Zhao Xiuhua drew Ling Yujiao forward, indeed, it's been several years since we last saw you, old madam. We heard you reside in Haicheng and rarely return here. Aunt Sue. Allow me to introduce my niece, Ling Yujiao. Jiao Jiao, greet her. Zhao Xiaozue, bustling about nearby, harbored a deep sense of discontent. One was cherished by her grandmother, the other by her aunt, leaving her to lament her fate as a pitiable, neglected servant girl. Old Lady Ling cast a furtive glance at Zhao Xiuhua, yet maintained a beaming smile as she remarked, Ah, my daughter-in-law's niece is indeed remarkably diligent. Yu Jiao, go assist your aunt today by preparing a few dishes. It has been ages since we last gathered, we must indulge in a hearty conversation. Ling Yujiao remained seated, her hand still throbbing from an oil burn sustained the previous night. Observing her discomfort, Ling Huaizhi offered, Grandma, allow me to take over. I possess quite the culinary skills. Feel free to inquire with my father. Ling Huaizhi chuckled, Little Green is indeed quite proficient, her dishes surpass even her mother's in flavor. Zhao Xiuhua, engaging in conversation with old Lady Sue, added, Little Green has a knack for cooking, unlike Yu Jiao, whose mind is solely focused on her studies. showing little interest in kitchen duties. I've come to terms with it, after all, no one is flawless. While little Green may struggle academically, her prowess in domestic tasks ensures that she will not be scorned by her future in-laws. Upon hearing this, old lady Ling shot Zhao Shouhua a disapproving look. Having never encountered such a blatant undermining of her own granddaughter in favor of her niece, old lady Su's eyes sparkled with interest as she turned to Ling Yujiao, asking, "Do you enjoy studying?" "Ah? Not particularly," Ling Yujiao shyly replied. "However, my mother insists that girls should pursue education to contribute to society in the future. Although I am a girl, I refuse to be confined to the kitchen for life. Women can indeed hold up half the sky. As a woman of the new era, I aspire to reach greater heights and distances, thus I must dedicate myself to my studies." "Indeed, that is a sound perspective." With a subtle shift in her gaze, Mrs. Su remarked, "It's essential for young women to pursue education. Times have transformed, and women are equally capable as men in this era." Zhao Xiaozui approached, presenting a platter of freshly washed peaches. "Mrs. Su, please enjoy a peach." It was then that Mrs. Su's attention shifted. As she had been previously focused on Ling Huel and Ling Yujiao, and had not yet noticed Zhao Xiaozui. Mrs. Ling's expression was ambiguous. "Oh. The one who addressed my daughter-in-law as mom earlier is her niece, and this one is my daughter-in-law's niece from her maternal family. Look at my household, it's nearly an all-female domain. Isn't it?" Mrs. Su chuckled, "These young ladies in their teens are all so charming, gathered around you, it's truly a blessing. I envy your fortune, but sadly, I don't have many granddaughters, and they've all ventured far away." Upon observing the situation, Zhao Xiaozui also feigned sitting, remaining seated. Consequently, the entire family congregated around Mrs. Su, engaging in conversation, while Ling Huel labored alone in the kitchen. Within the kitchen, Ling Huel quietly chopped vegetables, contemplating Mrs. Su's intentions. As the mother of Pei Guanchen, her visit warranted the utmost hospitality from the Ling family. However, Ling Huaizhi's demeanor suggested a tacit understanding between him and the elderly woman. What are they scheming? She wondered, her hands diligently preparing the meal. In a short span of time, she had prepared 4 dishes and a soup, along with 2 cold appetizers. Arranging a lavish spread on the table, Mrs. Su sampled a bite of the tomato and scrambled eggs, then exclaimed with unreserved praise, "Indeed. Your little L's culinary skills are in no way inferior to those of the master chefs at state-owned restaurants." The elderly Mrs. Ling's visage crinkled into a chrysanthemum-like smile. "This child is adept and skilled, excelling in many ways, yet possesses a certain verbal reticence. Not quite adept at endearing herself to others." Ling Huaizhi seconded his mother. "My mother speaks the truth. In prior years, as you are aware, Aunt, the burden of numerous children weighed heavily upon us, thus she was sent to our rural ancestral home. Her character has been nurtured to be honest and steadfast. Yet this has resulted in a certain clumsiness of speech." Zhao Shouhua managed a strained smile. For a girl, without the benefit of education, proficiency in manual crafts is essential. Ling Yujiao slammed her chopsticks down with a resounding clatter. "Mother, please continue your meal at your leisure, I have had my fill." With these words, she rose and departed, showing scant regard for the Ling's sensibilities. Ling Huaizhi clenched and unclenched his chopsticks, barely restraining his ire. "Though a niece, she bears my surname and is raised as if she were my own daughter. This child, alas, is somewhat headstrong." He glared at Ling Yujiao's retreating figure, then cast a glance at Zhao Xiaozui, who was diligently shoveling rice into her mouth. Indeed, not being one's own, neither is pleasing to the eye. Zhao Xiaozui, absorbed in her meal, looked up, perplexed as to why her uncle-in-law was glowering at her. And why had Ling Yujiao ceased eating? This dish was so delectable. Well, if she wouldn't partake, she could indulge in a few more mouthfuls herself. Mrs. Su ate sparingly, engaging Ling Huail in conversation. "Little L, what are your usual pastimes?" Ling Huail responded demurely, "Nothing particularly special. I merely wish to find employment, to alleviate my parents' burdens, so they may live with less hardship." "Indeed. Filial piety is a virtue." Mrs. Su nodded repeatedly, then inquired of Ling Huail, "Have you given thought to the kind of partner you might seek in the future?" Ling Hualu was momentarily stunned, then blushed and lowered her head shyly. Naturally, I'll listen to my parents." It turned out that old Mrs. Su's enthusiasm stemmed from this. However, it seemed that the Pei family did not need the old lady to personally arrange matchmaking for her children and grandchildren. Ling Wenhua hastily chimed in, "This child is just very bashful." Old Mrs. Su looked at Ling Hualu, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Ling Wenhua and old Mrs. Ling exchanged glances. Zhao Shouhua, who was on the sidelines, noticed the silent exchange between the mother and son and felt resentful. Such a big matter, and no one had even mentioned it to her. Just as the atmosphere was reaching a crescendo, a young woman knocked on the door and entered. "Grandma, my mother asked me to come and fetch you home." Chapter 51, Do you know you're marrying a paralyzed man? Old Mrs. Ling, upon seeing the young woman, promptly beckoned her over. "This is my granddaughter, Lu Jinping." "Jinping, greet Grandma Su." Lu Jinping gazed at old Mrs. Su. But she was frozen in place. Her complexion turned ashen, as if she had been frightened by something. "Jinping." Old Mrs. Ling called out with displeasure. And only then did she regain her senses. "Hello. Hello, Grandma Su. Sister, let's eat." Ling Hualu fetched bowls and chopsticks for Lu Jinping. But she couldn't shake the feeling that her cousin's expression was rather peculiar. In her previous life, she had had too little interaction with Lu Jinping. And her impression of this cousin was somewhat vague. Old Mrs. Su jested with old Mrs. Ling, "You truly are blessed to have so many granddaughters. You'll surely be showered with filial piety in the future." Madame Ling doted on Lu Jinping, inviting her to sit beside her, remarking, "Indeed, this child is filial and understanding. She often comes to keep me company and attends to my clothes and socks." Madame Su concurred, "She is a good girl, indeed." Despite the accolades from the two elderly women, Lu Jinping appeared somewhat distracted. Ling Huailu found this peculiar. From what little she recalled, this cousin, emboldened by being the eldest daughter and favored by her uncle Ling Wenhai, was fond of bickering with Ling Yujiao. Known for her competitive spirit, it was rare to see her so quiet. Oblivious to Lu Jinping's demeanor, Madame Ling continued her chat with Madame Su. "I have 4 granddaughters in total. And I must confess, I have my favorites. I am particularly fond of Jinping, my eldest daughter's child, and Xiao, my youngest son's daughter. Jinping's mother had a difficult childhood. And I feel compelled to compensate this granddaughter a bit more. Xiao is different, she inherited her father's intelligence and silver tongue. It's just that her mother was imprudent, leaving the child in the countryside. As you know, people in the countryside struggle to even feed and clothe themselves, let alone educate a child. Fortunately, she is a good child and didn't pick up any bad habits during her years in the countryside. Since her return, she has become quite diligent." Madame Su gestured towards the table laden with dishes. "My dear friend, I must say, this child has been blessed in disguise. Had she not spent those years in the countryside, she wouldn't have acquired the skills to prepare such a feast. One must experience hardship to truly appreciate the ease of life. Think back to our early days, how difficult life was. Now, we find happiness in every aspect of this new society. Listen to me, this child possesses great potential for the future, life shall not treat them poorly," exclaimed old Lady Ling with a hearty laugh. "My dear sister, your words are as delightful as ever. Oh, how I cherish our conversations. Please pardon my straightforwardness. As a country dweller, I speak plainly and without pretense. You and I are kindred spirits, truly alike in temperament." Old Lady Su began to recount matters concerning Haicheng. "I have no desire to be there, but as you know, my second and third sons work there, and my grandchildren are still quite young. The daughters-in-law must go to work, and if I do not assist in watching the children, what can be done? They say the elderly should enjoy their later years. But with so many grandchildren, is that truly enjoyment? It feels more like being a caretaker." Old Lady Ling quickly interjected, "You must not speak in such a manner. Your sons are capable individuals. If they wished to hire a nanny, they could certainly afford one. They merely wish to keep you company with the children." Old Lady Su found this sentiment pleasing. "You know, I have a fondness for little ones. Back in the day, when your little Green was just learning to run, she would often come to my house asking, 'Grandma Su, are we not making fried dough twists today?' Oh, such a tiny little creature, wanting a treat without directly asking. Insisting on helping me with chores, it warmed my heart. Not only do I cherish her, but my little Guan is quite taken with her as well. He asked me, 'Grandma, can we ask Uncle Ling to bring us little Green, so she and Aunt Zhao can have another child?'" Both elderly ladies erupted into laughter. Ling Huaizhi also reminisced about amusing tales from his daughter's childhood, and for a moment, Ling Huaizhi seemed to become the focal point of their conversation. Meanwhile, Zhao Shouhua felt discontented, though she maintained a facade of politeness. Zhao Xiaozui's countenance darkened immediately. She discerned the old woman's intent to arrange a marriage for Ling Huaizhi. Judging by the old woman's imposing manner, the family seeking the union would undoubtedly be of considerable standing. Humph. And second aunt, too. Capable of seeking a match for Ling Huaizhi, yet unable to attend to her own affairs. She, being a year older than Ling Huaizhi, was the one most urgently seeking matrimony, was she not? Old Madame Su then inquired of Ling Huaizhi, "Little L, do you recall your little Guan cousin?" Ling Huaizhi fluttered her limpid eyes and replied with a demure smile, "Respected Grandma Su, I was but a child then, and little Guan was occupied with his studies. I scarcely recall him." Old Madame Su appeared somewhat disheartened. "It is only natural that you do not remember, alas. A decade has fleeted by." The group engaged in conversation for a considerable time, and the meal was enjoyed by all present. Old Madame Su rose to take her leave. And old Madame Ling grasped Ling Huaizhi's hand, intending to see her off. Old Madame Su produced a velvet box from her handbag, opened it, and extracted a filigree enamel gold bracelet, presenting it to Ling Huaizhi. "Here, little L, Grandma is gladdened to see you today, do not disdain this trifle." Trailing behind the others, Lu Jinping's eyes widened in disbelief upon catching sight of the bracelet. Could it be? Zhao Xiaozui's eyes were likewise inflamed with envy. Old Madame Su's generosity suggested that the other party was certainly affluent. No, she too must implore second aunt to introduce her to a suitable family. And Ling Yujiao, who had stormed into the house in a fit of pique, refusing to eat, had been eavesdropping by the door. Upon hearing mention of a gift for Ling Huaizhi, she feigned a need for water, emerging from her room and surreptitiously glancing at the scene, instantly halting in her tracks. What kind of family is so generous? Why is Ling Huaizhi so fortunate? As she gazed at the bracelet, her instinct was to refuse it, yet Grandma Ling did not afford her the opportunity to decline. She took the bracelet and slipped it onto her wrist. "Oh, it fits perfectly and looks splendid, it seems my choice was quite agreeable," exclaimed Grandma Su with delight. Grandma Ling gently nudged Ling Huaizhi's back, urging, "Xiao Lu, why don't you thank Grandma Su?" Grandma Su waved her hand with a smile, saying, "Thank what? We are all family, no need for such formalities." The entire family escorted Grandma Su away, and upon their return, Grandma Ling whispered to Ling Huaizhi, "This matter is almost certain to succeed." She could hardly be unfamiliar with Grandma Su, as her son had already given her a heads-up a couple of days prior. Zhao Shouhua trailed behind the mother and son, seething with resentment. How could such a significant affair transpire without her, the mother, being informed? Ling Huaizhi caressed the bracelet on her wrist, feeling an unsettling warmth. Were Grandma Ling and her daughter planning to sell her off to someone? How considerate of them to make such decisions on her behalf without consulting her. Suddenly, Lu Jinping, with a grim expression, pulled Ling Huaizhi aside. Ling Huaizhi turned to look at her. Lu Jinping tilted her head, a glimmer of schadenfreude in her eyes, and said, "Do you know who you are to marry? He is a man confined to a wheelchair, unable to stand for the rest of his life." Chapter 52, Doom. The paralyzed man has a peculiar temper. A man confined to a wheelchair, unable to stand for life? A paraplegic. He is none other than the beloved grandson of Grandma Su, Pei Guanchen. Bewilderment clouded Ling Huaizhi's countenance, yet her mind was ablaze with sudden comprehension. It dawned upon her why Lu Jinping had acted so strangely in the presence of old Mr. Su. In her previous life, Lu Jinping's purity had been defiled, delaying her return to the city by several years. Consequently, it was Lu Jinping who had been wedded to the invalid. "Sister Jinping, what are you prattling about? I can't decipher your meaning. Who is to be wed? And who is this invalid you speak of?" Ling Huaizhi feigned ignorance, coaxing Lu Jinping to elaborate. Seeing her apparent lack of awareness, Lu Jinping's heart swelled with smugness. "You are ignorant? All the better. You shall learn soon enough. As we are kindred spirits, I shall offer you a word of caution. The invalid is of poor character, and his temperament is most peculiar. He is wont to hurl objects in fits of pique and soils his surroundings with abandon. You would do well to avoid lamenting your fate to your family." Ling Huaizhi recoiled as if struck by a sudden terror. "Sister Jinping, do not attempt to frighten me. I have no intention of marrying. Sister Yujiao and Sister Xiaozui are both older than I, the onus of marriage falls to them first." I would never deign to serve an invalid. It became apparent why Ling Huaizhi had been so eager to bring her back. He had been plotting all along. Pei Guanchen, the eldest son of Pei Guanchen, was 3 years her senior. In their youth, their families had been neighbors, and Ling Huaizhi had often trailed after him. Pei Guanchen had been a legend in their neighborhood, the paragon of virtue lauded by parents. From the age of 4, when he began kindergarten, he had displayed exceptional academic prowess, skipping grades, and participating in the National College Entrance Examination at the tender age of 15. Born into a family of distinction, with a father in the Public Security Bureau and a mother who was a painter, his maternal grandfather was rumored to be a founding general. Moreover, his maternal grandfather was also a stern maternal grandfather, the two being cousins. Blessed with a remarkable lineage, coupled with a sunny disposition and exceptional academic prowess, such a prodigy could only be described as the epitome of human excellence. Even Zhao Shouhua, who doted on Ling Huaizhi, couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. So radiant was Pei Guanchen's brilliance. Everyone prophesied that Pei Guanchen's future was boundless, with no one daring to predict the heights he would attain. As the adage goes, fate envies talent, and this seemed to be the case with Pei Guanchen. On the second day of his college entrance examination, he was abducted, his legs brutally broken. The assailant's cruelty was calculated, not intending to take his life, yet equally determined to obliterate his future. The fractures were severe. It was said that the perpetrator had even contemplated severing his limbs with an axe, only to be thwarted by Pei Guanchen's teacher, who, concerned by his prolonged absence, had come in search of him. Despite the intervention of the Pei family and his maternal grandfather, they could only salvage his legs, condemning him to a life of immobility. The once exalted paragon had plummeted from the heavens. Following his crippling, Pei Guanchen succumbed to despondency and a melancholic disposition. Not long after, Pei Guanchen divorced his wife, both subsequently forming new families and bearing children. The former pride of the family, having fallen from grace into ignominy, was rejected by both parents, abandoned and utterly alone. In her previous life, Ling Huaizhi, after years of exile, had encountered Pei Guanchen once more. By then, she was weathered and nearing the end of her days. While he was a prematurely aged man in his 40s, his hair as white as snow. Reminiscing about the past, they were both overcome with profound sorrow. Beside her, Lu Jinping noticed that Ling Huaizhi appeared to be unresponsive, lacking the fear and anxiety she had anticipated. This left her feeling rather perplexed. She considered saying more, yet hesitated for fear of provoking Ling Huaizhi. Should Ling Huaizhi refuse to marry, it might very well result in Lu Jinping being wed to that lunatic instead. Just days prior, Lu Jinping had a rather unsettling dream in which Ling Huaizhi did not return, but her grandmother joyfully presented her with a marriage proposal. She was elated to learn that the suitor's father was the chief of police, and without further inquiry, she agreed to the union. It was only after the marriage that she discovered the man was utterly incapable of self-care, leaving her to shoulder all responsibilities. He spent his days as motionless as a wooden post, their lives stagnant and devoid of any marital affection or intimacy. Although she was married, she felt akin to a lonely elder, without a soul to converse with. That confined little world had ensnared her for over a decade, nearly driving her to madness. The dream was fleeting, replaying only the oppressive and suffocating existence she shared with that man, leaving no room for anything else. Upon waking, she learned that her grandmother had come to the city and decided to pay a visit. Indeed, she encountered that insufferable old hag. In her dreams, the elderly woman would either mock her coldly or berate her for failing to care for her grandson, lamenting her choice of Lu Jinping as a granddaughter-in-law. Humph. Now that she was free from that useless man, she was curious to see how her cousin would fare in life. With this thought in mind, Lu Jinping's gaze fell upon Ling Huaizhi's wrist. Yet, she pondered, why had that old woman not bestowed upon her the golden bracelet in the dream? And why had she now chosen to give it to Ling Huaizhi? Ling Huaizhi was also contemplating the matter of the bracelet. She had no desire to marry. As the shadows cast by men in her past were too terrifying, she wished to marry no one. In this lifetime, her only ambition was to exact revenge and then lead a life that truly belonged to her. As for the bracelet, whom should it be given to? Zhao Shaotsui with her shallow demeanor would certainly not be favored by the Pei family. Ling Huaizhi, she was uncertain of Zhao Shouhua's thoughts, but regardless, the bracelet had to be discarded first. Indeed, upon her return home, Zhao Shouhua reached out to her. "You are still young, wearing such a bracelet is inappropriate. Give it to me, and I will keep it safe for you." Ling Huaizhi hurriedly took off the bracelet. I too believe this item is too precious for me. Mother. You should give it to Sister Jiao Jiao instead, she is fairer than I, and it would suit her better. Jiao Shouhua shot her a sidelong glance. What a delusion. You want me to marry Jiao Jiao off to that cripple? Ling Huaizhi paused, her hand still on the bracelet, her eyes widening in disbelief. Mother, what are you saying? Am I to marry a cripple? Is what you say true? Father, what does this bracelet signify? Are you really planning to marry me off to a cripple? Considering the timeline, Pei Guanchen had encountered his misfortune 2 years after she had gone to the countryside. She had not returned and no one had informed her about Pei Guanchen's situation, thus she had no way of knowing about his disability. Tears of anxiety welled up in Ling Huaizhi's eyes. Father, how could you decide without a word and expect me to marry? Ling Huaizhi wore a look of malicious glee. Chuckling, no wonder that old woman was so affectionate towards Ling Huaizhi, it turns out she was seeking a bride for the cripple. Serves her right. She anticipates the wretched existence that awaits the little hussy. Rebukes, at your age, haven't you learned to hold your tongue? Hastily removes the bracelet. Pressing it into his hand, I don't want this bracelet, Mother, please return it to Grandma Su. Chapter 53, the decision of 2 elderly women clutches the bracelet. Surprised that the Pei family possesses such valuable trinkets. It's a pity that Pei Guanchen is now crippled, otherwise, she would have insisted on marrying into the family. The marriage is not to be called off, as dreams of forging a bond with the Pei family. But this bracelet? Is not worthy of it. Snatches the bracelet from his grasp, this belongs to, no one can take it away. If you want to give it to your niece, fine. Let her be the one to marry. Pouts, I don't want to marry a cripple. Takes the bracelet, placing it back on his wrist. Then, she pulls her into the room, closing the door behind them. She says earnestly, Grandma is doing this for you. Although you haven't been home these years. And Grandma hasn't been able to watch you grow up, I wasn't lying to your Grandma Su just now. Of all my children, I love your father the most. And your father only has you and. How could Grandma not love you? But think about it, ever since your mother gave birth to, her heart has been biased. In her eyes, you're not even as good as her 2 nephews. What kind of good family do you think she'll find for you in the future? Remain silent. Her eyes red, tears falling onto the back of her hand. With a maternal gesture, old Mrs. Ling dabbed away the tears welling in her granddaughter's eyes, continuing. Observe how her affections are singularly devoted to the offspring of the Qin family. What manner of mother neglects her own daughter for nearly a decade in the countryside? Only to lavish her affections upon nieces and nephews? You should be on your knees, offering gratitude that she hasn't bartered you off. As your grandmother. I beseech you to heed my heartfelt counsel, you are your father's cherished daughter and my own granddaughter. How could I not yearn for your well-being? It is true that young Master Pei is afflicted with a leg ailment, but were he without this affliction? Do you believe a family of such standing would deign to consider ours? We have seen him in his youth, he possesses a comely countenance, and despite his physical impairment, his character is said to be commendable. His misfortune stems from his father's affairs, and rest assured, the Pei family will not abandon him. By marrying into their household, you shall want for naught, and be spared the entanglements of managing parents-in-law and a multitude of siblings. Is that not a life of tranquil repose? A sob escaped Ling Huaizhi. Grandmother, I am filled with trepidation. His legs have been broken for so long, surely his temperament is soured. What if he resorts to violence? Old Mrs. Ling felt a wave of relief wash over her. Though she and her son had decreed the matter, leaving little room for her granddaughter's agency. It was her sincere hope that the young woman would enter the marriage with genuine intent, fostering amicable relations between the families. Her aim was to forge a bond of kinship, not sow discord. She could not allow her granddaughter's unease to undermine the amity between the 2 families and jeopardize her son's prospects. Tenderly stroking Ling Huaizhi's hair, she consoled, silly child. With their refined upbringing, he would never strike you. Furthermore, in the days since your return, you must have discerned the state of affairs within this household. My dear, you are a child of misfortune, deprived of a mother's love. In this home, you hold no sway. Entrusted to the Peis, your sole responsibility would have been attending to young Pei alone. Yet within this household, you are incessantly occupied with serving everyone, receiving not a modicum of appreciation in return. Does this existence not engender profound discomfort within you? Though I am willing to shield you, my advanced years and myriad obligations in the countryside preclude a protracted sojourn in the city. Ultimately, you must navigate this life independently. Heed my counsel, child. Even the hearts of men are fashioned from flesh. By extending unwavering kindness towards him, he will inevitably recognize your merit. Ling Huaizhi remained silent, weeping in her grandmother's embrace. This mother and daughter duo, so adept, had tacitly determined her future destiny, employing a dual approach of encouragement and admonition, meticulously dissecting the advantages and disadvantages. As though she were betrothed to a family of unparalleled excellence. The elder Mrs. Ling soothed her as one would a small child. Fear not, my child. For I am here. Should you endure any injustice hereafter, I shall champion your cause. Thus, the matter of Ling Huaizhi's marriage was irrevocably settled. Ling Huaizhi, in the presence of the entire family, sternly cautioned Zhao Shouhua, henceforth, you are not to permit Zile to engage in any labor. Observe her hands, riddled with cuts. During this interim, mother, I entrust you with overseeing matters. Provide her with ample nourishment and care, lest she become an object of ridicule upon her departure. Ling Huaizhi, a section chief of considerable stature, deemed the alliance with the Peis a propitious one. Though his lineage may not have been particularly distinguished, his daughter was exceptionally remarkable. For Pei Guanchen, that invalid, to secure such a beautiful bride was undoubtedly an advantageous proposition. While the Lings were finalizing the arrangements for Ling Huaizhi's betrothal, the elder Mrs. Su was still discussing the impending nuptials with her son. Pei Jingchong, setting down his teacup, expressed his discontent. Mother, why did you not consult me before irrevocably arranging Guanchen's marriage? Why did you have to arrange a marriage with the youngest daughter of the Ling family? Now, I'll be seeing him at work all the time. Such a beautiful young woman, marrying a cripple like Xiao Guan. Aren't you putting me in a difficult position? Old Mrs. Su slammed her teacup heavily on the glass table, causing a sharp sound. You're in a difficult position? How so? Their daughter is pretty. But what's wrong with my grandson? If my grandson hadn't lost his leg, the Ling family wouldn't even be worthy. Even so, I still think that girl is uncultured and not good enough for my intelligent grandson. It's just that Xiao Guan is in a bad mood these days. Too quiet and doesn't talk much. I was thinking of finding him at least a pretty and likable girl, so he wouldn't have such a hard life. Old Mrs. Su wiped away her tears as she spoke. Her grandson was such a bright and handsome boy, how could he have encountered such a tragedy? And at the hands of his own father? Over the years, old Mrs. Su couldn't help but blame her son whenever she thought about it. It was all his fault. If he hadn't been so reckless, her grandson wouldn't have been implicated. No, no. Pei Jingchong waved his hand. Miss Ling is a good girl, she can't be held back by Xiao Guan for the rest of her life. Old Mrs. Su struck her son. What do you mean, held back? My grandson is the one you ruined. If the Ling girl isn't good enough, then who is? Those rough, unrefined country girls? Let me tell you, Pei Jingchong. Xiao Guan is my grandson. You, as his father, may not care for him, but I, as his grandmother, must. I want to give my grandson the very best. Whether you agree to this marriage or not, it has already been decided. Consider what you can offer your son as he embarks on this journey. I will speak with Xiao Guan. With tears in her eyes, old Madame Su departed. Pei Jingchong, in a fit of frustration, raked his fingers through his hair. Once again, he had made his mother cry. Whenever it concerned his son, her tears flowed like a torrent, causing him profound distress. His son. It seemed he had not laid eyes on him for over half a year, he neither wished nor dared to. The moment he glimpsed his son, memories of the past would resurface, leading to restless nights filled with nightmares. Life has become exceedingly difficult. Having mentioned her son, old Madame Su hurried off to persuade her grandson. Xiao Guan, you are already 21. Your second uncle had a child by the time he was your age. And your sister was 3 years old then. The girl your grandmother has found for you is truly remarkable, I assure you, upon meeting her. You will surely take a liking to her. Xiao Guan, I implore you, would you consider meeting her just once? Chapter 54, Zhao Shouhua's interest in the betrothal gifts. The midday sun streamed through the living room window, casting a slanted beam that bisected the young man at the waist, dividing light from shadow. Perhaps it was due to years of being deprived of sunlight, his skin appeared almost translucent, his hair gently curled, revealing a smooth forehead. His pronounced brow and deep-set eyes held an unfathomable depth, while his high nose and thinly pressed lips completed a striking visage. In the dimness of the room, His features resembled a sculpted wax figure, three-dimensional and distinct. Anyone who beheld him could not help but acknowledge the Pei family's handsome scion. Alas! He was destined to spend his life confined to a wheelchair. Noticing his silence, old Madame Su reached out and grasped her grandson's hand. Xiao Guan. She is truly a wonderful girl, Ling's little green. You used to hold her when you were a child, do you remember? At that time, you expressed a desire for your mother to have given you a sister, asking if you could bring her home to fulfill that role. Now, that young lady has matured, surpassing even the stars of the television screen in beauty. Grandmother was not mistaken, you will surely take a liking to her upon meeting. Despite her heartfelt pleas, Pei Guanchen remained as still as a statue, his eyes unblinking, silently seated. His breaths were so faint that at times, old Madame Su wondered if her grandson had already departed this world. After weeping for a considerable time, Pei Guanchen still did not offer even a glance. She wiped her tears with a handkerchief, declaring, in a few days, I shall bring that girl to meet you. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent, and thus it shall be settled. Aunt Wu, who had been tending to Pei Guanchen's daily needs, emerged, inquiring, Madam, is the matter of Xiao Guan's marriage thus resolved? Old Madame Su shot her a glance, affirming with a curt yes. Aunt Wu, rubbing her hands together with a smile, asked, which family does this young lady belong to? I must tell you, my niece from my maternal side is truly. Old Madame Su crossed her arms, her gaze fixed on Aunt Wu. Old Wu, I am of advanced age and am relying on Xiao Guan to bless me with a great-grandchild. If he marries and adds another person to the household, it may become rather inconvenient, wouldn't you agree? Aunt Wu's face stiffened, and she quickly replied, Indeed, madam. Had you not mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. My daughter-in-law is due to give birth next month, and I must return home to assist her during the confinement. With Xiao Guan getting married and having a wife to care for him, I shall feel at ease. Cursed old woman. Why could she not appreciate her niece? What flaw could there possibly be in her? Although married, they have yet to bear children, and now the man is gone. With good health and a diligent disposition, wouldn't it be fitting to attend to a disabled individual? Marriage, after all, is merely a guise to secure a free caretaker for her grandchild. Alas! A mere 30 yuan for a month, and just like that, it vanished. This time, old lady Su returned to Ling Huaizhi, sending 500 yuan as a betrothal gift through a matchmaker, thus sealing the union between the two families. Zhao Shouhua yearned to claim this money. Yet Ling Huaizhi remained silent. With a cold smirk, old lady Ling snatched the money, stating, You are not marrying into the Pei family to sell your daughter. If you wish to avoid appearing diminished before Director Pei in the future, this money must be entrusted to Xiao Lu. Over the years, her son seemed to regress, unable to discern the importance of money versus connections. If Xiao Lu were to go to the Pei household without a single cent to her name, and later it were revealed that her family had pocketed that money, how could she hold her head high? Zhao Shouhua, unwilling to concede, retorted, Old lady. The Pei family has only offered a small token, the bride price has yet to be presented. Once that arrives, it will rightfully belong to Xiao Lu. After all these years of supporting her, she should also have a dowry. Isn't it a bit excessive to give her that money again? However, Ling Huaizhi was quite indifferent, reasoning that regardless of what Zhao Shouhua intended, she would ultimately retrieve the money. Grandma, just give the money to my parents. Our family is struggling financially due to theft, and I don't need the money at the moment, helping them is quite reasonable. Nonsense. Old lady Ling scolded. Your mother is protecting outsiders and has failed to teach you these principles. I shall impart this wisdom to you slowly, you shall keep the money. And no one is permitted to take it away. Ling Huaizhi also believed that, in comparison to future prospects, this sum was inconsequential. If it was meant for Xiao Lu, then let her have it. At this moment, not only was Zhao Xiaocui consumed by jealousy, but even Ling Yujiao could hardly contain her envy. After all, Xiao Ding had merely bestowed a sum of 500, while the bride price was expected to be several thousand. However, upon reflecting that Ling Huaizhi would eventually marry a good-for-nothing, her spirits lifted considerably. Ling Huaizhi, taking the reins, handed the money to Ling Huaizhi, instructing her to select several decent outfits without skimping, forbidding her from purchasing any cheap, unwearable garments. After all, they were to become relatives with Director Pei, which brought him immense joy. He could not allow his daughter to tarnish his reputation. All right, I shall heed my father's advice. Ling Huaizhi accepted the money and ventured to the shopping mall, acquiring 2 outfits, while also purchasing clothing for both Ling Huaizhi and the elderly matriarch. In conclusion, she procured some eggs and sugar to take to Old Ji, assisting him with tidying up as well. Old Ji found this young lady rather puzzling. I say, no matter how much you do or how well you do it, when it comes to selling scrap, I will not pay you a penny more. And mind you, I am merely an old man, do not expect to gain anything from me. Ling Huaizhi removed her gloves, gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky. Old Ji, do you believe in past lives? In a previous life, you saved my life multiple times, so in this life, it is my turn to repay your kindness. Having uttered these words, she paid no mind to Old Ji's thoughts and turned to leave the scrapyard. Old Ji was momentarily taken aback, then shivered. Could it be that this young girl from the Ling family, having wandered in the countryside for years, had lost her mind? Well, it was best to steer clear of this seemingly confused individual, who could tell when she might have another episode. Let her do as she pleased. The affairs of the Ling family were quite the spectacle, and as Old Ji tended to the scrapyard, he encountered numerous people each day. Naturally, he had heard tales of Ling Huaizhi's escapades. Ling Huaizhi emerged from the waste station, meandering towards Yao Zuelan's residence, where she discreetly concealed herself by the window, eavesdropping on the flirtatious banter between Yao Zuelan and Chen Hongjun. Brother Jun, once we have some money, let's find a place where no one can find us. I will bear you a few children, and we shall live happily as a family. What do you think? Chen Hongjun planted a kiss on her cheek, replying, just wait. I will eventually reclaim all the money from my mother. At that point, you can have whichever house you desire. I will also buy you a luxurious set, a 3-turn music box and matching golden chains and earrings. Whatever others' wives possess, my wife must have too. Yao Zuelan, entwining her arms around Chen Hongjun's neck, exclaimed, Brother Jun, you are truly wonderful. I want to bear you a son. Alright, let's have one right now. Ling Huaizhi, hidden in the space, couldn't help but marvel at the lengths to which one would go for money, tolerating even the greasy visage of Chen Hongjun without complaint. It was indeed a remarkable endurance. She infused the concocted fragrant powder into the air, and soon, the 2 raucous lovers succumbed to slumber. Ling Huaizhi, clad in protective attire and gloves, rummaged through the room. Unfortunately, although Chen Hongjun had pilfered 5,200, she could only find 3,000. Where had the remaining 2,000 gone? The following day, Yao Zuelan bid farewell to Chen Hongjun, who was off to mingle with his dubious friends, and gleefully ventured beneath the bed to search for her money. She moved aside several bricks, brushed away the dust, and ultimately unearthed a small box. Upon opening it, her expression turned to one of utter disbelief. Where was her money? Where had it gone? Ling Huaizhi lay in bed at night, her eyes closed as she immersed herself in the realm of her thoughts, counting her money. There was the modest sum of 500 from a small gift, an additional 3,000 retrieved from Yao Zuelan, and 2,000 unearthed from Zhao Shouhua's pocket. Along with the funds acquired from the Zhao family, totaling an astonishing 8,300. Since her arrival in the city, she had spent some of her money. Yet she still possessed a substantial 8,250. With wealth in hand, her heart felt at ease, allowing her to sleep soundly and sweetly. Conversely, Zhao Shouhua found herself restless. She contemplated arranging a marriage for Chen Hongjun, while also considering the expenses for Ling Yujiao's university education and Ling Yulong's needs. The myriad of social obligations demanded funds, yet their household relied solely on her and Ling Huaizhi's meager salaries. Old Ling, she said, since Xia Dingli has already given Huaihua a gift, let us accept the bride price for the Ling family from now on. In this day and age, isn't it customary for parents to receive the bride price? Ling Huaizhi, reluctant to engage, retorted, what purpose does that serve? Are we to supplement Chen Hongjun later? Zhao Shouhua immediately sat up, appalled. Old Ling, how can you speak like that? When I brought Hongjun and his siblings here, you agreed to it. Now, you bring it up daily, how can one be so fickle? Ling Huaizhi also sat up, pulling the lamp switch with a swift motion. Indeed, at that time, when your sister passed away and you were distressed over Yulong's birth, you suggested bringing them over, and I acquiesced. But you never mentioned that we would have to support them for a lifetime or that we would need to provide for Chen Hongjun's marriage and future. Zhao Shouhua, I have cared for them for 10 years, that is sufficient. Your demands for more are simply unreasonable. Zhao Shouhua hurriedly said, no, Lao Ling, listen to me. Our family is currently out of money. Yulong is still young, he will need to pursue education, attend university, and eventually marry and have children. All of this requires financial resources. Huaihua, having spent so many years in the countryside, must harbor some resentment towards us. Once she is married, she is unlikely to care for her maternal family. If we do not collect some betrothal gifts now, what can we hope for in the future? Ling Huaizhi leaned back against the pillow, his earlier resolve wavering once more. Then it is settled. You shall accept the betrothal gifts. But the dowry for Xiaolu must not be meager. Pei Guanchen is a department head, he is not from a humble background marrying into a prominent family. If it appears too shabby, it will only invite ridicule. The couple agreed on this matter, and Zhao Shouhua let out a sigh of relief, finally able to sleep soundly. She feared that if they could not secure this betrothal gift, it would drive her to despair. The following day, when Ling Huaizhi saw Zhao Shouhua's triumphant demeanor, she knew that her mother had undoubtedly gained some advantage, likely at her own expense. Zhao Shouhua's good mood vanished upon encountering Ling Huaizhi. What are you staring at? It's early morning, and you haven't prepared breakfast, expecting me to do it for you? Ling Huaizhi remained silent, intending to head to the kitchen when she was halted by old Madame Ling. Why the hurry? The young lady hasn't even risen yet? Old Madame Ling seized Ling Huaizhi and turned to knock on Ling Yujiao's door. What time is it? Still asleep? Do you really consider yourself a revered ancestor or a highborn lady? Oh dear, this old woman from the countryside has limited experience. I had no idea that city girls are raised this way, sleeping in while waiting for their elders to prepare their meals. Zhao Xiaozui rose promptly from her slumber, while Ling Yujiao lay inert in bed, harboring a deep aversion for Zhao Xiaozui. The unpleasant odor emanating from her made it difficult for Ling Yujiao to breathe at night, leading to a cascade of nightmares that robbed her of restful sleep. Just as dawn approached and she hoped for a brief reprieve, she was stirred awake by the cacophony around her, igniting a smoldering fury within her. What a ruckus, like a funeral dirge, she muttered under her breath, pulling the covers over her head in an attempt to reclaim her slumber. Despite her soft-spoken protest, the sharp ears of old Lady Ling caught her words. Get up. A funeral dirge, you say? Pray tell, who has died in this household? My granddaughter rises at the crack of dawn in the Zhao family, while you, in the city, languish in comfort, spoiled beyond measure. Quite audacious, indeed. Zhao Shouhua interjected hastily. Mother, Jiao Jiao is still young. Silence. Old Lady Ling retorted crossly. Young? Is my granddaughter any older? If memory serves, this troublesome girl was born in the first month, while my little Lu was born in May. Am I mistaken? Or has her own mother forgotten? Should my Lu yield to her? Ling Huaizhi attempted to placate old Lady Ling. Grandma, let it go. Don't hold a grudge against Sister Yujiao, she has only half a month before her college entrance examinations. This is not the time for distractions. Upon hearing the mention of the exams, old Lady Ling's ire intensified. Exams, you say? Her brother repeated 4 years, and she too. The funds of the Ling family have been squandered on the Chen family's education. Fourth son, in front of your mother, tell me. If your wife's 2 nephews repeat 6 years in total, will you still finance your second brother's Kuan if he fails this year? Zhao Shouhua flung the rag in her hand, retorting, Mother, what are you saying? Yu Kuan has his parents to care for him. Why would he need his 4th uncle's help? Hongjun and his sister are without parents or relatives. My sister lost her life saving me. If I don't help them, am I supposed to watch them die? Old Mrs. Ling slapped her across the face. You dare to throw things? Who are you throwing a tantrum at? After all these years, your mother-in-law, haven't been home, and you actually think you're someone important? Ling Huaizhi was beset with a headache. It was noisy early in the morning, and the neighbors were listening. All right, Mother, my education was thanks to my 2 elder brothers and elder sister. If they're in trouble, I'll certainly help. Old Mrs. Ling harumphed. It's good you still have some conscience. Seeing that Ling Huaizhi wasn't taking her side, Zhao Shouhua ran back to her room, sobbing. Old Mrs. Ling wouldn't let her off. Get out here. At your age, still acting like a teenager. Who are you crying for? As if my son's family isn't unlucky enough already? The young tyrant, Ling Yulong, having just woken up, charged over like a calf when he saw the old woman bullying his mother and shoved old Mrs. Ling with all his might. You old hag. You dare bully my mother, I'll beat you to death. With quick eyes, Ling Huai quickly stepped forward to support old Mrs. Ling. Grandmother, are you all right? Old Mrs. Ling pointed at Ling Yulong, her words failing her. Your mother, is this how your mother taught you? Old Mrs. Ling, who had initially planned to stay for only a few days, decided to extend her visit. She intended to stay and thoroughly instruct Xiao Shouhua on proper decorum. Meanwhile, after discussing the matter with her son, old Mrs. Su, accompanied by old Mrs. Ling, brought Ling Huailu to the residence to have their wedding photos taken. This marked Ling Huailu's inaugural encounter with Pei Guanchen since her rebirth. Chapter 56, The Blind Date. Old Mrs. Su, clasping Ling Huailu's hand, introduced her to Pei Guanchen with a smile. Guanchen, do you recall? This is Zile from your uncle Ling's family. Our families used to reside next door to each other. Old Mrs. Ling nudged Ling Huailu's back, prompting, greet him. Ling Huailu gazed upon the listless young man, his eyes devoid of vitality, resembling a stagnant pool. The image of him with a full head of white hair surfaced in her mind, filling her with a pang of sorrow. Yet she found herself unable to utter a greeting. In a sense, they were both individuals forsaken by their families. Old Mrs. Su prattled on for quite some time. But Pei Guanchen offered not even a glance in response. Eventually, she seemed to tire. Aunt Wu emerged with tea, saying, esteemed elder of the family, please have some tea. Oh, and this must be Guanchen's bride. She is remarkably beautiful. It's just that our Guanchen is not one for words, young lady, you must be understanding. Old Mrs. Su's countenance darkened, displeased that Aunt Wu would comment on her grandson. Ling Huailu feigned shyness and remained silent. The photographer entered. Encountering such a situation, taking wedding photos at someone's home, for the first time. His assistants unfurled a large expanse of red cloth. Old Mrs. Su gestured for someone to wheel Pei Guanchen in front of the backdrop, beckoning Ling Huailu to join him and sit beside him. Ling Huailu remained standing. A wave of desolation washing over her. Though palpably animate beings, they were manipulated like marionettes, compelled into matrimony without a scintilla of regard for her consent or his affection. Come hither, Zile. Grandma Su beckoned with a benevolent smile. Grandma Ling surreptitiously pinched Ling Huel, feigning amusement as she remarked, the child is simply bashful. The photographer, somewhat disconcerted, observed the lack of jubilation in the visages of the newlyweds. Come now, sir, a smile, if you please. Madam, draw a tad closer to your husband, yes, just so. Ling Huel, impelled by her grandmother, found her face nigh upon grazing Pei Guanchen's shoulder, her nostrils catching the faint aroma of lemon soap that emanated from him. Zile. The sun's rays are not so intense now. Escort Xiao Guan to the peach tree outside, that he might inhale the fresh air. It does him no good to remain cooped up indoors, Grandma Su instructed. Pei Guanchen resided in the erstwhile municipal committee's residential compound. A house purportedly bequeathed to his mother by his maternal grandfather. Subsequent to their divorce, the property devolved upon Pei Guanchen. Unlike the tenement where the Ling family dwelled, the municipal committee's compound housed personages of consequence, each family possessing a modest bungalow with its own curtilage, collectively forming a grand courtyard. The courtyard boasted a gazebo and flower beds. During the years of the Great Famine, the compound, in compliance with the Central Grain Production Initiative, dismantled the exercise equipment and uprooted the flora. The entire courtyard was partitioned into small vegetable plots, allocated to each family for the cultivation of produce. Now, with the alleviation of the crisis, some continued to cultivate vegetables, while others cultivated various flowers and plants in their allotted plots. Suddenly entering, one might mistake it for a quaint countryside garden. Ling Huaizhi pushed Pei Guanchen outside, placing him beneath a peach tree, and then stood silently beside him. This was a fuzzy peach tree, and by mid-June, the fuzz had begun to fade, revealing a hint of red. These peaches would not fully ripen but could be consumed with just a blush of color. An impulse to pluck the peaches surged within Ling Huaizhi as she stood quietly behind Pei Guanchen, contemplating that after their marriage, if her only duty were to care for him, they could coexist without interference, allowing her to pursue her revenge in peace. Which might not be such a bad life after all. Suddenly, a caterpillar fell from the tree, and with quick reflexes, Ling Huaizhi swatted it away, before sinking back into her reverie. Inside the house, Su Laotai conversed with Ling Laotai. She caught sight of the two figures through the window and thought that this quiet girl seemed quite well matched with her grandson. Although she preferred the cultured Ling Yujiao, after all, her grandson had once been a paragon of excellence, she lamented that the girl had a fiery temper and often displayed disdain towards others. Should that girl enter their home, her grandson would undoubtedly suffer. As for Zhao Xiaozue, Su Laotai dismissed her as a prospect. Confident that her grandson was not someone who could be easily pursued by just anyone. Look at this young couple, Su Laotai remarked, they are indeed a handsome match. Perhaps we should hasten to set a wedding date? She felt an urgency to return to Haicheng, for there were many grandchildren awaiting her. And having been away for too long, she felt uneasy about her two daughters-in-law. Madame Ling also wished to finalize the matter expeditiously, stating, my acquaintances are few, perhaps you, my dear sister, could consider if there is someone suitable. We should certainly have the children's horoscopes matched and select an auspicious day. Auntie Wu, standing nearby, curled her lip. Thinking, they've already taken wedding photos, and only now are they considering matching horoscopes? Who are they trying to impress? Alas, now her niece truly had no hope. That old Madame Su was something else, indeed. Her own grandson was an unfeeling dolt, yet she had chosen such a beautiful granddaughter-in-law for him. Wasn't she afraid he wouldn't be able to hold on to her in the future? They'd become a laughingstock then. Madame Su suddenly interjected, Auntie Wu, please prepare a couple of dishes. I'll have my dear-in-law stay for a meal before she returns home. Auntie Wu rolled her eyes, realizing she was being dismissed. Once she had departed, Madame Su began, my dear sister, as for the bride price, name your figure. However, regarding the wedding, my son and I were thinking that a simple meal with family would suffice. Xiaoguan doesn't care for large gatherings, he becomes irritable around too many people. I realize this might be somewhat unfair to young Xiaoel, but rest assured, Xiaoguan is my most cherished grandson, and once Xiaoel joins our family, I will treat her as my own granddaughter. I would never mistreat her. No wedding banquet? Madame Ling was inwardly displeased. She had been hoping the bureau chief would offer her a toast, allowing her son to make some valuable acquaintances through the wedding. However, with Pei Guanchen's condition, a wedding was indeed unfeasible. On such a joyous occasion, his wooden expression would make people wonder if they were attending a celebration or a funeral. She paused in contemplation. Then spoke, we are not an unreasonable family. Given Xiaoguan's circumstances, a wedding is indeed inconvenient, but what is due to my Xiaoel must not be lacking. Moreover, after their marriage, Xiaoguan found himself unemployed, and Xiaolu had to care for him, rendering her unable to work. Should they eventually have children? How would the family manage? Old Lady Su hurriedly reassured, dear sister, rest assured, Xiaoguan's father sets aside 1/3 of his salary for him each month. That money is in my hands. You need not worry, it will not reach anyone else's hands, only Xiaoguan's family. As for his marriage, I will also provide private support, ensuring that the two children will not go hungry. Old Lady Ling felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. Outside the window, Ling Huaizhi noticed Old Lady Su beckoning her. She softly suggested, shall we return? Pei Guanchen lowered his gaze. As a butterfly with a white base and black spots alighted on his knee, the peaches had ripened, and he seemed to perceive their fragrant aroma. Zhao Xiuhua had anticipated a substantial bridal price from the Ling family, yet she was taken aback by its magnitude. Chapter 57, Envy, Jealousy, and Hatred. The bridal gift from the Pei family amounted to an astonishing 666 yuan. In contemporary times, bridal prices typically ranged from 3 to 500. Families of greater means would offer 888 or 999, which already reflected considerable sincerity. Old Lady Su chuckled, Xiaoguan, at such a young age, has squandered a promising future. I do not expect much else, I merely wish for his marriage and children to proceed smoothly throughout his life, such is the way of harmony. The crisp bills, bundled in hundreds, were placed upon the Ling family's table, nearly forming a small mountain that left the onlookers with aching eyes. Suddenly, Ling Yujiao felt a twinge of discontent. Why should Ling Huaizhi, who married an undesired invalid, be bestowed such an extravagant bridal price? Could she truly handle it? Zhao Xiaozue was so infuriated that she felt tears welling up. The once considerate Sanluer could be purchased for a mere 50 yuan. While the Pei family sought to acquire Ling Huaizhi with such a substantial sum, the disparity among people was truly staggering. Zhao Xiuhua also believed that the Pei family was placing an excessive amount of importance on Ling Huaizhi. Was the wealth of the Pei family merely fabricated from paper? After years of arduous saving, she had only managed to accumulate a few thousand yuan, while the Pei family effortlessly produced such a large sum. Was this not a manifestation of Pei Jingcheng's greed? Indeed, it was not. The Pei family's ancestors had amassed considerable assets, and during times of national crisis, they actively contributed. Thus after liberation, they not only escaped liquidation but also preserved much of their ancestral property. Old Madame Su, concerned for her grandson, knew that without a wedding ceremony, neither would Pei Guanchen's uncles and aunts remain indifferent. Since the money could not be publicly displayed at the banquet, it was discreetly exchanged as a dowry. In essence, the hope was that Ling Huaizhi would treat Pei Guanchen with care, given the monetary consideration. Among the assembly, Ling Huaizhi was the most elated. Ever since the engagement was established, Pei Guanchen had been more cordial in his greetings, and although he had not made it public, as in-laws, Ling Huaizhi could genuinely feel Pei Guanchen's consideration. He grasped Ling Huaizhi's hand and said, "Xiao Lu, you must cherish your life with your husband." Ling Huaizhi responded softly. Zhao Shouhua hurriedly interjected, "Old Ling, this amount is excessive, I shall take it all and save it. Xiao Lu is still young, and we can gradually provide for her in the future." Ling Huaizhi, having consumed some alcohol, mumbled indistinctly, "You are the head of the household, do as you see fit." Old Madame Ling cast a cold glance at Zhao Shouhua, snickering, "Count out 1,000. Bewildered, Zhao Shouhua inquired, "Mother, what are you doing?" Old Madame Ling retrieved 1,000 yuan herself, retorting, "How can you be so brazen? Do I need to explain why? This money belongs to Zile. I don't care how you handle the rest, but this 1,000 must go to Zile." Zhao Shouhua's countenance turned unpleasant, but ultimately, she couldn't bring herself to demand the 1,000 yuan back. Ling Yujiao, feeling uneasy, rose and headed out, announcing, "I'm going to a classmate's house to do homework." Zhao Shouhua reminded her, "Remember to come back for dinner." Ling Wei also stood up, "Grandma Su asked me to take some refreshments to Brother Guan. Grandma, could you accompany me?" Old Madame Ling waved her hand, "I have far too many matters to attend to these days. You know the way yourself. Go on your own." Grandma Su intended for the two young people to spend more time together. There was no need for an old woman like her to tag along. Ling Wei exited. But instead of heading to the old municipal committee compound, she followed Ling Yujiao. As expected, Ling Yujiao made her way to Yao Zuilan's residence. Chen Hongjun blocked the entrance, asking, "What are you doing here?" The siblings, having grown up together in the Ling household, did not share a close bond. Ling Yujiao lowered her voice, "Brother, I have something important to tell you." Yao Zuilan approached, "It's little sister. Hongjun, let your sister in to talk. What does it look like, blocking the doorway like that?" Ling Yujiao entered the courtyard, and Yao Zuilan glanced around before closing the gate. Ling Wei stealthily moved to the rear window of their house, where she overheard Ling Yujiao discussing the betrothal gift with Chen Hongjun. 6,000, a full 6,000 yuan. How could the Pei family be so generous? Through the wall, the excited yet envious voice of Ling Yujiao emerged. Ling Huaizhi felt as if, after drinking from the well of the celestial realm, her hearing had become extraordinarily acute. She could distinctly perceive the sudden and hurried breaths of Chen Hongjun and Yao Zuilan. "How much? 6,006? Good heavens! The Pei family truly belongs to the ranks of the esteemed," Yao Zuilan exclaimed. Then, Chen Hongjun inquired, "What does mother intend to do with this money?" Ling Yujiao whispered. The deceased old lady of the Ling family took 1,000 for Ling Huaihua, leaving over 5,000. Mother plans to save it in the bank. Brother, rest assured. Once this money is in mother's hands, it will be ours. Mother, mother, mother. Chen Hongjun retorted irritably, "If you keep calling her that, you might as well consider her your real mother." Ling Yujiao, remember, our biological mother is Zhao Shuihua, not her, Zhao Shouhua. Ling Yujiao expressed her discontent, "Brother, why are you like this? Although second aunt is not our biological mother, she looks exactly like mother. Over the years, she has indeed treated us as her own. Ling Huaihua cannot compare, why do you insist on saying this? If mother hears it, won't it just sadden her?" Chen Hongjuan's face darkened severely. "You can call her what you wish, but I shall never refer to Zhao Shouhua as mother again. Ling Yujiao, when mother faced her troubles, you were still young and unaware of many matters, but I remember them all too well. During those years, our mother earned quite a fortune. Adorned with gold chains around her neck and several gold rings on her fingers, and she was exceedingly generous to the Zhao family. During the years that our mother ran her business, she encountered no misfortune. However, upon Zhao Shouhua's involvement, our mother tragically lost her life. One wonders, how exactly did she perish? It all seemed to hinge on a single phrase upon her return with a box in her arms. The truth of the matter likely rests solely with our mother and Zhao Shouhua. It is often said that when money is at stake, even familial bonds can be disregarded. Who can truly say whether our mother sacrificed herself for Zhao Shouhua or if Zhao Shouhua was the architect of her demise? Ling Huaizhi had never contemplated these matters until her brother's words left her in sheer disbelief. This cannot be. Her second aunt and mother shared a deep bond, never having experienced discord, she would never harm our mother. Outside the rear window, Ling Huaizhi also pondered this conundrum. As Jin Hongjun had noted, the truth remains known only to these two sisters, perhaps there are facets she had overlooked. She continued to listen intently to their conversation. Curious about a particular matter, having stealthily taken the money from Yao Zuelan, why did Jin Hongjun still treat her with such kindness? What had Yao Zuelan conveyed to him? After Ling Huaizhi departed, Ling Huaizhi lingered by the wall for a while longer before purchasing 2 boxes of mung bean cakes to deliver to Pei Guanchen. She gently placed the cakes down and left. Aunt Wu, holding the mung bean cakes, remarked in a teasing tone, "You haven't even married yet. And you're already trying to ingratiate yourself. Xiao Guan, since you don't enjoy sweets, I shall just..." Before she could finish her sentence, she met Pei Guanchen's emotionless gaze, causing her to awkwardly retract her hand. Early the next morning, Zhao Shouhua, with money in tow, set off towards the nearest bank. Upon turning the corner, she encountered a group of young cyclists. Chapter 58, The bride price was stolen. Zhao Shouhua clutched her bag to her chest, feeling a sense of unease as she attempted to steer clear of the young cyclists. Little did she know, despite her efforts, those youths, whistling merrily, suddenly sped past her, snatching the bag in an instant. For a moment, Zhao Shouhua stood in shock, and then reality struck, she had been robbed. In the 1980s, the public security was rather poor, and incidents of theft and robbery were not uncommon. Around 10 in the morning, the streets were relatively empty. She shouted. But only 2 or 3 young men responded, yet they were unable to catch a glimpse of the culprits. The thief, having stolen her bag, whistled and pedaled furiously into a narrow alley. Just as he turned the corner, a fierce blow struck him down, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood oozed from his forehead, instantly staining his vision crimson, rendering him unable to see anything. He seemed to catch a glimpse of a red figure snatching the bag from his grasp, quickly vanishing from his sight. Once again, a report was received, the Ling family had been robbed, and the stolen goods were none other than the bride price given to them by his uncle. It was a matter of great embarrassment that needed to be handled with care. When Ling Huaizhi returned from work and learned that 6,000 yuan had been stolen, he nearly fainted. Indeed, Grandma Ling had already fainted once. 6,000 yuan. Even if the entire family sold everything they owned, they could not gather such a sum. The first thing Grandma Ling asked upon regaining consciousness was whether her grandson had conspired with his wife to embezzle the money. For how else could one have the audacity to rob the wife of a public security section chief? Ling Huaizhi held his breath and exclaimed, "Mother, the money is gone. Shouhua is already distressed enough, please refrain from such remarks. As for surveillance, that is utterly impossible." However, there were several witnesses present who distinctly observed that Zhao Shouhua's bag was indeed snatched by a group of young men. An elderly gentleman, practicing Tai Chi, confidently declared, "I saw it most clearly, there were 5 young men, all riding bicycles. 3 approached from the south, while 2 came from the north, effectively cornering the lady in the middle. Their speed was astonishing, it took no more than a minute, no, at most 10 seconds, to seize the lady's bag." Another young man who attempted to pursue the thieves corroborated, "The old gentleman is correct. I sensed something was amiss with those individuals from the outset, so I kept a watchful eye. As soon as I saw them snatch the bag, I rushed after them. Unfortunately, they pedaled away too swiftly, I could not catch up." A vendor added, "From my observation, that group appears to be extorting protection money in the southern part of the city. They are nothing but raucous troublemakers. Officers, you must ensure they are apprehended. As a business owner, I despise these freeloaders who demand money. It has only been a few years since the crackdown, and they have already begun to stir trouble again." After the prohibition on visiting for evidence collection, efforts to locate suspects commenced. A young man, raised in a nurturing environment and steadfast in the belief of scientific advancement, began to ponder whether the Ling family's fortunes were indeed cursed. It is particularly concerning as his cousin is set to marry Ling Huaizhi's daughter, surely this family's luck is excessively poor. Zhao Shouhua wept throughout the day in her home, and no one dared to approach her. Even Ling Yulong behaved with great restraint. Ling Laotai had fallen ill, lying in bed and lamenting about the pain in her chest. Ling Huaizhi gently massaged her heart. "Grandmother, do not fret. We will surely recover that money. That Officer Yan is quite formidable." Ling Laotai sniffled, not wishing to dwell on the matter, yet her heart was heavy with discomfort. She deliberately sought to divert her attention. "Did you deliver the ribs you bought this morning to Xiao Pei?" Ling Huaizhi nodded. "Yes, I took them over. Initially, I intended to prepare yam and ribs for him, but that Aunt Wu was wary of me and did not want me to interfere. So I simply left the ribs and returned." Ling Laotai nodded. "Do not pay heed to that old woman. She is reluctant to part with her monthly few dozen yuan in caretaker fees as she sees you approaching the door. Listen to me, dear, once a woman is married, she must be strong in her maternal family for her own strength to be solid. Remember, when your maternal family thrives, so shall you." Ling Huaizhi replied, "Yes, grandmother. I understand. I plan to save that 1,000 yuan for my parents, you needn't worry." Ling Laotai patted her hand. "Child, why speak such nonsense? I have told you. That is the betrothal money from the Pei family, you cannot simply reclaim it. Once you are married, if Xiao Pei is a man of quiet demeanor, and he does not provide you with any funds, you would find yourselves without even a penny for groceries, which would surely be a source of ridicule. Heed my advice. You must always keep some money in hand." Old Lady Ling contemplated matters with great foresight. As long as her son ascended to a position of power, financial worries for the future would be alleviated. However, should she leave not a single penny for Ling Huailu, and the Pei family were to discover this, it would indeed be a source of mockery. Officer Yan acted with remarkable swiftness, apprehending the entire group of criminals that very evening. When Zhao Shouhua recognized Chen Hongjun among the captured robbers, her outrage was palpable. "Comrade Yan, could you possibly be mistaken? That is my nephew." Officer Yan replied earnestly. "Teacher Zhao, we apprehend individuals based on evidence, there can be no error. Your nephew orchestrated this robbery." Zhao Shouhua staggered, unable to accept this grim reality. "No. That is impossible. How could Hongjun rob me?" "Officer Yan, even if you wish to expedite the case, there is no need to frame my nephew." Ling Wenhai, unable to contain his frustration, struck her across the face. "The evidence is irrefutable. You refuse to believe it. Clinging to the notion that your nephew is upright and virtuous while everyone else conspires against him? No, old Ling, listen to me." Zhao Shouhua, undeterred by her swollen face, grasped Ling Wenhai's arm. "Consider this, Hongjun has been away from home for nearly 20 days, he has not attended school, and is entirely unaware of our engagement with the Pei family or of this sum of money. How could he possibly know when I deposited my savings?" Ling Wenhai too found himself at a loss. Officer Yan clarified their confusion. "The information came from your niece, Ling Yujiao, who informed her brother. These ruffians once associated with Yao Tsuelan in a scheme of deception. Later, during the years of strict enforcement, they each concealed themselves, too fearful to emerge. Upon learning of your wealth, Chen Hongjun initially contemplated returning home to commit theft. However, considering the security presence in the family compound and the multitude of relatives, he deemed it inconvenient to act and thus devised this robbery scheme." Old Madame Ling could no longer contain her indignation. She advanced and seized Zhao Shouhua by the hair, scratching and pinching her, exclaiming, "Wretched woman! I knew it was your mischief. Your entire brood, from the eldest to the youngest, is nothing but a pack of scoundrels. How splendid indeed! Your sister signals the alarm, while your brother orchestrates the robbery. Quite capable, aren't they? Organized and methodical. Perhaps you wretched harlot, are complicit with them." Chapter 59, Did the rapist also engage in robbery? Old Madame Ling had not intended to visit the police station, yet it was Ling Huaizhi's persuasion that compelled her. "Grandmother, they say that a heart ailment requires a remedy for the heart. Lying at home is not the solution. You might as well accompany my father and the others to take a look. Who knows, if the money is recovered, your ailment may also heal." Old Madame Ling concurred with this reasoning. Without witnessing the return of the money, she would be unable to sleep soundly at night. Fortunately, she had come, for otherwise Zhao Shouhua would likely have sheltered her nephew once more, as she had previously. Zhao Shouhua vehemently shook her head. "Impossible. This cannot be. Jiao Jiao would never engage in such deeds. Hongjun, speak truthfully, do not fear, your second aunt is here, and no one dares to harm you. Please clarify everything. What truly transpired? Ling Huaizhi felt a profound sense of helplessness. Why did Zhao Shouhua harbor such blind trust in Chen Hongjun? The gangsters had already confessed. It was indeed Chen Hongjun who orchestrated this affair, and they were merely mercenaries acting for payment. He took a deep breath and inquired, Captain Yan. Have we managed to recover the money? Yan Jin shook his head. According to Chen Hongjuan's confession, their original plan was for Zhang Xiaofei to seize the money and then hand it over to him after turning the corner, while he and Yao Zuelan waited at the other end. Little did they know that Zhang Xiaofei never arrived. Growing impatient, they ventured out only to discover that Zhang Xiaofei had been knocked unconscious. Ling Huaizhi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Could it be that the money, like last time, was irretrievable? And what of Zhang Xiaofei? Yan Jin's expression turned grave as he replied. He was struck down by a sudden blow to the head while pedaling furiously on his bicycle and sustained serious injuries. He remains unconscious in the hospital. We have collected evidence of the weapon used and the footprints at the scene, but we have yet to locate the weapon. And it is challenging to draw conclusions based on the residual footprints. The area adjacent to a public restroom sees a high volume of foot traffic. After Zhang Xiaofei fell into unconsciousness, many individuals passed by, resulting in a chaotic mix of footprints that yield no useful information. A chill crept into Ling Huaizhi's heart. As someone from the public security sector, he couldn't help but wonder whether Chen Hongjuan's unfortunate indiscretion had attracted a more formidable criminal gang. This fool, with his incompetence, either played a game he couldn't win or fell victim to a cunning trap. Ling Huaizhi's thoughts spiraled, even reflecting on Aunt Ma's words about fate. Could it be that this money was destined for Xiao Lu all along, and by withholding it, they were doomed to lose it anyway? The case is straightforward, Ling Yujiao. Indignant about the substantial bride price, vented to Chen Hongjun. Chen Hongjun and Yao Zuelan then hatched a scheme, gathering individuals to ambush and rob Zhao Shouhua along her route to the bank. The following morning, Zhang Xiaofei, having been knocked unconscious, awoke in the hospital. He recounted it. It was a burly man in red clothing, quite tall. Probably half a head taller than me. Given Zhang Xiaofei's height of 1.72 meters. The assailant would stand at least 1.78 meters, nearing 1.80 meters, indeed, a robust figure. Yan Jin forbade his subordinates from speculating, but one ventured, Chief. This individual bears a resemblance to the rapist from the Guanyin Bridge area. The description then also mentioned a burly man in red. Could it be the same person? Based on Zhang Xiaofei's account, the robber and the Guanyin Bridge rapist did indeed share striking similarities. After a moment's deliberation, Yan Jin instructed. Then let's begin by staking out the Guanyin Bridge rapist. Near Guanyin Bridge, Huang Jiqiang, carrying a hoe and wearing a simple expression, greeted a young woman from his village, fifth brother's wife, you're working in the field so soon after your marriage? The young woman found his smile unsettling. Elders described this second uncle as an honest man, but she couldn't shake the feeling that his gaze was unnerving. As a new bride, however, she hesitated to voice her concerns about her husband's village folk. She lowered her head, offered no response, and hurried home. Huang Jiqiang squinted at her retreating figure, licking his chapped lips, nearly colliding with the village secretary, who was riding a bicycle. What are you staring at? The village secretary asked, displeased. The smile on Huang Jiqiang's face grew even more rustic. Uncle, where are you returning from? Why do you seem so hurried? The village secretary braked abruptly, causing his bicycle chain to fall off. As he crouched down to fix it, he said casually, there's a rapist in the vicinity of Guanyin Bridge. Word has it that the higher-ups want to make an example of him, so I've been tasked with organizing the village militia to patrol diligently. If we spot any suspicious individuals, we must report them promptly. Damn it, I don't know which bastard managed to offend a big shot in the Public Security Bureau. That son of a turtle couldn't control his pants, he's definitely doomed this time. Huang Jiqiang, who was helping him, froze momentarily. Uncle, a rapist. How did a rapist offend someone important? The village secretary didn't notice the peculiarity in his tone and continued to fiddle with the pedal. How would I know? When those higher-ups do things, who would explain it so clearly? Oh, right, your boy is still young. Come to the village tonight to register for the patrol. That evening, the village secretary gathered the manpower, but Huang Jiqiang didn't show up. He didn't think much of it. After all, Huang had a large family with limited manpower, so he might be temporarily unable to leave. The next day, the village secretary was summoned to the township and severely reprimanded by the higher-level leaders. How did we instruct you? The most important thing in conveying the order was confidentiality. Yet, the first thing you did upon returning to the village was to tell the rapist, the higher-ups are coming to arrest you, you'd better run, or it'll be too late. Huang Yaozhong. Are you intentionally harboring a criminal from your own clan? Village Secretary Huang Yaozhong was utterly bewildered. Secretary, what do you mean? Who's the rapist? When have I ever seen him? The village party secretary, visibly irritated, remarked, it's Huang Jiqiang from your village. This morning, the police station produced a sketch and went to his home, only to find he had vanished. He heard your warning about the impending arrest and fled under cover of night. The village secretary, Huang Yaozhong, stood frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. Secretary. Could there be a mistake? Jiqiang, he is such an honest man, how could he possibly be a rapist? The secretary scoffed. Do you think this village secretary knows nothing about the people in the village? It's quite evident you are unfit for your role. Huang Jiqiang is a habitual offender. He has victimized numerous women from other towns at Guanyin Bridge, and your village has not been spared. Several elderly women in the village have suffered at his hands. And even his own daughter. This is something you should discreetly investigate. Huang Jiqiang, outwardly honest and trustworthy, preyed upon timid women who valued their reputation, managing to deceive everyone, evading detection even during the severe crackdowns of previous years. Had it not been for his involvement in a robbery case linked to the daughter-in-law of a certain department head in the municipal police, he might never have caught the attention of law enforcement. With Huang Jiqiang on the run, the trail had once again gone cold. Where had the money truly gone? Chapter 60, Who was the harbinger of misfortune? The atmosphere in the Ling household was unprecedentedly somber. For the first time in her life, Ling Yujiao had been struck by Ling Huaizhi. Covering her face, too enraged to utter a word, she quietly wept as she retreated to her room. Outside, old lady Ling was berating, even a dog knows to guard the home, yet, the people we raise have become ungrateful traitors. Alas! What transgressions did my ancestors commit to warrant such ungrateful offspring? They pilfer from our home, and when we seek restitution, their actions are reclassified as robbery. If we cease providing them with funds, will they resort to murder? Zhao Shouhua interjected, unable to bear it any longer. Mother, your words are excessive. Yu Jiao is but a child, she bears no responsibility for this matter. Your veiled accusations are as if you wish the whole world to hear. Ling old madam's anger surged forth, I will berate her as I please. I will not only berate her but also you. I will point my finger and curse you. You accursed, ill-fated wretch. I explicitly stated that the money was for Zile, yet you insisted on keeping it for yourself. Now, see what has become of it. It has all been deposited with outsiders. Zhao, are you in league with those hoodlums? Deliberately plotting to seize the Ling family's wealth to subsidize your maiden family and your nephew? Zhao Shouhua, unable to stomach the old madam's insults, cast down her chopsticks. Ling Huaizhi, are you content to watch your mother bully me to death? Ling Huaizhi, his patience exhausted, retorted, if you cannot endure it, then leave. I have come to realize that as long as the Chen family is present, we shall never know a day of peace. Zhao Xiaozue silently shoveled rice into her mouth, scarcely daring to breathe. The usually domineering Ling Yulong had been subdued by the old madam in recent days, refraining from causing trouble. The old madam's reasoning was simple. She cherished her grandson, but a grandson who disrespects his elders and only favors his mother is of no consequence to her. She has many grandsons, and one less makes no difference. Inside the room, Ling Yujiao leaned against the door, weeping, her face buried in her hands. How could their once harmonious life have deteriorated so rapidly since Ling Huail's return? All these incidents transpired following Ling Huail's return. Ever since her arrival, the household has been plagued by incessant quarrels, thefts, and now, even robbery, all stemming from Ling Huail's presence. Comprehending this connection, Ling Yujiao abruptly flung open the door, exclaiming, Dad! Mom! Don't you find the recent events exceedingly peculiar? Taken aback by her audacity after enduring such harsh scolding from old Madame Ling, everyone was momentarily stunned. Ling Yujiao pointed towards Ling Huailv and asserted, Dad, ever since she came back, you and Mom have been constantly arguing. Money has been stolen from the house. And then there was the robbery. Don't you think all of this is because of Ling Huailv? Zhao Shouhua instantly seized upon this as leverage, vehemently denouncing Ling Huaizhi. I knew she was a jinx. We were living peacefully before, but ever since she returned, there hasn't been a single day of tranquility in this house. Old Ling. You've watched Hongjun and Jiao Jiao grow up, they've been here for nearly a decade without incident. Why is it that as soon as she comes back, so many things go wrong? Doesn't that strike you as odd? Ling Huaizhi also felt that something was amiss. Indeed, since Ling Huaizhi's return, the household had descended into chaos. A stark contrast to the previous peace and order. Ling Huaizhi remained silent, her eyes reddening as she rose and retreated to her room. Zhao Shouhua continued her lament. Old Ling, search your conscience. Before she came back, when did Hongjun ever steal from the family? Why is it that as soon as she returns, Hongjun is both stealing and robbing, as if he's become a different person? Ling Yujiao declared emphatically, exactly, Dad. Think about it carefully. She's been away from home for 10 years, living in the countryside. She must harbor resentment towards you and Mom. She's definitely behind all of this. Deliberately trying to harm my brother. Before the words could even escape old Madame Ling's lips, afflicted with a fever blister at the corner of her mouth, Ling Hualu had already prepared a small satchel. She bowed deeply to the couple, saying, Father, Mother. I am aware that, not having been raised in your presence, I am not dear to your hearts. At times, I find myself perplexed as to why my biological mother favors my cousins, yet holds no affection for me. Buddha teaches that all things in this world are governed by fate, perhaps my karmic connection with you both is too tenuous. You are correct. It is since my return that unrest has plagued this household. It is I who led Hongjun to steal from the family, I who incited him to rob you. And I who goaded him into striking father. All of this is my doing, and I shall now seek out Captain Yan to confess. Ling Yujiao, with triumphant elation, exclaimed. Father, did you hear that? It was her doing, she confessed. Ling Wenhua seized a plate from the table and hurled it at Ling Yujiao, splattering her with its contents. Zhao Shouhua, aghast, cried out, Old Ling, have you lost your mind? Ling Wenhua, clutching his chest in pain, pointed at the two, retorting, Lost my mind? Have your brains been devoured by dogs? Enraged, old Madame Ling grabbed a feather duster and began to strike Zhao Shouhua, exclaiming, I'll beat you to death. You who cannot discern right from wrong. You call yourself a teacher? You cannot even navigate your own life, yet you presume to instruct others? Is there anything more foolish than you? Truly, you are both foolish and malicious. To force Ling Hualu to confess at this moment, absolving your nephew. What will Captain Yan think? If Yan Jin learns of this, will not the Pei family also become aware? Will this marriage still proceed? Instantly, chaos erupted within the house, with even Ling Yujiao receiving several blows, causing her to leap about in pain. Ling Huailu insisted on leaving. Father, I have come to realize that you do not care for me at all. Whenever something goes awry, it is always placed upon my shoulders. As long as I remain in this household, I am burdened with all its misfortunes. My frail health cannot bear this weight, I shall take my leave. As for the marriage with the Pei family, there are plenty of young women in our family, Sister Yu Jiao, Sister Xiaoxi Yui, and even Sister Jinping from my aunt's family. There is no shortage of girls here, and I shall not impose upon you any further. Ling Wenhai shouted angrily, What nonsense is this? At such a time, you are still being unreasonable and causing trouble. If Ling Yujiao is foolish, must you also follow suit? You are my flesh and blood, how could I not trust you? Your mother may be confused, but she is still your mother. As a daughter, you cannot measure everything against her. Is there a family without its quarrels? Must every little matter be calculated? If so, can we still call ourselves a family? Ling Huailu covered her mouth, weeping bitterly, but father. No other mother would ever accuse her daughter of being a thief or a robber. Ling Wenhai, panting with anger, glared at Zhao Shouhua, feeling as though his wife was regressing with each passing day. Old Madame Ling hurriedly pulled Ling Huailu into the room, comforting her, Silly child, your mother may be thoughtless, but both your father and I cherish you dearly. Do not be afraid, my dear. Soon, you will marry into the Pei family and live happily with young Pei. Infuriating that vile Chen. Ling Huailu leaned against the old lady's embrace, crying inconsolably, feeling utterly wronged. That night, she entered her secret space, secured the 6,000 yuan, and then set fire to her red coat, reducing it to ashes. Dream of a peaceful life? How naive. She, Ling Huailu, was the storm that would disrupt this household. She feared not the dissolution of her family, nor did she care for the ill-fated title bestowed upon her by Zhao Xiuhua. The perplexity surrounding the Ling family is truly confounding, imbued with an air of the uncanny. Chapter 61, A Match Made in Heaven. After much effort, Huang Jiqiang finally uncovered a glimmer of a lead, only to flee in haste. As he scoured the area in search of Huang Jiqiang, tracing his whereabouts, the unfortunate man dashed across the railway tracks, only to be tragically struck by an oncoming train, his body shattered into fragments, limbs scattered, and his head reduced to mere pulp. In his final moments, as his soul departed, he recalled the prophecy of the celestial maiden, who had foretold his peril in the city and advised him to flee north to preserve his life. She had warned him against gazing upon women during his journey, lest he invite calamity. Yet, he had succumbed to temptation, captivated by the beauty of a girl who smiled at him from a distance. In that fleeting moment of distraction, his pursuers caught up to him. Without a second thought, he stepped onto the tracks, oblivious to the train that would arrive with such tragic timing. Upon the news of his demise, many expressed their approval, some even presenting banners to the Public Security Bureau, lauding them as the people's commendable guardians. However, Yan Jin found it difficult to muster a smile while holding the banner. After all, Huang Jiqiang was merely a suspect, and the true nature of the money remained a mystery. The Huang family, impoverished and desolate, did not share the village's elevated opinion of him. They were indifferent, shunning any mention of his name, and upon hearing of his death, they wept tears of joy. Yan Jin felt that his professional integrity was under scrutiny. If he could not handle minor cases effectively, how could he ever tackle more significant ones in the future? That little wife of his, whom I have seen before, is a delicate and lovely girl. Alas, she is neglected by her grandmother, unloved by her uncle, and treated as invisible by her parents. Pitifully worse off than a cabbage raised by a cruel stepmother. Ah, concerning this marriage, if you are discontent, the elderly lady has taken it upon herself to arrange it, and the young girl lacks the autonomy to make her own decisions. Do not, however, wear a perpetual frown that might intimidate the poor girl. It is strictly forbidden to linger in Pei Guanchen's small courtyard, incessantly chattering about Ling Huaizhi. Pei Guanchen, with a hardbound notebook filled with an array of symbols, numbers, and letters, is reportedly studying advanced mathematics. It is strictly forbidden for Yan Jin, who has no love for books, having transitioned from military service straight to the police station, to be utterly oblivious to such matters. Is it possible that the feng shui of the Ling family is flawed? Yan Jin, plucking a peach and wiping it on his clothing, remarked while munching, ever since that young lady returned, our household has been beset by a series of misfortunes, leading even a staunch believer in science like myself to nearly embrace metaphysics. He devoured the peach rapidly, finishing it in just a few bites, reaching for another when Pei Guanchen halted him. Too many peaches can be harmful, moderation is key. Yan Jin, astonished, looked at him and said, "Brother, are you genuinely concerned for my well-being?" He glanced skyward, observing that no crimson rain fell, nor did the sun rise from the west. "Why have you suddenly taken an interest in my health?" "Fear not, my stomach is as resilient as iron, I could consume 10 without ill effect. However, this peach is indeed delightful, crisp, sweet, and juicy." Pei Guanchen paused his writing, his beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. "No more eating." Yan Jin, feeling disheartened, protested, Were not you just worried about me? Is it that you wish for me to refrain from your peaches?" "Just one." "No. Merely 2 peaches, Xiao Guan. Must you be so miserly? Besides, these peaches of yours fruit and fall year after year. You neither partake of them yourself nor allow others to. Don't you think it's a waste?" Pei Guanchen remained silent, continuing to calculate with his head bowed. Yan Jin sat beside him, muttering like a young wife, "Speak to me. Speak to me. Don't ignore me. Guan, it's not that I'm saying, but with your taciturn and dull nature, girls won't fancy you. You should learn from me. Always smiling at everyone, and girls will feel cheerful just looking at you." Regardless of what he said, Pei Guanchen was immersed in his own thoughts, treating him like air, without the slightest response. Yan Jin deflated and stood up, "Stingy. You won't even give me a peach to eat, don't expect me to keep you company in the future." Just as he was about to leave, Pei Guanchen handed him a small note with the books and materials he needed written on it. Yan Jin grinned, "See. You still have to ask your brother for help. Tell me, can I have a peach to eat?" Pei Guanchen's pen scratched across the paper. Yan Jin was exasperated. Glancing at the green and reddish peaches on the tree, I'll just wait for all your peaches to rot on the ground this year. With bugs and flies all over the yard. Don't expect me to help you clean up then. Humph. He angrily stuffed the note into his shirt pocket, stretched out his long legs, and rode away on his bicycle. Pei Guanchen looked up, sunlight dappling his face through the lush foliage. He squinted against the sun, able to clearly see the fine fuzz on the peaches in the sunlight. How many batches of peaches had there been? This peach tree, it seemed, was planted by his grandfather the year his leg was broken. For 6 years, the peach tree had burgeoned from a sapling into a grand tree, its boughs now casting a verdant shade over a corner of the courtyard. The tree transformed from bearing a scattering of blossoms in the spring to a resplendent profusion of flowers on its branches, culminating in a bountiful harvest of fruit in the height of summer. In these 6 years, his father's son from his remarriage had reached the tender age of 4. His maternal aunt's daughter, it was said, was now 5 years old. Even the once infantile girl from the Ling family had blossomed into a graceful young woman. All things were in a state of flux, save for him, who remained unchanged, a veritable cipher. Yet, the venerable Mrs. Su still held a deep affection for her grandson. With considerable effort, she sought far and wide, eventually securing the services of a numerologist to ascertain the compatibility of horoscopes. Since the campaign against old customs, diviners of any repute had become wary of public attention. Without a personal referral, they would scarcely acknowledge an inquiry. Mr. Zhai, an elder who had made his name as a geomancer and physiognomist before liberation, owed his life to his swift concealment during those turbulent times. As he trundled away at his sewing machine, mending garments, he declared, "These horoscopes are exceptionally auspicious, an exquisite match made in heaven. The male is of the element of metal, the female of water, their natal charts flourishing. Verily, they are destined to dwell in opulence, their coffers overflowing, their fortunes blessed. Moreover, their progeny will be abundant, their descendants wise and accomplished, each a luminary in their own right. The 5th day of the 7th lunar month, when the golden chest is ascendant, is propitious for matrimony." He cautioned, "Alas, I am but a humble tailor, mending clothes for a meager living. Good woman, I implore you, do not disseminate these superstitious beliefs abroad." Mrs. Su was overjoyed by these pronouncements. She had not anticipated that the children's horoscopes would be so harmonious, and she was particularly gratified by the promise of a flourishing progeny. Oh, heavens be praised, her deepest desire was to see her grandson with a child of his own. The granddaughter who accompanied her scoffed, "Grandma, don't listen to that old codger's nonsense about having many children and a prosperous family. We have family planning now. Each family can only have one child. No matter how capable the 5th brother is, he can't violate national policy and have more." Old Mrs. Su playfully slapped her granddaughter's arm and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense. Old Zhai is formidable. If he says there will be sons and daughters, then it must be so." The granddaughter pouted and muttered, No matter how skilled a fortune teller is, can he override national policy?" Mrs. Su was pleased with her granddaughter-in-law, Ling Huaizhi. She later had someone measure Ling Huaizhi's figure and secured a few deals for old Zhai, considering his help in matching their horoscopes. Although there would be no wedding banquet, the Pei family provided everything that was due, which was gradually delivered to the Ling family. Zhao Shouhua, who had been ill for a long time, had reddened eyes once more. Chapter 62, Old Mrs. Ling confronts Zhao Shouhua. It was said that the courtyard where Pei Guanchen resided was bequeathed by his maternal grandfather. It was a small courtyard with 3 rooms and a living room, including a separate bathroom, which was much more spacious than their house. The courtyard allowed for planting flowers and vegetables, and outside the courtyard gate, within the communal compound, there was a small vegetable garden belonging to the Pei family. In a city where land was precious, it was bound to incite envy. This would not have been so bad if they hadn't already possessed a television, washing machine, and refrigerator. What truly ignited Zhao Shouhua's envy was that the Pei family had not only provided Ling Huaizhi with a gold necklace, earrings, and ring, but also purchased a brand new flying pigeon bicycle for Ling Huaizhi. The bicycle's frame was green, and the handlebars were gleaming, almost dazzling to the eye. A butterfly brand sewing machine, a towering oscillating fan, a cassette player, and custom-made wardrobes and desks. The bedding was all brand new, enough to last the couple for at least a decade without needing replenishment. Even the pots, pans, and the broom were replaced, demonstrating the Pei family's high regard for Ling Hualu. In Su Laotai's words, when a new bride enters, everything in the courtyard must be new, so that my grandson can have a fresh start. Old Ling Huaizhi needs to care for Xiao Pei, and it's not convenient for her to ride out. How about leaving the bicycle behind? Yulong is getting older, and he can ride it himself when he goes out, right? And she has too much bedding. Young people don't know how to cherish things. Do you think she'll just? Ling Laotai handed the gift list to Ling Huaizhi. I can't read. You're educated. So take a look and see which items we can keep without the Pei family noticing. Let's try to keep as much as we can. That way. Not only will Ling Yulong have enough when he grows up and gets married, but even Ling Yujiao won't need to prepare a separate dowry when she gets married. Zhao Shouhua was delighted. The old woman had finally said something sensible. Ling Huaizhi carefully examined the gift list and turned to glare at Zhao Shouhua. Some stepmothers pretend to be real mothers, but you, a real mother, are determined to make people think you're a stepmother, aren't you? Zhao Shouhua was stunned, not understanding why he had suddenly turned hostile. Old Ling, you. Ling Laotai mocked with a semblance of a smile. You truly possess a knack for scheming. The Pei family has already tidied their abode and arranged various items meticulously. Once those items are relocated, their designated positions are preordained. When the two families convene, should anything be amiss, will it be a disgrace to Xiao Lu or her father? The Pei family, being of noble lineage, conducts affairs with great precision. Every purchase and its cost are meticulously documented. Ostensibly, this is to trace any lost or damaged items in the future, but who knows if it is also a precaution against meddling relatives. Zhao Shouhua was unwilling to concede. Surely, these large items cannot be tampered with, but can we not retain some gold and silver ornaments? Ling Laotai, her hand itching to strike, retorted, your aspirations are rather fanciful. The new bride, upon entering the household, will be expected to serve tea to her kin. And she will be devoid of adornments. Do you suppose the Pei family believes the new bride despises their gifts, or that you, as her mother, have instilled some other teachings? Ling Huaizhi inhaled deeply, securing the list of gifts before fixing his gaze upon Zhao Shouhua. These items belong to Xiao Lu. Should you dare to tarnish her reputation, you may as well abandon your own life, and return whence you came. Ling Yujiao was consumed by jealousy, driven nearly to madness. Why should this be? Ling Huailu was merely a rustic girl. What merit did she possess to garner such esteem from the Pei family? Throughout her life, having attended numerous weddings, she had never witnessed a bridal dowry as opulent as that bestowed upon Ling Huailu. The marriage to the Pei family, aside from the unfortunate circumstance of Pei Guanchen's disability, was devoid of any discernible flaw. The generosity of the Pei family was overwhelmingly lavish, to the point of inciting madness among onlookers. The presence of a bride price necessitates a dowry, otherwise, what would others say? Ling Huaizhi turned to Zhao Shouhua, inquiring, what are your plans for Xiao Lu's dowry? Zhao Shouhua's expression instantly soured. Old Ling, our family is financially depleted. The little savings we had, I intended to consolidate and deposit in the bank. Now, we can barely afford our daily sustenance, waiting for your salary. Where would we find the means to prepare a dowry? Besides, the Pei family has already contributed significantly. What difference does it make whether we provide anything or not? Given the Pei family's generous offering, is it your intention to contribute nothing and perhaps even reserve some for your nephew and niece? Ling Huaizhi's fists clenched as he stood abruptly, radiating an aura that suggested he might resort to violence at any moment. Ling Hailu quickly intervened, Father, please do not be angry. It doesn't matter to me, you must not distress yourself, nor should you neglect my little brother. The 1,000 yuan I contributed, I shall forego. Let it remain with the family. As for bedding and crockery, Mother can keep whatever she deems necessary, there is plenty to go around. I have no need for a dowry, I could survive on the simplest fare in the countryside. What kind of life can't be lived? Things are already quite favorable. Ling Huaizhi felt a pang of sorrow, but the circumstances were beyond his control. The family truly lacked funds. Granny Ling held Ling Hailu's hand. Good child. Your grandmother has not loved you in vain. Rest assured, when our fortunes improve, your father will make it up to you. If he fails to acknowledge this matter in the future, your grandmother will seek justice for you. Yes, as long as our family is well, I am content with anything. Ling Hailu's profound understanding of familial bonds rendered even the critical Zhao Shouhua speechless. Ling Huaizhi promptly assured, Xiao Lu, rest assured. Your father will undoubtedly ensure you are well taken care of in the future. Ling Huailu nodded in acknowledgement. The lost money could not be reclaimed, and life must continue. Perhaps the Pei family had granted the Ling family sufficient face, which brought a semblance of joy to Ling Huaizhi, who could not resist indulging in a couple of drinks that evening. Zhao Shouhua also felt elated. She had taken note of the 2 satin quilt covers that were quite exquisite, deciding to set them aside for Ling Yujiao. With the shadows of their past sorrows lifted, the family soon drifted into slumber. Ling Huailu lay in bed, listening to her grandmother engaging her in idle conversation from below. "Lu, your father truly cares for you. Despite the family's financial struggles, he has sought loans from your uncle and aunt to provide you with a dowry. As you know, your uncle and aunt are mere farmers, struggling to make ends meet, so their savings are meager. That pink shirt and those sandals were gifts from your aunt, though your uncle did not contribute clothing. He entrusted me with 100 yuan for you. Xiao Lu, remember the kindness of your uncle and aunt." Ling Huailu lay there with her eyes wide open, her gaze icy as she nonchalantly replied, "Grandmother, I remember well. My memory is sharp. I will never forget those who have treated me well, including my parents, my uncle, and my aunt. Their kindness is etched in my mind for eternity." How could she possibly forget? They were akin to mercenaries, ready to squeeze the last drop of bone oil from her. Such relatives were unforgettable. "Just remember," Ling Laotai murmured, her eyelids growing heavier, before she unintentionally drifted into sleep. Before dawn broke the next day, Ling Laotai was abruptly awakened by Zhao Shouhua's piercing scream. What could have happened now? The venerable Mrs. Ling retorted with ill humor. Chapter 63, Zhao Shouhua's alarming encounter. Upon recognizing Zhao Shouhua, a startlement seized her. She exclaimed, "Have you been haunted by a specter?" Zhao Shouhua's hair had inexplicably fallen out. Not in the manner of a deliberate shaving, but rather in erratic patches, tufts detaching from her scalp. The fallen strands left a repulsive, moth-eaten appearance, akin to Tinea capitis. Ling Huaizhi, equally aghast, had recently become more susceptible to believing in the supernatural. Could this be a manifestation of the spectral barber's work? Zhao Xiaozue nearly dropped the basin she held, trembling as she turned to observe Ling Wei. This must assuredly be the doing of the woman in crimson. The notion of soliciting funds from Ling Wei evaporated before she could utter a word. "Report it to the authorities, old Ling. We must alert the police," Zhao Shouhua implored, clutching at Ling Wenhai's arm. Ling Wenhai, with a dismissive gesture, shook her off. "Report what? Do you seek to further shame this household? Either shave your head entirely and claim a scalp ailment, or conceal it beneath a hat. Cease this disgraceful display." Zhao Shouhua wept, a mournful sound escaping her lips, and she opened her mouth to berate Ling Wei. Ling Wei, seeking refuge behind Mrs. Ling, murmured, "It is hardly my fault. I sleep above. And if even the slightest disturbance were to occur, surely grandmother would be aware, would she not?" Mrs. Ling patted Ling Wei's hand, reassuring her, before glaring at Zhao Shouhua. "Little Green has barely been wedded. Should you dare to utter falsehoods and tarnish her reputation, I cannot vouch for my son's actions regarding divorce. But I shall assuredly cast you out, you calamity." Overwhelmed, Zhao Shouhua burst into inconsolable sobs. Despite the absence of a formal banquet for Ling Wei's wedding, the Pei and Ling families were still expected to gather for a meal. The prospect of facing others with her hair loss, especially in the sweltering heat, filled her with dread. Hearing the commotion, the wife of old Feng from across the hall brought over some porridge and steamed buns. "It's hard to believe that Zhao, who was once such a spirited woman, is now constantly embroiled in disputes," she remarked. Old Feng took a sip of his porridge and picked up a morsel of pickled vegetables. "They say that after the founding of New China, old superstitions no longer hold sway. However, I can't help but feel that their family's fortunes have declined since the birth of their youngest son. Wife, do you think their Yulong might be ill-fated, bringing misfortune upon the Ling family?" Upon hearing this, old Feng's wife moved her stool closer to her husband, fanning him as she whispered, "Didn't an elderly woman visit the Ling household last month?" Zhao claimed she was a relative from the countryside. "However, I overheard Aunt Lu saying that she wasn't a relative at all, but a renowned sorceress." Apparently, Zhao believed that Zile was cursed and wanted the sorceress to examine her. But upon seeing Zile, the sorceress declared that she was destined for greatness, while their precious Jiao Jiao had an unyielding fate. When Zhao inquired about Yulong, the sorceress bluntly refused, implying that it was better left unsaid. "What do you make of that?" Feng Xiaohong, who had broken off half of her steamed bun, squeezed between her parents and interjected. I know about this. It's said that Ling Yujiao is destined to bring misfortune to her parents, an ill-fated star. while sister Zile is destined to be a phoenix. That's why Zhao is so upset. Mother, you must be aware of the circumstances surrounding Zile's birth. Is she truly teacher Zhao's biological daughter? Old Fang's wife lightly struck her daughter and said, hurry up and eat your meal before heading to school. Stop concerning yourself with such matters and focus on your studies. Why are you always inquiring about these things? Feng Xiaohong muttered, I'm not the one who brought it up. It was Zhao Xiaozui from their family. Old Feng smacked his lips and remarked, well, it seems Zile is destined for a fortunate life. Otherwise, how could she have married Director Pei's son? Fortunate life, my foot. Granny Feng, while holding her grandson, was also discussing the matter with her daughter-in-law. Can you believe those people? For the sake of the man's career, they actually married their daughter to a cripple. What kind of parents would do that? Her son, with a towel draped over his shoulder and wearing only shorts, approached and said, Mom, stop talking about them. Teacher Zhao keeps saying you sold your daughter. If you keep bringing this up, people will start talking about my second sister's situation again. Upon hearing this, Granny Feng became agitated and thrust her grandson into her daughter-in-law's arms. That Zhao woman just twists the truth and spreads rumors. And you're echoing her nonsense, are you? That year, during the heavy snow, your second sister was abandoned at our doorstep by her own mother. She cried for half the night, and your father, unable to bear it, brought her in and raised her alongside your third sister. I never liked her from the start, but even so, I never deprived her of food. She had everything your third sister had, and I didn't stop her from going to school either. But she, on the other hand, didn't appreciate her education and insisted on being with that hooligan. What is Sun Yudong? Everyone in the surrounding villages knows. Only she was blind and insisted on marrying him, even if it meant dying. After nurturing her for so many years, I am now accused of disrupting a pair of lovebirds. What is wrong with me accepting the betrothal gifts? Having supported her for 18 years, it seems only just that I receive compensation. In the future, let her not set foot across the threshold of our home. As I grow old and immobile, I shall not be the one to cling desperately to her. Every time she recalls this matter, Madame Feng feels a surge of indignation. She indeed favors her son, who is the fruit of her labor after bearing 2 daughters. How could she not show preference? Yet, despite her bias, she has not deprived her daughters of food, clothing, or education. They were encouraged to pursue their studies. And she would even sell her blood to support the one who excelled. Although she is an uneducated woman, she harbors deep envy for the learned. And her greatest hopes were pinned on her second daughter. Who could have foreseen that after graduating from junior high, she would become entangled with a ne'er-do-well, resulting in an unplanned pregnancy, and allowing herself to be manipulated? This brought disgrace to the fiercely proud Madame Feng. After demanding an exorbitant bride price, she severed all ties with her second daughter. Seeing the fury in Madame Feng's eyes, her daughter-in-law hastily intervened, saying, Mother, do not let him trouble you. He simply lacks the gift of words. We know your goodness, and so do elder sister and third sister. Just yesterday, elder sister called to say she would bring the little one to see you during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Madame Feng wiped her eyes and retrieved a neatly packed bag. You are alone at school, balancing classes, and cooking can be inconvenient. I have prepared some spiced dried vegetables for you. You can mix them directly with rice. This jar contains meat sauce. Be discreet while enjoying it, as it requires considerable meat. Eat the eggs on your journey, do not hesitate, for they do not keep well. With a gentle kiss on her child, the daughter-in-law accepted the carefully packed bag from Madame Feng. Mother, I will leave the household matters in your capable hands. Farewell. Little darling, crooned the old woman, cradling the infant as she bid her daughter-in-law adieu. Turning, her gaze fell upon Zhao Shouhua, adorned with a woolen cap. Well, if it isn't teacher Zhao, off to work, are we? She drawled. Zhao Shouhua, however, was in no mood for pleasantries. Bereft of a summer hat, she was eager to procure one from the department store upon its opening, lest she be mistaken for a lunatic. Disregarding her household chores, the old woman hastened into Granny Lu's abode. Old Lu, she began, do you reckon Zhao Shouhua's mind has taken a turn for the worse? Chapter 64, a courtyard ablaze with rumors. Did you SB teacher Zhao donning a hat this morn? Indeed, what of it? A rash, I say. Ah, a case of ringworm. What's that? Teacher Zhao's ringworm is contagious, you say? A contagious disease, you ask? Shall we sprinkle lime, then? In a trice. The rumor of Zhao Shouhua's affliction with a contagious disease had spread throughout the building, unknown only to the Ling family. As Ling Yujiao emerged, she found her neighbors holding their noses, wary of approaching too closely. Ling Huaizhi, observing the neighbor's demeanor, was reminded of a similar episode from her past. The difference lay in the fact that she, not Zhao Shouhua, had been the subject of the infectious disease rumor. The rumor, propagated by Zhao Shouhua herself, alleged that she had contracted a venereal disease through illicit affairs with men. She is my own flesh and blood, true enough, Zhao Shouhua had lamented, but a daughter, once grown, is beyond control. She picked up some unsavory habits in the countryside, behaving as though she cannot live without a man. She frolics with disreputable men day in and day out, and my words fall on deaf ears. To discipline her with blows is out of the question, for she is already of age. What is a mother to do? Aside from providing financial assistance for her medical care, what recourse did she have but to potentially incarcerate her own flesh and blood? Despite her disobedience, severing familial ties was simply not an option. Zhao Shouhua lamented her plight to anyone who would listen, portraying herself as a long-suffering mother who had relentlessly driven Ling Huaizhi to the brink. Subsequently, even while walking down the street, hoodlums would accost her, declaring, "Your mother claims you have an insatiable appetite for men and cannot function without them. How about I? As a gesture of goodwill, offer myself to you and provide you with unparalleled pleasure?" Ling Huaizhi later retaliated against Zhao Shouhua, inflicting upon her a thorough torment. A consequence of the excruciating suffering she had endured at the hands of that woman throughout her previous existence. Zhao Shouhua's recent conduct, characterized by trivial incidents and disturbances, had incurred the displeasure of the school's leadership. Out of options, she hastily acquired a summer sun hat upon the department store's opening and proceeded to the school. During class, fueled by her pent-up resentment, she seized upon a pretext to discipline a male student. It is important to note that during this era, school enrollment ages were not standardized. Consequently, within the same first-grade class, one might encounter children ranging from 6 to 7 years old, or even 8 to 9 years old. The occasional appearance of a 12 or 13-year-old child was not uncommon. The educational system had been disrupted for a considerable period, and parents lacked a comprehensive understanding of education. They did not prioritize their children's attendance at school. Occasionally, village officials and representatives from the Women's Federation would engage in various forms of ideological persuasion, and for reasons unknown, a parent would suddenly become enlightened and agree to send their older children to school. In Zhao Shouhua's third-grade class, there was a boy who was already 13 years old. It was rumored that one day, while his father was delivering grain and struggling to calculate the number of loads, the boy suddenly computed the total, astonishing the staff. Upon the father's return, he recounted the day's events to his wife. After some deliberation, they entertained the notion that their son might possess a latent genius, and thus resolved to enroll him in school. The boy demonstrated academic aptitude, yet his mischievous nature was equally pronounced. Harboring a persistent discontent with Zhao Shouhua, he noticed her arrival at work adorned with a hat, piquing his curiosity and inciting an irresistible urge to act. Seizing an opportune moment while Zhao Shouhua was engrossed in grading assignments, he swiftly removed her hat. Alas, this seemingly innocuous act unleashed unforeseen consequences. Children, notoriously incapable of keeping secrets, spread the revelation with alacrity. Before the school bell had even rung, the entirety of the student body was privy to Zhao Shouhua's affliction. Some impish children, reveling in the drama, even ventured to Ling Yulong's classroom, tauntingly chanting, "Ling Yulong, your mother is a leper, making you a little leper." These cruel words drove Ling Yulong to inconsolable tears at his desk. By nightfall, the news had not only reached the ears of every child's parents but had also disseminated throughout the neighborhood. Ling Huaizhi rebuked Zhao Shouhua, lamenting, "Couldn't you have been more discreet? With Xiaolu's wedding fast approaching, your actions might jeopardize the union if the Pei family were to discover this." He constantly fretted over Ling Huaizhi's potential faux pas that might invite disdain from the Pei family. Ironically, Ling Huaizhi had conducted himself impeccably, while Zhao Shouhua had repeatedly caused embarrassment, much to his chagrin. As the wedding date drew near, Pei Guanchen, the prospective father-in-law, finally extended an invitation to the Ling family for a formal dinner, marking their official introduction. "Old Ling, as you know, my workplace keeps me quite occupied. In principle, we should have arranged this gathering much earlier, but Pei Guanchen apologized to Ling Huaizhi, raising his glass in a gesture of amends. His ill-tempered and disabled son married a beautiful daughter, which left Pei Guanchen feeling somewhat guilty towards Ling Huaizhi, making him hesitant to confront him directly. As the wedding date approached, it became increasingly awkward for the two families not to sit down together and clarify matters, prompting Pei to muster the courage to meet with Ling Huaizhi. Ling Huaizhi, anxious as well, suspected that the Pei family looked down upon him, which is why they had delayed formal discussions. Now it seemed they had no choice but to proceed. Pei Bureau, what are you saying? We work in the same unit. I am well aware of how busy you are. Pei Guanchen felt even more uncomfortable, as if he were being pressured to marry off a subordinate's daughter. Old Ling. Now that we are in-laws, we should set aside the formalities of the workplace, please just call me Old Pei. The meeting between the two sides was surprisingly harmonious, and they quickly finalized the details of the wedding. As they dispersed, Pei Guanchen expressed his remorse to Ling Huaizhi, saying, Xiao Lu, I apologize for any inconvenience. It's not that your uncle doesn't wish to celebrate this wedding, but it is truly about Xiaoguan. It's nothing. When you have children in the future, the customary respect for the banquet will certainly be honored by your uncle. Ling Huaizhi felt a surge of joy. Pei Guanchen was a man of reputation, and he kept his promises. If Ling Huaizhi were to have children in the future, they would undoubtedly be well taken care of. Upon returning home, Zhao Shouhua asked Ling Huaizhi, although we aren't hosting a banquet, surely my family will send someone, right? The bride's relatives must be acknowledged by the groom's side. Ling Huaizhi scoffed, if your family comes, won't the Ling family relatives also come? If the Pei and Su families send their relatives as well, do you think we can accommodate them at just 10 tables? At that moment, Pei Guanchen, in a fit of displeasure, overturned the table. Whose face do you think was lost in that incident? He dared not provoke Pei Guanchen, for he was a rebellious son who would lash out even at his own father when angered. Ling Huaizhi had long harbored the belief that since Pei Guanchen had broken his leg, his mental state had also deteriorated. However, the Pei family, concerned with their reputation, refrained from revealing that they had a madman amongst them. When the wedding day finally arrived, not only did relatives from the Ling family fail to attend, but even the uncles, aunts, and Pei Guanchen's mother were absent. Elder Su claimed that Pei Guanchen preferred fewer guests, but in reality, it was his mother, Su Lijun, who was discontented. This marriage had been arranged by you. Whether Xiaoguan liked it or not was uncertain, but as for me, I certainly do not approve. Let us make do for now, and once there are children in the future, we can remedy it then. Elder Su pondered that the betrothal gifts from the Pei family were substantial. Even without a banquet, it was sufficient to honor Ling Huaizhi, so she dismissed the matter lightly. On the day of the wedding, Ling Huaizhi's elder and second uncles did arrive, while her eldest aunt was represented by Lu Jinping. When she beheld the long line of betrothal gifts, she was left utterly astonished. Chapter 65, The Wedding. When had the Pei family ever been so generous? In her dreams, the Pei family had only provided her with 2 sets of clothing, along with 1,000 yuan in cash gifts, 3 pieces of furniture, and 2 sets of bedding. In her dreams, she had seemed so excited and joyful, but compared to what lay before her now, what did that count for? She glanced at the elated Ling Huaizhi and wondered if it was because he was his biological daughter that he felt emboldened to demand such extravagant gifts from the Pei family. Humph. Indeed, there is an undeniable distinction in the bond of blood. She often speaks of the great favor her mother has shown to her uncle, treating her as if she were her own daughter. Ling Huaizhi's gown is custom-tailored, a resplendent red that cascades to her ankles, adorned with the trendy puff sleeves of the season. While others may appear robust in similar attire, Ling Huaizhi's slender figure remains unchanged, despite spending time at the Ling residence. Her complexion has only grown fairer, and she has not gained the desired fullness, as time has been too short. A black leather belt cinches her waist, accentuating her delicate silhouette. Although the matriarch had hoped to have her made up, Ling Huaizhi firmly declined upon seeing the ghastly pallor that resembled a corpse. Fortunately, the hairstylist possessed commendable skills, deftly arranging her hair and adorning it with a red plastic bridal flower. When this youthful maiden, clad in her striking red dress, stood before Pei Guanchen, she resembled a delicate blossom unexpectedly blooming in the bleakness of winter. On the groom's side, the matriarch presiding over the proceedings today is Pei Guanchen's second aunt, Fang Shumi. Unlike Ling Huaizhi, Pei Guanchen had enlisted in the military at a young age, participating in several battles, which delayed his marriage. Consequently, he was the last to wed in the family. After marriage, Su Lijun's health was frail, and it took several years of care before Pei Guanchen was born. Thus, although Pei Guanchen is the eldest son of the Pei family, his son is the youngest. Fang Shumi, with her round face, exudes warmth and charm when she smiles. She takes Ling Huaizhi's hand and remarks, previously. I heard your grandmother speak of the bride chosen for Xiao Wu. She is exceptionally beautiful, like a fairy from a traditional painting. I initially thought the elderly lady was merely jesting, but upon meeting her today, I realized she was not exaggerating. She is indeed quite beautiful. Old Lady Su introduced to Ling Huaizhi, this is your second aunt. Your third aunt is abroad for an exchange and could not attend the wedding. But she has sent gifts through someone. The wedding was not formally organized. Aunt Wu and Fang Shumi prepared a sumptuous meal. And the two families gathered to share a meal, thereby witnessing the beginning of the newlyweds' journey. Ling Huaizhi sat beside Pei Guanchen, feeling a refreshing chill in the sweltering heat. Pei Guanchen wore a white shirt paired with military green trousers, a light blanket draped over his legs obscuring the view. He neither ate nor drank, merely sitting in quietude. His cold gaze surveying the table filled with laughter and joy. Pei Guanchen, having consumed a couple of drinks, had a slight flush to his face and pointed at Ling Huaizhi, saying, Xiao Guanchen, this is your father-in-law, you should toast him. Pei Guanchen did not even spare a glance. Ling Huaizhi remained indifferent. However, Pei Guanchen and Ling Huaizhi appeared somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Guanchen. Old Lady Su abruptly pulled her son down, have you had too much to drink? It's a joyous occasion for the two children, why cause a fuss? In-laws. Please enjoy the food, don't stand on ceremony, from now on, this is your family. Ling Huaizhi quickly interjected, indeed, old Pei, we have plenty of time ahead. We're all family now, let us not dwell on such matters. Come, let us drink. Jiao Shouhua served Ling Yujiao a chicken leg. Casting a sidelong glance at Ling Huaizhi. What use are lavish dowries when faced with such a cold-hearted man? The days of sorrow are yet to come. Ling Yujiao couldn't help but steal glances at Pei Guanchen. Indeed, he was remarkably handsome, even more so than Song Chaohui. Alas, he was a cripple. Were it not for his disability, she would surely have seized the opportunity to marry him. Jiao Shaotsue snatched a chicken wing into her bowl and, while gnawing on a rib, mused that with such sumptuous meals, marrying a cripple like Ling Huaizhi wouldn't be a loss at all. As the saying goes, marrying a man means securing clothing and sustenance. As long as there is wealth and food, what does it matter if he is disabled? Moreover, such a disabled man would be unable to inflict harm, women would not be bullied, making life rather pleasant. Lu Jinping, who had accompanied them today, was also observing. Ah. This was indeed the icy Pei Guanchen from her dreams. Sometimes, she found herself questioning whether it was merely a dream or a reality that had transpired. If it were a dream, everything felt so vivid. Yet, if it were real, she had only ever dreamt of Pei Guanchen, never having seen anyone else. Surely, it was impossible for her youthful infatuation to have taken root so early, for she had never met him before. After a few cups of wine, Pei Guanchen grew somewhat melancholic, little green, little Gua. Life will be quite arduous for little Gua. You must bear with him in the future. Just as he spoke, Pei Guanchen, having exhausted his patience, turned his wheelchair back into the room. Ling Huaizhi hurried after him, concerned for his comfort. Old Madame Su observed with satisfaction, although the girl might lack education, she was perceptive and understood the duties of a wife, which was more than sufficient. Having escorted Pei Guanchen into the drawing room, Ling Huaizhi did not enter his bedchamber, but lingered just outside the doorway. And only after observing that he could manage to get onto the bed unassisted, did she turn to leave. Old Mrs. Su clasped Ling Huaizhi's hand, cautioning. He abhors clamor and dislikes anyone meddling with his belongings, always knock before entering his room. When tidying up, ensure everything is returned to its original place. Do not displace anything. His diet is bland, and he takes medication year-round, which dulls his palate, so be meticulous in your cooking. Moreover, on overcast days, his leg. There was a plethora of things to impart. Aunt Wu, who had been serving them for years, pursed her lips, finding Pei Guanchen's fastidiousness somewhat unbearable. She wondered how long this young woman could endure it and mused that it would be amusing if the young bride were to abscond one day. Lu Jinping harbored similar thoughts, recalling her dream where she succumbed to temptation with someone else due to Pei Guanchen's neglect. Could she be blamed? After all, every woman desires the affection of her spouse. Once Mrs. Su had finished her instructions, old Mrs. Ling furtively drew Ling Huaizhi aside and confided, his leg is impaired. And he is physically disabled, so I suspect. I suspect he may be inadequate in that area as well. But do not fret, these things cannot be rushed. Take your time in the future, understand? Ling Huaizhi nodded, carefully committing Mrs. Su's instructions to memory. After completing her chores and finding that Pei Guanchen had no further requests, she retired to the lavatory to wash up. Heaven knows, it had been over a month since she had last enjoyed the luxury of a leisurely bath. After taking a bath and returning to her spacious room, Ling Huaizhi was struck by the vibrant red comforter and the brand-new intricately carved wardrobe. She suddenly felt that this marriage might not be so bad after all. The next morning, Ling Huaizhi rose early to prepare a pot of mung bean porridge and fried 2-egg pancakes, alongside a small dish of pickled vegetables. In the bathroom, she set out water and towels for Pei Guanchen before retreating to her own room. When Pei Guanchen emerged, he found the table laid out with food. But it was solely for him. In the bathroom, warm water was ready, with towels and soap placed conveniently within reach. He washed up quietly. Despite the presence of another person in the house, there was no sense of intrusion, and the atmosphere remained serene, as if he were still alone. Pei Guanchen dined outside while Ling Huaizhi ate in her room, perusing the 6th grade textbook that Feng Xiaohong had given her. With her limited education, she found it quite challenging to engage in practical tasks, much like her previous life when she struggled to learn the art of potion making. This time around, she sought vengeance but had no intention of ending up in prison. Thus, acquiring more knowledge could only serve her well. Once she finished her meal and returned to her room, she found that Pei Guanchen had already gone back. After tidying up and washing her clothes, Ling Huaizhi prepared a pot of honey water for him, placing it on the table, knowing that honey could aid those who tend to be sedentary and prone to constipation. She wrote a small note for Pei Guanchen: dirty clothes can be placed in the bamboo basket by the door. If you need anything, or if the food is not to your liking, please leave a message on the table. Having left the note, she ventured into the courtyard to tend to the vegetable patch belonging to the Pei family. With autumn approaching, she planned to plant some cabbage and radishes, along with scallions, garlic, and chives, to spare them the need to purchase everything. Zhang Yufeng approached, carrying a basket. Are you the young bride of the Pei family? You, a fresh bride. With your delicate complexion, what vegetables do you intend to cultivate? If you wish to eat something, simply go to your sister-in-law's house and pick it. Such gardening tasks are not suited for the likes of you young people. The Pei family's modest vegetable garden measured merely 3 or 4 square meters. Previously tended by the neighbor, Zhang Yufeng. Last time, old lady Su brought Ling Huaizhi over and mentioned that the garden would be reclaimed for her granddaughter-in-law to cultivate. Although the market offers a plethora of produce, nothing compares to the freshness of homegrown vegetables. Furthermore, old lady Su wished to keep Ling Huaizhi engaged in some activity, otherwise she would become idle and potentially clash with her grandson. Thank you for your kind offer, sister-in-law, but I prefer to toil and provide for myself, Ling Huaizhi replied, wielding a sickle to continue uprooting the dried bean vines. Following this, she set the vines ablaze, turning them to ash to serve as fertilizer. Noticing that Ling Huaizhi had misunderstood her intentions, Zhang Yufeng felt a twinge of displeasure. Young bride of the Pei family, this land has been under my care. Everyone in the countryside knows that such plots should be cultivated for a year. After all, I enriched the soil in spring, and now, entering autumn, you wish to seize it for yourself. How can someone so young be so unaware? Ling Huaizhi straightened her posture. Since you mentioned the matter of fertilizer, you have tended my family's garden for nearly a decade, have you not? It is well understood that the soil becomes exhausted over time, leading to diminished fertility. Sister Zhang, surely you comprehend this principle? After nearly 10 years of utilizing my family's garden, what do you intend to offer as compensation? Zhang Yufeng had initially sought to intimidate the tender-faced young bride, believing her to be too shy to contest her claim over the garden. After all, her family consists of 5 members, and with 2 vegetable gardens along with the produce grown in their small courtyard, they have more than enough to sustain themselves, and occasionally have surplus to share with others. However, to her astonishment, Ling Huaizhi was so ungracious. The Pei family, after all, is considered a prominent household. How could they marry someone so petty, without a shred of dignity for Director Pei's reputation? Ling Huaizhi did not even lift her head and retorted. You can claim others' belongings as your own, so what do I have to be embarrassed about? Please step aside and do not obstruct me while I clear the weeds. If the flames catch your hair, do not blame me for intending to harm you. Zhang Yufeng, infuriated, stomped her foot and turned back into her yard. slamming the gate with a thunderous bang. An elderly lady approached, assisting Ling Huaizhi in clearing the weeds, and asked, "Do you know why she has such a disdain for you?" Ling Huaizhi casually replied, "Isn't it simply because she has grown accustomed to taking advantage? And now that she can no longer do so?" "Not quite." The elderly lady chuckled warmly. "That Aunt Wu from your household was her distant cousin. By looking after little Pei, she managed to procure quite a few delicacies for her family. Now that you have entered the family, not only does the vegetable garden have an owner, but her cousin's position is also lost. There's no longer a chance for her family to partake in the soup." Ling Huaizhi found it difficult to comprehend. Although the old municipal housing estate had fallen into decline, with many individuals of respectable positions having moved away, those remaining were not necessarily of wealth or status, and not everyone had the privilege to reside there. The elderly lady seemed to sense Ling Huaizhi's confusion and explained. Her father-in-law was once the mayor's driver, and through connections, he secured this house. Subsequently, the former mayor was reassigned, and her father-in-law passed away. Her husband now works as a driver, transporting goods for a cement factory, a far cry from his former glory. This woman, it seems, seeks to capitalize on every opportunity. Yet she is far from well regarded within the community. Ling Huaizhi expressed her gratitude to the elderly lady for enlightening her about the neighborhood gossip. "You may call me Old Shui," the lady gestured toward the left courtyard. "She resides to your right, while I occupy the left. My son works at the food factory. My grandson, who is already grown, is still studying and living at school, leaving me alone at home. Ah, how tedious it must be, no wonder she sought companionship." "Thank you, Grandma Chui." After tidying up her vegetable garden, Ling Huaizhi returned to her small courtyard and cleared out the area beneath the peach tree, intending to plant a few cabbages later. She glanced up at the bountiful peaches, suppressing the urge to reach out. Upon entering her home, she noticed that the note on the table had vanished, and no new note had appeared. However, there was a pile of dirty clothes in the bamboo basket at Pei Guanchen's store. Ling Huaizhi felt a sense of relief. Any willingness to communicate was welcome. She prepared lunch for Pei Guanchen and, after tidying up the house, left a note informing him of her departure for 1 hour as she headed to Old G's scrapyard. "You old scoundrel. How dare you exploit my scales for your dishonest gains? No wonder you resort to petty business. I shall report you, you unscrupulous merchant." Upon her arrival, she found 3 young men pinning Old G to the ground, while others rummaged through the scrapyard. Old G lay there, filthy and bloodied. Ling Huaizhi seized a nearby shovel and shouted, "You ruffians, how shameless you are to bully the elderly. Do you truly believe there is no law?" The young man turned around and, upon spotting Ling Huaizhi, burst into laughter. "Oh, Old G, you have such a lovely daughter. I wonder if she was born out of wedlock, you black-hearted scoundrel." Old G struggled incessantly, thinking to himself, what an ignorant girl. Why did she come here in such a situation? One of the youths whistled and approached Ling Huaizhi, asking, "Little sister, do you have a boyfriend?" Chapter 67, Returning home. Ling Huaizhi maintained a stern expression, declaring, "Not only do I have a boyfriend, but my boyfriend's cousin works at the nearby police station. And my father is also the chief of public security. You little rascals, dare to bully me? Just wait to be dealt with." The hooligans dismissed her words, believing she was merely boasting. "Oh, such a young age, yet so adept at bragging. Why don't you claim that the police chief is your father-in-law?" Suddenly, Ling Huaizhi shouted, "Cousin, someone is bullying me." Yan Jin, who had just resolved a domestic violence dispute, glanced in the direction of the voice and was surprised to see his newly arrived cousin's wife. Yan Jin, accompanied by his apprentice, entered the scrapyard, asking, "What is going on here?" Ling Huaizhi pointed at the 3 ruffians and said, "Captain Yan, these 3 thugs are bullying an elderly person and attempting to rob him." The ruffians, realizing help had arrived, stammered, "Captain Yan, we were just selling some scrap." Yan Jin scrutinized the trio, remarking, "Zhang Damao, you truly cannot change your ways. You've only been out for a few days, and you're already itching to cause trouble again." Old G roused himself with a deliberate slowness, casting the items brought by Zhang Damao and his cohorts towards Yan, the public security officer. "Officer Yan, I suspect these wires were pilfered from public property." Zhang Damao retorted, his voice laced with vitriol, "You decrepit old fool. How dare you slander? Take them away." Yan interjected, brooking no further argument. With a swift gesture, he produced a set of handcuffs, chaining the trio together. He turned to Ling Huaizhi, addressing her, cousin's wife. Fear not. Should anyone dare to mistreat you, invoke my name directly. Zhang Damao and his fellow ruffians felt a sense of stifled indignation, realizing they had indeed encountered someone with connections. Indeed, many thanks, cousin. Ling Huaizhi expressed her gratitude to Yan with a saccharine sweetness. She assisted Old Ji in rising and tidying his yard. Old Ji massaged his leg, questioning, "You truly married the invalid of the Pei family?" Ling Huaizhi affirmed with a hum. She repacked the scattered cardboard and, noticing the dried green beans Old Ji had been drying were strewn across the ground, she gathered them with a winnowing basket to reline them for drying. Old Ji applied medicinal liquor to his lower leg, remarking, "The Pei boy's legs will never allow him to stand again in this lifetime. You, young girl, are destined for a life of hardship." Ling Huaizhi paid it little heed. Pei Guanchen required a wife, and she, a sanctuary. Crucially, her domicile had been successfully transferred, now sharing a household register solely with Pei Guanchen. Independent and autonomous, she was no longer subject to coercion. Freedom, after all, is a relative concept. Many surmised that her marriage to Pei Guanchen would confine her to a life of celibacy. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the harrowing experiences of her previous existence had instilled in her an innate trepidation and aversion towards men. A visceral resistance to sharing a bed with one. She derived contentment from the mutually independent nature of her existence with Pei Guanchen. Ling Huaizhi delivered the wedding sweets to Old Ji, glanced at her watch, noting that almost an hour had elapsed, and bid him farewell. Old Ji unwrapped a sweet, popped it into his mouth, and mused on its sweetness, contemplating whether he and the girl were indeed bound by a predestined affinity. The instant Ling Huaizhi stepped through the door, Pei Guanchen cast a glance at his wristwatch, noting the precise passage of 1 hour. 3 days hence, the homecoming visit arrived. Yet Pei Guanchen remained taciturn. Ling Huaizhi harbored no intention of escorting him, as was her wont. She prepared breakfast, tidied the abode, and readied herself to depart. Emerging attired, she espied a small note upon the table, "Peaches inexhaustible." Ling Huaizhi pondered the import, surmising that the abundance of peaches permitted her to convey some to her maternal home. Bah! The Ling family was unworthy of such largesse. Ling Huaizhi sallied forth, procuring the most economical pastries and a net bag of eggs from the department store, accompanied by a tin of malted milk, en route to the Ling residence. This day being a weekend, both Ling Huaizhi and his wife were absent from their professional pursuits, eagerly awaiting Ling Huaizhi's return. Zhao Shouhua, observing Ling Huaizhi's offerings, remarked, "It is one thing for the new son-in-law to abstain from accompanying you on your homecoming. But is this all you bring as a homecoming gift?" Ling Huaizhi blinked, feigning innocence. "Mother, should you deem it insufficient, I shall broach the matter with Pei Guanchen's father, ensuring a more substantial offering next time." Her countenance, as she uttered these words, betrayed not a hint of derision. Zhao Shouhua, incensed beyond measure, exclaimed, "Old Ling, behold." No sooner has she departed than her wings have hardened, daring to retort. Ling Huaizhi, upon hearing Ling Huaizhi's pronouncement, felt a prickle of discomfort, as if she insinuated that he was avaricious for his daughter's meager possessions. "What manner of speech is that?" He reprimanded her with a stern countenance. "Now that you're married, can't you be more circumspect in your speech?" Ling Huaizhi retorted with an innocent expression, "Can't one speak frankly at home?" "Dad, rest assured, Mr. Pei will provide the funds punctually near the end of the month. I'll be sure to secure this month's allowance. At that time, not only will I buy you cigarettes, but I'll also be able to purchase meat and clothing for Mom." Old Feng, who had come to borrow a screwdriver from Ling Huaizhi, promptly withdrew upon hearing this. Ling Huaizhi's face twitched with vexation. It was evident that she lacked proper parental guidance, daring to utter such words publicly. If people overheard, what would they think of Ling Huaizhi, that he depended on his daughter to pilfer goods from her husband's family to make ends meet? The elder Mrs. Ling tugged at her son, whispering, "Xiaolu is naive. You can instruct her later. Now that she's married, you shouldn't scold her in front of others. By doing so, you're not just reprimanding your own daughter but also embarrassing the Pei family." Indeed, it was for this very reason that Ling Huaizhi had exercised restraint time and again. The elder Mrs. Ling continued to address Ling Huaizhi, "Your parents don't expect you to bring back a great deal of items, but rather wish for you to return to your maiden home presentably, so that people won't gossip, saying you're not well regarded in your husband's household and that your return to your maiden home is too shabby." Ling Huailu glanced at the items on the table. Grandmother. This is far from shabby. When country folk return to their maiden home, they usually bring half a basket of rice or wheat, or perhaps 2 bags of sugar, along with a dozen eggs. Grandmother, my offerings far outweigh those of the countryside. I am quite sensible. The elder Mrs. Ling was at a loss for words. Indeed. The gifts were quite substantial for a rural homecoming, and even for a city homecoming, they were not meager. However, the family that the Ling family had allied with was the Pei family, after all. Originally, they were merely reaching for something beyond their grasp. This gift is far too meager and would only invite ridicule. The Ling family has invested in a daughter of exceptional beauty. Yet the Pei family hardly regards her with any esteem. Alas, one cannot help but blame Zhao Shouhua, the daughter-in-law, for allowing Ling Huailu to languish in the countryside for so many years, fostering a parochial mindset and a lack of grand ambition. Who can be held accountable for this? As Ling Huailu spoke, she discreetly pulled her grandmother aside, producing a charming little iron box. I have heard that this was brought back from abroad by Pei Guanchen's third aunt, known as Chocolate. I noticed no one was partaking, and having never seen it before, I quietly brought some back for you. And this towel is brand new, do remember to take it home and use it. Ling Laotai was momentarily at a loss for words. One might argue that this girl is ungrateful to her maternal family, resorting to sneaking home even a mere towel. If one were to say she is considerate, one must ponder the implications of her actions. Were the Pei family to discover this, they would surely scorn the Ling family as a decrepit and destitute clan. Just as Ling Laotai contemplated a proper admonition for her granddaughter, the old woman Feng approached, cradling a child. Dear sister, I have heard the results of the college entrance examination have been announced. How did your Yu Jiao perform? Chapter 68, The examination results. The entire family stood in stunned silence. Amidst the preparations for Ling Huailu's wedding, they had entirely forgotten about the examination results. However, it is understandable, as this was Ling Yujiao's third attempt at the examination, and the initial tension and seriousness had long since dissipated. Ling Wenhai had even lost track of her participation in the exam. At that moment, Ling Yujiao returned, standing just behind Feng. Zhao Shouhua hurriedly inquired, Jiao. How did you fare? The entire family momentarily forgot about the customary gift for the visit, all eyes turning towards Ling Yujiao. In this day and age, the college entrance examination is of paramount importance. High school students are a rarity, let alone university students. Under the intense gaze of the family, Ling Yujiao suddenly erupted, I failed the examination, I couldn't even get into a junior college. Ling Huailu. It's all because of your incessant disturbances since your return that my mindset for the college entrance exam was compromised. Now, I have completely lost my chance for university. Are you satisfied? Ling Huailu recoiled slightly behind old lady Ling, murmuring softly, blame me for ruining Sister Yu Jiao's exam. Sister, keep your spirits high. You can certainly perform well next year. Beside them, old lady Feng scoffed, last year, little Lu wasn't even here, not only was she absent, but your second aunt insisted that everyone in our corridor tread lightly, preferably barefoot. Even my little grandson's cries were scolded by your family. By the way, Jiao. I recall you scored 250 points last year, surely you won't fare worse this year, will you? Last year, Ling Yujiao had indeed scored 250 points, while Chen Hongjun managed only 100, becoming the subject of ridicule for the entire corridor and even the neighborhood for an entire year. 250? Ling Huailu exclaimed innocently. Grandma Feng, that's a high score. In my village, children often score only in the teens, and some even less. For my sister to achieve such a score is truly impressive. Old lady Feng laughed even more heartily, exactly. If a pig in the countryside scored 250, it would fetch a handsome price. Ling Huailu. Ling Yujiao cried out in distress, you have gone too far. Zhao Shouhua, preoccupied with anger, disregarded the need to console Ling Yujiao, seizing a broom to confront Ling Hailv. How dare you mock Yujiao, you heartless wretch. You haven't even graduated from elementary school. Yet you have the audacity to belittle a high school student. What gives you the right to ridicule her? As Ling Hailv fled, he cried out, Mom, I was wrong. I truly didn't mock Sister Yujiao, I just think that 250 is quite a lot. Grandma, my mother doesn't care for me. I shall visit you in the countryside soon. Please remember to eat well, especially meat. If you run short of money, just let me know, and I'll bring some. Ling old lady sighed, pondering the circumstances. Had she not sent Ling Huaizhi away to the countryside years ago, perhaps he would have pursued his studies longer. And his social manners would not be so lacking. Once outside the courtyard, Ling Huaizhi slowed his pace. Meandering to the market where he purchased several crucian carp to prepare a fish soup for Pei Guanchen, and also stopped by a farm supply store to acquire vegetable seeds. After the wedding, fearing he might lack funds, Su old lady had generously given him 200 yuan, urging him not to skimp on food. Ling Huaizhi understood Su old lady's concerns. She worried that he might develop a miserly disposition growing up in the countryside, leading him to prepare meals for her grandson in a haphazard manner. In truth, Ling Huaizhi had no intention of neglecting his own well-being. In his previous life, he had suffered physically, remaining frail and stunted in growth, plagued by ailments such as gastroenteritis. Despite receiving medication from Lao Ji, he had never had the chance to recuperate. In this lifetime, he vowed not to deprive himself of health. Now standing at a mere 156 centimeters at the age of 18, he pondered whether a better diet might afford him a bit more height. When Ling Huaizhi returned, she was strictly forbidden from conversing with Pei Guanchen in the courtyard. The materials you requested include 2 books that we do not have for sale here. I have asked a friend in the capital to find them for you. Ah. My cousin's wife has returned. Ling Huaizhi raised the fish in her hand and asked, "Cousin, will you stay for dinner?" While asking this, her gaze was directed at Pei Guanchen. She did not place herself in the position of the host, but rather assumed the role of a guest, hoping not to disturb the tranquility of the host. Pei Guanchen nodded slightly. Upon seeing his nod, Ling Huaizhi turned and entered the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Yan Jin could not resist plucking a peach and sat down beside Pei Guanchen. "Brother, although you are neither married nor in a relationship, the atmosphere between you newlyweds feels quite off." The familiarity between them was so distant and unfamiliar that it was more akin to that of a landlord and tenant than a married couple, marked by a sense of estrangement and politeness. "You shouldn't always wear such a cold expression. That young lady is truly facing challenges. Her parents. It's really hard to put into words. I heard she was sent to the countryside at just 10 years old, where she had to handle the family's dirty laundry and slept in a chicken coop, surviving on pig feed. Truly, sigh." Yan Jin lamented. "If you say that Ling Wenhai and his wife favor sons over daughters, then Zhao Shouhua's niece is still being well taken care of at home. And if you claim that they cannot afford the expenses of several children, that cannot be the case. Many families manage to support 7 or 8 members on just one salary." Pei Guanchen continued reading his book, not lifting his head even once. The prohibition of boredom remarked. "Conversing with someone like you is truly uninspiring, akin to speaking to a block of wood, as you offer no response." For dinner, Ling Huaizhi prepared a delicate crucian carp soup, accompanied by stir-fried garlic sprouts with twice-cooked pork, and a simple sautéed loofah. As autumn approached, the loofah ripened quickly, necessitating its consumption, lest it be relegated to the dishwashing duties. The prohibition of boredom could not help but exclaim, "Sister-in-law, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. These dishes rival those of a state-run restaurant." Ling Huaizhi smiled silently, as they had guests at home, and the young couple refrained from dining separately. They shared the same table, and apart from the occasional exchanges from the prohibition of boredom, the only sounds were the gentle clinking of chopsticks and spoons. After dinner, as the prohibition of boredom prepared to leave, Ling Huaizhi accompanied him to the door and casually inquired, "Cousin, may I ask about Chen Hongjun?" The prohibition of boredom pushed his bicycle out, casting a sympathetic glance at Ling Huaizhi. "Your mother has bailed him out." Ling Huaizhi nodded, having suspected as much. After all, Chen Hongjun had not directly participated in the robbery, and with Zhao Shouhua not pressing charges, the prohibition of boredom could not keep him imprisoned indefinitely. As he raised his leg to mount the bicycle, a thought struck him, and he paused, asking Ling Huaizhi, "Little Green, do you resent your parents?" Ling Huaizhi shook her head, appearing somewhat bewildered. "My parents have had their struggles. Compared to those in the countryside who are abandoned in ravines for wild dogs or those infants discarded to drown in urine buckets, I am far more fortunate. Moreover, my father treats me well, it is just that my mother tends to show favoritism. Happiness is often a matter of comparison." Leaving the prohibition of boredom momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing him off, Ling Huai closed the courtyard gate, her countenance instantly transforming into a chillingly sinister expression as she leaned against the wooden panels. Chen Hongjun was indeed fortunate, managing to emerge unscathed despite his repeated incarcerations. Meanwhile, Chen Hongjun, seething with rage, lashed out, sending a stool flying with a forceful kick. I gave you a full 5,000 yuan last time, he roared at Yao Zuelan. And now you're telling me the money is gone? Yao Zuelan, where did my money go? Chapter 69, The Lover's Incitement. Yao Zuelan, startled by his sudden outburst, burst into tears, collapsing to the side. I didn't want to say anything, she sobbed, but you look like you're about to devour me. I. Her cries were punctuated by gasps, her tear-streaked face a picture of pitiable distress. Chen Hongjun had no inclination to offer solace. Yao Zuelan, you'd better come clean. Where did the money go? Otherwise, where else could it have gone? Yao Zuelan retorted, her own temper flaring. Your mother took it. What could I do? She's the wife of the public security section chief. She came with people and threatened to arrest me for illicit relations if I didn't hand over the money. Brother Jun. You know I'm just a helpless, unfortunate woman. She's your mother. How could I dare to provoke her? My ass, she's my mother. Chen Hongjun exploded. Why didn't you tell me about this? Yao Zuelan wept even more bitterly. You were still locked up those days. She said that if I didn't give her the money, you wouldn't get out either. Brother Jun, I was worried about you. I lost my head for a moment and gave her the money. 3,000 yuan was lost, and the remaining 2,000 had been secretly hidden away by her. Now, this matter could only be blamed on Zhao Shouhua. Chen Hongjun was seething with rage, turning to confront Zhao Shouhua, but was abruptly halted by Yao Zuelan. Brother Jun, what are you planning to do? Yao Zuelan exclaimed anxiously. That money, it originally came from her, and now she has taken it back. Ling Huaizhi currently holds a grudge against you, if you confront her. What if he decides to imprison you again? Brother Jun, I cannot bear to lose you. I implore you, let this matter rest. From the very beginning, I never intended to covet your money. We can live modestly with simple meals. Can we not survive apart from the Ling family? Chen Hongjun was filled with indignation. She is utterly outrageous. She claims to have exerted great effort for my release, yet she swiftly turns around and extracts money from you. Zhao Shouhua is truly despicable. Yao Zuelan, tearfully persuading him, said, Enough, Brother Jun, regardless of the circumstances, she raised you. You must consider this debt of gratitude. Moreover, our sister is still in her household, you cannot solely think of yourself and disregard her. Despite his fury, Chen Hongjun was ultimately swayed by Yao Zuelan's words. He sensed that the tide had turned within the Ling family, and many decisions were no longer within Zhao Shouhua's control. As Yao Zuelan noticed his anger subsiding, she gently suggested, Brother Jun, since you are not continuing your studies, why not seek assistance from your uncle to help arrange a job for you? If you find working too confining, perhaps he could find a position for me instead, so that our lives need not be so strained. Humph, Chen Hongjun scoffed. As if I would deign to have him find me employment. Am I incapable of seeking it myself? You overestimate Ling Huaizhi's importance. I, Chen Hongjun, shall live my life perfectly well without his assistance. Yao Zuelan's eyes betrayed a hint of disdain, though her face bore a smile as she said, Of course. My Junji is the most capable. Ling Huaizhi had tilled the vegetable garden and sown the seeds when the telephone rang indoors. Concerned about the potential for unforeseen circumstances given Pei Guanchen's impaired mobility, the Pei family had spared no expense in installing a telephone for him. Grandmother. Ling Huaizhi answered, recognizing Su Laohai's voice on the other end. Huaizhi, how has Xiao Guan's health been lately? Su Laohai inquired with gentle concern. Ling Huaizhi glanced at Pei Guanchen's partially closed door. Well, the same as before. I haven't heard Xiao Guanji complain of leg pain. Su Laohai remained apprehensive. Is he accustomed to his diet? Give me the phone. Pei Guanchen emerged unexpectedly, taking the receiver from Ling Huaizhi. Grandmother, it's me. Hearing her grandson's voice, Su Laohai's face brightened with an involuntary smile. Xiao Guan, are you accustomed to the meals Huaizhi prepares? Pei Guanchen responded. Su Laohai sighed inwardly. Well aware of her grandson's taciturn nature, a simple was confirmation that the food was indeed satisfactory. They had gone through numerous caretakers before finding Wu Dama, whose experience was considerable, yet even she had failed to fully please Pei Guanchen due to her tendency to overstep boundaries. After a brief exchange, Lasting merely a couple of minutes, an awkward silence descended between the grandmother and grandson. The conversation had been largely dominated by the elderly woman, with the grandson offering only occasional, terse responses. Engaging with such a taciturn individual could render even the most loquacious person withdrawn. Sensing her grandson's growing impatience, the grandmother tentatively inquired, "Grandson, will the young lady's presence disturb your rest?" "No, it won't," the grandson replied in a low voice. Before the grandmother could fully exhale in relief, the grandson added, "With 3 rooms in the house, if she were to inconvenience me, I would simply have to relinquish the study for her accommodation." The grandmother's hopes were dashed. She had always known that her aloof and fastidious grandson would not readily accept someone into his life. She had naively assumed that men would succumb to physical beauty, and few could resist the allure of the young woman's striking appearance. However, her grandson was not among those men. "Grandson," the old woman began. The grandson interrupted her, stating, "Long-distance calls are expensive." He ended the call and turned to find the young woman standing at a distance. "Brother, please wait outside for a moment while I change the sheets for you." The grandson wheeled himself into the courtyard. The young woman replaced the bedding and meticulously cleaned the room, taking care not to disturb his belongings. It was evident that, despite his physical limitations, he was a clean and meticulous individual, with a penchant for orderliness that bordered on fastidiousness. "Brother, it's all done," the young woman announced as she emerged from the room, only to find the grandson engrossed in a book beneath the peach tree. His fingers, pale and slender as they turned the pages, inexplicably reminded Ling Huaizhi of a pianist's hands. She suddenly recalled accompanying Pei Guanchen to piano lessons as a child. She must have been quite young then. Unable to sit still, and after the initial novelty wore off, she would cry to go home. Pei Guanchen would coax her with a lollipop, saying, "Be good, Zile. Brother will be able to go back soon." Pei Guanchen seemed to play the piano very well, and he was also good at painting and playing basketball. He knew so many things that he couldn't help but be the other child in the parents' mouths. What a pity. Just as Ling Huaizhi was lamenting silently, she heard Pei Guanchen suddenly say, "The peaches are ripe." "Huh?" Ling Huaizhi was taken aback for a moment, then realized that he was telling her that the peaches on the tree could be picked and eaten. Then why didn't he let her pick them yesterday when she desperately wanted to? Oh well, patients were often a bit eccentric. Ling Huaizhi, who had worked as a nanny in her previous life and even served 2 extremely eccentric old ladies, was convinced of this. She glanced at Pei Guanchen, then at the tree full of peaches, and then she saw a small hand reaching out from the side of the wall. "Huh? Is someone trying to steal peaches?" Ling Huaizhi didn't let them get away with it. She tiptoed over to a stool, stepped on it, and met the little thief's eyes. The 2 sides met, each stunned. The little thief was only 11 or 12 years old, wearing a red vest, his ribs protruding one by one. Suddenly meeting Ling Huaizhi, he smiled sheepishly and turned to run. "Don't run." Halting him in his tracks, Ling Huaizhi proclaimed, "Dare to flee, and I shall summon others. Your stepmother will surely flay you alive." The petty thief's countenance morphed instantly, and he spat out through gritted teeth, "Despicable." Ling Huaizhi remained unfazed. "You've completed primary school, correct? Your textbooks and workbooks must still be around. Since you won't be needing them for junior high, hand them over, and I shall provide you with sustenance." The young scoundrel hesitated momentarily. "Truly?" "Indeed, wait here." Ling Huaizhi hopped off the stool and retrieved a few steamed buns from the kitchen, along with the leftover midday meal. With only 2 occupants in the house, Ling Huaizhi prepared just the right amount of food, and leftovers were a rarity. Yet, inexplicably, Pei Guanchen's appetite seemed lacking today, leaving a surplus of dishes. Ling Huaizhi clambered back onto the wall. "Fetch a bowl for yourself." Zhang Yufeng was notoriously stingy. If she were to discover that she had provided this lad with victuals, gratitude would be the least of her concerns, a tirade would be more likely, and even the plate would be reclaimed. The boy, however, was nimble and efficient, not only procuring a plate but also handing over a basket. "Place the buns in the basket. Here are your textbooks. Should you desire any other books, my home is replete with them." The boy was deeply grateful. Having gone without food the previous night and enduring the better part of the day on an empty stomach, Zhang Yufeng, that viperous woman, had returned to her maiden home and locked all the cabinets. Driven by hunger, he had contemplated pilfering peaches from the neighboring tree. "No need," she asserted. She was merely lacking textbooks at the moment. Other books she could purchase herself with her own funds. The boy accepted the dishes and buns, his gaze lingering wistfully on the peach tree laden with fruit. If they remain uneaten, they shall merely rot away. The peaches outside have all been sold out. Yet this shop remains unyielding, flaunting its fragrant allure, which wafts far and wide, tantalizing the neighboring children. Ling Huaizhi, with a serious demeanor, declared, "That won't do. They belong to Brother Pei. The peach trees are the property of Pei Guanchen, and she can supplement her purchases of vegetables and bread later, ensuring she does not take advantage of him." The boy, perplexed, queried, "Aren't you all family?" He had heard that the paralyzed neighbor had taken a wife. And to his surprise, she was both beautiful and kind-hearted, albeit somewhat stingy, preferring to let the peaches rot rather than share them. Ling Huaizhi closed her book, asserting, "Even family must recognize boundaries, one cannot casually exploit another's generosity." Pei Guanchen might permit her to partake, but he never implied that she could unilaterally bestow favors. After their transaction was concluded, they each descended from the wall. Pei Guanchen's window directly faced the peach tree, allowing him to overhear their conversation with clarity. Did she wish to read? Returning to her own room, Ling Huaizhi mused that having her private space was indeed preferable. Free from the worry of someone rummaging through her belongings, suspecting her of clandestine savings. As she opened her book, a wave of disdain washed over her. That rascal. Wang Zhao. Indeed, she recognized that little thief, Wang Zhao. In her previous life, she had met him when he was already 15. Within the ranks of a pickpocket gang. "Sister, when I strike it rich one day, I shall treat you to meat until you are so stuffed you can hardly bear it." This was Wang Zhao's grand ambition. "Well," she had nonchalantly replied at the time, "if I come into money, I'll treat you to roasted chicken and duck, until you can eat no more." Subsequently, she was incessantly on the run, and naturally, she could not fulfill her promises. As for Wang Zhao, he was taken to the south at a young age, and what happened to him thereafter remains unknown. Wang Zhao led a wretched life. His mother passed away when he was merely 3 years old. After his father remarried Zhang Yufeng, they both endured a life of hardship. Meals were sporadic, his education was fragmented, and beatings were a common occurrence. Wang Guoqiang, with his volatile temper, would shatter objects and berate his wife and children whenever he encountered any trouble outside. Zhang Yufeng, fearful of confronting him, would vent her frustrations on Wang Zhao. Ling Huaizhi reminisced about Wang Zhao from her previous life, feeling an inexplicable pang of sorrow. Having been reborn, she wished for Wang Zhao to avoid the same tragic fate and not fall into the clutches of a gang of pickpockets again. It was evident that he was not diligently studying. His textbooks were filthy, while his exercise books were pristine, clearly untouched. After working on some problems, she sipped her self-brewed chrysanthemum tea. Suddenly, a thought struck her. The well in the heavenly realm, from which she had drunk, had significantly enhanced her senses. Why hadn't she thought to offer some to Pei Guanchen? Moreover, the peach tree seemed somewhat akin to the one in the courtyard. With this in mind, Ling Huaizhi picked a few peaches from the yard, substituting them with those from the heavenly realm while washing them in the kitchen. She knocked on Pei Guanchen's door and delivered the peaches to him. "It's good to eat some fruit," she said tersely, placing the peaches on his desk before retreating. Pei Guanchen's gaze fell upon the peaches. It seemed she was quite apprehensive of him, or perhaps disdainful? Although he was not particularly fond of peaches, he had no desire to waste them. Indeed, this peach appears dissimilar to those in the courtyard. Ling Huaizhi meticulously prepared supper, employing ingredients from the blessed grotto, such as water and verdant vegetables. Consequently, with her dual enhancements, Pei Guanchen endured a night of purgation and emesis, finding himself in utter disarray. Helpless in his weakened state, he relied entirely on Ling Huaizhi to tidy up. By the time Ling Huaizhi had replaced the bedding and expunged the room's impurities, dawn had broken. Exhausted from a sleepless night, Pei Guanchen succumbed to slumber. Solicitous, Ling Huaizhi sought assistance from Old Ji to examine him. Old Ji grumbled as he walked. "I must have been indebted to you in a past life, to be bought off with a few eggs. I tell you, I am merely a junk collector, not a physician." He was perplexed by his own actions, as he detested any reference to his former profession. Yet, at the young girl's request, he inexplicably agreed. Despite his vexation, Old Ji carried his medical kit. He had no desire to practice medicine, yet he could not bear to discard the kit. Upon encountering rare medicinal herbs, He could not resist the urge to collect them. Pei Guanchen was sound asleep. Ling Huaizhi could not resist rousing him. "Little Guan, may my friend examine you?" Pei Guanchen awoke with a start. When had he become such a heavy sleeper, with such diminished vigilance? A friend? He eyed old Ji, whose hair was disheveled and whose attire was far from immaculate, standing beside Ling Huaizhi, and frowned. Her friend was an old codger? Chapter 71, Little Green's boldness. Old Ji discerned the disdain etched upon his face. "Young man, do not wear such an expression of disgust. Had this young lady not come to me, tearfully beseeching assistance, do you think I would have chosen to intervene?" Pei Guanchen was scrutinized thoroughly for a moment before he closed his eyes and nodded in acquiescence. With his consent, Ling Huaizhi cautiously lifted the hem of his trousers. Upon doing so, she nearly gasped in horror. From the knee downwards, a multitude of grotesque, twisted scars marred his skin, like a sinister tapestry that bore witness to the brutality of past injuries. Even old Ji, seasoned and worldly, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Indeed, this was done with malicious intent. He reached out to press against Pei Guanchen's knee. Pei Guanchen's brow twitched. Instinctively he opened his eyes to meet old Ji's gaze. Old Ji then retrieved a silver needle from his medical box. "With autumn's arrival, the weather is changing, and your leg must be beginning to ache, yes? Allow me to administer a couple of acupuncture needles. Though it may not eradicate the underlying issues, it will certainly alleviate your discomfort." He turned to the young man. "Would you like to proceed?" Ling Huaizhi immediately glanced at Pei Guanchen, unknowingly revealing a hint of pleading in her eyes. Although he was initially reluctant, the hopeful look from Ling Huaizhi compelled him to nod in agreement. "Old Ji, please go ahead," she exclaimed joyfully, as old Ji skillfully inserted the needles into Pei Guanchen. He chattered on. "It has been over a decade since I last performed this task, so my technique may be somewhat rusty. If you feel pain, bear with it. However, the ability to feel pain is a good sign. Should you feel none at all, it would indicate your leg is utterly beyond repair. Remain still. Allow me to examine your overall condition." Having come this far, old Ji, ever the compassionate healer, completed the acupuncture and proceeded to check Pei Guanchen's pulse, conducting a thorough examination of his health. "Ah, youth, indeed, this body is still quite resilient," Ling Huaizhi, filled with concern, remarked. "Then why did he experience both vomiting and diarrhea last night?" Lao Ji cast her a sidelong glance, replying, "His health appears fine. The only conclusion is that your cooking must be lacking in cleanliness." Ling Huaizhi contemplated retorting, wondering how her culinary skills could be deemed unclean. However, as she recalled the 3 peaches she had offered, all devoured by Pei Guanchen, along with the water, she pondered whether perhaps she had used an excessive amount, leaving him momentarily unable to adjust. It struck her as peculiar. She too had consumed the same fare yet experienced neither discomfort nor sickness. She conveniently overlooked that her own consumption had taken place in a paradisiacal setting, where she had perspired profusely, feeling rather foul, attributing it to mere fatigue, thus dismissing it altogether. After Lao Ji finished tending to him, he added, "Young man, even if you cannot rise, your legs require regular massage. Just look at the state of them, they have atrophied considerably. If this continues, muscle deterioration will ensue, and even with future medical advancements, your legs may remain unusable." He promised to prepare some medicinal plasters for him, suggesting that with the changing weather, it might bring him some comfort. "Young lady, this will cost you." "Of course. Charge me as you see fit." Ling Huaizhi harbored no doubts about Lao Ji's expertise, given that his ancestors had served as imperial physicians. As she escorted Lao Ji to the door, she quietly inquired, "Lao Ji, do you think his legs?" "Do not entertain such thoughts." Lao Ji interrupted her. "Those tendons could not be reattached back then, and it is unlikely they can be now, unless technological advancements allow for it. He may be a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, but he has also studied abroad and performed surgeries. His judgment is sound." Ling Huaizhi was filled with deep regret. Could it be that Pei Guanchen would never rise again? She handed old Ji 300 yuan, instructing him to select the finest medicinal herbs. "If you find it inconvenient to purchase them, I can do it for you. And please, take care of the ointment." "Why should I?" Old Ji retorted with irritation, handing her a prescription. "You should buy the herbs and make it yourself." "But you just..." Ling Huaizhi hesitated, wanting to remind him that he had agreed to help. Old Ji snorted dismissively. Do you not see my place? It's filthy and chaotic. Would you trust the ointment made there for him? Most importantly, he feared being under scrutiny, as it might lead to complications related to the Black 5 categories. Ling Huaizhi clutched the prescription in dismay. But I cannot do it. Then you still have your old man, don't you? Old Ji declared, leaving the prescription behind while taking the money. Thus, Ling Huaizhi purchased the herbs and returned home, following Old Ji's instructions meticulously as she attempted to make the ointment. Pei Guanchen felt a twinge of annoyance. What was happening to him lately? His body was not cooperating, and his trips to the restroom had become excessively frequent. As a result, the clothesline in the yard was laden with his garments and bedding. Next door, Zhang Yufang complained while pinching her nose. Every day, it's unbearable. I wonder what they are brewing. My nose is nearly ruined. Can't they at least keep it to themselves? They have a medicinal pot at home, yet they insist on everyone else inhaling the scent, don't they? Meanwhile, Grandma Cui lamented to her son, young Pei's health is deteriorating again. His wife is a good woman, tirelessly preparing medicine for him every day. It is no easy task. The concoction was undeniably potent, its scent overwhelming. Utilizing the pristine waters from the mystical realm of Dongtian Fudi, Ling Huaizhi had immersed and brewed the ingredients for 2 full days, ultimately producing 30 patches. If utilized solely for the fluctuations of the weather, this winter's supply would undoubtedly suffice. She felt an exhilarating anticipation for her laboriously crafted remedy. Brother, shall I apply one for you? Pei Guanchen eyed the dark substance in her hand with reluctance, yet the sparkle in her eyes compelled him to silently nod in acquiescence. With great enthusiasm, Ling Huaizhi tenderly affixed the homemade plaster onto him. That evening, she could not resist the urge to inquire after his experience. Having paced back and forth at the doorway several times. Brother, do you feel anything? Pei Guanchen merely responded with a noncommittal murmur. What sensation could he possibly have? His leg had been incapacitated for 6 years, could it truly recover all at once? Disappointment washed over Ling Huaizhi as she retreated to her room, pondering why he felt nothing. Old Ji was remarkably skilled, especially in plasters and acupuncture. After his vindication in a past life, countless individuals sought him out. Yet he remained elusive. In the dead of night, Pei Guanchen found himself regretting his earlier words. A searing heat emanated from his knee, as if it were being scorched by an unseen flame. The warmth radiated down to his calves and thighs, enveloping him. The pain, reminiscent of a burn, became increasingly unbearable. However, after approximately an hour, the sharp sensation began to dissipate, transforming into a soothing warmth that enveloped him in comfort. In this cocoon of warmth, he drifted into a deep slumber. Come morning, when Ling Huaizhi called him for breakfast, he realized not only had he overslept, but he was also drenched in sweat, his body feeling sticky and clammy. Help me, draw a bath. Pei Guanchen felt an uncomfortable embarrassment the first time he stood before Ling Huaizhi. In truth, he was not particularly prone to sweating. However, in recent days, his perspiration seemed to be flowing profusely, leaving him rather odorous. Ling Huaizhi, unfazed, filled a large basin with water for him in the bathroom. Brother, I'm right outside, call me if you need anything. After a busy morning tending to Pei Guanchen's needs, her mother, Zhao Shouhua, arrived. Chapter 72, Pei Guanchen's indifference to Zhao Shouhua. Zhao Shouhua surveyed the array of appliances in the room, her heart bubbling with envy. In an ordinary household, possessing a washing machine or a television is a mark of a relatively affluent family. Yet the Pei family had long since equipped their son with a television, washing machine, and telephone, and now, in preparation for his marriage, had added a fan and refrigerator to the mix. Your grandmother recently. Little Green, I need some water. Pei Guanchen, who rarely ventured out, unexpectedly wheeled himself into view. Ling Huaizhi, unable to attend to Zhao Shouhua's conversation, hurried to prepare honey-infused water for him. Zhao Shouhua grimaced. Indeed, he was truly the young master of a wealthy family, requiring honey water even for a sip. She licked her lips, feeling the oppressive heat of the autumn sun. Drenched in sweat upon entering, she thought to herself that with a refrigerator, there surely must be popsicles, yet the foolish girl hadn't even offered her one. Even if there were no popsicles, honey water would suffice. She deemed her utterly lacking in perception. Your grandmother's heart seems to. Before Zhao Shouhua could articulate her thought, Pei Guanchen called out again, Little Green, my eyes hurt today, please read to me from Hongyan. The melodious cadence of reading echoed within the room, the young girl's voice possessing a sweet and pleasing quality, akin to the limpid and delicate flow of a mountain spring, gradually permeating the heart and soul. Reclining against the chair's back, with his eyes closed, appeared to be listening with rapt attention. While suspecting him of intentional behavior, simultaneously scorned subservience, serving water and reading aloud, a practice she likened to that of a menial in the old society. She mused that the family, like a gilded surface concealing a base interior, appeared outwardly resplendent, yet treated their daughter-in-law as a mere servant. This thought brought a measure of equilibrium to his mind. She patiently awaited the cessation of reading, intending to broach the matters concerning the family. Zhao's grandmother's leg had not fully recovered, and in recent days, she had been complaining of chest pains, compelling to take her to the clinic. The clinic's examination yielded no definitive diagnosis, but the old woman incessantly lamented her discomfort, demanding to be taken to the provincial capital for medical attention, and instructing to contact her. Harbored no desire to answer the call, nor to see Zhao's grandmother. She contemplated the possibility of having Zhao's grandmother reside in spacious abode, entrusting her care to. As she internally deliberated, she impatiently awaited to cease her recitation. Deeming her an incompetent individual, had held her in greater esteem, such neglect of her maternal grandmother would not have occurred. After what seemed an interminable duration, S' mouth grew parched from reading. Just as the mother and daughter surmised that had fallen asleep, he abruptly opened his eyes. Directing his gaze toward, "Why have you not yet departed?" I was deeply embarrassed, questioning the young man's lack of decorum, wondering if he had any manners. She endeavored to solicit assistance from Ling Huaizhi. Subsequently, Pei Guanchen directed his gaze toward Ling Huaizhi, inquiring, "Do you intend to invite an outsider for a meal?" Ling Huaizhi promptly shook her head, affirming, "I do not." Pei Guanchen then turned his attention back to Zhao Shouhua. His meaning unmistakable, "We have no intention of inviting you to dine, why have you not yet departed?" Zhao Shouhua, unable to maintain her composure, felt deeply embarrassed, as she was not entirely brazen. With a forced smile, she rose to her feet, stating, "Well, then, I shall take my leave." Huailu. Do visit your maternal home when you have the opportunity. She gestured with her eyes for Ling Huaizhi to accompany her outside. Ling Huaizhi, left with no alternative, escorted her to the doorway. As Zhao Shouhua reached the courtyard gate, she quietly instructed Ling Huaizhi, "Your maternal grandmother's health is failing, and your eldest uncle intends to." Ling Huaizhi. From within the house, Pei Guanchen once again called out. Ling Huaizhi hastily responded, "Mother, his temper is volatile, I must cease our conversation." With these words, she abandoned Zhao Shouhua, scurrying back into the house. Zhao Shouhua, infuriated, stamped her foot. Catching sight of the peaches on the tree, she was overcome with indignation. This wretched girl, upon her maternal mother's arrival, offered not even a drop of water and summarily dismissed her? Unable to contain her resentment, she reached out to pluck a few peaches to take back for Ling Yujiao and Ling Yulong. However, just as she extended her hand, a head emerged from over the wall, shouting toward the house, "Sister Zile, Brother Pei, someone is stealing your peaches." Zhao Shouhua sheepishly retracted her hand, unable to linger any longer, and hastily exited the courtyard. Inside the house, Ling Huaizhi cautiously inquired of Pei Guanchen, "Brother, are you feeling unwell?" Pei Guanchen gestured towards the study, remarking, "Acquire more erudition. Your enunciation faltered on several words during your reading earlier today." With that, he turned his wheelchair and returned to his room. Ling Huaizhi's face flushed with embarrassment. Her limited education had indeed caused her to stumble over several unfamiliar characters. It seemed a more diligent approach to reading was required. Wait, did Pei Guanchen imply she was now permitted to peruse the books in the study? Suppressing her elation, Ling Huaizhi hurried to Pei Guanchen's door and offered her heartfelt gratitude, "Brother, thank you." Pei Guanchen, engrossed in his writing, offered no response to her words. Ling Huaizhi, immersed in the study, remained oblivious to the passage of time. It was only when she noticed the dimming light that she realized dusk had fallen. She hastily rose to prepare dinner. From the neighboring residence, Wang Zhao's heartrending cries echoed, "I didn't take it. I truly didn't." This was followed by Wang Wuqiang's irascible bellow, "There are only a few of us in this household. Your younger siblings are well behaved. If you didn't steal it, are you suggesting it was your mother or me? You little rascal. If you don't produce the money today, I'll beat you to death." A cacophony of wails ensued, interspersed with Zhang Yufeng's invectives. "Ungrateful wretch. We haven't deprived you of food or drink. How have you developed such light fingers? Your father and I toil relentlessly. And you offer no solace. Your mischievousness was tolerable before, but now you've resorted to theft. I didn't. Ah, Dad, please don't hit me. I truly didn't. Wang Zhao's cries reverberated throughout the courtyard. Old Mrs. Chui's son, Lao Chui, unable to restrain himself, emerged with his bowl and, standing at the courtyard entrance, called out. Lao Wang, that's enough. He's still just a child, your hand is heavy. Don't beat him to within an inch of his life. At this hour. With every household occupied with supper, murmurs arose. It's always said that a stepmother makes for a stepfather. Wang Zhao was such an obedient and sensible child. But ever since that stepmother entered their home, he's been beaten every day. Indeed, another chimed in, I don't know if Wang Zhao stole anything. But I do know that Wang Lei from their house stole tomatoes from my garden. Who knows who actually pilfered the item? Zhang Yufeng, hands on hips. Hurled abuse at those outside, garrulous old hags, when have you ever seen me beat a child? It's just that the boy is unpromising, if he's not disciplined. He'll be a menace to your families. Oh, my. I said from the start that I wouldn't be a stepmother, whether you do well or not, you'll be criticized. Alas. My mother, you've doomed this wretched soul. Ling Huaizhi, hearing Wang Zhao's cries and pleas for mercy, felt a pang of sympathy and quietly set aside some food for him. Intending to give it to him when the night was still and silent. Zhao Shouhua came over today, specifically mentioning old Mrs. Zhao. Wondering what the Zhao family's plans were at the moment. Chapter 73, The old woman is ill and neglected. Old Mrs. Zhao lay in bed, clutching her chest and moaning incessantly, disturbing the Zhao family to the point that they couldn't sleep at night. Zhang Guifan, slamming a basin down, cursed directly, you old hag. Lying in bed, eating, drinking, and relieving yourself, all needing someone to attend to you. Did you only give birth to Zhao Wenzhen? Your good son and good daughter are living it up in the city, so why don't you go wail at their doorstep? The fields and the house all depend on me, you'd be happy if I were worked to death. Enough. Zhao Wenzhen, squatting on the steps and lost in thought while smoking, shouted, have you finished your scolding? That is my mother, my very own mother. Am I to simply discard her? Zhao Maotian could no longer restrain himself, addressing his father, Dad, grandmother is not the elder of our family. Since she broke her leg. Our second aunt has only given her 200 yuan and has not uttered a word since. Our fourth uncle is in the city and hasn't he even bothered to make a phone call. Shouldn't they, as her children, contribute something? He disapproved of his father's tendency to shoulder everything alone, feeling embarrassed to trouble others, yet he expected his mother and wife to handle all the labor. It seemed the good-heartedness was solely his father's to bear, while he himself contributed nothing. After taking a final drag, Zhao Wenzhen extinguished his cigarette, realizing he had no choice but to consult with his second and fourth brothers. The fifth brother, Zhao Wenbing, was still unmarried and rather aimless. It was unreasonable to expect Zhao Shouhua and Zhao Wengue, the two city dwellers, to shoulder all the responsibilities. The call to Zhao Wengue was answered by his sister-in-law. Wang Yuxiu. Elder brother, you know our situation all too well. Both Wengue and I are working daily, and our workplace is strict. Taking a day off is no easy feat. Shally and Xiaowei are still in school, and who else is there at home to care for the old lady? Moreover, you are aware that she has always looked down on me, claiming I failed to provide the Zhao family with a son, making her endure the sight of two daughters every day. How can she possibly be content? Elder brother, you have more sons. You should bear a little more of the burden. Isn't raising sons meant to ensure that the elderly have someone to rely on in the future? Wang Yuxiu rattled on at length, but the gist of it was this, she wouldn't provide much money, and certainly no assistance. I have daughters, she declared. And I can't rely on the old woman for help, so don't expect me to care for her. She scoffed inwardly, recalling that when she gave birth to her second daughter, not only did Zhao's mother not assist her during her postpartum period, but she also instigated Zhao Wengue to divorce her, forcing Wang Yuxiu to cook and wash diapers herself, resulting in chronic back pain. At that time, she lacked the confidence and voice to protest, as she had not produced a son. Postpartum grudges, she thought, she would remember the old woman for life. She shouldn't expect her to care for the old woman, and neither should her son. Zhao Wengen's face darkened as he listened to the dial tone on the phone. And he felt like smashing the device in anger. Is she only my mother? He wondered. The fourth sibling is the most educated, with a good job. The whole family lives in the city and receives a government salary. Why can't they take care of the old woman? Every year when they come back for the new year, they pack up dried vegetables, cured meat, beans, and sweet potatoes as if they can't get enough. Now that the old woman needs care, they start crying about being poor. Suppressing his anger, Zhao Wenjian called Zhao Shouhua, second sister. Mom's condition seems to indicate a real problem. You can't ignore this. Zhao Shouhua sneered on the other end, does your mother not have sons or grandsons? I relied on myself to go to school. What did she say back then? Daughters belong to other families, and even if they beg for food, they shouldn't come to my door. I've already contributed a significant amount of money over the years. Why do you three sons think it's the responsibility of a married daughter? She felt she had already done more than enough for Zhao's mother. Zhao Wenjian suppressed the fury that simmered within him. Mother has said that if you refuse to care for her, do not be surprised if she turns her back on you. There are matters you would prefer your brother-in-law remain unaware of, am I correct? On the other end, Zhao Shouhua gripped the telephone line, her expression darkening ominously. That old hag. She truly clings to her like a leech. Listening to the rapid breaths emanating from the other end, Zhao Wenjian found it perplexing how his mother had managed to hold such leverage over his second sister. A formidable woman reduced to silence. I can send you money, mother, or perhaps you could take care of her yourselves. I am utterly powerless. With that, Zhao Shouhua hastily ended the call. In resignation, Zhao Wenjian dialed Ling Huaizhi. Dear Green, though your grandmother often scolds you, it is for your own benefit. After all, you were raised in our household. Your grandmother is unwell and requires treatment at a major hospital. You cannot simply disregard her. Ling Huaizhi's eyes glimmered with sarcasm. Though her words were blunt and straightforward, Uncle, your call is futile. I am married now, and my bride price and dowry are in my mother's hands. My husband's family provided over 6,000 in bride price, all of which is with her. Later, she claimed the money was stolen. What can I do? Aside from enduring in silence before my husband, I currently possess not a single penny. By the way, Uncle, this year's harvest is promising. When you come to the city, could you bring me some rice and flour? After all, neither my husband nor I can work. And we rely solely on my father-in-law's meager monthly support, which is hardly sufficient for our expenses. Zhao Wenjian, infuriated, hung up the phone, lamenting the $2 spent on the call, having accomplished nothing. One by one, they prevaricated and made excuses, as if they feared that the old woman's arrival would bring them misfortune. Did they think that as the eldest son, he was destined to serve his mother for the rest of his life? Enough was enough, he had served her for far too long. It was time for his younger siblings to contribute. Upon returning home, he conferred with his eldest son. Zhao Maotian, prepare your grandmother and send her to your second uncle's house. Meanwhile, Ling Huaizhi hung up the phone, only to meet Pei Guanchen's questioning gaze. Her dowry had been seized by her family, and yet she still had to devise ways to provide him with nourishment at every meal. The money her grandmother had given her probably wasn't much, was it? Should she tell him that, in truth, he still possessed? Ling Huaizhi felt an embarrassing urge to bury herself in the wall. She had just been on the phone, repeatedly referring to my man and claiming that her husband's family was strict with her, making her sound like a bound-footed, oppressed woman from the old society. Pei Guanchen. Wouldn't he be angry? With a flushed face, she explained, my mother's family, they are all a bit lacking in propriety. If I don't refuse them outright, they will take advantage of me. When my mother came that day, she was thinking of my maternal grandmother coming to the provincial capital for medical treatment, so they sent my grandmother over for me to take care of. Pei Guanchen's expression clouded over, he disliked outsiders. Ling Huaizhi continued to explain, don't worry, I won't give her the chance. Pei Guanchen didn't give Zhao Shouhua an opportunity to speak, but knowing Zhao Shouhua as she did, how could she not be aware of Zhao Shouhua's intentions? Pei Guanchen pursed his lips, you don't need to worry about money. I have it. Ling Huaizhi interjected, Grandma Su gave me a lot of money. I have no worries about food and drink. Zhao Shouhua had her own calculations, yet Ling Huaizhi found herself unable to disregard the elderly Zhao matriarch. Unlike in the past when she could simply send money to resolve matters. However, she was taken aback when Zhao Laotai was unceremoniously cast upon her by Zhao Wengui and his wife. In Chapter 74, Sibling Squabbles, Wang Yuxiu began her commentary, Sister, look. Your entire family resides in the provincial capital. Xiaolu is married now, and Hongjun and Jiao Jiao have no schooling to occupy their time. While we also have the assistance of Xiao Cui. Surely, you can take care of the elderly matriarch. Upon hearing this, one could sense the meticulous arrangement of affairs. Oh. Xiaolu has returned. Come sit beside your aunt. I always believed Xiaolu was a fortunate young lady, just look, she has married the son of the police chief. Surely. Her days of enjoyment are just beginning. Zhao Wengue, sipping his tea with a contented smile, inquired, Xiaolu, are you adapting well at the Pei residence? Your father-in-law is an official, and I imagine he has quite the refined manner. Having come from the countryside, you must learn the ways of city folk. Lest you tarnish the reputation of our Zhao family. Ling Huaizhi felt discomfort at this remark. What did it mean to tarnish the Zhao family's reputation? Xiaolu was his daughter from the Ling family, having toiled for the Zhao family for many years. Did they truly consider her one of their own? And as for the elderly mother-in-law, incapacitated and unable to walk straight, what right did she have to impose such burdens? Ling Huigreen settled beside her father. Addressing her second uncle, must you instruct me on this? I am certainly thriving at the Pei household. At the very least. I have a roof over my head and food to eat, rather than sleeping in a chicken coop and subsisting on pig feed. Zhao Wengue was momentarily taken aback. In his recollection, Ling Whale was a timid and apprehensive girl who barely dared to speak above a whisper. When had she ever dared to address him in such a manner? Brother-in-law, just observe your fine daughter. She's only been married a few days. And her tone has already undergone a transformation. Ling Whale, not waiting for Ling Huaizhi to speak, sniffed haughtily and declared, my grandmother instructed me that. As a daughter-in-law of the Pei family, my words and actions must differ from before. Even if it's merely pretense. I must project an image that prevents others from looking down upon the Pei family. However, speaking candidly, second uncle, not as your niece. But observe how you've cared for grandma these past few days, leaving her in such a state of hunger. Anyone unfamiliar with the situation might assume your household is suffering from famine. Old Mrs. Zhao scolded, you wretched girl. How dare you address your second uncle in such a manner? It seems returning to the city has emboldened you to defy all authority. Second brother. This wretched girl deserves a thorough scolding, you must discipline her properly. Zhao Shouhua also voiced her displeasure, just because you're married, you believe you're above reproach. Even daring to contradict your elders. It seems your skin is itching for a beating. Ling Whale retreated behind Ling Huaizhi, proclaiming, Father, these are all my grandmother's teachings. Since grandma treats me poorly, grandmother says the elderly lack virtue, and one cannot fault their children for being unfilial. My grandmother treats me well. And I will undoubtedly show filial piety to her and my father in the future. As for you, a landlady who treated me as a servant and slave. What basis do you have to expect my filial piety? Ling Huaizhi was quite pleased to hear these words. After all, she was a child of the Ling family. Clearly distinguishing between those within and without. Recalling the 200 yuan he provided annually, not to mention the holiday gifts. And the Zhao family still treating his daughter as free labor, he felt a surge of resentment. As Ms. Green articulated, it is imperative that our elder receive a comprehensive medical evaluation at the hospital. It is generally understood that filial piety dictates that children should provide care for their parents. However, given that our mother is blessed with 2 sons, and grandsons who are now married, it seems that the responsibility should not fall solely upon our household. As Mr. Green seconded, indeed, uncle, my father is correct. With sons and grandsons in the family, it would be inappropriate for you to expect my father to provide care. Lest people criticize that my grandmother has no sons. Perhaps you could consider having Ms. Jade and Ms. Emerald accompany you. One to manage the household and the other to assist at the hospital. My parents will contribute to the medical expenses. And my eldest uncle can provide essential provisions such as rice, flour, and eggs. In this way, we can all contribute financially and physically, ensuring that our elder is well taken care of. Mr. Ocean then declared, Ms. Green's proposition is sound. Let us proceed accordingly. Ms. Jade and Ms. Emerald are of age and capable of assisting. Mother, rest assured that, although I am but a son-in-law, I will certainly contribute to the medical expenses. We are living in a new era, and we do not adhere to the antiquated notion that elders should rely solely on their sons. Blossom. Please assist the girls in preparing their belongings so that they may catch the afternoon bus to the county seat. We must not delay. With this, Mr. Ocean was delighted to have the opportunity to send away Ms. Jade and Ms. Emerald, whom he now regarded with increasing displeasure, seeing them as nothing more than financial burdens. Ms. Jade, however, was displeased and tearfully protested, "Mother, I do not wish to go to my second uncle's home. I am not comfortable in other people's houses." Zhao Shouhua was heartbroken and exclaimed, "Enough, how could I ever let you go to someone else's home? This is your home. When I brought you back, I said that wherever I am, that is your home, and no one can ever force you to leave." Turning to, she rebuked, "How can your heart be so venomous? Jiao Jiao has already suffered enough from failing her college entrance exam because of you, and you dare to add fuel to the fire at this moment?" Zhao Wengue and Wang Yuxiu were utterly dumbfounded, having never witnessed such blatant favoritism. Wang Yuxiu glanced at Zhao Wengue, silently questioning if his sister had lost her mind. Zhao Wengue shared the sentiment. While he desired a son and wasn't particularly fond of daughters, compared to his elder brother's sons, Mao Kai and Mao Qing, he undoubtedly felt closer to his own two daughters. No matter how wonderful another family might be, it was still someone else's. How could it compare to one's own flesh and blood? Retorted impetuously to Zhao Shouhua, "Mother, what are you saying? I was abandoned to the Zhao family when I was 10 years old. Who would dare say you are ruthless? Besides, Jiao Jiao is going to her maternal uncle's home. Not some strangers. Would her own uncle and aunt harm her? Since something has happened to the elderly, shouldn't we all discuss it together? Father, you see. Mother is unwilling to let Jiao Jiao go to her uncle's home, so she must have other solutions. Never mind, I am just a married woman. And my words are not heeded. Staying here only makes people uncomfortable, so I should just return home." As she spoke, rose to leave. Now that her household registration had been transferred and she had money, she no longer needed to feign meekness and forbearance. Wang Yuxiu grasped Ling Huaizhi's arm, saying, "Child, your mother merely spoke a few words to you, why must you leave? Your grandmother's situation remains unresolved. Let us sit down together and deliberate. The Pei family is quite formidable, with a single phone call, they can influence many matters. Ling Huaizhi, as the daughter-in-law of the Pei family, cannot simply depart." She was also displeased with Zhao Shouhua's remarks and did not wish to invite old Madame Zhao to her home. Nor did she desire for Ling Yujiao and Zhao Xiaocui to visit. But listen to Zhao Shouhua's words, they reek of disdain. As if their family were engaged in some scandalous business, intent on devouring Ling Yujiao. Is it really necessary? Zhao Shouhua coldly declared, Jiao Jiao has been feeling unwell lately. She is unable to attend to anyone. You must find another solution. Zhao Wengue, irritated, retorted, "Second sister, your words are excessive." Suddenly, old Madame Zhao slammed the table and pointed at Zhao Shouhua, exclaiming, "If you disregard your mother, this mother might also choose to overlook your daughter. Some matters." Chapter 75, Today's Little Green is Niu Hulu Green Mother. Zhao Shouhua hurriedly interrupted, elongating her tone, "Enough. Is it not that you wish to avoid burdening your son and want me to care for you instead? Very well, I shall take you to the hospital tomorrow. Ling Huaizhi, tomorrow you will accompany your grandmother to the hospital. You are not like Jiao Jiao and the others, you are married now. Regarded as an adult and a family member. You, too, should contribute to the medical expenses. There is no time." Ling Huaizhi, without a moment's hesitation, declared. "I shall take care of Pei Guanchen. As for the medical expenses." She cast a glance at the gathered individuals, "Sure, I am willing to contribute any amount. But alas, I find myself short of funds. Father, perhaps you could inquire with my father-in-law for the necessary sum?" The hour was growing late, and she continued. "I must return home, there is a patient in need of my presence. I kindly ask for your understanding, esteemed elders." Having spoken, she rose to depart. And as she reached the doorway, she spotted the cookies sent by Zhao Wengue and his wife. "Oh, these cookies look delightful. Thank you, second uncle." Zhao Shouhua, witnessing her take the cookies and make her exit, felt a surge of frustration that nearly triggered her heart condition. "Old Ling, do observe your daughter." Ling Wenhai glared at her, retorting, "Why should I concern myself with her? The workplace has been demanding overtime lately. You all can manage your visits to the hospital as you see fit, I simply do not have the time." It was only natural for him to care for his ailing mother, yet his mother-in-law had other children and grandchildren. Why should he, as a son-in-law, bear the brunt of the burden? Dream on. He had grown weary of the Zhao family, let those who wished to serve do so. But he would not be the one to spend his money and effort. Zhao Wengue and his wife hastily rose as well. Second sister, you appear quite busy. We shall not impose any further. There are 2 children at home waiting for us, and we must return. Mother, please take good care of your health. And we shall visit again when time permits. Zhao Shouhua quickly interjected, wait, Wengue, just a moment. Dear sister, no need to see us off. Zhao Wengue and his wife called out as they departed, we are all family, let us return home. The elderly woman Fong whispered to Grandma Lu. Your own brother comes to visit and doesn't even stay for a meal. TSK, such behavior is rather unbecoming. Grandma Lu nodded in agreement, shaking her head, indeed. Teacher Zhao's way of conducting himself seems to regress with time. Zhao Wengue and his wife hurriedly left, soon catching up with Ling Huaizhi. Little Green. You got married and didn't even whisper a word about it. Look, neither your second uncle nor I know anything. Wang Yushou chattered while holding Ling Huailu's hand. The Pei family has extensive connections, and Ling Wenhai is indeed formidable, having linked with such a prominent family. Zhao Wengue felt a pang of envy. If only his 2 daughters possessed the same beauty as Ling Huailu, he wouldn't have to worry at all. Ling Huailu halted, asking, second uncle, second aunt. Are you planning to give me a monetary gift? She added, it's all right, my mother doesn't mind, you can give it directly to me. Zhao Wengue and his wife had always resided in the county town, and in her previous life, Ling Huailu had little interaction with them. Later, when she was driven to desperation by a butcher, she had sought their help. However, Zhao Wengue had not even allowed her to cross the threshold, saying, Huaihua. You brought disgrace upon yourself, tainting the reputations of your 2 cousins. I won't hold that against you, but please do not bring misfortune to our family. You have parents. Do not come running to your second uncle. In this new life, she harbored no affection for Zhao Wengue and his wife. If she needed assistance, she would not turn to them, nor could they expect to gain anything from her. Wang Yushou's expression stiffened. You really are quite oblivious, my dear. It has been a month since your marriage, what reason is there to provide you with additional monetary gifts? Moreover, your parents have not shown much regard for us. They're relatives. Xiaolu glanced at the sky. Indeed, it is getting late. Aunt. Why don't you and uncle find a guest house near the bus station to stay for the night? It is quite late, and I must return to attend to my husband. Uncle, aunt, I won't see you off. Upon finishing her words, she turned on her heel, offering the couple no chance to respond. Wang Yushou felt her irritation bubbling into laughter. This niece of ours is quite capable, isn't she? Having married into a family of officials, she hardly acknowledges her own uncles. How disgraceful. Just like her mother, willing to do anything to remain in the city. What is there to be proud of in marrying a man who is paralyzed? Zhao Wengui's expression was equally displeased. Enough. Let us leave quickly. If we delay any further, we shall truly miss the bus. Are we really going to spend money on a guest house? Upon returning to the residential compound, Ling Huailu, as she approached the entrance, spotted Wang Zhao crouched in the shade of a tree, poking an ant mound with a small twig. His eyes lit up upon seeing her. Sister Xiaolu. Ling Huailu handed him 2 packs of biscuits. Has Zhang Yufeng chased you out again? Wang Zhao rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat bashful. Sister Xiaolu, this seems a bit too much. The 12-year-old boy still understood the essence of dignity. He clutched a few grimy textbooks. Having already felt quite embarrassed after exchanging them for 2 days' worth of food from Ling Huailu, and he could hardly bring himself to ask for more. Moreover, biscuits were a luxury, one wouldn't casually purchase such treats unless for a special occasion. Ling Huailu insisted, have you not eaten breakfast, lunch, or dinner today? Take this. It will tide you over, but be discreet about it, lest your stepmother notices. Xiao Zhao, she continued, difficulties are but temporary, with perseverance, we shall navigate through them. One must never resort to unlawful deeds, though they may yield fleeting pleasures, they are ultimately unsustainable. Do you understand? Wang Zhao, holding the biscuits, felt a pang of emotion in his nose. Sister, rest assured, I would never resort to theft. Sister Xiaolu was truly kind. Her concern stemming from fears that he might resort to stealing out of hunger. Ling Huailu sighed, in her past life, despite having avenged herself, she had transgressed the law, living in constant fear and evasion, akin to a rat in the sewers. That experience had been profoundly distressing. given a second chance. She hoped that wrongdoers would face retribution and the virtuous would be rewarded, wishing never to tread the same path as in her previous life. As was her custom, Ling Huaizhi exchanged space peaches with Pei Guanchen and then ventured out to inspect her vegetable garden. The bok choy and carrots had sprouted, their delicate green leaves trembling adorably. She noticed Grandma Chui laboring with a rake to pull down the loofah vines from the eaves and hurried over to assist. Grandma Chui, rubbing her back, clipped the vines into small sections, gathering them to place at the base of the wall for winter kindling. Age had taken its toll. Once she had toiled in the fields, planting rice, harvesting wheat, and shelling corn, capable of any labor. Now, with better days behind her, even pulling down a loofah vine left her utterly exhausted. Aiding her in tidying up, Ling Huaizhi casually inquired, "Grandma Chui, I wish to ask you about something. I'm contemplating resuming my education. How would one go about seeking permission to audit classes at a school?" Grandma Chui paused momentarily, then queried, "Are you considering attending night school?" It was now Ling Huaizhi's turn to be taken aback. Night school? Is that an option for me? Indeed. Grandma Chui continued winding the bean tendrils. One would need to procure a certificate from an employer or find a guarantor. However, such matters should pose no difficulty for your family. Prepare your junior high school diploma, and I'll inquire on your behalf later. Ling Huaizhi wore an embarrassed expression. Grandma Chui, I never graduated from elementary school. Grandma Chui's countenance registered disbelief. Wasn't it said that your father is the chief of the public security section and your mother was once a teacher at the No. 2 high school? How could it be that? The girl did not appear to be someone who would refuse schooling even if coerced. Ling Huaizhi's eyes betrayed a hint of despondency. When I was in the 5th grade, my aunt had an incident. My mother, in order to care for my cousin, sent me to my ancestral home in the countryside. In the eyes of the rural folk, it was good enough for a girl to simply be alive, let alone receive an education. Grandma Chui fell silent upon hearing this. She was nearly moved to indignation. What sort of parents were these? Little Green, don't fret over this matter. I'll help you inquire later and see how this can be resolved. Yes, thank you so much. Upon returning home, Ling Huaizhi retrieved the junior high school entrance exam papers she had previously purchased from the bookstore and attempted to complete them. She felt that she had performed reasonably well. However, she had been away from her studies for too long and was unsure of the actual accuracy rate. Ling Huaizhi held the examination paper, pondering whom to seek for assistance. The sand pot atop the coal stove bubbled softly. And as she caught a whiff of the aroma, she suddenly remembered the pork ribs she was simmering. It was time to add the winter melon. Hastily, she tossed the test paper onto the table and dashed to the yard to check on the rib soup. In this season devoid of a range hood, she feared that cooking indoors would saturate the air with smoke, hence, she prepared her meals outside while the weather permitted, planning to move indoors once winter truly set in. After adding the winter melon to the pot and replacing a coal chunk in the stove, she returned indoors. Upon entering, she discovered Pei Guanchen examining her test paper. And a wave of unease washed over her. A pen, Pei Guanchen said, his brow slightly furrowed as he extended his hand. Oh. Ling Huaizhi paused for a moment, realizing he required a pen to grade her paper, and hurriedly handed him a red pen. Pei Guanchen graded with remarkable speed, swiftly assigning her a score of 92. Didn't you attend 6th grade? He inquired, only then noticing how the young girl stood at a considerable distance from him. His brow furrowed further as he reflected. It seemed that since Ling Huaizhi had entered their home, she had always kept her distance, seemingly fearful of approaching him. Was she afraid or perhaps? As Pei Guanchen's thoughts spiraled, an unexpected wave of discontent washed over him, prompting a reluctance to continue grading. Observing his troubled expression, Ling Huaizhi felt increasingly anxious. I only attended the first semester of 5th grade, I didn't go back for the second semester. I learned this from Wang Zhao's textbook. Seeing her bite her lip, her face a mask of embarrassment and apprehension, Pei Guanchen suddenly questioned whether he had indeed been too harsh and intimidated her. Well, achieving this score through self-study is quite commendable. Ling Huaizhi's eyes lit up. Really? It seems to be the first time in her life that she has been praised. Pei Guanchen looked at her beautiful, watery eyes, which suddenly became radiant. And he couldn't bear to say what was in his heart. In his opinion, these were things that one would grasp with a single glance, and even following the book. One shouldn't make these mistakes. Yes, very good. He said, against his conscience, and continued to point at the test paper. You have 2 questions with problematic writing format. 1 question with a calculation error, and this one has a problem with the steps. Although the result is correct, in the entrance examination, if you encounter a serious teacher, you will lose points for this question, so you must be strict with yourself. He had never been so patient with anyone before. But he was thinking that in those few days when he was having diarrhea and vomiting, this little girl was busy taking care of him, and also made him ointment. Which made him feel a little guilty. Ling Huaizhi leaned closer. Let me see. Oh, I knew there was something wrong when I was writing, so the problem was here. Brother, you are so amazing. She raised a smiling face, her eyebrows curved, revealing shallow dimples, like the bright autumn sun, dazzlingly radiant. Pei Guanchen turned his wheelchair back a step. With more practice, you can study junior high school knowledge. After he finished speaking, he returned to his room. Ling Huaizhi didn't notice his abnormality and was still immersed in her test paper. She can graduate from elementary school? So happy. In the evening, Ling Huaizhi quietly called Wang Zhao out. You're starting school the day after tomorrow, right? Wang Zhao cradled the bowl of rib soup mixed with rice that she had prepared, relishing every morsel to the point of gluttony, hardly finding time to speak, as the 2 of them concealed themselves beneath the gourd vines outside the courtyard. Do you still want the books? Ling Huaizhi inquired, to which she nodded affirmatively. Yes, I would like the complete set of textbooks for junior high. Leave this matter to me. Wang Zhao mumbled, his words barely intelligible. Good heavens, the ribs cooked by Xiao Lu were simply exquisite, the meat was tender, the winter melon delightfully soft, and the broth was bursting with flavor. As he ate, tears of joy welled up in his eyes. How long had it been since he savored such a taste? It felt as if the memory had faded into obscurity. In that moment, he realized that Ling Huaizhi was akin to a sister to him, the kind one feels an unbreakable bond with. On the other side of the wall, Zhang Yufang sniffled and remarked to Wang Guoqiang, just look at them next door, it's either chicken stew or rib soup all day long. Or perhaps fish soup simmering away. They truly live as if they own the place. If this were back in the days of communal dining, they would certainly be denounced. Wang Guoqiang retorted irritably, they have money, so why should it concern you what they eat or drink? If I had that kind of money, I would want to feast on meat every day too. Ever since the patriarch passed away, their household had been in a steady decline. Now, he was the sole breadwinner, struggling to support the family, while Zhang Yufang, lacking the skills of a previous matriarch, made it difficult to even have a decent meal without relying on the factory's benevolence. Wang Zhao discreetly finished his meal, licking the bowl clean. Ling Huaizhi urged him, come on. Let us go to my house to rinse your mouth before we head back, we don't want your stepmother catching a whiff of the aroma. Wang Zhao felt a pang of reluctance, having finally enjoyed a bowl of ribs, he wished to savor the moment a little longer. Ling Huaizhi whispered. Are you looking to get yourself into trouble? Wang Zhao shivered slightly, obediently following her into the courtyard to rinse his mouth, ensuring it was clean before he exhaled a few breaths. Satisfied that there was no lingering taste, he stepped outside and casually plucked a leaf of green vegetable to chew on before heading home. Zhang Yufang, with a hint of irritation, inquired. Where have you been at this late hour? Wang Zhao scoffed through his nostrils, you cooked dumplings for your 2 children, fearing I'd catch a whiff of the aroma. And now you chase me out at night, only to question my whereabouts. Wang Guoqiang, who was washing his feet, shot a glare at Zhang Yufang. Did you not leave him any food? Zhang Yufang began to scold, I've been busy all day, he is grown and does not lend a hand. What more do you expect of me? Ling Huaizhi, tidying up the dishes, listened to the quarrel next door and contemplated visiting old lady Zhao at the hospital. She needed to uncover what leverage old lady Zhao held over Zhao Shouhua. Chapter 77, the affectionate cousin old lady Zhao lay on her hospital bed boasting. My daughter is a teacher, my son-in-law works in the police department, my son is with the grain bureau, and my daughter-in-law is also a civil servant. My granddaughter is married to the son of the police chief. Ah, their jobs are commendable. But they are so busy that they hardly spare a moment to visit this old woman. The elderly lady in the adjacent bed listened with envy, you are truly fortunate. With all your children in the city, while your eldest son tends to the fields in the countryside. You have representatives from all walks of life. Ling Huaizhi entered the ward carrying a can of food. Grandma, how are you feeling today? Does your leg still hurt? Upon seeing her, old lady Zhao's expression darkened instantly. You come all this way just to bring me this? Could you not have brought me some bone soup instead? Ling Huaizhi smiled gently, unperturbed. Grandma. You didn't mention that you wanted bone soup. I heard you were feeling unwell, and the doctor advised you to eat light. As we age, our health declines. And even if we crave certain foods, we must heed the doctor's advice. If you truly desire it, once you recover, I shall prepare it for you daily. The neighbor lady gazed enviously, exclaiming, Old lady, your granddaughter is truly filial. Filial, my foot. Zhao Laotai dismissed the compliment with disdain. If she were genuinely filial, she would take me to live in her spacious home instead of cramming me into her mother's house with others. Ling Huaizhi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Grandma. I have only just married. Coincidentally, the neighbor lady's son arrived. She stood to converse with him, evidently losing interest in Zhao Laotai. The old woman, clearly unsophisticated, harbored the audacity to expect to reside with her granddaughter, oblivious to whether her granddaughter's in-laws would welcome her. Zhao Xiaozui returned with water and, upon spotting Ling Huaizhi, felt a surge of joy. Huaihua, could you watch Grandma for a moment? I need to step out. Ling Huaizhi glanced at her, murmuring, What business do you have? A date or perhaps a movie? Zhao Xiaozui's expression shifted dramatically, nearly dropping the water jug. What are you talking about? Where would I go on a date? Ling Huaizhi let out a soft scoff. The son of the grocery store owner at the street corner, Zhang Huajun. Are you certain you aren't seeing him? Zhao Xiaozui turned pale. Her clandestine dealings with Zhang Huajun had been so discreet, how could Ling Huaizhi possibly know? Could it be that the woman in red was the one who inquired about it? Zhao Xiaozui firmly believed in the matter of the woman in red, otherwise, how could so many things have suddenly happened to the Ling family? She pulled Ling Huaizhi into the corridor and cautioned, Don't tell anyone about this. I'll also share a secret with you. What secret? Ling Huaizhi doubted that Zhao Xiaozui could know any secrets. Zhao Xiaozui glanced around furtively and whispered to Ling Huaizhi. Ling Yujiao has a boyfriend whose mother is the director of the department store. Rumor has it that his family is quite affluent. However, it's unrequited love. He hasn't taken a liking to her at all. Therefore, she seizes every opportunity to cozy up to his younger sister, hoping to capture his attention. Ling Huaizhi inexplicably thought of the love letters she had discovered previously. The person you're referring to, could it possibly be Song Jiahui? Zhao Xiaozui was taken aback. How did you know? Immediately, she realized that the woman in red must have informed Ling Huaizhi. This was terrifying. That she could command a female ghost to do her bidding, she feared nothing could be concealed from her. Ling Huaizhi was unaware of Zhao Xiaozui's trepidation. The reason she knew about Zhao Xiaozui's affairs was because old Ji had told her. The young girl who came with you to sell scrap. Is she a relative of yours? I saw her cavorting with the son of old Zhang at the street corner grocery store. TSK, that boy is no good. Relying on his looks to deceive young girls. Rumor has it that many young girls have gone with him to work in other places to earn big money. Once they leave, they never return. Remind your relative to be careful. After learning about this, Ling Huaizhi made a special detour to the street corner grocery store to buy something, and indeed encountered Zhang Huajun. My dear, this trifling item is hardly worth any expense. Allow me to present it to you as a gift. Zhang Huajun insisted on offering the needlework to Ling Huaizhi without charge. Zhang Huajun was of middling stature, with handsome features reminiscent of a matinee idol. His daily attire consisted of an immaculate white shirt paired with black slacks. His demeanor exuded a gentle charm. And when he spoke, his gaze was fixed intently, a tactic that few naive young women could resist. It was no wonder that Zhao Xiaozui had fallen prey to his allure. Little did these women, enraptured by his tender affections, realize that he was, in reality, a lure strategically placed by a human trafficking ring. Ling Huaizhi had no intention of alerting Zhao Xiaozui, for even if she did, Zhao Xiaozui would likely dismiss it. Suspecting jealousy. Huaihua. Zhao Xiaozui pleaded, back in the village, I may have mistreated you, but that is all in the past. You are living quite comfortably now. Although your husband is paralyzed, you are well fed, well clothed, and reside in a private courtyard. I have finally encountered someone who overlooks my past and is willing to treat me kindly. Please, could you refrain from disclosing this matter to my family? Ling Huaizhi could not help but remark, Zhao Xiaozui, one must possess self-awareness. Zhang Huajun is handsome and comes from a well-to-do family. Have you ever pondered why he would take an interest in a rural girl like you? Zhao Xiaozui's countenance immediately shifted. Ling Huaizhi. I knew you couldn't bear to see me content. What if Brother Zhang cherishes me? Do you look down on me simply because I am a country bumpkin and not pleasing to the eye? However, Brother Zhang is different. He asserts that men who prioritize appearances are rather superficial. He appreciates the inner qualities of a person and is fond of my simplicity and authenticity, admiring the untamed nature I carry as a country girl. He remarks that I lack the artifice of city girls, as well as their superficial vanity. Are you disappointed? You might assume that I am unloved, but Brother Zhang finds charm in my essence, unlike you, who, despite your good looks, has married a man unable to stand. Possessing a peculiar temper, destined to live a life of solitude akin to that of a widow. When Ling Huaizhi became engaged, Zhao Shouhua expressed her discontent to Ling Wenhai, questioning why such a fortunate match did not consider Ling Yujiao. Ling Wenhai scoffed, stating, "Would you truly wish for a life with someone who will never stand again? Devoid of humanity?" After hearing this, Zhao Xiaozui's envy towards Ling Huaizhi transformed into pity. Ling Huaizhi observed her and thought, well, a person deeply ensnared in love cannot be awakened, it is not her duty to rouse her. She turned and entered the hospital room. Come, lend me a hand. I want to take Grandma outside for a stroll. Old Lady Zhao, with a wooden expression, remained silent. She was indeed uncomfortable lying there and yearned for a breath of fresh air. Ling Huaizhi pushed Old Lady Zhao's wheelchair, wandering outside the hospital until they reached a sloping riverbank. Lost in thought, she suddenly lost focus, and the wheelchair rolled straight down the slope. Startled, Old Lady Zhao cried out, "Help, help me." Chapter 78, Grandma, do you wish to die? The cool breeze signified the arrival of autumn. And it was midday with scarcely anyone around the riverbank. Ling Huaizhi had chosen a secluded spot shaded by trees, nearly invisible to those who might notice Old Lady Zhao's wheelchair sliding down. Help! Help! Zhao Grandma's heart nearly leapt from her chest in fright. Ling Huaizhi hastened forward, firmly grasping the wheelchair. It halted precariously at the gentle slope of the grassy knoll, while the river breeze, brushing through the treetops and meadows, enveloped them in a biting chill. Trembling from shock, Zhao Grandma scolded, "Why aren't you hastening to push me back? Are you trying to kill me?" Ling Huaizhi lowered her head and spoke softly, "Grandma, I do not wish to harm you deliberately. It is merely that I lack the strength at this moment. You see, I am but a frail young girl, and when the wheelchair suddenly became unmanageable, I found myself without assistance. If it were to tip over and plunge us into the river, it would not be surprising for you, unable to move your legs, to be swept away by the current, while I, being young, could grasp the wild grass at the riverbank and await rescue." It was only then that Zhao Grandma realized this wretched girl was not merely clumsy, but truly wished for her demise. A wave of fear washed over her as she pleaded, "Huaizhi, you mustn't treat me this way. I am your grandmother, your own grandmother." "Indeed. Your own grandmother." Ling Huaizhi's eyes brimmed with resentment as she gritted her teeth. "But what did you do when you saw Zhao Maokai groping me indiscriminately? You scolded me for enticing men at such a tender age, yet you never condemned your grandson for being less than beastly. During my time at the Zhao household, I could hardly dare to bathe more than once a year, for when I did, Zhao Wenbing and Zhao Maokai would find ways to spy on me. My filthy hair became matted and infested with lice, and I endured the incessant itch and revulsion without daring to wash. Do you have any notion of how unbearable those days were?" Zhao Grandma clutched the armrests of the wheelchair tightly, weeping. Can they truly be blamed for that? As the years advance and solitude prevails, such yearnings are inevitable. Yet, if blame is to be assigned, it rests solely upon your captivating allure. Were you not blessed with such an enchanting visage, men would not be so drawn to you. Incensed, Ling Huaizhi abandoned her wheelchair. She knew that the old crone would remain obstinate until her dying breath. She would never admit to wrongdoing, nor would her children or grandchildren. The fault, in her eyes, lay solely with Ling Huaizhi, the pitiable soul no one cherished. "Ah!" Zhao cried out in terror, "Huaizhi! Huaizhi! I do not wish to perish." In that moment, Ling Huaizhi genuinely desired her demise. Yet, for reasons unknown, the memory of her own death in her previous life resurfaced. Resigning herself, she resolved not to transgress the law again, but to live an upright life. "Old woman," she hissed, "you have but one chance at survival. And it remains to be seen whether you seize it. Tell me, what exactly did Zhao Shouhua do to remain under your control for so long?" Zhao trembled. tears and mucus streaming down her face. I know nothing. She. Ling Huaizhi's voice dripped with menace. Dare to persist in your obstinacy, and I shall cast you into the river. Finally succumbing to fear, Zhao relented. I shall speak. When your mother was still studying, a young man from Wangjia village courted her, but his family was too impoverished for my liking. Later, your mother's education was funded by his money, allowing her to become a teacher and establish herself in the city. That year, when your aunt passed away and your mother sent you back to the countryside, she engaged in illicit relations with that Wang fellow in the haystack, and I witnessed it. At that moment, Ling Huaizhi felt as if the very blood in her veins had turned to ice. Her mother, Zhao Shouhua, unfaithful? Such a notion seemed implausible. Certain aspects eluded her comprehension. In her recollections, Zhao Shouhua was refined, gentle, and exceedingly affectionate, bestowing upon her the unconditional warmth of a mother. Furthermore, she pondered the transformation Zhao Shouhua underwent, becoming distant and calculating. Now, old Mrs. Zhao alleged Zhao Shouhua's infidelity? Ling Huaizhi felt as though her mind had been subjected to a cataclysm, rendering everything surreal. She had been reborn. Zhao Shouhua. Could it be that she had been possessed? Ling Huaizhi's thoughts were in disarray. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Were they in contact consistently? If it were merely a solitary incident, Zhao Shouhua could have vehemently denied it, and old Mrs. Zhao would have lacked the leverage to manipulate her perpetually. Unless she maintained ongoing communication with that man from the Wang family. Old Mrs. Zhao demurred, I am uncertain. Wang Quangue ventured to Yangqing early on to engage in commerce. It is said that he amassed a considerable fortune. Your aunt's aptitude for business was facilitated through his connections. Following that incident, your mother implored me to keep it confidential. Subsequently, Wang Quangue returned to Yangqing, and since then, he has vanished without a trace. I am unaware of his whereabouts. Ling Huaizhi surmised that Zhao Shouhua and Wang Quangue maintained contact, otherwise, she would not have felt culpable and susceptible to old Mrs. Zhao's control. Another matter came to her mind, my mother was always exceedingly fond of me. Why did she become displeased with me after my aunt's incident? Despite the maternal bond between Zhao and Zhao Shouhua, and the leverage the former held over the latter, she found it incredulous that Zhao hadn't suspected Zhao Shouhua's sudden transformation. Zhao lamented, tears welling up, after your aunt's incident, your mother consulted a mystic who claimed you were cursed and would bring misfortune upon her, hence her aversion to you. Ling Huaizhi remained skeptical, dismissing the notion of fate upon her rebirth. If her destiny was unfavorable, she attributed it to Zhao Shouhua's potential possession. Should she seek out Ma? As she wheeled Zhao back, they encountered Zhao Shouhua near the hospital's inpatient building. Zhao Shouhua, her countenance stern, questioned. Where are you taking your grandmother in the middle of the day? Ling Huaizhi, her hand resting on Zhao's shoulder, replied. Grandmother felt confined in the ward and desired some fresh air, so I took her for a stroll by the river. Mother, why didn't you bring any delicacies for grandmother? Zhao Shouhua glared at her, retorting, it's chilly, and the riverside is windy. Why would you take her there? What are you waiting for? Wheel your grandmother inside immediately. Ling Huaizhi abandoned the wheelchair, declaring, you can push her yourself, I'm returning to care for Xiao Pei. You. Zhao Shouhua struggled to accept Ling Huaizhi's defiance. Ling Huaizhi. You've grown audacious. How dare you speak to me like that? Ling Huaizhi chuckled softly, how else should I act? Prostrate myself before you? Zhao Shouhua, you're still alive. Yet you already expect me to kowtow to you. You. Enraged, Zhao Shouhua trembled with fury, never anticipating that matrimony could so transform Ling Huaizhi, emboldening her to defy her elders. I'll beat you to death. Shouhua, I'm weary. The still shaken Zhao old woman interjected. Ling Huaizhi emitted a disdainful snort, turning to depart, only to be halted in her tracks. Huaihua, have you forgotten your maternal uncle? Chapter 79, His time has come. Ling Huaizhi recoiled, whirling around to face Zhao Wenbing, who stood grinning beneath the corridor. Zhao Wenbing. Had Zhang Yulian truly relinquished her pursuit of him? Zhao Wenbing approached her, inquiring. I heard you've taken a husband? Huaihua, how could you be so inconsiderate as to marry without your uncle's knowledge? Ling Huaizhi regarded him in silence. How did my uncle find his way to the city? Zhao Wenbing's gaze was avaricious as he reached out to caress Ling Huaizhi's cheek. I heard you married a wealthy man. Why does it seem your face has grown thinner? Ling Huaizhi swiftly batted his hand away. Uncle. It seems your audacity has only thickened in the span of a summer. Zhao Wenbing discerned a palpable change in the Ling Huaizhi before him. In a mere 2 months, she had grown fairer, more beautiful, and seemingly taller. And her temper? It had certainly grown apace. He chuckled inwardly, assuming that her marriage to a capable man would not exempt her from his grasp. Huaihua. Zhao Wenbing whispered conspiratorially, I hear your husband is a cripple. Is he functional in that regard? No matter, if he is not, you still have your uncle, don't you? The prowess of my uncle, which you have witnessed, necessitates your obedience. Should you defy me, I may reveal the nature of our relationship to the entire Pei family. Zhao Wenbing's blatant threat filled Ling Huaizhi with disgust. In her previous life, Zhao Wenbing and his despicable nephew, Zhao Maokai, had taken advantage of her vulnerability as a weak woman, manipulating her at every turn and rendering her brief existence a living hell. In this lifetime, merely imprisoning Zhao Wenbing would be far too lenient. Ling Huaizhi smiled, how could I possibly disobey? After all, my dear uncle is family, I cannot forget him, no matter who else I might overlook. Her family must remain intact, with not a single member absent. Zhao Wenbing grinned widely, now that's more like it, Huaihua. Since I've come to the city, I have neither a place to stay nor employment. Why not have your father-in-law arrange for me a rather easy position? No problem at all. Ling Huaizhi replied casually, you cannot stay at my house for the time being, my family member keeps a close watch. However, you might consider residing at my mother's place. As for work, I shall consult my father-in-law today, and I will provide you with an answer shortly. Zhao Wenbing, believing he had the upper hand, feigned a smile, Huaihua. Do not jest with your uncle. Ling Huaizhi cast her gaze downwards, concealing the hatred in her eyes, how could I dare? Zhao Wenbing was quite pleased with Ling Huaizhi's apparent compliance. I shall grant you just 3 days, I want to stay at your home and secure employment. Should either condition fail, Director Pei will learn precisely what kind of person his daughter-in-law truly is. The more powerful a family, the more they value their reputation. He could not fathom that Ling Huaizhi would dare to expose this matter to the Pei family. Harboring resentment, Ling Huaizhi returned home, only to find an unexpected guest. A young man in his early 20s regarded her with some surprise. Xiao Guan, I'll be taking my leave now. The young man gave a polite nod to Ling Huaizhi, and with a notebook in hand, he departed. Pei Guanchen replied, watching him leave, without offering any explanation to Ling Huaizhi as to the young man's identity. Ling Huaizhi, preoccupied with her own thoughts, paid little attention. She intended to prepare dumplings and store them in the refrigerator. She retrieved the meat and began to mince it, the knife dancing in her hand. Her mind consumed by the memories of the humiliation she had suffered in her past life. How should she deal with Zhao Wenbing? Should she send him to prison? Or should she seek his demise? And then there was Chen Hongjun, that scoundrel, who, though he had not directly harmed her, had extinguished her last hope. In her previous life, she had seized the opportunity of the butcher's drunken stupor to abscond with some money, only to encounter Chen Hongjun at the station. She pleaded with Chen Hongjun not to reveal her whereabouts, and Chen Hongjun feigned agreement, only to use the information to seize all the money she possessed, ultimately returning her to the butcher's side. That night, the butcher had beaten her with a belt, burned her with cigarette butts, and even used scissors to pierce her in her private areas. You wretched woman. You want to run? I'll show you what's what. And see if you dare to run again. The more Ling Huaizhi thought about it, the more her hatred grew. The sound of her mincing grew louder, each chop echoing with a resounding thud. Through the half-open window, Pei Guanchen could only see the young woman ferociously mincing the meat, her murderous aura lending a touch of bleakness to the autumnal scene. He slowly wheeled his chair to Ling Huaizhi's side. I heard your uncle has come to the provincial capital? Ling Huaizhi's hand paused, her breath catching in her throat. Her hands trembled slightly as she turned to retrieve the chives, inadvertently knocking over the vegetable basket and scattering them across the floor. I presume that young man who visited earlier informed you, inquired further, about residing here? Clutched the bundle of chives so tightly that they were nearly juiced, oblivious to her actions. There's no need, she asserted. Glanced at her before remaining silent. He had not disclosed that had visited the residential compound and left a message with the gatekeeper. I possess a secret concerning your wife. Are you interested in hearing it? Considered a suitable roommate and had no immediate plans to replace her. As for secret, it held no allure for him. as he turned his wheelchair. He couldn't resist looking back and offering, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "No, thank you," replied without looking up. She was already deeply grateful for taking her in and providing her with her own independent household registration. As for her vengeance, she would find her own means to exact it. Distinctly sensed that the young woman was out of sorts tonight. Every night, without fail, she would review her studies and complete a paper for him to grade. But tonight, she seemed unusually silent, her silence bordering on unsettling. Lay in bed, her eyes wide open in the darkness. She dared not close them, for every time she did, she would be haunted by the sordid scenes of her past life. Those scenes were unbearable to recall, utterly terrifying. Also sleepless were and had not anticipated its arrival at their home. The mere sight of him evoked memories of that night in the grove, the helplessness and despair of being unable to move or call for help. Uncle. Does Uncle know? Does he know that person is her? He has come to the provincial city. What about San El-Air? Could San El-Air have come along as well? If Zhang Huajun were to learn of her affair with San El-Air, how would he perceive her? Would he still regard her as that unadorned, simple country girl? Ling Yujiao is also unable to sleep. Zhao Shouhua has been in a dismal mood these past few days, constantly arguing with Ling Wenhai. She is unemployed and cannot continue her studies, and Ling Wenhai grows increasingly displeased with her. And then there's Song Chaohui. Does he have even the slightest fondness for her? Another restless soul is Zhao Zuelan. This afternoon, she received a letter in which someone asked her, "Do you wish to know who took the money you lost?" Chapter 80, a boyfriend who cares. Zhao Wenbing's desired job was swiftly secured by Ling Huaizhi. He needed to do nothing more than manage the filing and dispatching of documents in the office, run errands for the leaders, and spend the rest of the time enjoying tea and reading the newspaper. Zhao Wenbing did not anticipate that he could find such a splendid position. Indeed, when one has connections, everything becomes manageable. But what about the salary? How much does one earn in a month? Ling Huaizhi produced a small card for him. The monthly salary is 153, plus an additional 20 for meals, and at the end of the year, there are allowances and bonuses. All told, it amounts to nearly 200 a month, which surpasses my mother's salary. However, this job is not easily attained. You must first face a female leader for an interview. There are certain things I must inform you about in advance. That leader has somewhat peculiar preferences. All you need to do is take good care of her, and promotions and salary increases will follow. Ling Huaizhi lowered his voice and shared the peculiar preferences of their female superior, causing Zhao Wenbing's eyes to widen in astonishment. City dwellers. Do they really have such peculiarities? No problem, leave this matter to your uncle. Zhao Wenbing patted his chest in assurance, saying, "Huaihua, rest assured. As long as this task is properly arranged, your uncle will not forget you when he enjoys his rewards." He winked at Ling Huaizhi, provoking a wave of revulsion within her. "All right, I will discreetly arrange this under my father-in-law's name, but it must remain confidential. Be cautious when you meet the leader. These high-ranking officials despise having their vulnerabilities exposed. Make sure you present yourself neatly and respectably, so as not to tarnish their impression of you." Zhao Wenbing ran his fingers through his hair. "Huaihua, your uncle is short on funds. Is there any here? I find myself lacking as well." Ling Huaizhi replied succinctly, "All my money has gone into smoothing relations for you. If you need funds, go seek your grandmother." In light of their work relationship, Zhao Wenbing chose to temporarily overlook Ling Huaizhi's words and turned to seek financial help from old lady Zhao. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaozui, who was attending to old lady Zhao in the hospital, scurried away at the sight of Zhao Wenbing. "Huaihua." Zhao Xiaozui grasped Ling Huaizhi's arm, nearly in tears. "Would you allow me to stay with you for a few days? I can't bear to see him every day. I feel like I'm going to lose my mind." Initially, she held a modicum of affection for San Luer, but the thought of Zhao Wenbing, her own uncle, made her feel utterly repulsed. Ling Huaizhi scrutinized her. Have you entered into a relationship with Zhang Huajun?" Her words carried a double entendre. Yet Zhao Xiaozui comprehended the implication. In a state of anxiety tinged with a hint of shyness, she responded, "Yes." Ling Huaizhi inhaled deeply. "Zhang Huajun. Does he not mind your past?" Zhao Xiaozui's expression shifted dramatically. "What do you take Zhang Gich for? He told me that a woman's chastity has never been confined beneath her skirt. He insists that those matters are never my fault. If blame is to be placed, it should be on those vile scoundrels with depraved intentions." Zhang Guizhi, he truly cherishes me, sympathizing with my past. And he promises to treat me well in the future, ensuring my happiness and allowing me to completely forget the painful memories. Ling Huaizhi couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Zhang Huajun had deceived for so many years without a single misstep. He was indeed a master of words. Your Zhang Guizhi is handsome and eloquent. He must surely have many admirers. Zhao Xiaozui began to respond proudly but suddenly shot a wary glance at Ling Huaizhi. Ling Huaizhi. You wouldn't have developed feelings for my Zhang Guizhi, would you? You must remember, you are a married woman, distinct from us unmarried girls. Ling Huaizhi, uninterested in further banter, retorted, yes, you are a young girl, you should keep a close watch on your Zhang Guizhi, after all. He is so exceptional that he must attract numerous young women. Foolishness seeks its own demise, and none can intervene. Seeing that Ling Huaizhi seemed genuinely disinterested, Zhao Xiaozui felt somewhat reassured. Your old flame, Zhao Guo, has come to the provincial city. Zhao Tiankai has come to the city? Ling Huaizhi was taken aback. Why had he not called her in advance about this matter? If you can't speak properly, then refrain from making baseless comments. What nonsense about old flames? Zhao Xiaozui clearly expressed her disbelief. If he weren't your old flame, why would he rush to the city with his sister the moment he heard you were getting married? Don't even try to say he hasn't come looking for you. Ling Huaizhi was too weary to engage in argument. Did Zhao Tiankai come with your uncle? Where are they staying? How would I know? Zhao Xiaozui tossed her braid dismissively. I only heard it from Zhao Wenbing. As Ling Huaizhi exited the hospital, a sense of unease enveloped her. Something must have transpired at Zhao Tiansai's home, otherwise, he wouldn't have brought his sister out. That boy, too. Why didn't he come to find her? Tiao Yi'er inquired of her brother, should we go look for Sister Green? They had spent the night in the park, only to be chased away, and had ended up sleeping in a public restroom. She had nearly been abducted, had it not been for her brother's vigilance, otherwise she might have vanished. Tiao Yi'er's initial dreams of the provincial city had dissipated, leaving only anxiety and fear. Zhao Tiankai held his sister close. Do not be afraid. Your brother will protect you. As for Sister Green, she has just gotten married, and I imagine her life is not easy either. We must not trouble her. His stepmother was exceedingly cruel, wanting to sell the 10-year-old Tiao Yi'er to a family as a child bride, in exchange for a match for her own son. What era are we in, still contemplating such things? The worst part was that their father had agreed to it. With no other options left, Zhao Tiankai had no choice but to flee with his sister. She was his only family in this world, and he could not allow anything to happen to her. Zhao. You prodigy. Zhao, taken aback, turned to find Ling Huaizhi standing beneath the towering osmanthus, regarding them with a serene smile. A sudden pang of emotion welled up in Zhao's eyes as he inquired, How did you manage to find us? Ling Huaizhi, without answering, offered the buns in her hand to Xiao Yi'er, urging, Eat up. Xiao Yi'er swallowed, casting a longing glance at her brother. Zhao, his heart aching, gently stroked his sister's head, saying, Go ahead and eat. Ling Huaizhi then turned to Zhao, inquiring, What are your plans? Zhao remained silent, admitting he had no concrete plans, having merely fled with his sister on a surge of impulse. As for the future, he was uncertain. Ling Huaizhi produced 200 yuan, offering, If you're without direction and unsure of your next move, then join me. Zhao's eyes instantly welled up with tears as he exclaimed, I can't possibly accept your money. Ling Huaizhi earnestly replied, It's not a gift, it's an investment. You'll repay it once you start earning. Only then did Zhao accept the money with relief, mentioning Zhao Wenbing. It's all right, Ling Huaizhi reassured him, adding, he has his own path to follow. As agreed, Zhao Wenbing met the female leader at a private residence. Sister, have I kept you waiting? Chapter 81, You dare steal my woman. The woman's countenance was less than pleased as she retorted, You summoned me here merely to engage in trivial chatter? Zhao Wenbing was momentarily taken aback before recalling Ling Huaizhi's words about the female leader's predilections. Realizing her impatience, he promptly placed the items he was carrying, loosened his collar, and embraced the woman, pulling her close. Hey! Release me! The woman was initially taken aback, but then she struggled incessantly, attempting to shove him away. Zhao Wenbing sneered inwardly, thinking, what a performance. He mused that city women were quite different from their rural counterparts. Whereas country women might feign reluctance, These urban women seemed to relish the charade of forced intimacy. He mused that this explained the titillating scenes in adult films, as they resonated with personal experience. Heh. You've come this far, there's no escaping my grasp. Zhao Wenbing mimicked the tone of a movie villain as he groped the woman. Ling Huaizhi had mentioned that the leader's desires were somewhat demanding, and fearing he might not satisfy them, he had discreetly inquired and purchased aphrodisiacs. Now that he had come this far, he was determined to proceed, confident that this enchanting woman would be insatiable. Initially, he had anticipated an elderly woman in her 50s or 60s, but to his surprise, she was a captivating woman in her early 20s. Zhao Wenbing vowed to please the leader, hoping to make himself indispensable, so that the leader would yearn for him every night. Securing a connection with an influential leader would undoubtedly pave the way for his future success. Zhao Wenbing swiftly pinned the woman to the bed, seizing a nearby flagon and drenching her with its contents. The woman ceaselessly bit and pummeled him. But their strength disparity rendered her efforts more akin to flirtation in Zhao Wenbing's eyes. "My dear, I will demonstrate my sincerity," he thought, observing her demeanor, which he found even more authentic than the portrayals in films. He had to admit that he enjoyed this dynamic. The woman's struggles gradually subsided, as if she were embracing the situation. Zhao Wenbing surmised that her earlier resistance had been a prelude to this moment. It seemed the leader had a penchant for this kind of interaction. In the midst of their exuberance, the door was abruptly kicked open. "You adulterous dogs! How dare you betray me with another?" Chen Hongjun, his eyes blazing with fury as he beheld the pair in flagranti delicto, charged forward without hesitation. He yanked Zhao Wenbing from atop Yao Zuelan and delivered a pair of vicious kicks to his groin. Zhao Wenbing, clutching his wounded manhood, initially mistook his assailant for the woman's husband, only to realize it was his nephew, Chen Hongjun. "Hongjun, you son of a bitch! You dare strike your own uncle!" Ling Huaizhi had previously mentioned that Chen Hongjun was also pursuing a path to leadership, facilitated by Zhao Shouhua, urging him to act swiftly. However, he never anticipated such depravity from Chen Hongjun, who, unable to compete fairly, resorted to violence. Was he to be taken for granted? Zhao Wenbing, still unclothed, engaged in a brawl with Chen Hongjun. It was then that Chen Hongjun realized the adulterer was none other than his maternal uncle, Zhao Wenbing. But with his woman defiled by Zhao Wenbing, how could he possibly swallow his anger? "To hell with being my uncle, I'll beat you to death today." Leveraging his superior height and build, he effortlessly overpowered Zhao Wenbing. Zhao Wenbing, caught off guard and unclothed, suffered the brunt of Chen Hongjun's blows, his chest and abdomen throbbing with pain. Yao Zuelan, lying on the bed, could only watch helplessly as the two men clashed. She attempted to rise, but her body felt weak and languid. She even felt a lingering sense of pleasure from the recent act. What was happening to her? She had come to meet the person who informed her about the stolen money, so how had she ended up in this situation? Outside the rear window of the house, Ling Huaizhi meticulously swept up the scattered powder from the brick wall. Inside the room, Zhao Wenbing found himself utterly defenseless against the onslaught of Chen Hongjun. In a fit of rage, he impulsively seized a brick and struck Chen Hongjun violently on the head. Blood gushed forth, and Chen Hongjun staggered before collapsing to the ground. "Ah!" Yao Zuelan, who had regained some strength, let out a piercing scream. "You've killed him." Zhao Wenbing glanced at the brick in his hand, then at the bloodied, unconscious form of Chen Hongjun sprawled on the floor, and finally at Yao Zuelan, who was shrieking from the bed. Clenching the brick tightly, he contemplated extinguishing Yao Zuelan's life as well. Suddenly, a voice from outside shouted, "The police are coming." Startled, he trembled, dropping the brick to the floor. Without even donning his clothes, he clutched them and leapt over the wall, vanishing into the alley in an instant. "What? Hongjun has been injured?" Zhao Shouhua was taken aback upon receiving the news. Regaining her composure, she disregarded the still mournful old lady Zhao and hurried towards the operating room where Chen Hongjun was taken. At the entrance of the operating room, Ling Huaizhi wept, "Mom, when my brother was brought in, he was covered in blood. Do you think he will?" Though she held little affection for her brother, if Chen Hongjun were to perish, she would lose a family member. Zhao Shouhua, uncertain whether she was comforting Ling Huaizhi or herself, repeatedly insisted, "He will be fine, he will be fine. Hongjun cannot be in danger." But what on earth had transpired? Ling Huaizhi was equally perplexed. She had only come upon receiving a call from the police station, learning that it was due to a woman that the altercation had erupted. Zhao Shouhua ground her teeth in frustration. I have long asserted that woman is untrustworthy, yet he refuses to heed my warnings. That woman. One glance is enough to discern she is not content in her domestic life. Can she truly be so simple-minded? And what of that illicit partner? Who knows? The surgery lasted nearly 3 hours before the doctor emerged, his face a mask of exhaustion. He has sustained damage to the cranial nerves. While it is not fatal, it is likely to leave lasting repercussions. You must mentally prepare yourselves. Thank heavens! Zhao Shouhua clasped her hands in prayer, tears of joy streaming down her face. The prospect of after effects was trivial now. The critical matter was that Chen Hongjun had been spared his life. Zhao Shouhua kept vigil by Chen Hongjun's side throughout the night. And only with the dawn did she find the opportunity to inquire at the police station about the assailant. What did you say? Zhao Shouhua's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. Wen Bing is his uncle, how could he possibly turn against his own nephew? Yan Jin spoke solemnly, Teacher Zhao, this is indeed true. Chen Hongjun's partner, Yao Zuelan, witnessed their altercation and subsequent assault firsthand. Yao Zuelan. Zhao Shouhua clenched her fists. I demand to see that woman. That is not permissible. Yan Jin firmly refused. There are still many ambiguities surrounding this case. We need to conduct further interrogations with Yao Zuelan. Filled with rage, Zhao Shouhua stormed out of the police station. Unable to confront Yao Zuelan, she sought out old lady Zhao to inquire about Zhao Wenbing's whereabouts. She was not unaware of the old woman's clandestine financial support for Zhao Wenbing. Tell me, where has Zhao Wenbing gone? Old lady Zhao cried out in protest. I truly have no idea. I have been bedridden in the hospital daily, how could I know where he has gone? Bereft and despondent, Zhao Wenbing, convinced he had committed manslaughter, slumped in his dilapidated van. Beside him, a kindly old man offered him solace. Here, young man, have a smoke. Chapter 82, Zhao Wenbing flees without a second thought. The distraught Zhao Wenbing accepted the cigarette. He lit it with the old man's lighter and inhaled deeply. As he exhaled the smoke, his spirits lifted slightly. He closed his eyes, leaned back, and gradually drifted into a fitful slumber. The following day, Ling Huaizhi visited the hospital and found Zhao's grandmother looking dejected. Grandma, what's wrong? She inquired. With a mournful expression, the old woman replied. Your mother insists that I'm hiding Wenbing, but how could I? She doesn't believe a word I say and only cares about Chen Hongjun. Am I, her own mother, worth less in her eyes than Chen Hongjun, her nephew? For some inexplicable reason, Ling Huaizhi felt a sudden pang in her heart upon hearing these words. Had she overlooked something, some detail she hadn't considered? Ling Huaizhi left Zhao's grandmother's room and went to Chen Hongjun's ward. Mom, has Hongjun awakened yet? Zhao Shouhua, upon seeing her, erupted in fury. What are you doing here? Did you come to see if my Hongjun is dead? Ling Huaizhi, how can you be so heartless? Your Hongjun is hovering between life and death, and you dare to mock him? I should never have given birth to you. Since you returned, there hasn't been a single day of peace in this family. Tell me, are you content only when you've ruined us all? Ling Huaizhi recoiled. Mom, please calm down. Hongjun's jealousy and quarrels with others weren't my doing. Why do you blame me for the altercation with the Red Army brother, rather than the scoundrel involved? Why not hold yourself accountable? Zhao Shouhua exclaimed in a fit of hysteria. If it weren't for your return and your incessant disturbances at home, how could the Red Army have performed poorly in the college entrance examination and failed? Had it not been for you, he wouldn't have quarreled with your father and stormed out in a fit of rage. If he had not left home, under my watchful eye, how could he have encountered such misfortune? Ling Huaizhi, you are a harbinger of doom, a source of calamity. All this is your doing. You have brought ruin upon your aunt, and now you wish to endanger your cousin. You wretched creature. You cannot bear to see me enjoy even a single day of happiness. Enough. A nurse, coming to change the medication, could no longer endure the commotion and interjected. Do you think this is a marketplace? If you wish to hurl insults, do so elsewhere. If you do not care for your family's patient's recovery, at least show some respect for the other patients. Your incessant noise disrupts their healing. At Zhao Shouhua's loud outburst, several family members from nearby wards emerged to witness the commotion. Among them was a particularly inquisitive elderly lady who approached Ling Huaizhi, inquiring, My dear, what is happening here? With tears streaming down her face, Ling Huaizhi replied, I do not know. Yesterday, I heard that my cousin was injured in a confrontation over an outside woman. This morning, I intended to come and check on him, but my mother caught me and berated me. I am at a loss as to what I have done wrong. The dowry for my marriage has been saved for my cousin, and my home is occupied by my sister. They even cast me aside in the countryside for a decade for their sake. My cousin and sister can repeat grades for 4 or 5 years, yet I, in the countryside, am not even afforded the chance to attend elementary school. I am at a loss as to why my mother treats me in such a manner. Immediately, someone quipped, if there's nothing else amiss, it's only natural for people to cherish their own offspring. Yet, she treats her niece better than her own child, even regarding her own as an enemy. There must be either some illicit affair or some deep-seated resentment at play. Subsequently, an older woman whispered, perhaps those cousins are, in fact, the offspring of her mother and her uncle. How could that be? He's her uncle. Why not? Someone asserted with conviction. In my village, there was a case where the sister gave birth, and the younger sister went to care for her during her postpartum period. And guess what? This younger sister, while caring for her sister, also took care of her brother-in-law. By the time the sister emerged from her confinement, the younger sister was already carrying her brother-in-law's child. Later, this younger sister actually eloped with the brother-in-law, making her family the laughingstock of the surrounding villages. The crowd gossiped quietly, their gazes toward Zhao Shouhua growing increasingly contemptuous. Indeed, that must be it. Ling Huaizhi, the pitiable soul unloved by her own mother, walked out of the gossip circle in a daze, providing the nurses at the nurses' station with ample fodder for their own gossip. She left the hospital, wiped away a tear, and went to the market to buy meat and vegetables, then proceeded to Zhao Tiansai's rented room, right next door to old Ji's. The room was small, only about 10 square meters, just enough for the siblings to live with a bunk bed. Fortunately, the courtyard belonged to old Ji, so they could cook in the yard, without having to take up space inside the room. Come, I'll teach you how to make buns. And you can go early every day to sell them at the entrance of the nearby 3rd middle school. Zhao Tiankai was somewhat apprehensive. Will we be able to sell them? Why not? Ling Huaizhi was brimming with confidence. In her previous life, she had worked at a steamed bun shop, where her meticulously crafted fillings garnered endless praise from her employer, who even contemplated opening a branch with her. Alas, as someone with a concealed identity, she had no choice but to forsake such a golden opportunity. Zhao Tiankai kneaded the dough, while Ling Huaizhi prepared the filling, and Tiaoya washed the vegetables by the water pipe. As a 10-year-old child from the countryside, she was well-versed in household chores, cooking, laundry, feeding pigs, and herding chickens and ducks, as well as farming tasks such as harvesting wheat and transplanting rice. The trio worked harmoniously, and soon, the first steamer of buns was ready. Tiaoya, salivating, exclaimed, brother, these scallion pork buns smell absolutely divine. In their home, they only indulged in buns made with cured meat during the New Year and the Dragon Boat Festival, but unfortunately, such delicacies were never shared with her and her brother. Ling Huaizhi opened the steamer and presented the steaming buns to old Ji. As he enjoyed the treat, he remarked, it's hardly excessive for me to have a few of your buns. After all, I've had to help your little Pei with both ointments and needles. And now I'm even sheltering someone for you. I tell you, girl, why do you bring so much trouble into my life? Ling Huaizhi smiled in response, asking, aren't these buns too hot to eat? Old Ji remained silent, utterly engrossed in devouring the buns. They were simply delectable, more delicious than the renowned dog bite-style buns his father used to bring home from afar. When Ling Huaizhi returned with the basin, she was surprised to find that Zhao Tiankai and his sister were still tidying up. Not a single bun had been touched. Why aren't you two eating? She inquired. Tiaoya replied sweetly, Sister Xiaolu, we're waiting for you to come back so we can eat together. She was so eager to indulge. Yet her brother insisted that since the buns were bought with Xiaolu's money, they must wait for her cue before eating. Go ahead and eat, my dear. Ling Huaizhi consoled, today, let us indulge in these buns to our heart's content, as many as we desire. Indeed. Xiao Yi responded with elation, disregarding the scalding heat as she juggled the bun between her hands, puffing away the rising steam before taking a bite. Sister Green, it is exceedingly delicious, she exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in contentment. Never before have I tasted a bun of such exquisite flavor. Zhao Tiankai, already lost in gustatory pleasure, found himself speechless. He, too, concurred that it was the most delectable bun he had ever had the fortune to savor. Ling Huaizhi carried the remaining buns back to the family compound, where she prepared a millet and vegetable congee to accompany them for supper. Pei Guanchen, noticing the buns on the table, inquired, "Shall we invite your uncle to join us for a meal?" "There is no need, I understand he has already returned to his ancestral home," Ling Huaizhi replied, placing the buns down before turning to stoke the fire, intending to prepare a simple egg and vegetable soup to complement the buns for their evening meal. Pei Guanchen observed the lightness in her demeanor, the complete absence of her previous tension and animosity, surmising that the troublesome matter had been resolved. "Brother, what is your assessment of the bun's flavor?" Ling Huaizhi inquired, having steamed the buns once more, now emitting an enticing aroma. Pei Guanchen nodded in agreement. "Exceedingly well," he affirmed. Ling Huaizhi's eyes crinkled into a radiant smile. She knew that her culinary skills would not disappoint. "I was the one who prepared them," she added. "Exceedingly well," Pei Guanchen reiterated. Ling Huaizhi's spirits were lifted, and she hummed a cheerful tune as she went outside to store the remaining 5 buns, intending to find an opportunity to give them to Wang Zhao, wondering if he had managed to gather all the textbooks for her. Pei Guanchen, gazing at the bustling figure outside the window, found his mind inexplicably drifting back to a distant memory. "Elder brother, do you find my drawing aesthetically pleasing?" inquired the young girl, her cherubic countenance upturned, adorned with twin pigtails and clad in azure overalls. Ling Huaizhi, a law enforcement officer, was frequently detained by his professional obligations. Consequently, Zhao Shouhua occasionally entrusted their daughter, Ling Huaizhi, to his care when her own schedule became overwhelming, soliciting his assistance in supervising the child. Harbored a general aversion to children, yet this particular young girl was an exception. Her pulchritude was undeniable, evoking the image of a New Year's painting depicting a child cradling a carp. Her speech, delivered in a mellifluous, infantile tone, was markedly distinct from the unkempt, snot-nosed children that populated the courtyard, setting her apart entirely. He accepted the young girl's artwork, a rudimentary depiction of 2 oversized stick figures clasping a diminutive black dot. Despite his inability to discern any merit in the composition, he offered a disingenuous compliment, stating, "Exceedingly well done," in response to the girl's expectant gaze. The young girl's countenance immediately illuminated with joy, as she commenced to sing and frolic about the courtyard. Such blithe and jovial days, now recalled, seemed as remote as a bygone era, previously obscured by the mists of time but gradually resurfacing into clarity due to her reappearance. In the evening, the distinct call of a cuckoo bird resonated from beyond the courtyard's confines. Engrossed in his literary pursuits, Sully upturned the corners of his mouth in a faint smile, musing upon the unlikely presence of a cuckoo bird in an urban environment. Ling Huaizhi, upon hearing the sound, surreptitiously opened the door and ventured outside. Wang Zhao presented her with a stack of books, stating, "Here, I brought along the workbooks and exercise books as well." Ling Huaizhi, under the illumination of the moon's gentle glow, observed that several of the books were brand new, likely recently distributed. Where did you procure these from?" Wang Zhao. "I desired books, but I did not intend for you to pilfer them from others." Wang Zhao, preoccupied with devouring a steamed bun, disregarded its remonstrations, deeming it unworthy of his attention in light of the bun's delectable flavor. "What are you contemplating?" "I acquired these through bartering." "What did I exchange?" "A slingshot, cards, glass marbles, cigarette packs, and sundry items." "Sister LV, rest assured, these individuals have no intention of pursuing education, the book is merely an ornament. It's advantageous that it can be exchanged for something. If they were to claim the book was lost, they would resign themselves to never reading again." Ling Huaizhi remained silent. In this era, families capable of affording education were scarce. Conversely, some, having experienced the tribulations of illiteracy, earnestly desired their children to pursue learning, hoping for a prosperous future. Alas, those who yearned to study were often deprived of the opportunity, while those who were disinclined were coerced into it. Reflecting on this, she earnestly exhorted, "Xiao Zhao, whether others pursue education or not may be inconsequential, but you must not neglect your studies. You must understand that, like your sister, you are individuals without recourse. Education is your sole opportunity to alter your destiny. Only through learning can you ascend to greater heights and avoid being manipulated by your stepmother." Wang Zhao responded absent-mindedly, "Yes, I will strive." Ling Huaizhi exhaled deeply, "You are now in junior high school. In the future, if I encounter any difficulties, I can seek your guidance. Wang Zhao was jolted. Sister LV. What did she just say? She will seek my guidance in the future? Suddenly, Wang Zhao found the steamed bun in his mouth less appetizing. The following day, Wang Zhao, uncharacteristically, became attentive in class, refraining from dozing off, which caused several teachers to cast sidelong glances. The classmate behind Wang Zhao nudged his back. Wang Zhao, I have the latest edition of Storybook. Would you like to peruse it? Suppressing the ticklish sensation in his heart, Wang Zhao demurred, averting his gaze. I mustn't look. Sister Zilv is of considerable age and already married. Yet she is still wholly preoccupied with her studies. It would be mortifying if she were to pose a question to which I was unable to respond. The fledgling lad of 13 years was experiencing the first stirrings of masculine pride. Elder brother, I must be away for 2 hours each morning. But I pledge to maintain the household and return punctually to prepare luncheon. Is this permissible? Ling Huaizhi inquired of Pei Guanchen, her fingers interlaced with trepidation. She was cognizant of her potential imposition, residing in his abode, partaking of his provisions, and luxuriating in every convenience. Had she not begun to prioritize her own affairs with undue haste, thereby presuming upon his benevolence? Indeed, Pei Guanchen responded laconically, without so much as a glance. Elder brother. I am in your debt, Ling Huaizhi expressed with contrite disquietude. In the nascent stages of Zhao Tiansai's business venture of selling steamed buns, Ling Huaizhi remained apprehensive regarding both the craftsmanship and the external sales. Thus, her supervision was indispensable. In short order after Ling Huaizhi's departure, the young man encountered previously at the residence reappeared. Your young wife is quite occupied. I observed her near the 3rd middle school, vending steamed buns with a pair of siblings. Li Weiping proffered a notebook to Pei Guanchen. Early last month, the consignment of fruit from Yun province generated substantial profits. Chen Tao and I calculated a net profit of 5,000 yuan, after deducting transportation and labor expenses. This enterprise is viable, Xiao Pei. Tao suggests that we revisit Yun province and procure some contraband tobacco leaves for sale. The tobacco there. Nay. Pei Guanchen interjected, setting aside the ledger. The trade of tobacco is not for all. If we are capable of earning a livelihood through legitimate means, why must we court peril? Your journey back from Yun province must not have been entirely peaceful, correct? Chen Tao, were you injured? Li Weiping averted his gaze. Yes, on the way back. We encountered villagers blocking the road and attempting to seize our vehicle. Fortunately, brother who was quite an experienced hand. He brought along some formidable men armed with steel rods and axes. Most importantly, brother who possesses a firearm. Li Weiping lowered his voice for the last part. As the sight of old whose guns successfully deterred the villagers and safeguarded their cargo from damage. Pei Guanchen nodded. Old who is a commendable individual, known for his loyalty. He wouldn't betray you midway to seize your goods. It would be prudent to engage him for future shipments. Inform him that the recent inspections have intensified. And he should secure his items. I've heard reports of individuals resorting to firearms and cannons over disputes regarding water sources. The situation is quite unstable. However, the government is tightening its regulations on such matters. A complete ban on firearms seems inevitable. Yet, for truck drivers like Old Hu, lacking a deterrent could jeopardize their lives. After discussing various business matters, Li Weiping suddenly brought up Zhao Wenbing. Do you recall that fellow who came looking for your wife that day? Chapter 84, Sold to a Black Brick Kiln. Pei Guanchen raised his eyes to Li Weiping, who whispered, regarding this matter, I can only speculate. As the truth may elude us. Your wife's uncle got into a scuffle with her cousin over a woman. The fight occurred in a house that belonged to her cousin's lover, the man left behind by Yao Tsuelan. On that day, I caught a glimpse of your wife making her way over there, and subsequently, I heard about the incident involving her relatives nearly committing a grievous act. When Ling Huaizhi passed by, she was oblivious to those around her. However, Li Weiping took note of her presence, for young Pei's wife was truly striking. Even though she was adorned with a headscarf and dressed quite ordinarily, Li Weiping recognized her instantly. Pei Guanchen tightened his grip on the armrest slightly and murmured. You shall consider this as if you did not see it. I sent her there to purchase some items. Li Weiping dismissed it without concern. As he had not witnessed Ling Huaizhi at the scene himself, though he found it somewhat peculiar. Pei Guanchen recalled the palpable aura of hostility that enveloped Ling Huaizhi when Zhao Wenbing was mentioned. Where could that Zhao Wenbing have vanished to? Li Weiping chuckled. He has caught the eye of old Gu. I fear he will not meet a favorable fate. Old Gu, after all, was hardly a virtuous man. With narrowed eyes, old Gu displayed a set of yellowing teeth and patted Zhao Wenbing on the shoulder. Young man, have we arrived? Huh? Have we arrived? Zhao Wenbing, still dazed, responded with confusion. Having injured Chen Hongjun, he believed he had taken a life, and upon hearing that the police were on their way, he fled in a panic. He stumbled upon a bread van meant for passengers and climbed aboard without a thought as to where it might lead. Once inside, still trembling from the fright, he accepted a cigarette from the old man and succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, he heard someone say they had arrived. But where had he arrived? Ah, naturally. To a most fortunate place. With a resounding smack to Zhao Wenbing's head, old Gu barked, "Get out of the vehicle, you dolt." Bewilderment clouded Zhao Wenbing's features. Why was he being called a fool? Only upon alighting did he realize they were in a remote mountain hollow. The landscape was a monotonous expanse of yellow earth, neatly stacked with bricks. In the distance, a towering chimney belched forth thick plumes of black smoke. It dawned on Zhao Wenbing that this was a brick kiln. "Sir, what have you brought me here for?" Unease crept into his heart. As he turned to re-enter the van, he noticed 4 or 5 burly men, armed with wooden clubs and malevolent expressions, glaring menacingly at him. "Sirs, what do you intend to do?" Zhao Wenbing stammered, retreating as his limbs trembled with dread. Old Gu chuckled, his face retaining its facade of honesty, but his eyes now gleamed with malice. "Young man, now that you're here, why not stay? In a few years, we'll even pay you. It's best if you cooperate. If you don't, well." He trailed off, his words sending shivers down Zhao Wenbing's spine. Instinctively, Zhao Wenbing bolted. Even in his ignorance, he knew he had been sold into a clandestine brick kiln, a place from which he would never escape until his dying day. Ah! He had barely taken 2 steps before a brutal blow from a club felled him to the ground. Old Gu, smoking a cigarette nearby, cautioned, "Don't hit his hands or legs. If he's crippled, he won't be able to work. There's high demand for bricks lately, and we're short-handed. We don't have time to nurse him back to health." In recent years, it appears that many individuals have found themselves in possession of wealth. Rural inhabitants seek to construct homes, while urban dwellers engage in the renovation of old towns, resulting in a significant demand for bricks and tiles. The factories are inundated with work, leaving no room to spare, and money flows into pockets like a relentless stream. Zhao Wenbing, without fully comprehending the situation, found himself dragged into the labor of bricklaying. By nightfall, having never truly labored before, he was left utterly exhausted, his muscles aching and his shoulders chafed. When he finally went to fetch his meal, he discovered merely a bowl of watery gruel reflecting the moonlight and 2 black flatbreads. After a day of toil, "This is what I am offered?" Before he could voice his complaint, the flatbreads were snatched from his hands. The man serving the meal sneered, "Not hungry, are you? Plenty of others are." With an empty stomach, Zhao Wenbing managed to consume half a bowl of the thin gruel. Upon arriving at his sleeping quarters, he nearly expelled the meager meal again, as the air was thick with the mingled stench of foot odor, sweat, and other foul smells, inducing a wave of nausea. The workers around him lay in a stupor, their eyes devoid of light, having slipped into their beds without washing their hands or feet, touching the grimy, oily bedding that was barely recognizable. Within a minute, thunderous snoring filled the air. Lacking a blanket or mattress, Zhao Wenbing pulled a handful of straw to use as a makeshift cushion, all the while enduring the noxious odor wafting from his slumbering companions. In his heart, he harbored a deep resentment for Ling Huaizhi. How could he still be oblivious? Both he and Chen Hongjun had been duped by that wretched girl. How dare she scheme against him? Once he was free, he would ensure she experienced torment beyond endurance, for he could not otherwise quell the fury that swelled within him. Oblivious to the resentment harbored by Zhao Wenbing, Ling Huaizhi stood at the entrance of 3rd Middle School. Her voice ringing out as she hawked her wares, steaming hot meat-filled buns, fresh from the oven. 3rd Middle School, a distinguished institution encompassing both high school and junior high divisions, drew students from either affluent backgrounds or those of exceptional academic merit. Ling Huaizhi, standing there, resembled a delicate magnolia blossom, radiating charm amidst the autumnal ambience, attracting the gazes of numerous young men. Feng Xiaohong, accompanied by 2 female classmates, approached her. "Sister Zile, what brings you here to sell buns?" she inquired. having heard of Ling Huaizhi's marriage to Pei Guanchen, a childhood acquaintance. She had not seen him since his leg was broken. Her mother had lamented, Guanchen was such a fine lad, but alas, his leg was fractured, and his parents divorced, each forming new families. While they provide some financial support now, once the younger siblings come of age, parental affections will naturally gravitate towards those raised in their presence. Zile. While things may seem favorable at present, the future holds uncertainties. Ling Huaizhi, while handing out buns, responded, a relative of mine has ventured into business in the city. And they are currently overwhelmed, so I am lending a hand. One of Feng Xiaohong's classmates, her mouth watering, inquired, how much for a bun? The aroma was irresistible, stirring a craving that threatened to disrupt their concentration in class. Meat buns are 15 cents apiece, and vegetable buns are 10 cents, Ling Huaizhi replied. The two girls, succumbing to their cravings, opted for a combination of one meat and one vegetable bun each, while Feng Xiaohong, as the youngest in her family, possessed ample pocket money. Please. Could you also fetch me a meat bun? Although she requested merely one meat bun, as Ling Huaizhi prepared, she added a vegetarian bun as well, playfully urging. Do sample our culinary skills. She winked at Feng Xiaohong. Chapter 85, A dispute arises. Feng Xiaohong felt a surge of happiness. Rest assured, dear sister Liu. I shall summon others to assist with your relative's business. I am immensely grateful. The morning rush was particularly hectic, as many children, whose parents were busy at work, flocked to the school gate to purchase food. In a flurry, the three were somewhat overwhelmed. As Zhao Tiankai reached for a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow, he noticed someone attempting to stealthily reach for Ling Huaizhi's waist amidst the commotion. He swiftly apprehended the individual. What do you think you are doing? Rather than displaying fear, the thief wore an audacious expression. What does it look like? I merely wished to ascertain whether your buns are made from quality meat or from that of a deceased pig. Upon hearing this, those nearby hesitated, their desire to purchase buns waning. Ling Huaizhi feigned ignorance and called out to a figure in the distance, Cousin, have you finished work? Have you eaten breakfast? Come. Have a bun to tide you over. The local police station was situated nearby. Having worked overtime the previous night, he had just finished his shift when he was summoned. Dressed in uniform, he instantly intimidated the would-be thief. Ling Huaizhi prepared 4 buns for him. Cousin, rest assured, the meat I use is fresh, sourced from the reputable Lao Ma in the market, and the scallions are also procured from there. In business, one must prioritize quality, after all. One cannot afford to deceive with what is served. Scanning the vicinity with a countenance etched with weariness and an intensely stern gaze, Yan Jin's eyes locked onto the petty thief. He emitted a derisive snort, retorting, seeking to instigate trouble at the very entrance of the police station, are we? The thief, abashed, stammered, a misunderstanding. I merely stepped out to acquire some buns. I'll take 5 vegetarian, meat-filled buns. Ling Huaizhi maintained her amiable demeanor, replying with a smile, certainly. Fetch this gentleman 5 buns. As she spoke, she added several more buns for Yan Jin, saying, Cousin, your colleagues have likely not yet dined. Please convey these to them. I shall prepare a chicken stew for luncheon. Pray, join us for the repast upon awakening from your slumber. Yan Jin was not oblivious to the young woman's intent, which was to leverage his reputation to deter the ne'er-do-wells. Feigning ignorance, he nodded, accepted the buns, and departed. Onlookers, upon realizing that her cousin was employed at the police station, surmised that the business was unlikely to deceive customers with inferior meat. Consequently, trade flourished anew. A short distance away, the proprietor of the soup noodle stall sighed, confiding to his wife in a hushed tone, she merely vends buns, and lacks any accompanying beverages. She poses little threat to our enterprise. Given her connections, we should refrain from meddling henceforth. His wife, in a fit of pique, slammed down the wash basin, retorting acrimoniously, humph. That little vixen relies on her beauty to ensnare others. Mark my words, it is merely buns. I shall commence selling buns myself on the morrow. After the trio concluded their vending of buns, it was already 10:30. Ling Huaizhi emptied a pouch containing an assortment of coins, both dimes and pennies, and, together with Shui, they sat on the ground to count the proceeds. Bundling the $10 stacks, they secured them with rubber bands. Shui exclaimed with glee, Sister Zile. We have earned 32.55 yuan. This is an exorbitant sum. Her face flushed with excitement, she felt an urge to shout with joy. Throughout her formative years, she had never before laid eyes on such a substantial sum of money. In earlier times, when her parents were earning considerably more, they would, at most, give her a mere 5 jiao. Never had she encountered such an abundance of wealth. Zhao, wiping his hands on his apron, chuckled as he sat down. It's a pity we have so few steamers. Xiao Lu, do you think we should acquire more? Ling demurred, no, selling steamed buns is not a sustainable endeavor. Zhao was perplexed, the money comes so quickly. Why can't it be a long-term plan? Many of the working class only earn between 20 and 50 yuan a month, with the latter being considered a high wage. He had earned nearly a month's wages in a single morning, a feat he never would have dreamed possible in the past. What more could one ask for? Ling neatly arranged the money before looking up at Zhao. This is too arduous. You won't be able to endure it. Business is not so easily conducted. Ling had personally instructed him on how to prepare the fillings. However, she could not assist with wrapping the buns, as her primary responsibility was to attend to Pei, and she could not take the Pei family's money while focusing solely on her own small business. Zhao had to rise at 3 or 4 in the morning to start the fire and wrap the buns. The first few batches were bought by nearby residents. He would steam and wrap incessantly until dawn, then push the cart to the school gate to hawk his wares. By the time he returned to clean up, it would already be noon. He still had to go to the market to buy vegetables and meat, clean the vegetables, and chop the fillings before he could sleep. Fortunately, with the onset of autumn, these items would not spoil in a few hours. After such a busy day, Zhao and his sister barely managed a few hours of fitful sleep before having to rise again to leaven the dough. However, the advent of warmer weather would preclude any advance preparations. Zhao, with a dismissive air, countered, "What is a bit of toil? Xiao, having resided in the countryside, you should comprehend that we rustics are not daunted by labor or hardship, but rather by destitution. As long as there is remuneration, the exertion is worthwhile." Ling Wei softly queried, "Tian Kai, in light of your mother's condition, is it truly justifiable? Furthermore, you have Xiaoyer to consider. Should you follow from overwork, what would become of Xiaoyer?" Zhao fell silent. Ling Wei consoled him, "We are merely at the inception. You are still in the process of discerning the intricacies of commerce. Do not be impetuous, proceed gradually. Once we have amassed sufficient capital, we shall lease a shop, obviating the need to be subjected to such malevolence as today." Zhao, taken aback, inquired, "Are you suggesting that he deliberately intended to sabotage us? I had presumed he was merely a petty thief." Ling Wei chuckled, "Tian Kai, our enterprise is too prosperous, obstructing the path of others. Therefore, refrain from attempting to procure excessive quantities at once. Let us revert to our customary approach." Zhao was seized by a wave of trepidation. He shuddered to contemplate the potential ramifications had it not been for Ling Wei's cousin. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." Old Ji approached, returning the basin used for containing the buns. "Await a moment, with winter imminent, I shall procure an alternate formulation of Xiaopei's plaster for you. You shall procure the medicinal ingredients presently, and upon your return, I shall oversee your decoction." Akin to the adage he who sups with the devil must use a long spoon, ever since Zhao and his sister had tenanted the adjacent vacant room, their neighbor's sustenance had been entirely furnished by the siblings. The siblings, industrious individuals, would invariably assist with tidying, transforming his once chaotic courtyard into a pristine haven. Old Ji was cognizant that this was a manifestation of Ling Wei's benevolence, and he could not feign ignorance. Ling Huaizhi was taken aback. "I have endured hardships myself. Why must you supervise me?" Lao Ji glared at her. "I have already stated that this time is different. The requirements are rather complex. If you do not perform well, your man will suffer, and I will be the one to face your grievances later." Reluctantly, Ling Huaizhi fell silent. She first went to the bookstore, intending to purchase some study materials. While she was waiting in line to check out, a girl of similar age in front of her suddenly exclaimed, "Ah! My money is missing." After saying this, she turned and seized Ling Huaizhi's arm. "You were standing close to me while I was reading. And now you are right behind me in line. Did you steal my money?" Chapter 86, Ling Yujiao's Deception. Ling Huaizhi found herself utterly bewildered. To venture out merely to buy some materials and encounter such an incident was beyond her comprehension. Young lady, one may indulge in various culinary delights, but one should not speak carelessly. I am patiently queuing. Why would you accuse me of being a thief without cause? At that moment, whispers began to circulate. Who would have thought this young girl, with her fair complexion and seemingly refined demeanor, could actually be a thief? In recent years, theft had become rampant, and no one bore the label of a thief on their face. The more beautiful one appeared, the more likely they could exploit their looks to lower others' defenses. Indeed, among the female criminals who had been publicly executed a few years back, who was not beautiful? A bespectacled middle-aged woman, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed, "Such individuals deserve to be imprisoned. Young and capable, yet they choose a life of idleness and theft. The peace of the people is undermined by these parasites." Listening to the crowd's chatter, the young woman grew increasingly smug. "Thief. You won't escape." A young man, standing behind Ling Huaizhi, blushed and stammered, You mustn't speak rashly. I was with this young lady at the same bookshelf. She never came near you." Ling Huaizhi was simply too beautiful. From the moment she entered, the young man couldn't concentrate on his book, his gaze fixated on her. He knew full well whether Ling Huaizhi had stolen anything. The young woman pointed at Ling Huaizhi, refusing to relent. "It must be you. You look like a country bumpkin. If you didn't steal it, who else could have?" Ling Huaizhi retorted, her face stern. "Young lady, where does your sense of superiority come from, to insult rural people so? The rice and flour in your home are grown with the sweat and toil of farmers. Now that times are better, have you forgotten the hardships of past years? That you look down on rural people so? Could it be that your family belongs to some class of dissidents or perhaps some great landlord, that you despise people so? These days, investigating one's background isn't as strict as it was a few years ago, but no one dares to proclaim their family's wealth, as it would attract the attention of the authorities. You." The young woman, clearly flustered by Ling Huaizhi's words, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "You took it. I'm sure of it. I dare you to let me search you." Ling Huaizhi refused to indulge her. "You say search, and I should allow it? Who are you? Are you from the Public Security Bureau or the police station? To falsely accuse someone without cause and then demand to search them. Could it be that you are the child of some cadre, attempting to abuse your power and bully ordinary people?" The young woman exuded an imperious air, indicative of a privileged background, her capricious nature undoubtedly the result of familial indulgence. In this day and age, the majority of people still possess a strong sense of justice. Immediately, several individuals cast dubious glances at the girl, questioning, "You wouldn't happen to be the daughter of some government official, would you? How dare you slander someone without cause?" Indeed, another chimed in, "They just stated that the young woman was far away from her, making it impossible for her to have stolen her money. Yet she insists that she is the thief. Could it be that she's simply envious of her beauty?" "That must be it," a third voice asserted. "Look at how fair and comely that girl is, and then look at her, with her coarse complexion. She's undoubtedly jealous of the other girl's superior looks." Silence. The woman with the coarse complexion retorted, her face contorted with rage as she pointed at the crowd. You must all be in league with her." At this, even the bespectacled middle-aged woman who had previously spoken out fell silent. Ling Huaizhi addressed the bookstore clerk, "Comrade, everyone is quite busy. Since she is causing trouble and wasting everyone's time, perhaps she and I should step aside while you assist in reporting the incident to the authorities, so as not to disrupt your work." The ruddy-faced young man behind her echoed, "Comrade, don't be afraid. I've been watching you. Even when the police arrive, I can vouch for you." Ling Huaizhi smiled and expressed her gratitude to the young man. "Thank you very much." The young man's face flushed crimson, and he murmured, "It's nothing." The clerk, who had initially resented their quarrel, now perceived the young woman as reasonable and understanding. She immediately instructed someone to fetch the manager while asking them to step out of line and wait. Ling Huaizhi stepped out of the crowd, shaking off the girl's hand. "What a pauper. Stay away from me, you money-hungry fool, attempting to extort others. Your heart is as dark as your face." After waiting at the entrance for quite some time without seeing anyone emerge, and hearing the commotion inside, Ling Huaizhi could no longer contain her impatience. Upon entering, she overheard Ling Huaizhi denouncing Song Yujuan as a pauper, which almost made her laugh in exasperation. Indeed, someone from the countryside lacks discernment. How dare she insult Song Yujuan as poor? Ling Huaizhi, you truly are a provincial simpleton. Unaware of the status of her family upon noticing Ling Huaizhi's presence, Ling Huaizhi immediately realized that she was intentionally seeking trouble. Now it makes sense. How could I encounter someone so ugly and destitute? She must be of the same ilk as you. Song Yujuan pointed at Ling Huaizhi and exclaimed. You are exactly as Jiao Jiao described, taking advantage of your modest beauty to seduce that cripple, thinking that entering the Pei family makes you exceptional. Just wait. I shall have your skin today. At that moment, the head of the library also emerged, inquiring about the commotion. Without waiting for either of them to speak, Ling Huaizhi interjected, this woman is my cousin, and we've never gotten along. Today, she has brought someone to falsely accuse me of stealing her money, attempting to tarnish my reputation. Ling Yujiao hurriedly countered, that is not true, she is the one who stole. She has always been. Ling Huaizhi fixed her gaze on her. And you claim that I stole it? Did you witness this? Ling Yujiao hesitated for a moment before affirmatively stating, yes, I saw it. You are the one who took Zhuan Yuan's money. Ling Huaizhi simply laughed, do you have no shame at all? At the moment of checkout, you were completely absent from the store. It was only after she and I arrived that you made your entrance, yet you audaciously claimed to have seen everything. Where exactly did you witness it? Did you possess some sort of clairvoyance? The young witness hastily interjected, stating, indeed. You were clearly not near that row of bookshelves just a moment ago. After this comrade entered, you stealthily slipped away, leaving only this young lady behind. He had been closely observing Ling Huaizhi, believing her to be a friend of Ling Yujiao, intent on playing a prank. Only now did he realize that this woman harbored malicious intent. How outrageous. Cousins? The person in charge cast a suspicious glance between the two, so. You cousins are embroiled in a dispute and deliberately causing a ruckus in the library? No. Song Yuan exclaimed vehemently, I have no idea whether they are cousins or not, all I know is that my money has truly vanished. And she was right behind me, if she didn't steal it, then who could have? Ling Huaizhi glanced at the time, it was nearly noon. And she needed to return to prepare a meal for Pei Guanchen, having no time to engage with these two lunatics. Then let us report this to the authorities. Suddenly, Song Yuan shouted towards a distance, brother, someone has stolen my money and is refusing to admit it. Upon seeing the young man approach, the library manager's expression changed instantly, young lady, it is said that one with a clear conscience has nothing to fear, if you haven't stolen anything. Then why dread being wrongfully accused? Allow them to search you. Chapter 87, Who is the thief? Ling Huaizhi felt her temper flare. With her hands thrust into her pockets, she immediately sensed something was amiss. She possessed a secret sanctuary akin to a hidden paradise, where she never kept money or any items in her pockets. Yet now, she discovered that her pockets contained something. Upon tactile assessment, it appears to be currency. Observing the young man's entrance, Ling Yujiao's countenance softened, it's fortuitous that you've arrived, Jiao Hui. She purloined Xiaozhuan's funds and remains recalcitrant. Let us consign her to the constabulary. Ling Wei, upon hearing the appellation Jiao Hui, experienced a moment of clarity. I reiterate, I am innocent of this transgression. An unwarranted search of my person constitutes an infringement upon my personal liberties. Ling Yujiao retorted with a disdainful snort, your apprehension regarding a search suggests culpability. The library's custodian, displaying a measure of impatience, interjected, esteemed patron, this is a library, not a marketplace. Should you be unjustly accused, we shall tender our sincerest apologies. However, both complainants assert your culpability. To substantiate your innocence, we request your consent to a search. Ling Wei, standing her ground, countered, their allegation necessitates a search, yet my denial, corroborated by this gentleman, is dismissed. Why this preferential treatment? The young man affirmed with conviction, indeed, I attest to her innocence. Ling Wei bestowed a smile upon the stranger, expressing gratitude for his unexpected act of solidarity. Song Jiahui furrowed his brow, stating, I am intimately acquainted with my sister's character, she would not unjustly accuse another without cause. If you are indeed innocent, I shall proffer an apology. Ling Wei responded with a measured smile, I do not seek an insincere apology. Should you persist in your desire to search me, all parties involved must furnish a binding commitment, the bookstore included. The bookstore proprietor demurred, questioning the justification for her involvement, asserting she was merely there to ensure fairness. Song Yujuan promptly acquiesced, declaring that if she was not the thief of the missing 52 yuan, she would compensate her twofold. A mere doubling is insufficient, interjected, raising a forefinger in negation. Triple it. My dignity has been affronted, and while such a thing is, in principle, beyond monetary recompense, This is a token gesture of amends. Very well. Song Yutuan retorted, her displeasure now palpable. Then turned her attention to the bookstore manager, inquiring as to her stance. The bookstore manager was reluctant to become entangled, discerning that this young woman was not to be trifled with. However, observing the air of assured triumph in the Song siblings, she also felt disinclined to offend them. After all, Song Jiahui's mother, Lin Fengping, held the position of purchasing director at the neighboring department store, with whom the bookstore had considerable business dealings, and his father, Song Daijun, was the director of a hardware factory. It would be imprudent to rebuff the Song family. The bookstore manager, steeling herself, ventured, I also pledge that should you be wrongly accused, all materials today will be complimentary. Cast a glance at the materials in her grasp, estimating their value at a mere 7 or 8 yuan. That is unacceptable. You are all in league. The indignity I have suffered cannot be redressed by such a paltry sum. You may be unaware, madam, that my father-in-law is the director of the Public Security Bureau. Imagine the scandal if word spread that a daughter-in-law of the Pei family was a thief. Would the esteemed gentleman ever be able to face his peers again? This revelation caused the manager considerable consternation. She had assumed this was a defenseless young woman, never suspecting that her father-in-law was none other than Director Pei. Now, she found herself in an unenviable predicament. The youth behind Ling Huaizhi betrayed a hint of despondency. So young and already married? Song Jiahui, wearing an expression of utter astonishment, stammered, You are Pei Guanchen's wife? Pei Guanchen was no stranger to him, in fact. He was a legend at the third middle school. Having skipped grades from elementary school all the way to high school, Pei Guanchen, 2 years Song Jiahui senior, had been his tablemate in elementary school. Song Jiahui was an exceptional individual, the kind of child who garnered praise from all quarters. From the moment he enrolled in school, he consistently ranked first in his studies. However, in the 6th grade, Pei Guanchen suddenly emerged, eclipsing him entirely. Song Jiahui summoned all his strength to challenge Pei Guanchen. But before he could even mount a challenge, Pei Guanchen, after only half a semester, had already skipped to junior high. Song Jiahui persuaded his parents to allow him to skip a grade as well, but upon entering junior high, he began to struggle with his studies. Meanwhile, Pei Guanchen, while he was still grappling with junior high material, had already advanced to high school. By the time he entered high school, he heard that Pei Guanchen had his leg broken and had never recovered. Song Jiahui couldn't help but feel a mixture of pity and relief, as if the mountain that had loomed over him had finally been removed. Having just graduated from university this year and been assigned to the market supervision department, he hadn't even found a girlfriend yet, while Pei Guanchen was already married. After a moment of deliberation, the head sister said, How about this? I'll make the call today. Anything within 15 yuan is on the house. What do you think? She thought it better not to offend the daughter-in-law of Director Pei. Ling Huaizhi ignored Song Jiahui's words and spread her arms, saying, Search away. Observing her unreserved demeanor, the supervisor hesitated slightly. Song Yutuan urged, Search her quickly. I'm certain she's the thief. With the autumnal chill, Ling Huaizhi donned a yellow knitted cardigan over a blue, white-dotted floral blouse, devoid of pockets. The supervisor and a female clerk meticulously frisked Ling Huaizhi, discovering only 10 yuan, 2 worn-out 5 yuan notes, hardly aligning with Song Yutuan's description of 3 crisp 10 yuan bills, 3 pristine 5 yuan notes, and a remainder in 1 yuan and fractional currency. Impossible! Song Yutuan exclaimed. You must not have searched thoroughly. My money was indeed stolen. And with her behind me, no one else could have done it. Search again, she might have concealed it in her undergarments. In this conservative era, the statement was truly excessive. Song Jiahui couldn't help but suggest, Shawan, consider carefully, might you have misplaced it elsewhere? Impossible. Song Yutuan reiterated emphatically. I checked when entering the bookstore, it was all there then. Ling Yujia chimed in, she's definitely the thief, brother Song, you're unaware, but she's been light-fingered since childhood. My mother sent her to our ancestral home in the countryside because of her thieving. Both clamored for a full-body search. Very well. Ling Huaizhi sneered. You may search. But this is no longer about the money. If you find nothing, both of you will kneel and apologize to me. What do you say, brother Song? Upon observing Ling Huaizhi's assertive demeanor, Song Jiahui surmised that his sister might have unjustly accused her. Shawan, perhaps we should let it go. Unyielding, Song Yutuan retorted. Kneeling is inconsequential, a search is imperative. Ling Huaizhi, resolute in her decision, affirmed that there was no possibility of allowing Ling Huaizhi to evade scrutiny. With a disdainful snort, Ling Huaizhi declared, verbal assertions are insufficient, let us formalize this with a written agreement. Chapter 88, Are you intent on inciting enmity between our families? The bookstore proprietor, growing apprehensive, interjected, Comrade Song, wouldn't it be prudent to reconsider? While the Song family was formidable, the Pei family was not to be trifled with. A written agreement it shall be, we have nothing to fear. Ling Huaizhi proclaimed, preempting Song Yujuan. Unyielding, Song Yujuan echoed, precisely, there is no escape for you today. Her indignation was palpable. Not only had her money been pilfered, but she was also subjected to ridicule for her appearance, while the perpetrator flaunted her own beauty. With light fingers and the advantage of being the biological daughter, she bullied Ling Huaizhi. It was no wonder that teacher Zhao adamantly refused to have this daughter reside in their home, indicative of the detestable behavior she engaged in behind closed doors. Ling Huaizhi, pointing at Song Jiahui, asserted, I lack confidence in their integrity, you shall draft the written commitment. Song Jiahui was beset with a throbbing headache, lamenting the disproportionate escalation of what amounted to a trivial matter of 50 yuan. He perceived Ling Huaizhi as someone who was not prone to stubborn denial and persisted in attempting to dissuade his sister. Shaowan, be reasonable, let us. Brother. Are you truly my brother? Song Yujuan exclaimed in anger. You wouldn't, by any chance, be siding with her simply because of her attractive appearance, would you? You shall write it, a thorough search is mandatory today. I refuse to believe that my money could have vanished into thin air if she didn't steal it. Furthermore, should the money be discovered, not only will there be a twofold restitution, but I demand the spectacle of her parading through the streets, branded as a thief. The procession shall commence from the library, proceeding along the avenue of Eastern Grandeur, traversing the street of verdant streams until it reaches the Southern Creek Street. The Municipal Public Security Bureau is situated on Southern Creek Street. Song Yujuan's supplementary stipulation is undeniably malicious. She proposes this measure, firstly, to humiliate Ling Huaizhi, and secondly, to disgrace the Pei family, for Pei Guanchen has suppressed her brother for years. In the past, someone even proclaimed that only Pei Guanchen was worthy of being her paramour, solely because Pei Guanchen did not hold her brother in esteem. Ling Huaizhi's countenance was frosty. Since Miss Song is so assertive, then please, Comrade Song, pen it down. Song Jiahui, unable to dissuade his sister, had no choice but to personally draft such a promissory note. 4 copies were made, each to be signed and sealed with fingerprints by the parties involved and the witnesses. Ling Huaizhi, having frequented police stations in her previous life, was well versed in these evidentiary procedures. The bookstore proprietress, serving as a witness, along with the testifying youth, including Song Jiahui, all affixed their signatures. After both parties imprinted their fingerprints, they each collected their respective promissory notes. Song Yujuan declared with a smug expression, everything has been done according to your rules, now. May we proceed with the search? Search away. The bookstore proprietress, accompanied by a sales clerk and Song Yujuan, ventured into the inner storeroom, subjecting Ling Huaizhi to a thorough search from head to toe, sparing not even her braids, shoe soles, or socks. Song Yujuan was utterly astonished. How can it be that it's not here? I truly did lose money. The bookstore clerk, her face etched with remorse, began, I'm terribly sorry. But Ling Huaizhi swiftly interjected, how you choose to curry favor is your concern. I have fulfilled my obligations. And now it is time for you to honor your agreement. Apologies. Compensation. Genuflection. Song Yujuan continued to mutter, but my money, it truly is lost. As a student without employment, her allowance from her parents was meager, making the accumulation of 50 yuan a considerable feat. Song Jiahui could not bear to see his sister humiliated. Comrade, I will apologize on behalf of my sister. Ling Huaizhi turned her gaze upon him. I understand you are a university graduate and personally penned the promissory note. Is it your intention to disregard it as if it were mere flatulence? Feigning ignorance of the entire affair? It seems your family possesses some influence, and thus, as the offspring of cadres, you believe you can mistreat others with impunity? Song Jiahui's face flushed crimson, realizing he had misjudged her character. Beneath her delicate exterior lay a formidable resolve. Ling Huaizhi continued to resist, it must be you. You must have hidden it elsewhere. They simply did not search thoroughly enough. Brother Song, believe me, let us take her too. Suddenly, Ling Huaizhi reached out. grasping Ling Yujiao's hair and delivering 2 sharp slaps. You have usurped my parents, my home. Have you grown so accustomed to pilfering from me that you believe me an easy target? She had harbored the desire to strike Ling Yujiao for a long time. The force behind her hand was considerable, honed from years of manual labor, making the blows particularly painful. Ling Yujiao's face immediately swelled. She could hardly believe that Ling Huaizhi dared to strike her. Ling Huaizhi, you illegitimate child. You dare to hit me? I shall inform mother and have her deal with you. Ling Huaizhi responded with another slap across her face. Go on, do it now. Do you think I will be intimidated? Do you believe I am still that pitiful country bumpkin from before? Ling Yujiao, you've grown taller and gained some weight. But why have you not gained any sense? Do you truly think I fear Zhao Shouhua? With several slaps, Ling Yujiao felt her teeth loosening. The impact causing her teeth to collide painfully against her gums, flooding her mouth with a metallic taste of blood. She was likely bleeding. Song Yujuan hid behind Song Chaohui, exclaiming, Brother, let us leave, this person is utterly deranged. Having been sheltered by her parents all her life, she had never witnessed such brazen violence. Leave? Ling Huaizhi tugged at Ling Yujiao. Miss Song, have you forgotten? You owe me a kneeling. Song Yujuan shook her head defiantly. You dream if you think I will kneel to you. Whether or not she knelt mattered little, Ling Huaizhi's ire remained unchanged. Ling Huaizhi sneered. You seem to have forgotten the earlier promise. If you refuse to kneel, I will inquire with my father-in-law whether he has offended anyone from the Song family. It appears they are too fearful to confront him directly and instead resort to bullying me, the newlywed daughter-in-law. Taking advantage of my youth and naivety to undermine the Pei family's honor. This is far beyond a mere $50. It has escalated into a conflict between our families. Song Chaohui, feeling helpless, interjected, Comrade Ling, this is likely a misunderstanding, perhaps we should. Song Yujuan, unfazed, retorted. A promise? What promise? She tore the evidence in her hands into shreds, dismissing its existence entirely. Surely. You wouldn't attempt to besmirch the reputation of our Song family with a mere utterance. The bookstore proprietor and the witnessing youth were utterly stunned by Song Yujuan's actions. Had she forgotten that each of them held a signed document? Song Jiahui, too, was mortified, wondering how his sister had become so brazen. Song Yujuan turned to the bookstore proprietor, inquiring, Do you possess a written agreement? The proprietor hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Ling Huaizhi found her ignorance amusing. You haven't forgotten that your brother authored the document, have you? The Public Security Bureau has handwriting experts who can easily identify the author. Moreover, you affixed fingerprints. Can such blatant evidence be falsified? Song Yujuan's countenance shifted as she commanded Ling Yujiao, seize the document. Ling Huaizhi remained unmoved, fixing her gaze on Song Jiahui. Do you desire to ignite a feud between the Pei and Song families? Song Jiahui, at his wit's end, restrained his sister, exclaiming, Shawan. Apologize to them. Song Yujuan burst into tears, lamenting, Brother, she's bullying me. I refuse to kneel, I refuse. Chapter 89, Kneel and Apologize. Ling Huaizhi turned to Song Jiahui. Your university education wasn't purchased, was it? To slight a member of the Pei family, especially Pei Guanchen's newlywed bride, whose face are you truly slapping? With Pei Guanchen being disabled and Ling Huaizhi his new bride, Song Yujuan's actions were indefensible. If the matter reached Pei Jingcheng, he would, both officially and personally, seek retribution for the insult to his son and daughter-in-law. Notwithstanding the modest positions held by Song's parents, their influence in Linhuai City paled in comparison to the illustrious reputation of the Pei family. They would never dare to confront the Peis. Song Jiahui instantly grasped Ling Huaizhi's veiled threat. This seemingly delicate young woman possessed a sharp mind, astutely analyzing the nuances of both families' backgrounds. He inhaled deeply and commanded, Shawan. Apologize to Comrade Ling. I won't apologize. Ling Huaizhi, having secured triple the compensation of 156 yuan, along with supplementary materials from the bookstore, watched with satisfaction as Song Yujuan and Ling Yujiao kowed out in apology. She then turned her attention to Song Jiahui, saying languidly, Comrade Song. I am one who believes in the beauty of fulfilling relationships. Today, having struck my cousin, I feel a tinge of remorse. Perhaps I can share a secret with you as recompense for her. Song Jiahui was perplexed. How could compensating Ling Yujiao involve him? Ling Yujiao, too, looked anxious. Ling Huaizhi. what are you planning? Ling Huaizhi patted her cheek. Silly girl, love should be proclaimed with a loud voice. If you don't speak up, how will he ever know? Comrade Song, my cousin has harbored feelings for you for a long time. Otherwise, why would she lower herself to become your sister's lackey? Considering her diligence as your sister's devoted follower, please accept her heartfelt affection. May you two lovers soon become a couple. Song Jiahui was mortified. He was well aware of Ling Huaizhi's affections, but she simply wasn't his type. Song Yujuan, on the other hand, was completely unaware of this. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Ling Huaizhi. You approached me just for my brother? Her money was indeed pilfered. If it wasn't on Ling Huaizhi, could it have been Ling Huaizhi? She pointed at Ling Huaizhi, exclaiming, brother, she's been by my side the whole time. If Ling Huaizhi didn't steal it, then she must have. Let's search her. Enough. Song Jiahui interjected, halting his sister. Do you want to make even more of a scene? Let's go home. I won't. Song Yujuan was dragged away by Song Jiahui. Ling Huaizhi stood up, glaring resentfully at Ling Huaizhi. Ling Huaizhi, you just wait. Ling Huaizhi responded with a radiant smile. The same goes for you, Qin Yujiao. You, the thief who stole my life, you just wait. Emerging from the bookstore, Ling Huaizhi purchased a candied hawthorn. Expressing her gratitude to the young man for speaking out righteously. The young man replied, a bit self-consciously, I was merely doing what was right. By the way, I noticed you were buying junior high review materials. Are you buying them for your younger siblings? No, Ling Huaizhi demurred, shaking her head. I'm buying them for myself. I didn't have the opportunity to study before, and I want to learn more. The young man nodded in approval. It's always good to learn more. Oh, my name is Xin Jingyi. Ling Huaizhi chuckled. I'm Ling Huaizhi. Hello, Comrade Jingyi. Your name suits you well. Xin Jingyi possessed a square face that exuded righteousness. Framed by black-rimmed glasses, inexplicably inspiring a sense of reassurance. Ling Huaizhi's remark caused Xin Jingyi to blush once more. You keep the candied hawthorn. How could a man like me? So, men don't eat sweets? Ling Huaizhi interrupted him, saying, take it. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. After all, there are few who dare to stand up for the vulnerable like you do. If it is not to your liking, you may take it back for your siblings. After speaking, Ling Huaizhi turned and left. The golden sunlight casting a halo around her silhouette. Xin Jingyi held the candied hawthorn, his heart racing uncontrollably. How could someone so young, barely 18 or 19, already be married? And to the son of the police chief, no less. Did they not need to consider the legal age for marriage? Upon exiting the bookstore, Ling Huaizhi glanced at the time, it was getting late. She had to purchase medicinal herbs to deliver to Uncle Ji. Uncle Ji, could you please help me brew this? I have other matters to attend to and must leave. She hastily dropped off the herbs and departed, leaving Tiaoyi, who had wanted to speak with her. Momentarily speechless, Sister Lu, she is so busy. Uncle Ji grumbled, one should not become too familiar. Once you do, they think every task is yours to bear. Hearing this, Zhao Tiankai redoubled his efforts in tidying the yard, determined not to let Ling Huaizhi face difficulties at Uncle Ji's. Ling Huaizhi hurried back home. Realizing she had no time to stew the chicken, she cracked some eggs, chopped chives, and stir-fried chive and egg mixture, preparing 2 bowls of chive and egg noodles. While eating, she added a few coal balls to the stove and set the chicken to stew. She promised to invite Yan Jin over for the chicken. It must not remain mere words. In the afternoon, Yan Jin indeed came by. If your relative is interested in business. The Zhang's noodle house on the left side of the gate of the 3rd middle school is closing down. You should ask if he wants to take it over. Ling Huaizhi inquired tentatively, why has Zhang's noodle house ceased operations? Yan Jin's expression grew slightly peculiar as he responded, originally, it was a joint venture between the siblings. Recently, my brother-in-law absconded with his wife, leaving the siblings to endure daily ridicule, thus, they have lost the inclination to pursue business. Ling Huaizhi's expression faltered as she pondered, is this what they mean by conservatism in the 1980s? Emboldened, she asked, cousin. Do you have any idea about the rental price? Yan Jin, munching on an apple, explained that property belongs to old Zhang from the water supply plant. His eldest son sacrificed himself a decade ago in a confrontation with enemy agents to protect the plant. Consequently, this storefront was awarded to old Zhang's family by the state. His entire family is employed, so the place is available for rent, but only to acquaintances. Outsiders need not apply. If you're interested, I can inquire for you. Ling Huaizhi understood the complexities of renting in these times. One could not simply lease to any stranger. The risk of dealing with enemy agents or spies loomed large. Thus most rentals were facilitated through personal connections. That would be a great help, cousin, please do ask. At that moment, Granny Cui called out to Ling Huaizhi from the doorway, "Little Green, are you at home?" Ling Huaizhi set down her spoon and replied, "I am here." Pei Guanchen preferred tranquility and was averse to outsiders intruding into the courtyard. Granny Cui, being an old neighbor, understood the boundaries and typically refrained from visiting uninvited. Ling Huaizhi stepped outside to converse with Granny Cui. Only then did Yan Jin turn to Pei Guanchen, remarking, "I believe your grandmother may have misjudged your wife." Pei Guanchen, holding a book, remained impassive, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Forsaking the support of the wicker chair, Yan Jin, with a basketball-esque motion, deposited the remains of his apple into the waste receptacle, remarking, "Guan, I harbor a suspicion that your spouse possesses a complexity that belies appearances." Since her arrival in the city, a series of events have unfolded within the Ling household, each seemingly independent of her influence, yet invariably, a nexus exists that traces back to her. Guan. Do you attribute this to mere happenstance? Chapter 90, a plethora of coincidences. Guanchen, maintaining an impassive countenance, responded in a frigid tone, "By that metric, one could argue your involvement in every case. Would you attribute that to coincidence as well?" Yan Jin solemnly stated, "Guan, I am not jesting. Nor am I to be intimidated by your professional standing. I am merely stating the facts as they are." Guanchen, setting aside his literary material, fixed Yan Jin with a penetrating gaze, articulating, "Brother, her familial relations are inhospitable to her, as you are aware, which precipitated her coerced union with me. In my estimation, there is no such thing as coincidence, rather, these misfortunes befall her kin. And those so-called relatives are either morally bankrupt, engaging in illicit affairs, or inveterate petty thieves. Is it truly surprising that such individuals encounter adversity? These are matters over which she has no agency." Following Guanchen's pronouncement, Yan Jin remained taciturn, his eyes intently scrutinizing Guanchen. Guanchen furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why do you regard me in such a manner? Surely you don't imply my complicity in these matters?" Yan Jin emitted a sound of mild disapproval, observing, "Younger brother, you have undergone a transformation. You are markedly different from your former self. Previously, you were parsimonious with words, loath to utter a superfluous syllable. Yet, just now, in defense of that young woman, you delivered a veritable oration." Pei Guanchen's expression turned cold. "You may leave." Yan Jin retorted, "Why should I leave? It was my cousin's wife who invited me over for a meal. You should know that I rendered her significant assistance this morning." Unable to resist, Pei Guanchen inquired, "What assistance did you provide her?" Yan Jin replied lazily, "I helped her resolve a troublesome matter." He recounted the events of the morning, and Pei Guanchen pressed his lips together slightly. "Is she in dire need of money?" When Ling Huaizhi returned, she carried a bundle of yarn. Yan Jin asked, "Did Granny Cui ask you to help knit a sweater?" Ling Huaizhi affirmed, explaining that Granny Cui's granddaughter had seen her sweater and adored it, insisting that Granny Cui speak on her behalf. Reluctantly, Granny Cui had given Ling Huaizhi 2 coins, saying, "Xiao Lu, I truly cannot refuse that stubborn girl. Please help your grandmother out." Ling Huaizhi declined the money, feeling that as neighbors, it was inappropriate to ask for payment. Moreover, Granny Cui was quite kind and had even assisted her in inquiring about night school. Raising an eyebrow, Yan Jin said, "Xiao Lu, why don't you knit a sweater for your brother as well?" Just as Ling Huaizhi was about to agree, Pei Guanchen interjected, "You wish to wear one? I shall knit it for you." Yan Jin quickly added, never mind, it was merely a jest." Nevertheless, Ling Huaizhi still wished to knit a sweater for Yan Jin, considering the considerable help he had provided her, once in the old courtyard and again that morning. If she were to open a shop in the future, she would undoubtedly require Yan Jin's assistance. "Cousin, what color do you prefer?" Pei Guanchen abruptly turned his wheelchair and returned to his room. Ling Huaizhi remained oblivious, but Yan Jin recognized that his stingy brother was upset. "Please, brother. There's truly no need for that. I wear uniforms every day, when would I have the opportunity to don anything else?" "No, please." The aroma of chicken wafts from the kitchen, as Ling Huaizhi serves a pot of stewed old hen with yam and chestnuts. Yan Jin, salivating, remarks, sister-in-law. Your culinary skills are such a treasure, it would be a shame not to open a restaurant. Ling Huaizhi ladles a bowl of chicken soup for Pei Guanchen and suddenly inquires, brother. Do you know Song Jiahui? Pei Guanchen shakes his head. Yan Jin, however, takes a sip of the soup and interjects, I know him. He is the son of director Song from the hardware factory. Quite impressive, though he is just a tad behind our little Gua. He was the first from Ling Huaizhi to gain admission to Peking University. What a pity our little Gua is not well, otherwise he trails off. Realizing he has spoken too freely, and swiftly shifts the topic, why do you bring him up? Ling Huaizhi portions out chicken legs for both of them. Saying, I have a cousin who has always admired him. My mother asked me if I knew of him, your cousin? Yan Jin recalls Ling Huaizhi with disdain, replying, with her. Does she truly think she could aspire to the Song family? Huh. Song Jiahui's mother treasures her son more than her own eyes. It's not that I want to belittle Ling Huaizhi, but she simply wouldn't catch the eye of the Song family. Meanwhile, Ling Huaizhi, with a face resembling that of a pig, weeps before Zhao Shouhua, saying, Mom, she is bullying me too much. She stole my money, denied it, and then turned it around. Claiming I was envious of her good marriage and deliberately harmed her, I couldn't help but utter a few words to her, and she assaulted me to this extent, alas. Zhao Shouhua had been fretting over Chen Hongjin these past few days, her spirits already low. Witnessing Ling Huaizhi beaten so severely, she could scarcely contain her indignation. That wretched girl. She dares to strike you? It's an outrage. Disregarding the need to console Ling Huaizhi, she hastened towards the Pei residence. Ling Huaizhi had barely finished her meal when Zhao Shouhua barged in. Ling Huaizhi, emerge at once. You've grown bold, haven't you? Marrying a cripple. You presume you've ingratiated yourself with the Pei family, and I wouldn't dare discipline you? You've grown exceedingly audacious, daring to strike my precious Jiao Jiao. If I don't beat you to death today, I'm not your mother. Ling Huaizhi rose and stood on the doorstep, retorting, You speak accurately, you were never my mother. Zhao Shouhua's countenance stiffened upon hearing these words. You wretched girl. What nonsense are you spouting? Ling Huaizhi regarded her with a scornful expression. You arrive here to castigate me. Yet did you inquire of your beloved daughter the reason for my striking her? She conspired with others to slander me for theft, compelling me to disrobe and be searched in front of everyone. Do you believe I would let her off lightly? Inside the house, Pei Guanchen abruptly set down his chopsticks. Glancing at Yan Jin. Is the chicken to your liking? Yan Jin was taken aback, pondering the meaning. The mother and daughter were quarreling, would his intervention be appropriate? Very well, perhaps it was incumbent upon him to investigate. Teacher Zhao, what seems to be the matter? Zhao Shouhua, not expecting Yan Jin to be present at the Pei residence, immediately pointed at Ling Huaizhi, addressing Yan Jin, Officer Yan, my Jiao Jiao is incapable of falsehoods. If she claims this wretched girl stole money, then she undoubtedly did. She is exceedingly cunning, you would discern the truth by interrogating her. With profound distress, Ling Huaizhi exclaimed. Mother, are you truly my own mother? Why is it that you believe everything Ling Huaizhi says, yet you doubt my every action? You attribute all misfortunes to me. As if you wish to condemn me as a murderer and imprison me to satisfy your desires? Zhao Shouhua retorted vehemently, you were never virtuous. Otherwise, why would so many incidents occur upon your return? Officer Yan, do you not find it peculiar that so many events have transpired since her arrival? Ling Huaizhi produced the written statement by Song Jiahui, stating, Officer Yan, please examine this. It is in Song Jiahui's own handwriting, bearing the signatures of himself, his sister, the bookstore proprietor, another witness, and Ling Huaizhi herself. Mother, do you still believe I am slandering her? Zhao Shouhua reached to seize the document, but Yan Jin intercepted it. Teacher Zhao, your partiality is excessive. From this evidence, it appears that Xiaoling has been wronged. As her biological mother, should you not offer her an apology? Chapter 91, The Song family's bias. Zhao Shouhua guffawed, apologize to her? In your dreams. I gave birth to her, from the day she was born. She has been indebted to me. Even if I desired her death, it would be her duty as a daughter to comply. Suddenly, Pei Guanchen appeared at the doorway, questioning. So, do you presume that the Pei family is without representation? Only then did Zhao Shouhua belatedly realize the gravity of her words. What had she just said? In her rage, she seemed to have insulted Ling Huaizhi for marrying a cripple. Pei Guanchen continued, I will telephone my father-in-law to inquire as to his intentions. For he evidently disdains me, yet he gave his daughter to me in marriage, only to come here and humiliate me. What is the meaning of this? Zhao Shouhua's bluster immediately subsided. No, Xiao Pei, listen to me, I am also. Pei Guanchen regarded her icily. Apologize to my wife. At that moment, Zhao Shouhua understood. Ling Huaizhi was no longer merely a daughter of the Ling family, but rather the daughter-in-law of the Pei family, the wife of Pei Guanchen. Her berating Ling Huaizhi in Pei Guanchen's presence had wounded the pride of the disabled man. I am sorry. Zhao Shouhua reluctantly lowered her head and apologized to Ling Huaizhi. Ling Huaizhi, her eyes reddened, said, Mother, I never begrudge you for repaying kindness or treating my cousins well. But could you perhaps consider, even occasionally, that I am also a person, your daughter? Why do you treat me as if I were your enemy? Why, Mother? Zhao Shouhua's lips moved as if to speak, but the hatred in her eyes did not dissipate. However, she dared not say more, and with a belly full of resentment, she left the Pei family's courtyard. Ling Huaizhi wiped away a tear and said to Yan Jin, I apologize for making a spectacle of myself in front of you, cousin. Yan Jin suddenly felt a tinge of guilt, ashamed for having previously suspected Ling Huaizhi. To be saddled with such a mother, could there be any peace? Even if she obediently stayed at home and did nothing, trouble would still come knocking. It truly was not the young woman's fault. Pei Guanchen inquired of Ling Huaizhi. Was it the Song family who wronged you? Ling Huaizhi shook her head. It is nothing, it is all in the past. Pei Guanchen clenched her fist, feeling as though she were rendered helpless, unable to assist in any way. Thus, when faced with grievances, she chose not to confide in anyone. The Song family. Song Jiahui. He took note of it all. Lin Fengping, Song Jiahui's mother, expressed her discontent, even if she is the daughter-in-law of the Pei family, what of it? Knowing she has been wronged, merely offering her triple compensation is insufficient. To demand that our Jewer kneel and apologize is utterly outrageous. This cannot stand. I must confront Pei Jingchong. Even if he is the police chief, such bullying cannot be tolerated. Song Jiahui intercepted Lin Fengping, Mother. It is not entirely fair to blame them for being assertive. It is my younger sister and Ling Yujiao who have gone too far, insisting that she stole. After the first search of her person, they were still unsatisfied, and then, they even insisted on a second search, requiring her to disrobe completely. Lin Fengping, distressed for her daughter, retorted, with so many present, why is it that only Jewer and Ling Yujiao accused her of theft, and not anyone else? There must be a reason behind this. A person of integrity has nothing to fear from scrutiny. If she has done nothing wrong, why would she fear a search? If they are convinced she stole, then searching her is justified. The absence of evidence should vindicate her. And for her to demand Jewer kneel before her speaks volumes about the malice in her heart. And you, as Jewer's own brother, can you truly stand idly by while your sister endures such humiliation? Song Jiahui suddenly felt that his mother was being unreasonable. Mother, why should someone who is innocent be unjustly labeled a thief? If you were to be accused of theft without cause, would you accept it? Lin Fengping retorted furiously, am I comparable to her? Song Jiahui, have your studies rendered you foolish? You dare to compare with your mother? What is she? Enough. Song Daijun interrupted his wife's words. Do not indulge Xiaojun too much, she is an adult. Is it reasonable to accuse others without any evidence? Such impulsiveness is unbecoming of a mature individual. Song Yujun began to weep again. Dad, how can you speak in favor of others? I truly lost my money. And the only ones close to me are her and Ling Yujiao. If it wasn't her who stole it, then who could it be? Song Chaohui could not restrain himself. You personally supervised the search, from her hair to the soles of her shoes. If she truly stole it, could she possibly make the money disappear right in front of you? Song Yujin sobbed, how would I know? But my money is genuinely gone. It's so distressing, losing my money is one thing, but I've also lost 156. It's infuriating. Suddenly, Song Daijun remarked. Could it be that your good friend Ling Yujiao intentionally harmed her cousin? Song Yujun casually replied, that's impossible, Ling Yujiao likes my brother. She wouldn't assist outsiders in bullying me. Lin Fengping instantly felt uncomfortable, what? She likes your brother? I've heard that her fate is quite ominous. She has even brought misfortune to her own parents. Now her brother is in the hospital after a fight. Goodness, this girl must indeed carry some ill fortune. Chao Hui. Keep your distance from her. What kind of nonsense is this? A homeless girl staying at the Ling family's house dares to target her son. Lin Fengping looked at her son. She must quickly arrange a blind date for him, lest he be ensnared by some little vixen, which she would surely regret. Song Chao Hui, oblivious to his mother's gaze, continued to ponder over the 52 yuan that his sister claimed to have lost, amidst the presence of only a few individuals at that time. Ling Huaizhi had not stolen it. Could it be that there were other thieves in the bookstore who took advantage of their squabbling to make off with it? Upon this realization, a wave of guilt washed over him for having treated the young lady so unfairly. That night, Ling Huaizhi entered the realm of tranquility. Sitting beneath the peach tree, caressing several pristine notes of the great unity currency. How laughable it was that Ling Yujiao, undeterred, had resorted to stealing Song Yujuan's money to frame her. Had it not been for her peculiar circumstances, no one would have believed her, regardless of how she pleaded. After all, people tend to trust only what their eyes can perceive as reality. Ling Huaizhi resolved to alter her strategy. Especially after witnessing Zhao Shouhua's shamelessness alongside Pei Guanchen today. Henceforth, should she confront her mother, the daughter who had been deeply hurt would find it entirely justified. Humph. Zhao Shouhua, in her effort to defend Ling Yujiao, had the audacity to come to Dalian. Failing to reciprocate in kind would be a disservice to a mother's love. Ling Huaizhi decided to visit her cousin, Chen Hongjun, in the hospital, hoping to converse about the past of their elders. Zhao Shouhua was in a foul mood today. Having faced Chen Hongjun's cold shoulder, while Ling Yujiao had been bullied. Upon returning home, her son, Ling Yulong, was drenched, and his schoolbooks were soaked. What on earth had happened? Zhao Shouhua's temper flared once more. Ling Yulong sobbed, "Mom, they bullied me and threw my backpack in the water. Those a bunch of little rascals." Zhao Shouhua, filled with concern for her younger son, uttered, "Do not fear, my dear. I shall confront them tomorrow and—" Before she could finish her sentence, Ling Wenhai strode in, his expression dark, and seized a handful of Zhao Shouhua's scant hair, delivering a sharp slap. "What trouble have you stirred up today?" Chapter 92, The Provocation of Xiao Lu. Zhao Shouhua screamed, her heart aching for the few strands of hair that had been torn. "Ling Wenhai, have you lost your mind?" Ling Wenhai continued to rain blows upon her, pinning her to the sofa as he vented his fury. "Zhao Shouhua, you have truly been living too comfortably, engaging in nonsensical antics day after day. I have gone to great lengths to forge an alliance with the Pei family, giving away our precious daughter. Instead of nurturing good relations, you choose to create a scene at their doorstep. Are you completely deranged?" Zhao Shouhua's cries of anguish filled the room, her arms shielding her face, too terrified to move. "Ling Yujiao,